Good luck. Godspeed.
Godspeed us. Godspeed this up. Want it over.
Good luck. Godspeed.
Godspeed us. Godspeed this up. Want it over. We're on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Good luck. Godspeed.
Godspeed us. Godspeed this up. Want it over.
Okay. I see something up live now. Okay, cool.
Okay, so now is it on the CaliforniaAssembly.com? That's what I don't know.
I do not know. It's on our YouTube channel, which I could share in the chat, in the Zoom chat.
It's not, and that's what was different. So that's why I was asking, because I think for that one, it's on the website on our California with Anna. I think that one might have been on my personal Zoom or my personal YouTube channel.
Okay. Well, for next week and then ongoing, we could schedule this, and that way there can be hopefully the same link. If
Right.
not, we'll have to update it weekly. I'm sure. I mean, I can't speak for Diva, but I'm sure they would have to update it weekly if it changes. But for ongoing, upcoming live streams, I'm
Okay.
sure Diva or Yasin can add it
on
the schedule
on the calendar on the page.
on the CaliforniaAssembly.com.
Okay.
Schedule.
Okay.
I'll get in touch with her about that, or Yasin.
But now, when it's recording live on YouTube, is it also? I should turn off my mic because. Okay.
I gotta cancel you Zoom audio.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Nancy.
Hello. If you guys can show your faces, that would be helpful. We believe we're live on YouTube right now, but we want to confirm that.
Oh man, I got such low power here right now.
Yeah, that's right, Julie. That's it.
Sorry.
My camera doesn't work.
Nobody wants to be live. Thank you, Paula.
I'm in the shower.
No, Barbara, do not go live. Can you see us?
I do. I see you, Nancy.
Okay, great.
Great
Okay.
background and everything. You look great.
Oh, thank you. I don't have any light. It's going to get bad pretty quick.
Oh, okay.
I can't. Oh, the view. Speaker. Oh my gosh. Get rid of Nancy. Beautiful. Bada bing.
Yeah, we just got some winds up here last night that just whipped up a bunch of stuff and just took some stuff that's to the north and started blowing it down here. And there, I was going to go visit Rick Crocker, one of the other assembly folk up north, but that whole area is kind of going to get shut down. So yeah, we're just dropping ash, getting a lot of ash right now.
Okay, what I want to know, Julian and Fred, I want to know if we're live on YouTube and I'm not pinned, and we got a gallery view.
I see you pinned.
Okay, I hit gallery on my screen. So now I don't know how else to change that.
Maybe I'll go turn the computer on and see if I can't see what it'll do.
You have to go back up to the view area, and there's like a small little bar, and then 2 bars, and then multiple bars. So it's like you have to hit one of the singular bar.
I did. That's why I did change that view on mine, but it's not coming up different on the.
On the YouTube.
That's just so odd. I wonder if that has to do with the YouTube channel.
I'm Ken on Fresno. My camera doesn't work, but I see everybody else that has their camera
And
on.
there's like a small little bar, and then 2 bars, and then multiple bars. So it's like you have to hit one of the singular bar.
Here's the deal.
I did. That's why I did change that.
I'm gonna stop talking to Mike. Go make your dinner, and I'm just gonna go back to the meeting because we're up and we're live and we can't do any more. I've done everything I can. So that's okay. All right. Thanks, Mike. Bye-bye. Hey, team.
Well, we were streaming live on YouTube. I don't know what the time delay was, but that was interesting to see that.
We still are. We will be until probably, I don't know, 4 a.m. We are live on YouTube, and I believe it's recorded live on YouTube, so anybody can go back to our YouTube channel to watch everything.
Wow.
So that's the hope. Right now, I don't have us recorded. I'm going to try to do both. I'm going to record to our cloud. Like
well, with that in mind.
You're turning it. No. This is not the Nancy show. Self-governance says everybody who has the bandwidth is mandatory, and it's not in the shower, is mandatory to show their face.
It should be.
I have to be generous with that though, because I was in Monterey and I did not have bandwidth, and I had to do a meeting without video. Do we want to talk about any good news? Anything that's been happening that's fantastic? Anybody?
Well, I do have a question, and I think it's a very important question. And that is, I've got a cousin in Missouri that has been trying to get paperwork now for 18 months. He's finally in that position where he's going to get his 1779s done tomorrow. And my question is, since everybody goes to LRS to upload, why can't a recorder here in California upload somebody else's paperwork in another state? Doesn't make any sense to me.
And I believe that, is he getting them notarized and de facto then?
Well, he went and got his got the witness forms notarized, and finally the recorder finally called him, and they've got set up for tomorrow for the recorder to do his thing and then upload. But my question, see, he's been at it now for 18 months.
Mhm.
And anybody else would have been so cotton picking, disheartened by now, he would have completely given up. And I understand from him that there are several other people in Missouri that want to sign up, but he's having so much trouble And so that's why I don't understand. Now, it's my understanding here in California that let's say a Fresno recorder could record somebody's paperwork in Mendocino. And so if that's the case, why can't a recorder in the state of California, why can't they send him, whoever in another state, send him the paper by mail and then do a Zoom, so that they can see him? And why can't that happen?
Well, it's partly because they were elected as state recorders, Ken. So the state recorders can cross county lines, but they cannot cross state lines. They would have to be elected. Now we have 2 international recorders on California, and that would be Caesar and Michelle. And they're international, which means they can also speak to the de facto, right? That's outside of the de jure in California. But they would have to be comfortable with that, right? Because otherwise, they whatever that process was, it would have to go through Michelle or Caesar.
All right, I yield.
Ken, there is a woman I did hear. There was one woman who is also doing it, I think, roving or international too, at the assembly on the national, I thought as well. But yeah, Nancy gives you the basic why we can't.
I need to get our James. Do we know if James is going to be here tonight? Anybody here? Fred, can I make you a co-host with me to let people in? I know you're sitting back and relaxing.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that.
Just to help people get in right now. Julian, I would have done you, but I'm not sure if you're.
I'll keep an eye on the button.
Thank you. That would keep extra bandwidth for me and everything. Thank you.
Okay. Wait, that was thank you. No, thank you. Is that what that was?
I was like, thank you for considering and thank you for saying, yeah, not considering me. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. If I could step in on something else at another point, I will. But yeah, at the moment, like I said, solar power killed a lot of my ability.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it's 5:11. So does anybody else have any? We have some amazing news with Amaris Claire Charpentier. And I don't think she's going to make it on tonight, but she's changing her work schedule so that she can be on Wednesdays in the future. But Fred has worked very hard on Ventura, our own Fred on the call right now. And he's been pulling them together and having them meet. And Amaris has stepped up to be a county coordinator for Ventura. So we're very, very happy to have her. And I know you guys all send love and give love, and I appreciate that. We have orange in Los Angeles and of course San Diego, red, fully seated courts. And so is there anything else we need to have updates on? Does anybody have new updates for their, if their color changed on the map? Because we do that, we change those on Wednesdays. And Yasin does that. Okay, anybody?
May I?
Yes, please.
What are the different colors mean? Maybe I should need to go look at the map, but
There's a key right there. There's a key right next to the map. It says what each color means.
yeah, well, I don't have a map open here, so I don't.
Oh, what's the
No, but you
homepage?
can't-
It's the homepage on californiaassembly.com. And basically
Okay,
red means that it's a fully seated court. Doesn't mean it's a functioning court. It means it's a fully seated court. And if it's white, it means we don't even know if there's somebody, a living man or woman on the county. And then the two greens are various shades of development. One does not have a county coordinator and one does. And then one has elected offices. So those are the 5 statuses. Just to kind of give us a quick visual of our improvements as we're going through time and space. Here is Amaris. Anybody want to give her love?
Yay! Where is she?
She just
Amorous
come.
on Ventura. Hi, Amorous. I'm
Hey,
thrilled.
Amorous, welcome.
And look, Amorous, I'm on camera. Last night, what happened in our meeting was my computer decided to reboot 5 minutes before the meeting, and I was literally on the phone with Amorous for like an hour before I finally appeared on the screen. It was a completely involuntary, out of my control thing, but she handled it fabulously well and kept the meeting going. It was really above and beyond the call of duty. So, just goes to show you how resourceful some people can be. Good job, kid. Good job.
Fantastic. And look at you guys, she's driving. She's pulling a Michelle Ford on us.
Yeah.
If you're going to emulate someone, let it be Michelle. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I'm driving home from work. I just got off work, so
Thank
I
you.
wanted to be here.
Thank you for popping on.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for stepping up.
You're scary.
You're going to do great. Ventura's got lots of people to help you. Right, Jeannie?
If they would respond, that would be great. I just need them to respond to me.
They will eventually. They will eventually.
I know.
You cannot. Here's your team is right here. Those are the cats. This is your team.
Yeah, and Fred is amazing. So I've enjoyed you very much, Fred. Thank you so much.
I think Fred is amazing too. I've known him way too long. I've seen his rough spots, but most of them are good. All right. Does anybody, Jeannie, do you have anything to share in Orange? You guys are very active.
Well, orange is the new red.
Wow.
Los Angeles is the old red.
Oh, that was good. That was perfect. That almost sounded rehearsed.
Good.
Yeah. And I don't know how to say her name. Amorous.
Amorous, just like if
Yes.
you love somebody.
Just like it was okay.
Amorous.
Amorous. Once you get these people together, people always go, "You're doing a good job." It's not me. All I do is send emails out, get everybody together, and once they get together and start talking, they're like, "I used to have a ham radio," and then all of a sudden you're talking about ham radios, and then you're talking about, so just getting them together to talk. And I try and have an agenda, and we go through it real quick. And but I was fortunate. I have three lawyers, a paralegal, a sheriff. So I was fortunate. But once you get them together and talk, the magic just happens. I was like, well, I wish we had. I got to get some business cards printed. And then Donna goes, well, we own a printing company. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? You've been going to the meetings the whole time, but I never said anything. So it just happens, and it'll happen fast. So don't worry. Sometimes too fast.
Yeah, I stayed. There was my brother is one of them. He's very logical and thinking through all this stuff. And as soon as the meeting was over, then he calls and we talked for 2.5 hours with our other friends. He's got to get his birth certificate from Oklahoma. But yeah, it's going to be really good. It's going to be good. It's going to happen.
Sorry, may I?
Yeah, Julian has his hand up, but if you want to just finish up with Amorous, go ahead.
I'll finish up with Amorous, and then I'll raise my hand.
I think that was finishing up. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to Amorous, I've been on assembly for about 1.5 years. Hopefully you can all hear me well enough.
Yep.
And I have to tell you, I call it the talent. The talent just shows up, just like Janie told you. Yeah, it just starts happening. So many people you see on here are. And I live on a county that's rather difficult, but it's great to see you all doing it. You will see it happen. You'll be amazed. There's such a great support team of so many different things that, like I said, when I started, never existed. We were trying to create it and created it and started happening. So thank you. Thank you for bringing your talents. I yield.
Thank you, Julian. I see some names that I don't know. I just want you to know that this beginning portion at 5:15 is the county coordinators catching up with each other before the 6 o'clock meeting comes. And then at 7:30 is the town hall, and that's when you get to ask all your personal questions and have some really smart people come to some answers for you. So Jeannie, go ahead.
We had our Bill Thornton common law class last Thursday. I made 2 mistakes, just so everybody knows. And I practiced with Mr. Thornton because he's elderly and not so hip and cool. So first we downloaded Zoom, and then we did 2, showed him how to do the raise the hands. And I told him, anyway, well, when I set up the Zoom recording, it was set up to auto record. So remember that.
Oh.
So when, auto record. And then so Wayne, as a backup, I said, Wayne, you bring your laptop as backup, right? Because I thought I don't want to mess this up. So when Wayne logged in at like 20 minutes earlier, just for a backup with muted, it was recording. And then people were coming in and they're like, what is she talking about? Because I was having my business meeting. And so they see me because I talk with my hands a lot, and they're like, we can't hear you. And so the gentleman next to me who was helping me add people to the meeting, I'm like trying to do and I'm like, no. And then, so that was do not do auto record. And the other thing was when we lost connection on Bill's, we flipped on Wayne's as backup, right? Because I got this. His popped back up, and we all started getting this feedback. So everyone was like, oh my God. And then for 5 minutes, it was just, so, learn and live and learn, live and learn. And this Thursday at 7, I will begin the Zoom call for anyone who wants to come in and listen to Ron Kelly speak about American history and law. And it's the intro class. He's going to talk about a lot of things, but a little bit about, history of our words. And God only knows where he's going to go with that one. So he's going to be speaking on a whiteboard. So it'll be interesting. I have to train him to talk into the microphone, and someone's going to be writing. So it'll be interesting how it goes, but at least it's out there for anybody who wants to participate. And don't forget about August 28th, Saturday, come to Huntington Beach. We're going to have a big family fun day. So that's all. I yield.
That's great, Jeannie. So there's some questions. If you hear anything tonight and you've got a question, or you want the link or anything like that, all you have to do is go to the californiaassembly.com website and make that request through the contact us, right? Just make that request, and Jeannie will get the request about anything on Orange, and any question you have at all for anything, even if it's to a specific person, make it there and they'll get it.
I'll put my email in the chat as well.
And that, the old dead way. Okay, Satya, go ahead.
And Jeannie, are you going to be recording that talk with Ron?
Yes.
Right.
And when I recorded Mr. Thornton's as well, and I don't have enough storage on Zoom, on my iCloud. So that created a whole nother situation. And Ron wants to talk for like 3 hours.
Right.
So I told him, I said, maybe, and that's fine. Cause and Fred's been there. We're a good fun group. So we start chatting, but I'm going to try and keep them focused and down to 2 hours. And I think I have enough storage. So yes, I plan to, and I hope I'm successful at that.
Great. Thanks. Yeah. And then we can all download it ourselves. And
yes.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Great. Aria, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. Hi, everybody. Jeannie, I just wanted to mention, I have like the base model Zoom, like the lowest one you can pay for, and I'm supposed to have 1 gig of storage, which I figured out is about 2 hours. And the last couple weeks I've gone over by like an hour, and it still records it to the cloud. It just sends you a little complaint that says you've used more than your allotted storage, but it doesn't delete it or anything. So just FYI, go ahead.
sorry, I'm really bad at that. How do I save that recording off the cloud to my computer? I guess I can figure that out on my own.
I'm happy to
May
help
I?
you step through that if you want to.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Because
then
I
you'll-
have 2.5 hours of Bill Thornton. Then we did our mock trials the week before. I had no idea. I didn't know. So
But I'm
Okay.
happy to step you through it if you'd like.
thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Aria.
May I suggest a investment in a 8 terabyte external hard drive? They're about 150, $200, depending on where you get them, but well worth the money.
Thank you, David.
I yield in.
Thank you, David. Who else? Melissa, do you got anything for us? Susan James? Aria, you're back on again. Go ahead, Aria.
If nobody else has anything to say, I just wanted to report that we've had 2 drill assembly meetings so far, and they've been very short and sweet. We don't have a lot happening, but it's just exciting to say we're having them. So we're doing that. And last night we had a record 32 people at our general assembly, which is, and every week it's just been jumping and jumping. And I'm like, that's a 50% increase from like 3 weeks ago. So it's amazing that it's just organically happening. Like some of the other coordinators have said, it's not like we're doing anything extraordinary. People are just so fed up and they're finding us. And so just exciting to report that. So, hey, yield.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Is that a Fred thumbs up or is that a Fred hand raised? I'm so confused. It's a muted Fred. Anybody else? Michelle, do you want to say anything?
Well, first of all, yes. Don't ever ask me if I have anything to say because I'm always going to say yes. I really want to welcome. How do you say your name? Amaris. Amaris. Welcome. Thank you, and to all new recorders, thank you. Coordinators, thank you. So, yeah, it's getting hot around here, and I'm very excited that we're growing and we're doing it. And all I want to say is keep your eye on the prize. Don't get distracted by naysayers. Don't get distracted by drama. Don't get distracted by anything other than the task at hand, which is assembling. And so if anybody needs any kind of support, please let me know. I'm happy to support. And I also want to give a big shout out to Barbara and also to Christina and also to Doreen, who are so wonderful helping me on the recorder front, manage the pile of paperwork. And a shout out to Dee Yates, who took 2 of them off my desk. Thank you, Dee. Anyway, I have a really hard time asking for help, and I'm such a yes person. I'm a yes woman. I say yes to everything. And then it leaves a little bit of fires that need to get put out once in a while. So I just really want to love on and appreciate those of you that have offered to help to keep the train moving. We've got to do that, keep the eyes on the prize and keep it going. And I'm just so stoked. I love you. I like gushing love. Thank you. And that's all I could think of right now because I literally just got done working. So I love you. And
we got 3 hands up, Michelle. We can come back to you.
Are those for me?
Well, no, those are, well, they may be, I don't know, but.
Okay.
Oh, maybe they're for you. I think Barbara was before, but she probably will.
Okay.
She'll probably love your loving. So should we move on?
I'm super grateful. I yield unless anyone has any questions for me. Thank you.
All right, Barbara.
Okay. So I was just gonna do a brief thing about my county. We had a meeting yesterday. I had 10 people on. It was so amazing. I was so excited. It's the most I've had.
Fantastic.
It was great. Yes. And we have new people coming in and very exciting things like that happening. I was so proud of one of my guys, Rich. He was on the militia call today and was talking about handheld radios and stuff like that, and CDs and how to do that. So I was just like, yay, my people are stepping up and helping out. It's just really exciting. Welcome, Eris. And you're very welcome, Michelle. Lots of love. That's all. I don't have anything else to share this week.
That's good. You got great. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Don Jones and then David. Don.
Can you hear me?
I can.
My question is on the General Assembly calls, I see people that are from my county that I'm not aware of that are papered up. Is there a way I can find those people? I can get their contact information so that I can put them on my roster?
So if they are papered, if they're papered on the LRS, then a recorder can look them up. So you should ask Yoslin to see if he can go in there and look up who's recorded on Monterey, because he's your recorder. If you don't have a recorder, get one. And if you are a recorder and you don't know how to do it, boy, where is it in? I think it's under political status when you put in the city.
What about the LRO?
The LRO, I'm not sure of the mechanisms on the LRO. Does anybody know? I'm not sure of those mechanisms. But the other thing you can do, Don, is if you see them on the group, go give them a private chat, right? Ask them through their email.
It's not working, but thank you.
Hide. Yep, sometimes they want to hide. Go ahead, Michelle.
I was just going to add that Dominic emailed me today saying that although they don't have a time or a link yet, that they're going to be doing another LRO training on Saturday because they gave such short notice for the one that was happening this morning that they're going to do another one this week. So as the minute I get the details, I'm going to, of course, send it out, but keep that in mind that for some reason we get late notice on some of these things. And, you know, I wish I could tell you day or night, morning or afternoon, but I don't have that yet.
Do you happen to know, Michelle, if there's a mechanism in there for finding all of the people that are recorded on a county? On the LRO?
As far as I know, it's not available. You have to e-verify. The e-verify at, e-verify at.
Maybe on E-Verify, you can look up, you can do a search on your county and maybe find all the names and look them up individually. I'm not sure. You can try that though. I know you can do it on the LRS.
Yeah. For sure you can on the LRS. I'm not sure. I can play around with it while we're on the call and see if I can get it to work.
Okay, well, then give it to Dawn on Monterey.
I yield.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. David?
Ooh, oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make a short observation here with that we're all coordinators, and I want to commend those that have our video on, but I'm just wondering why the rest of the coordinators here don't have video on, don't have our faces out there. I was listening to a presentation last night, and the guy on it, he was talking about the psychology of what's going on, you know, with the masking and the needles and all the other stuff and the pressure that's being put on us. And his decision was that when I acquiesce to this and I give into this, or I'm not putting my face out there and other things, that I am giving in and giving up my God-given right to stand up and tell the world who I am, and that I'm his creation, and that he made me for a purpose. And I believe that all of us here are here for a purpose. And I'd like to see everybody get past whatever may be blocking them from, having, some may have a technical difficulty, I understand that, But for the rest of us, I think we need to be on here and we need to be telling the rest of this world who we are and what we're about. I yield.
Great, David, thank you. I agree wholeheartedly, and I do understand. I experienced not having reception when I was in Monterey, so I do appreciate when you don't have a solid reception, and am forgiving in that. But I do agree. We need to show our faces, and that's why when we do events in people, that it is so effective. Just that human connection is so effective building. So the other thing I know, Deepa's not on. She had an emergency. She was going to come on tonight and talk to the group, and she just wanted to make sure that all of the county coordinators were welcome to be on Zendesk. And if you aren't accessing Zendesk from the back door, now everybody is getting, all the county coordinators are getting incoming inquiries through Zendesk directed into their email inbox. So everyone is getting all the inquiries. But there's a lot of opportunities in the back end of Zendesk to access marketing materials, or I know that Christine or Kim Velarde has been doing some great work on the back side of Zendesk, uploading documents, and then just inside communications with each other, just internal notes that we have with each other. It's pretty helpful. And I just want to make sure that everybody knew that they were welcome to be on that. And Deepa will do training one-on-one. She's done a lot of that with people. And also, she also offers a daily, Monday through Friday at 8:30 in the morning, an IT stand-up for 15 minutes. So if you have just a stupid question or you got stuck somewhere yesterday and you just want help, but you don't want to make a big appointment, you don't want to make it a big deal, she's got this 15 minutes every morning at 8:30. And everyone is welcome at any time on these. Anybody on the assembly is welcome to hop on to that call and get help, ask questions, or make requests from our IT. I'll move on. Amaris and then Aria. Amaris.
Okay, so the Zendesk thing that you're talking about,
Yeah.
how do I access that?
So as soon as you gave me your email, I did. I'm sure you felt it. I did the whole push, and one of those things that I did was put a request in to IT to get you all connected into the Zendesk. So
Okay.
They just haven't done it yet. I was hoping it was happening today, but I think that other things took over. They do. I think that the YouTube live kind of was a big deal today. So we're live on YouTube, everybody. But you'll be in, and then if you need training, you can do video training on your own time or during normal business hours. Deepa would be happy to make an appointment with you and give you one-on-one.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Aria.
Hi again.
Hi again.
Is Kim the people I should send things to have them uploaded onto the back end of Zendesk for people to use?
Great question, and I believe so, but that would be something, just type that in on the contact form. Who can help you? Oh, did you? Okay.
And I didn't get a reply, but this other conversation related to it was going on in the thread, but it never addressed my thing. So I had asked the question, and the next thing I saw was something from Deepa to Kim saying thank you, but I was completely oblivious to whatever conversation had happened between the two of them. And then there were some other comments, so I never got my answer, and I just had some things I wanted to offer, for people to put up there for other coordinators to use. So
Okay, was it for coordinators?
It could be for anyone. I didn't specify in the contact, but it would be, it could be for coordinators or recorders. It's basically, I have a step-by-step for how to do the paperwork. I know a lot of people have it, but I have one in a nice format that I was just gonna make available for any new coordinators who might want it, or.
Okay, I think that Barbara would love that and Doreen would love that. And I think, so right now, Kim Velarde was uploading all the marketing materials.
Okay.
Because she came from that side. She was doing the artwork and the seals and whatnot. So she was uploading the artwork, brochures and business cards and that. And I think Christina was uploading education materials and county coordinator welcome packet materials. So I'm not sure how far they're all working on all that. But I know we would love to have your content for sure. And Barbara and Doreen for sure.
Okay, so as long as I can figure out how to, I can maybe just upload it in Zendesk as an attachment, and then maybe the appropriate person can snag it and, I don't know, put it where it needs to go or something. I'm not really sure how to get it to who could use it.
Barbara on Riverside is on this chat right now, so you can do a private chat with her if you'd like.
Great. Thank you. I yield.
Thanks, Aria. There's a moment for no hands. Anybody want to raise their hand?
Couldn't figure out the thing, Nancy, so I just emailed Dominic. Oh, hopefully he'll get back to me during the call. That'd be great. I yield.
Okay, great. Jeannie.
Shoot, my dogs are barking. I know I had Michelle involved with this. Her birth certificate, her certified birth certificate is written in Vietnamese. And so Michelle said, yeah, but we need to get it certified translated. Does anyone know how to do that?
May I?
Please.
Yes.
Great question.
So there's a translation service in Los Angeles, and let me pull up the lady's information and I could put it in the chat. There's a company that I found this company that can do translations, and they have a whole host of languages that they can do, and they will need the original birth certificate, and then they will create a translated document, and they will certify it and do whatever they do to authenticate that what they're saying is what's on the birth certificate for any documents that are in a foreign language. And then of course they charge the recordee that fee, but so, and I have no idea what the fee is, but so far I've referred 2 people to this woman and it totally worked out. They were happy. So.
You know, just when I think I understand and can answer questions, I get that one. It's like, come on, man, what the heck? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
all a learning curve. Yeah, I will find her name.
I
She's
never
awesome.
thought of.
Jeannie, aren't you glad Michelle didn't say there's a quick study guide course to learn Vietnamese? You can do it in 3 weeks.
Totally,
Rosetta Stone, baby, Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, and I'd probably do it, but I was just like, and she's really, she wants to help. She's a go-getter. She didn't have any other questions. I think maybe one question on her witness. She did everything on her own, and then she's got to throw me that one. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Dawn, your hand is up.
Yes, it is.
Wait, you muted.
Sorry, my computer's gotten super glitchy lately. Okay, I had a question come up this week in talking with other coordinators in other counties. And I want to toss it out here since we are talking about recordings. The question was, how safe is it for us to have color copies of birth certificates? And before I get an immediate answer, I want to say that there are a number of copying services like Kinko's and Office Depot and things like that will not color copy birth certificates because apparently they can be used to set up a false identity. Someone can steal your identity. And so the question came to me, why do we need to keep a copy of the colored birth certificate, color copy, and what do we do with it? And why do we need to have it in our files? And I'd love an answer, and I yield.
I actually responded in quite a long email right before I got on this call, Dawn. But Michelle, if you would like to correct anything that I said, feel free. Based on what Anna actually just wrote, the crucial thing is to confirm their nationality and to confirm their political status. And that birth certificate confirms their nationality. And a naturalization paper does, and those documents. So what we have to remember is when we're trying to access a court, a sheriff, elections, that we have to know that we've confirmed the nationality and that record is kept private by the record keeper, who's an elected official at both the state and the county, and their official state documents and state county documents. So that's the purpose. The purpose is that we have them on file, we have them on record for our courts and our sheriffs. If there's any question, right? If a question comes up, we can go back and say, well, we verified it. Here it is. Go ahead, Michelle. You want to correct me or add to that, or?
You're going to hate me right now, Nancy, but
Go for it.
I wasn't listening. I was answering
that's
Diva
all right.
because she's like,
no, I was only going to hate you if you disagreed.
Script for someone that's about to speak to a school board. Sorry.
No, Michelle, I was only going to hate you if you disagreed.
I blame myself for being easily distracted.
But anyway, what we have to remember is that
Thank you. Today I'm like one of those.
We are in this transition. It's all about us, right? We're the transition. The transition is so hard. Once the entire world knows the fraud, once the entire world knows that they've been, put into an adhesion tacit agreement that they had no knowledge of, and the whole world has rebutted it, we won't have to do this anymore. Everyone who's living and breathing with blood will be a living man and woman. And that's where we're going to get. But this transition is the most difficult time. And everybody on this call right now, we are the leaders in what is probably the biggest and most important thing that humanity has ever done, is to untangle from this massive slavery, this massive enslavement and fraud. So yeah, we have to use our brains. We have to use theory. We have to make sure that we think it's right. And you know what? For the person who's not happy with that, then maybe we can make a black and white copy for them and make it not quite so repeatable or so stealable. But there's hands up, so I'm going to let some Emily.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted to tell you, when I spoke with my insurance agent last night, because my insurance is paid for the year, she's from Progressive, and we started a conversation about private insurance, and she is so excited. She had like 8 different people on the call with me come on the phone and talk about what I was talking about. And we went through the whole manual for Progressive, and all 8 of them are all going to go to their superiors and see if they can have the conversation about what the difference is between private and personal auto insurance. So they were all very excited. There might be some of them on the call tonight. So I just wanted to share that. I thought it was cool.
Fantastic. Very, very good. Do you yield, Emily? Looks like it, you muted. So you guys, if you mute yourself, I'm assuming you're yielding, just so you know. Fred, your hand is up.
Yes, I am, and I am unmuted. And Emily, that's really good news. And I just want to repeat kind of what Nancy just said, because Amaris will tell you on our meeting last night, I talked about that in the strongest possible terms, right, Amaris? The number one thing we have to do is grow our size. You know, for 15 years of activism now, I've stressed to everybody, members and funding, members and funding. Members add to the funding, funding adds to the members, but members and funding is what gives us our power. We can't do this with 100 people or 1,000 people. Nancy just spoke about, once everybody's aware of this, we can go on to these other things. So what Emily just talked about, the insurance thing, all of these things like that are great. And every one of you has different expertises in these fields. But man, find more people, bring them in, bring them to these meetings, explain, even if you have to do it one at a time. This is our primary thing to do. I'll yield, but I just wanted to really make that clear to everybody, because we get caught up in lots of fun extra things. We're figuring out, how to make license plates and stuff like that, and that's fun. But we need to vastly grow our membership. So thank you for everybody for listening. I do yield.
Fred, agree 100%. 100. I don't see any hands up. I just want everyone to know I was at the grocery store last night, probably 9:30 at night, without a mask. And a man hunted me down and said, remember me? I was in the parking lot a few months ago. We weren't wearing masks. You said how happy you were to see us without masks, me and my 2 children. And then he gave me a big hug. And then, of course, I pitched the assembly and I gave him my card, and I'm sure he'll be joining shortly. Michelle, your hand is up.
Okay, I can't avoid a teaching opportunity. Okay. So Fred, because I love you, I'm going to say what I say on my common law class, which is you're not joining a membership situation. This isn't AAA. So I want to make sure that people get it. Like, this isn't a membership thing. This is like, we're restoring our de jure republic, which is slightly different. But I mean that with a lot of love, Fred. From me to you, thank you. Thank you for the teaching opportunity. I yield.
We still need people in money, though, Fred would say, right? All right. Who else? I'm reminding you, we are on live on YouTube right now in a gallery view, I hope.
Oh my gosh. In that case, I'm doing this again. Just kidding. But I might change my name. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Julio.
Julio, did you want the floor? No hands are up, you guys. No hands. It's 5:50.
No, not yet.
All right.
But I have a good report.
I'm excited for that. Hey, Thomas Messina, can I give you some authority? Are you going to be here all night?
Tomas.
I am here. I was told I could hit the space bar to tap and unmute. I tried that and it didn't work. But yes, I'll be here all night, and I'm on Ethernet, so I should be good.
Okay, perfect. I will give you some authority. In the meanwhile, we have hands. Julian.
I mean, I was just kind of curious, just to add maybe some flavor to it right before we end here. How about any other reports on any other states? Anyone got anything on any other counties or any other states at all? I've just slightly touched a little bit, know a couple of people, but I'm curious to know if anyone has anything on that.
All right, well, we've got a couple hands up, so let's hear what they say, and we'll keep that in mind. Aria.
That's a great question. I wish I had an answer. Since there were no other hands, I just thought I would jump in and announce that we have our next gathering, or San Diego gathering, will be the 29th, so the day after Orange County, at Enzo's Barbecue in Oceanside on the patio. And so anyone who wants to make that caravan down, we'll be doing it. We'll have our recorder, we'll have presentations, and we always do raffle. We raffle off the flags. I ordered the really nice sewn flags from Anna's website, and we raffle them off. And so it's a lot of fun. So anyway, you're all invited. I yield.
Fantastic, thank you. Emily.
Other states. I just drove back from Arizona. I'm actually in Bakersfield right now on my way back to Big Sur, and I got the okay to have a summit at my house, which I want to get with you guys and plan it out. I don't want to have it too soon. I would like to have as many people as possible come. We have room for about 350 people. So something to plan, which I'm not going to do without you guys, because I just spoke with a bunch of people in Arizona that want to come over for this summit. So I figured we could all get together and plan something, because we are going to have a lot of speakers there that are already on board, as far as like herbalists and self-help type people. There's, gosh, what does she do? Law of attraction coach, just stuff like that. So hopefully we can get together. There's a lot of people in Arizona that are moving to California that I know. So they're excited. Yeah, really. I know, that's what I said. You're gonna move where? But it's just really hot right now and everybody wants to move, I guess. I don't know. So I yield. That's it.
Thank you, Emily. Michelle?
About other states. So I've heard from Florida. I've heard from Oregon. I've heard from Kansas. I've heard from Massachusetts, and I'm going to be speaking briefly at an event in Utah the weekend of the 10th and 11th of September. So, and by the way, check this out. One of all of the, actually two of all of those that I just mentioned found us through our California Assembly website, and it came through the Zendesk. Isn't that cool? Yeah. So yeah, other states are looking to California to be the trailblazers and leaders for the rest of the country. And I find that pretty interesting because let's face it, we've been the black sheep of this country for a long time. But anyway, yeah, it's exciting to talk to people out of state. And I yelled, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Michelle gets the opportunity to see all these people because she's doing all the public speaking, which is fantastic. Fred, go ahead.
Yes, and in that same vein, I just booked a flight for the last week of September in New Jersey, and it would thrill me to meet somebody there and let them have what I do. So to any of you, if we have people in New Jersey, I'm going to be going from the top of the state to the bottom. I have relatives all over the place. So, you know, if you want to hook me up with anybody out there, I would love to make a presentation from California out there. I yield.
Fantastic. Thank you, Fred. Barbara.
I was wondering with the election for the governor that's coming up right now. I'm asking this question. I already know the answer, but I figured maybe new people don't know. What do we tell our people if they go, do we vote? Are we supposed to sign the ballot that comes? Because we all get asked to ballots. So, you know, people are asking, what do we tell them?
Well, I'm sure we'll have people raising their hands for that answer, but I'm going to tell you what I've already told some people. And I get mail from my clients. So I actually get the ballots and the little ballot thing. I read through all the candidates and I was like, oh, I know him. Oh, like, I was so glad that I didn't have to vote for any of them. I was so happy. So I don't really care who's in charge of this fallen apart, going bankrupt, fictitious corporation that shouldn't have any business being there at all. And I would be happy to see that all just whatever. It's already, that's what I said.
But if they wanted to vote, would they be, can they? Is my question.
That's back to the capacity hat, as long as they know what their capacity in. I signed with a black pen on a car loan with my name in all caps, but I knew who I was when I was doing it. So they can be a fictitious corporation as long as they know it. That's what they're doing. The problem is if they can't serve in that, they can't serve that beast and serve in the de jure. So they have to choose where they're going to serve. But I just find it all a big waste of time after so many years. Fred, I don't know. Do you think that it's a waste of time? I know that you.
Absolutely. I would say vote yes and then just pick anybody. You know, vote yes for the recall and just pick anybody. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but vote yes for the recall. Throw a dart at a thing and, you know, just sit back and watch. What we're doing is so much larger than that.
So much more important.
You know.
Yeah, I'm out of that whole system and I was very active. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just to answer that too. Yeah, as Nancy said, sure, you can look at it, but you're just kind of like, really? Hey, I know them. Wait, what do they know compared to what I've learned now? And so it does just kind of get to be funny. And that does come to the thing of we constantly have these revelations of who we are and how to read. And so it starts to just become so ludicrous in so many ways. So yeah, like she says, sure, but why? I yield.
Thank you, Julian. Dean, your hand is raised. You've got 2 minutes. It's 5:58 and I really like to have on time. So 2 minutes, Dean.
Quick, I can be quick. I think it's extremely important to be able to vote, at least for a governor in California, only because if you get the right person in, all these restrictions may come down. You get Larry Elder, for example, who doesn't want all these regulations, to relax the restrictions at housing and everything else that would help the economy. I think it's an extremely important vote. Get this Newsom guy out of here for sure, but
Dean, are you papered?
Larry Elder seems like the perfect guy.
I hear you.
Dean, you're kind of cutting in and out.
No, he's cutting in and
No,
out.
I'm still working on that. Still working on it.
All right. Dean, are you papered? Okay. I'm just gonna let that go.
Catch that?
No, I didn't catch anything.
He said, yes, I am.
Yes, you are papered? Well, I know that I've done a declaration and I've pulled myself out of that whole system, and I'm not on the voter rolls and I will never be again. And I'm not ashamed. I'm very happy with it. But it doesn't matter about me because it's 6 o'clock and it's time. So I'm going to pause and restart the recording. And I'm going to say, do we have James here? James on Sonoma, are you here? No, Fred, can you just keep on going with what you're doing? That is
Sure.
a step in for martial arms and
I'll keep an eye on the button.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, welcome. It is Wednesday, August 18th. It is 6 o'clock p.m. and we are calling to order the California General Assembly meeting. Notice that this meeting is currently being live streamed on YouTube, including the chat, I believe. Expect the chat to be included. And so that's all. I'm just going to say that. Starting with our prayer. Using the words from the Declaration of Independence and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. In the name of Almighty God, nature's God, our Creator, we ask you for wisdom in our purpose, that your glory shine in this task of reconstructing California. Put in our thoughts your ideas, on our tongues your words, so that through our actions, success will glorify you. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forever. Amen. Whereas we, the people, in lawful assembly, acknowledge the precedence of Almighty God to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. With his guidance, we endeavor to educate, encourage, and assist our fellow man in discovering their jural political capacity, and to govern ourselves according to the principles of the Ten Commandments. The California Assembly is a welcoming and inclusive organization where all American and California nationals are recognized as the foundation of the Assembly and are included in all parts of our discussions. As an Assembly, we operate with the values of honor, equity, and lawfulness to support positive actions and productive solutions for us all. I would like to take a moment of silence. Is someone available to read the Bivens decision?
You can read it.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
This meeting is private, bearing false witness, misrepresentation, and posting inflammatory rhetoric in public forums is forbidden and shall be addressed in an appropriate manner. To eliminate all conflict and false allegations, is there anyone in attendance at today's meeting that is a member or agent of any law enforcement agency or public agency of the federal, state, county, city, or township agencies present? Is there a response to the Bivens decision for the first time? This meeting is private, bearing false witness, misrepresentation, and posting inflammatory rhetoric in public forums is forbidden and shall be addressed in an appropriate manner. To eliminate all conflict and false allegations, there anyone in attendance at today's meeting that is a member or agent of any law enforcement agency or public agency of the federal, state, county, city, or township agencies present? Is there a response to the Bivens decision for the second time? This meeting is private. Bearing false witness, misrepresentation, posting inflammatory rhetoric in public forums is forbidden and should be addressed in an appropriate manner. To eliminate all conflict and false allegations, is there anyone in attendance at today's meeting that is a member or agent of any law enforcement agency of the federal, state, county, or city township agencies present? Is a response to the Bivens decision for the third time? Anyone who is here under false pretenses, anyone who is working for any foreign government, including the territory of the United States or municipal United States, anyone who is being paid or coerced to be here must fully disclose their presence and purpose now or leave the premises. If they subsequently show up as federal witnesses, they are discredited for failure to disclose. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Welcome.
Scribe, are you available for attendance?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to read the counties alphabetically. If you'll just anticipate and unmute yourself. Alameda.
Alameda here.
Thank you, Alameda. Alpine. Amador. Butte. Calaveras. Calusa. Contra Costa.
Contra Costa's here.
Thank you, Contra Costa. Del Norte. El Dorado.
El Dorado present.
Thank you. Fresno.
Fresno's here.
Thank you. Glenn. Humboldt. I heard Julian earlier.
Humboldt. I thought David would do it since he hadn't said anything. Humboldt.
Okay, and thank you, Humboldt. Imperial. Inyo. Kern.
Kern here.
Thank you. Kings. Lake. Lassen. Los Angeles.
Yeah.
This is here.
Madera. Marin. Mariposa. Mendocino. Merced. Modoc. Mono. Monterey.
Here.
Thank you, Monterey. Napa. Nevada. Orange.
Orange County.
Thank you, Orange. Placer. Plumas. Riverside.
Riverside.
Thank you. Sacramento.
Here.
Thank you, Sacramento. San Benito. San Bernardino. I thought I saw Thomas. I'm gonna put San Bernardino.
Here, sorry, I'm so slow on this button.
I gotcha. San Diego.
We're here.
Thank you, San Diego. San Francisco. San Joaquin.
San Joaquin.
Thank you, San Joaquin. San Luis Obispo.
San Luis Obispo.
Yay. San Mateo. Santa Barbara. Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
Thank you, Santa Clara. Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Santa Cruz. Shasta. Sierra. Siskiyou.
Siskiyou here.
Thank you, Siskiyou. Solano. Sonoma.
Sonoma.
Thank you, Sonoma. Stanislaus.
Stanislaus here.
Thank you, Stanislaus. Sutter.
Uh-oh.
Lost Carmen.
Yeah, we don't hear you, Carmen.
Is she there still? I don't see her. We dropped her.
Left off at Sutter. I don't have the list. I haven't had it.
So we'll keep on going. Sutter, Tehama. Trinity. Tulare.
Trinity.
Thank you, Trinity. Tulare. Tuolumne. Ventura. Amaris, are you still on the call? Shoot. Yolo. And Yuba.
Yuba here.
Thank you, Yuba. And I see Solano and Amador and Napa are all here in the chat. Am I missing anyone else? All right, Carmen will pick it up on the replay. And so meeting instructions and participation. Julian, you're on.
Oh boy, someone tried calling and I hope they don't call back right now. Anyhow, thanks and welcome for coming to the call here tonight. Please do put your name behind, go to the participants section and select your name, and please do, a pop-up will come up and it will give you an option to rename yourself, and please do put your accounting name behind yourself. You don't necessarily have to use your name, as that T actually did a request for me there. But if you give us your county and something that we can refer to you with, it makes it a lot easier altogether. And also at that same location, you will see a place to raise or lower a hand that you can use to indicate to the chairperson or whoever may be leading it at that moment that you would like to speak. And please do also keep yourselves on mute so we do take out the background and the chatter there. I do yield.
Thank you very much, Julian. And I'm going to add to that, I'm going to remind everyone that we are being live on YouTube right now, live and recorded on YouTube. And if you are in one of our counties that does not have a county coordinator, please consider becoming one. And if you're at all interested in that, please contact me through the website, the californiaassembly.com website. So we are now going to move to adopt the agenda. However, before we adopt it, there's been an edit. We're going to, David on Fresno has withdrawn the motion in old business. So without objection.
May I?
Yes, please, Satya, go ahead.
I've gotten a lot of questions from people about how to put items on the agenda. So I just wanted to let everybody know that if you wanted to put if you're a national, if you're papered, if you'd like to put something on the agenda, the best way to do it is to send that to Nancy ahead of time, but you could also request something be put on the agenda at this time as well. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Satya. And you just make that request through the website. And there's something else I was just going to say and it totally left my brain again. Oh, well, it'll come back or it won't. So without objection, today's agenda is adopted as amended. Seeing none, the agenda is adopted. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Orange County and Los Angeles County and San Diego County are all fully seated courts. So yay, Orange is brand new. Los Angeles got back in the game and San Diego's been going. So congratulations. And and I would also like to welcome Amaris Claire, our new Ventura County coordinator. Awesome gal. Thank you, Fred, for bringing her and Ventura onto the map with us. If you don't have a county coordinator, like I said, please consider stepping up. We need them. And some of these counties they've got people, they just don't have leadership. Or no, coordinators. They're not leaders. They're just like cat herders. If you have taken the Sign in America training and you wish to serve as a Sign in America representative for your county, please contact us through the website. If you are able to respond to Anna's call as a land patent clerk or as a trusted, she's looking for a trusted few to work with the banking and the litigation committee, please contact us through the website. And I don't have anything else except for you guys are all doing awesome and there's a lot of activity and a lot of growth right now. A lot of great news. So let's go to the reports. California coordinator reports. Satya, do we have anything on that one? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on, do I have a ombudsman report later? That would be my report.
Later, yep.
Okay, I'll wait. I yield.
Okay, was there anything from California? Michelle, do you remember if there's anything out of California?
No, not regarding coordinators.
Yeah, I mean, there were specifics, but they went directly to people. So,
yep.
Okay, so we're
I
done.
yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Moving on to the scribe report. Carmen, are you back with us?
I am back with you. I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
I'm going to finish.
Wait, is it me or did we lose Nancy?
It's you.
I think it's you. I didn't lose.
Okay, I'm going to finish with the roll call. Anyway, Sutter.
Oh, all right.
Tehama, Trinity, Tulare.
Hello, Daisy.
Tuolumne, Ventura. Yeah, I had Ventura here, right?
I don't know if she's still on. She was on earlier.
Okay, Yolo and Yuba.
Yuba here.
Thank you, Brian. Okay.
And check in the chat,
Amador,
Carmen.
Amador's here too.
Okay, thank you. And I'll check the chat for any late arrivers. And I move that the California General Assembly records the minutes from August 11th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Without objection? So moved.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Carmen. Moving on to the treasurer's report. Christina?
Well, good evening, everybody. I have a great report this evening. Sorry, I clicked on the thing and I forgot to do the screen share. Kind of important. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, I'm gonna make it bigger, right? Okay. Okay, so great news. As of this moment, we have everything transferred over from the PayPal account. So the checking account is currently listed at $4,072.36. We do have a pending transfer, which was from the old Chase account in PayPal, and that's not supposed to release for a couple of days because they like to hold their money. And so I will be watching it daily. And as soon as it does, it'll come over and transfer into the Wells Fargo account. So as of today, we have $9,072.36. Moving on to the income categories that I've corralled, we do have which is super exciting, the LRO income on the Federation project. We received that already, those funds already. So you'll be seeing this in a different report as the QuickBooks gets up and running. Under gifts, donations, recording, what have you. As I said, PayPal is currently $0, but what will be in this dollar amount in the future will be a year-to-date amount that we've received. We've had requests, and I do have that amount, which was what is earmarked for the De Jure for Sure marketing. And that to date is $1,018.35. And the reason for the odd number is because of PayPal fees. We just opened a Venmo account, so people can also donate and or gift through Venmo. We also have Zelle, and I believe the Square's been canceled, but I'm waiting to get confirmation and connection with our bookkeeper, Vicky, on that part. So also I wanted to, hold on one second before I move on to that. I wanted to screen share and show you that we're in the process of, IT's in the process of updating. We now have more options here for the gifting and donating. So that's awesome. So this is the PayPal, Zelle, PayPal QR code, and soon we'll also have a button on here for Venmo. And then obviously people can do cash or checks to the treasurer's account. Just a few more updates here on treasurers. If anybody who has current expenses other than Cesar, I did receive the expenses for the recorder, so I'll be processing that. And I have updated our current monthly expenses, primarily IT expenses and Zoom, IT, Ionis, the transfer of the domains. Very exciting news, Nancy. All the domains have been transferred. Yeah, I thought you'd be excited about that. So very exciting. We've captured all the domains we are the Assembly now has those. So if anybody else has expenses that I'm not aware of or income that I'm not aware of, please let me know. Yes, Brian, you have a question?
Gina, if we write a check, to whom do we address it?
So
at this State Assembly?
At this time, you're going to be addressing it to me because we don't have the trust account set up yet, which obviously that's something as we move forward, we're looking, right, to do that, get an account in trust or unincorporated. So we're have a treasurer's meeting soon, so hopefully I'll find some magic in how to create that. Yes, Satya. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you yield, Brian? Okay. And the information is on the website under donate. You scroll down, it's got my name and the address on there. So are these questions directly related to what I'm at, or do you want me to finish the report?
No, this was a question for you if I'm
Okay.
if I'm next.
Yeah.
So Christina, I was just noticing for the first time that we're using Wells Fargo, and I'm just wondering, is there any chance of switching out of Wells Fargo, or are we waiting for the new bank, or are we, because Wells Fargo is not really a great place to be.
I don't know of any place that is, Satya. I've searched for credit unions that are state only. I haven't found one. All of them that I've looked at, when you dig deep, they're all federally insured. So I'm fine with switching if somebody would like to find one, because I've gone to several resources that I was given, and they're all federally backed.
Well, the thing I was wondering is if a state chartered would be better, even if it was, like, for example, I'm at my local credit union. I did the same search you did, and I couldn't find any that weren't FDIC or whatever it's called for credit unions backed. But it just seemed like it was better at that local credit union than it was at Wells Fargo or Chase or one of the other choices I had. So I'm just I don't know.
When you say better, what is it you mean by better?
Well, it's not a big corporation. It's local people who we know, but it still has that federal connection. But that's just, that was just my intuitive feeling. So I just throw it out there just for us to consider.
I'm open. So
if anyone has that concern too.
I'm open.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. I don't know who it is speaking. I don't have the view. Who's speaking?
It's Krishna. It's Krishna.
Okay.
Krishna.
Is it directly related to that, what Satya was just speaking about?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not papered.
Okay, if you're not a national, then you're not able to input at this time. Are you a national?
Okay, bye.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Christina, can I just make that announcement? Anybody on this call, you're welcome to stay on the call, but only nationals, people who are papered, are allowed to speak and to vote. But you're all welcome to stay in at 7:30. We'll stop everything we're doing and we'll take your questions. Thank you. Thank you for letting me interrupt, Christina.
Yeah. So do you yield, Satya? I think you did.
Yes, I yield.
Okay.
Thanks.
I apologize. My view was sharing the screen. I don't know if Ken or Dana is next. Whoever would like to unmute.
Ken, go ahead, Ken.
I think, Ken, you were next, and I think you were muted. I couldn't hear you.
Perfect. My question was basically, is at some point we'll be able to see a monthly breakout on the Federation income so that we can see the Sign in America versus the LRO on a monthly basis?
I'm hoping for that. At this time, we do get a report. It's in manual format. Part of this, Ken, is as I'm able to do all the chart of accounts and all the tagging within QuickBooks, I'm going to be able to run a lot of reports. So yes, that is on my list of things to do. I'm getting there.
Right on. Thank you, Christina.
Great job. Yeah, thank you. Dana, do you yield, Ken?
Yes.
Okay, great. Dana?
Okay, I just wanted to say, I know how difficult it is to figure out what bank account to get in our present situation. And we're looking forward to that lawful bank being up and running, and everything will be taken care of then. But forgive me if I'm premature, because I see where you're at on the screen here. I just wanted to ask if you have received the assets yet that were put in the mail 2 to 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a good question. So yes, I have. So there was $5,600 and some odd dollars. And so that reflects here in the 4,000 and then the 5,000 that's pending. What happened was the bookkeeper was on vacation. And so when she came back, she was able to transfer it into PayPal instead of writing a check. So I still haven't received a check. So
wonderful. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And you're doing an awesome job. You are so capable. Wonderful.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate it. that. Okay, I think we're good. Satya, you still have your hand up. Did you have a question or? Okay, I'm going to keep, okay. So to finish out, the expenses, that there's no new expenses at this time, but I will have a detailed report as soon as my QuickBooks gets up and set, which is hopefully soon. But I just wanted to give you an update on the transfer to me as the new interim treasurer. Everything that the old treasurer, Wayne Walmsley, had has been completely transferred over to me. So I have all of that. I have all the documentation, all the funds and everything. So that's been done. Vicky has transferred the funds. I've gotten receipt of that, waiting pending PayPal's deposit. And I still need some documentation. So we're working that out. So that's coming. And I do have a request because I'm not an IT person. Vicky has numbers, which is Mac, and I don't. And I don't know how to transfer that over. So if somebody would reach out to the email above and help me get those accounting numbers into Excel or CVS file, because I can't get them into QuickBooks without it. So I'm calling all IT, please help. And then last but not least, I think I've already beat that dead horse about the QuickBooks. I did want to give another awesome update. I've been communicating with Anna and asking lots of questions. And part of it was about the LRO income. And in that conversation, it got expanded to getting some really good detailed information. And that is that she shared with me that both the LRO and the LRS were actually projects. And they were projects to be able to assist all of the states in getting up and running. But the intent is that for each state to eventually have our own land recording system, not just on the state level, but also on the county level. So those of you who have interest in that, be thinking of that, because we're going to be asking both on an IT side and also on an implementation side, both state and county side. We know when the funding comes that this will break open, but pre-planning. So yay. And that concludes my report. I yield.
Thank you, Christina. Great job. Moving on, state militia report, Matt.
Hello. Hello, Nancy. Yeah, so we had our militia again today at 4 o'clock. The militia is growing. Our meetings are every Wednesday at 4 o'clock. We will put the link in the chat. I will, or someone else will put it in the chat. We have one last state position to be filled for the organizational chart that we have created for the militia. We are still looking for about 45 or so counties to have county contacts or county militia coordinators, and even settling for any just militia contacts at this point. So please, 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 if you have any interest, contact me. I just put my information in the chat, how to get a hold of me, because we really need to build our counties. It's about building the counties up. Every county needs to have their own militia. And what we're doing at the state level with the organization chart, what we're trying to do needs to be replicated at the county level. It's where people can come together. Don Jones from Monterey County is doing an excellent job holding meetings and getting people together and teaching lots of different skills and coming together, uniting. So that's what we're trying to do, but we need to do it in all the counties. The militia is we the people. So please contact me and consider getting involved with the militia. And with that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Matt. And actually, this is a personal question. Matt, can you put in the chat room the resources you have for the walkie-talkies? Do you have
Sure. Yeah. We had let me just state that we had a Rich on Riverside. He knows more than I do about ham radios, and he gave about a presentation today at the militia meeting. And if he's on here, I would request him. There's a radio that I believe is a good one for the county at the county level, a mobile radio. I will put that information in there in the chat, but he can even go further depending on how technical you want to get. So with that, I yield.
Come to the militia meeting and you'll learn more next Wednesday.
Yeah, well, I got, we conflict a little bit, our timing does, but obviously I don't know the difference between a walkie-talkie and a ham radio. So clearly I should not be leading the militia. Thank you, Matt. Moving on, I don't think that we have a business assembly report. I don't know that Greg is even on the call with us tonight. And Chief Justice report.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris,
I'm ready. What happened?
go for it.
Everything okay? All right.
Nothing.
I'm here to report on interpersonal communications, trust and honor. Some progress in that and some controversy. Things we don't want to talk about, but should, because it's important to communicate with each other. It's also important to be able to vent, or if you prefer, bitch, which is a word I don't prefer. We need to be able to speak as friends and as people entrusted. There's no trust without honor, and there's no honor without trust. Sometimes we just want to know, do people feel the way I do? Do people think the way I do? Or is it just me? Feeling and thinking. Okay, now I'm gonna play a scenario here. You're a ranger in the field. And imagine yourself, you're in law enforcement and you have a badge on. And do you think and feel your way around your position? I think you're up to something. I feel you're going to break the law. The system would want you to think that way, wouldn't it? That profits the de facto, and unknowingly you're falling right into enemy hands. And you're now part of what I call the de facto shenanigans. But don't you want to go home every night? Don't you want to go home tonight? And don't you want to go home every night? Hypothetically speaking, you might not be going home one of these nights if you continue to speak to people from a suspect perspective. Reality in the field would be you're putting yourself at risk. People, we must hang up our guns and come to peace. Our suspicions are often unfounded. Our speculations based on logic and reason. Unfortunately, logic and reason are not facts and evidence. Assumptions, presumptions, gossip, hearsay, rumors, and other madness of your mind does not belong in the assembly or any other assembly. Does not belong in this assembly or any other assembly, period. If you remember anything I say here tonight, remember this. Logic and reason have no place in common law. They are based purely on speculation. The meeting I listened to recently was at its best difficult to hear. But I learned a lot from it, and I think we should all learn from it. Words heard in their own words were the minority representing the majority. And that's true of all of us because we're all guilty in one way or another. There was conspiring to oust suspected members and to sever ties with the Federation. I heard the discussion of a letter being ready for my approval that answered questions I remember having at that time. I was being protected by you all, and hearing that, that felt pretty nice, and thank you for that. But next time, please think about what you're doing. Fortunately, and thanks be to God, I didn't approve that letter, but instead did the right thing. And if you remember, I shared the words like secession and seceding, and I advised caution. And you all heard me. I know you did. Personally, I think I may have saved all of our asses that day. That was around the time that Michigan and Texas were being abolished, and we were on that list if we were not willing to toe the line, so to speak, with the Federation. And yeah, we were bad-mouthed, and yeah, it was wrong, but sticks and stones, right? And we addressed that one-on-one with the source. Unbeknownst to all of you, at that time, we were about to be taken down by the Federation. They were stripping leaves off the switch and getting ready to take us to the woodshed. But today, for the first time, it's different. After all that's happened and all that's been said, excuse me. Dang. And all that's been said, people are reaching out to each other. They're making amends and making it right for all of us involved. That includes you and me. I want to say this to all of you. Damn. You are to be commended for the recent efforts you have made in the name of progress for this assembly. And what you're doing here isn't easy. Damn. You have taken huge strides to heal any damage that has occurred. People are speaking their concerns now one-on-one with each other. You're reaching out and making phone calls, working it out, building a relationship. Remember, common law is not focused on the outcome. It's about relationships. That includes everyone on this call or in this meeting. Relationships that didn't exist before 2 weeks ago exist today. Now, how cool is that, right? There is healing happening right now as I speak. Personally, I'm feeling the love. Capital L. In the past 2 weeks, I've seen humility and genuine sincerity and open willingness to correct mistakes, self included. Also, I hear willingness to listen. 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth being utilized in proportion. Go figure. People here care about the assembly, and you all have that in common. And you're all uncommon, but have more in common than not. Y'all are showing it right now, and it warms my heart. We here, and I believe I can speak for the majority on this, we here believe wholeheartedly in what we're doing and why we're here. Can't see. And today, people are demonstrating that they really do care for each other here in the Assembly, the California Assembly, Jural, militia, executive, in general. This is called the healing phase. And it's happening to all of us right now. Can you feel it? It's right action and it's working. It's tabula rasa, or in the Latin for a clean slate. We're starting over. So strap yourselves in and hold on. Because our capability of working together has just taken a new level. Find a buddy and get that shit off your chest. Vent. And when you're done, come to the assembly in peace and give the benefit of doubt. There's no trust without honor, and there's no honor without trust. Good job, people. Thank you for being so willing. Love to you. I yield.
Thank you, Chris, Chief Justice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we move on to the Chief Recorder report. I don't see Caesar on the call. Maybe he is. Michelle, maybe?
Yeah, I'm happy to give a report. I actually have a motion tonight that the California General Assembly elects Christine DeVenieri on San Diego. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Of course, pending paperwork, without objection. Awesome. Congratulations to Christine, who's going to start her training, which leads to the next thing really quick that is not on the agenda because I just found out about it. Dominic let me know that there will be another LRO training on Saturday. It is loosely scheduled for 4 p.m. So that will be confirmed by email to all existing recorders and trainees. I also want to thank the trainees that attended today's LRO and LRS training. And last but not least, I really, really, really want to publicly acknowledge and thank Christina Cowherd, Barbara Greer, Doreen Brower, who all 3 stepped up to help me and support the communications and education workflow for all of the recorders so that we can make processes. How about that? Processes for efficiency and for integrity in all that we do. So thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Can I just ask you for the group, how many recorders do you think we have about, like, total in the pipeline right now after the election with Christine?
Well, I know that, you know how we have the Proton accounts in order?
Yeah, what do you have?
So we're up to 30.
Pretty good, California. Congratulations. Pretty good.
Very good.
It wasn't long ago that we had one.
Incredible.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Any
You're
other
welcome. Oh, you know what? I should probably answer the question about stamps too. So Caesar, I spoke with Caesar the other day, and he is waiting on the little red thumbprint pads because he's going to include those with the stamps that he mails out. So hopefully they'll be going out by next week. I'm so sorry for those of you that have been chomping at the bit for your stamps. Thank you. I yield.
Michelle, he probably shouldn't wait for those. He should probably just send out whatever he has right now. So he can
I
record.
think it's that he already ordered the red ink thumbprint pads and he doesn't want to have to mail out stuff twice in order for money saving for the assembly.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, Christina.
I know that there's a lot of people already waiting and they've got their thread thumbprint stamps.
Okay, I'm here. I'm definitely hearing that. So you know what? I have no issue reaching back out to Caesar and saying, send the stamps, because I think he got 15 sets of stamps.
And if he could send the leftovers and to split them up between Barbara and Doreen so that they can have the supplies.
Actually, I don't think there's going to be any leftovers. I think we needed, before Christine, I think we needed all 15. So he's going to have to place a second order very soon.
I yield.
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan James, your hand is up. Susan, you're muted.
Does Michelle, this is for you. I wanted to know, does Jennifer Zabala have to attend Saturday at training? Michelle?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know because I didn't accept the RSVPs for this morning's training. I would have to ask. I would have to ask Jennifer if she attended the LRO training.
Okay,
I
could
don't
you
know.
let me know so I can let her know and get her a link so she can get on?
Sure.
Because she's our only recorder in San Bernardino. That's why I'm really kind of like pushing it.
Okay.
I want to get a recorder. And also, did you get my two referrals? The Martinez's, Alfred and Christy Martinez to paper them up. Michelle?
It doesn't ring a bell, but I'm a little bit behind on my emails today, Susan. So I'll be checking that and then I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much. If
You're
you
welcome.
can't do it, I can have someone else to do it, but I just was wanting them, done as soon as possible.
Are they on Los Angeles?
San Bernardino. They're my two San Bernardino. Yeah, two in
Got
San
it.
Bernardino.
Okay.
And they're two little kids.
I understand. Okay, thank you, Susan.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Michelle, for your report. Moving on to state IT. I think Diva, I think you're on the call.
Unfortunately, Diva is not here tonight, but this is Yasin Bachev. Hello, everyone.
Yasin.
Awesome. Go ahead, Yasin.
So I guess we start with the metrics. And I think San Diego, Orange County, and LA should get up and do their happy dance because they're fully assembled, right? And Ventura deserves a mini dance because they got a coordinator. And our LRS is doing quite well. We're up to 678 in there that are papered up. And the pipeline is, unfortunately, we're getting clogged again. We're up to 319 in the pipeline. One thing I'd like to mention about Zendesk is, everyone's been doing such a good job in Zendesk that I haven't had to touch it much. And I touched it about 3 weeks ago unless a lead comes directly to me. And there were only about 140 something people in there. And now we're up to 224 people answering questions, guys. So that's great. I'm really proud of you all. The other thing I'd like to reach out is to the county coordinators, especially if you're a new county coordinator. IT is responsible for routing your Zendesk leads to your county. And we want to make sure that if you've been invited to Zendesk, that you verify your invitation So if you did not get an email, reach out to IT and we'll resend it again and you can join it. You know, it's one of those get your email verified type things, or you can't use it. Other than that, IT is growing and we always need lots of new talent. Please look at the volunteer section on our website. There's so many sections of IT that even myself, I'm lost on a bunch of them. And thank God we got Deba. I wish she was here tonight. But things are going good. And I'd like to say that I yield.
Thank you, Yasin. I actually do see Deba on the call. I don't know if she can talk or not, but.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I apologize. I had a little bit of a thing happen with my mom this evening, and I thought I was going to have to run down to San Diego and get her. She's usually with me. So I apologize for everyone for my little fire drill. And Yasin, think that was a really wonderful presentation that you did this evening. Folks, I just want to say, I know some of you have seen the reports now that are coming out of Zendesk with regards to business giving us insight into the everyone who's coming to visit us. We're really getting some excellent insights. We're finding out exactly the reasons why people are coming. It's magnificent. I want to thank Kim Velarte and Brian and other wonderful volunteers. I see so many active volunteers there answering questions, collaborating, providing really solid answers for people. So thank you for everyone. I'm just so filled with grace with what a great job you guys are all doing. I wish I could mention all the names. There's just too many. I look forward to working with everyone in IT, whether it's Dominic and Ken and everyone else that was here and really laid the foundation that got us this far. Please, we always invite you to come and join us at our daily stand-up call. It's 15 minutes in the morning. I'll put the link in the chat section. And we're looking forward to having an IT symposium soon where all of our IT vendors will come and do some teaching and training for a lot of our coordinators and folks that want to get involved. So thank you with that. I'll go ahead and pass unless there's any questions.
Ken, your hand is up. Ken, we can't hear you, but your mic.
I'm sorry. Here we go. Other mic is muted. Got to get used to it. Diva, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to make sure that the regular Tuesday at 7 meetings are still going on, or have they changed at all? Or is that kind of being replaced by your early morning meetings? Maybe clarify that.
Oh, Ken, thank you so much. It's my understanding that that we, we're in the process of trying to find a proper time that's really works for everyone, where everyone's available. I have approximately 20 open slots to offer you guys Monday through Friday between the hours of 9 to 5. And so I really hope that we can find a time that's mutually convenient for everyone. So if any of those 20 slots that I have open, you guys are my top priority. Always, I want to make sure we're having, everyone here on the call in our General Assembly knows how important we must unify and work together, because it's the only way. We are the infrastructure that's bringing forward this growth. And I know we can just amplify and make this even bigger.
The open part of your 15 minutes, you said, is from 8 to 8:15?
It's 8:30 to 8:15. Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry, excuse me, 8:30, 8:45. I misspoke.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Yep.
Okay. It looks like you're done, Deba. Thank you very much for the report. We're going to move on now to old business. The motion's been withdrawn by David on Fresno, so we're moving to update from the procedures. Carmen?
Yes, last Friday, several of you came on to the procedures committee meeting, and we were able to discuss the direction that we needed to go to get some procedures written down. It had to do with elections and how they were going to be handled, and that kind of a thing. we need to decide on salaries, who's elected, who gets appointed, who does the appointing, that kind of a thing. Recorders are fiduciaries, and so it's important that they participate in this process. They'll be participating in any elections process. And so we'll have our next meeting is this Friday at 7 p.m. and I'll have an agenda written up and minutes from last meeting. So we welcome your input, and everything that is stipulated or proposed will be presented to the General Assembly for consideration. Nothing will be implemented without input from the General Assembly. And with that, I yield.
Are there any questions for Carmen? Seeing none, we're going to move on to update from promotions. Mike McGee, are you on? Mike was very helpful in getting us up live on YouTube tonight, but I don't know if he's on right now. So I'm going to keep moving. I guess I just wanted, maybe if anybody else wants to say, maybe Michelle wants to speak on the social media. I think everything is on our website. Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, everything is on the website, which is great. We have a presence now on Facebook. We have a presence on Instagram. We have a presence on Telegram. And also, I want to share that the latest interview with Dr. Bergman is going to be released today. In fact, I think Mike was going to hopefully have that up before the call. We'll find out. And plugging along. Oh, the other thing I want to add is one great way that you can promote what we're up to is to go to the California Assembly website and promote the upcoming events. So, for example, and do it on your social media. So you could promote tomorrow's common law class. You could promote the upcoming San Diego event that's happening. You could promote our Wednesday night town hall. In fact, you could do that now before the town hall starts at 7:30. And you could add hashtags with keywords like Constitution, common law, American, ways to, get people engaged in this conversation. So that's a quick, easy way you can help share about the assembly. Also, we're looking for content creators. So if you are prolific, if you like to write and you would like to help put together content for all of our social media resources, that would be incredible. Feel free to reach out to me in the chat and I'll connect you with the right people. And that's it for now. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for coming in there on the last minute. Mike McGee is on the call, but I do not see a microphone, so I don't think he can talk. So I'm going to move on then to update from the ombudsman, Satya.
Thanks, Nancy, and by the way, thanks, Chris, so much for what you said. Just really touched my heart. So we've had a very intense ombudsman startup. All of us not really we have no template to work with. We're just learning as we go, which can be a humbling experience because we're all learning as we go. One of the things that I've learned this week is just how everything comes around again, and it's really actually a beautiful process to see things from both sides. So what's coming to us now is like, how do we sort things out? And if there's a situation, we're trying to help people come to resolution in a peaceful manner, how do we impartially learn more about that situation? And what happens if we're somehow in the middle of that situation, or we know the people that we're sorting things out about? So I noticed myself say things in that process about Nancy that I should have said to her directly. And so I've it was a good experience for me because I was like, oh my God, I did that same thing that I was upset about the other day. And I realized that that's what I appreciate. And so I corrected that immediately and wrote to Nancy and wrote to everybody else. But it just became clear to me what this is going to do with our group, because we have an amazing group in our, we call ourselves Om Buddies, which sounds much better than ombudsman. And that we're all, it's really an amazing group of very conscious, inward looking men and women. And we're all learning together. This process it's bringing me so deep. And and to me, I'm all about process. I'm just seeing this as a process. And I was blown away by things that happened at the drill assembly meeting on Monday, and Carmen sharing from her heart also touched my heart. And I can feel the healing that Chris talked about. That again, I just want to say, I see that we're all learning together. And something that I feel often, that one of the most important things we're all doing here together is learning about love and seeing our humanity and our hearts as we do it. So I'm
Point of
just
order.
so grateful. So I thank you. That's my report, and we're continuing on with the Ombudsman Committee as Ombuddies, and we invite your feedback, and we would anyone else who wishes to join our committee is very much welcome. So I thank you. I yield. Can't hear you, Nancy.
Can you tell us who's on the committee? Who are the committee members?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know everybody's last name. Catherine and Stacy, David on Humboldt, Keith, last name begins with an S. He can correct me. Deborah on Alameda, and Deba has just joined us. And did I forget anybody? And of course myself.
Okay.
I think that's it. I yield. There's 8 of us all together.
Thank you, Satya. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya.
David on Humboldt.
Yeah, she said that. David,
Thomas, also Thomas.
Oh, Thomas Messina.
Yes, Thomas.
Okay.
Thank you.
David, on Fresno, you had a point of order. That was a report, so there was no order. But is there something that you're looking at right now that you want me to check with you on order? Okay, we'll interrupt again if you see that there's a point of order. So I'm going to move on right now to new business. And I have litigation committee on here just to make an announcement maybe, or to, I don't know, D. Yates, are you on the call with us tonight? So I do think we need to make an announcement about the litigation committee. This was one of the committees that Anna specifically asked us to step up and do. And there's a lot of enthusiasm. There's a lot of really smart people that are looking to participate. And there's a really lot of smart people that haven't volunteered to participate. And we sure hope that you show up there. I don't know what the litigation committee is going to look like. And it may be that we won't know until we're in it. Or Dee may know, and Dee may have some ideas. But I do want to announce that that litigation committee is scheduled to meet on, I'm pulling up my calendar right now because I didn't have it up. I think it's next Tuesday.
Yes.
At 4 p.m. Tuesday at 4 p.m. So that's really important for you guys that have been maneuvering through the de facto to participate so that you can put your wisdom down on paper and we can make things available for all people on California and maybe across the nation so that we can see success and get people landed. So that is it for business. I'm going to move to announcements. The next general meeting is Wednesday, August 25th at 6 o'clock. Recordings of the meeting will now be available on our YouTube channel. This is recorded live and this will be available. And if you can't access that for some reason, put that request in for that through the contact form on the website. And with that, I'm so proud of you guys. It's 6:58. Holy schmoly. The meeting is adjourned. Woohoo! Woo! Oh my gosh. I'm going to pause the recording. We are now going to move forward to the town hall portion of the meeting when everybody gets to speak and raise your hand. And it too is still being broadcast live. So if you're going to speak about personal issues, be very clear that this is recorded. It is available on the public. So be incognito if you need to, if you're going to talk about personal situations. And I also want to make a comment. If Tusapa's on the call, he doesn't like to talk. So he didn't want to talk, but he had a great experience with the passport office. So he said he's going to put it in the chat. So I hope he does. And that being said, we don't have James, right, Ken?
I do not think so.
I asked him, he said he's not making it.
He's not making it. So who do I hand off to? Ken, Julian, Thomas Messina, all of you?
Yeah, I'll take it. I can't go all night. I can probably go up to like around 10 o'clock. And then at which point I'll hand it off to somebody else. But that'd be great.
Okay.
May I want to, I have a comment that I want to make to Krishna because he's a part of our Los Angeles group and I know him personally. And I was the one that was quick to jump in to just mention because I know the order of things and I knew he didn't. And I apologize for it coming across so curt. But I respect, Krishna, I respect you a lot. And I hope that it does not shy you away. I'm sorry, but I yield.
Thank you, Carmen. Ken, Thomas, I just made you the host. So he usually stays on until 4 in the morning, Ken. That's why he's host.
Not a problem. Thomas, if you've got the midnight oil, go for it.
But I'm passing the torch. Thank you, Ken, for stepping up.
Yeah, I just really wanted to kind of second Chris Reed's comments earlier on. And this whole idea of honor and truthfulness and cooperation, all these different things have always been kind of paramount in my mind in terms of what an assembly is versus what other organizations kind of are. And I know that, I've had a number of conversations with people like Satya and Dominic and Chris Martin and Julian and, everybody. And I always like to feel that the best way that we can think of an assembly, and this is probably just kind of repeating a little bit about what Chris Reed was saying, is that we're a family, we're a community, we're a congregation, because we all share the same kind of essence of faith and duty in terms of what we're doing. We may call it different things, but we wouldn't be here unless we really had that benevolent soul that says we need to step up and get stuff going. And first I'm going to do it for myself, then I'm going to go do it for my friends and my community, and then I'm going to kind of do it for the county and then the state. But whatever it is, I've got this whole hole inside of me that says unless I do something, it's not going to get done. And I just really want to say that essence of, when you're in a family and you have a dispute, you stick by each other. When you're in a congregation and you have a dispute, you pray for each other. When you're in your community and something happens, you join together and you do whatever it takes to get the truck out of the mud. And that's who we are. And I feel like that's what comes first. Everything else comes second. And within that, we use terms like honorable and truthful and cooperative and conversational and transparent and all those different things. But I like to think of it as we all know what a family is. We all know what a community is. We all know what a congregation is. And those are 3 physical examples that I feel that we all can identify with. And so with that, I will yield. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're nailing it.
Thank you.
Ken, you don't get to stop right now. You're hosting.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yes. Oh, Twyla.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm just a little confused on the role of the ombudsman or ombudsman committee. I thought it was to, if there was a dispute, like for theft or some type of crime, or harassment that was being done by the assembly, that committee would be handling that. But it seems more like it's controlling people's emotions, how they talk. You know, it's like holding our hands and telling us, oh, you need to, we're sorry for this, we're sorry for the way we talked to you. You know, it's like, we're all adults. I don't think that we need counseling on our journal meetings and on our town hall. So if we're gonna have an ombudsman, I think we need to keep it within the structure what an ombudsman does. They're supposed to be the middle guy in a dispute, sort of like what happened with cash being missing. So
May
can
I?
someone clarify to me what
May I?
the ombudsman is doing?
Satya, go ahead first. Then Chris.
Yeah, Twyla, exactly what you're saying is exactly what the Ombudsman Committee is. We are going to assist people in coming to peaceful resolution if they request our assistance. We haven't had any requests yet, but if there are conflicts in the assembly and we see ways we could help, we'll reach out to people and see if there's some way we can bring that conflict to resolution so it's not disrupting the assembly in any way. So we're not a complaints department. That's what we're trying to be clear on, who we are and who we're not. And we're not a complaints department. We're not, seeking punishment or anything like that. We're not therapists. We're none of that. We don't want that role. So, but we are listeners. We're impartial. We're as impartial as possible. That's our goal. So I hope that helps. I yield.
Yeah, well, I can understand what you're saying. However, on Monday night, and there's been several. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Wow, I think we just got attacked, I think.
There have been several nights that, like the Journal, for example, we're supposed to be on the Journal creating our courts. And on Monday, it just turned into to me, what sounded like a counseling session. So if you're going to do that with people, I don't think that needs to be done on journal meetings and on town hall meetings, because we're here to conduct government. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, but hopefully from here on out, we can keep it private between the people that are having issues with each other. That would be great. I yield.
May I? Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Definition Manon's. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Okay, I muted all, but go ahead and keep going, please.
Thomas, could you make me co-host?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Chris Reed, I think we had to mute everybody, so please start again.
All right, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Ombudsman from the Bouvier's dictionary. An officer who investigates complaints. It's simple. Or an ombudsman is an officer or an office that is independent of the administration of an entity such as a government agency and corporation that is given the task of investigating complaints against the entity's administration. So I'm the administrator of the Journal, and I get complaints. You guys don't hear about them. And I get all kinds of charged emotion. So what you saw from me tonight was all that emotion that gets fed to me on a weekly basis. And I'm trying to put an end to just, the dissent that often occurs in our discussions here. And sometimes wrong words. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! He's creepy.
He's been removed.
Yeah. So yeah, wrong words get used, and just a kind of a healing process is what was needed. And if it offended you, well, things need to be done. And I'm in the hot seat, and I hear the complaints, and so I take action and I do the best I can. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. One other comment to Satya and whoever else is in the Ombudsman Committee, if you haven't done so, maybe putting together a purpose statement with some vision and some targets on that. And that would maybe help clarify it both for everybody And taking the definition would be a great place to start. So thank you very much. And Twyla, I
Thank you.
guess, yeah, Twyla, I guess you
Mayor
yield.
Ken.
Absolutely. Robert, you're up.
Oh, may I just speak to
Oh,
that, Ken?
I'm sorry. Please do.
Yeah, we are absolutely doing that. We had some things come up right off the bat, but we're definitely going to do that this week. That'll be our first order of business. So thanks.
Right
Good to
on.
clarify.
All
Thank
on the
you.
same page.
Thanks, Twyla, for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
All right, let's go to Robert.
Hi, the question is for Nancy. Is the General Assembly portion now public? Can I also stream it on my YouTube channel?
Yes, to answer you, Robert, yes, it's on the agenda and it's the first line. Notice this meeting may be live streamed on YouTube, including the chat. So if you need me to add some other thing besides YouTube, I'm happy to do that on the next agenda. But nobody has any expectations of privacy or shouldn't.
Yeah, starting not next week, probably following next week, I will be also simultaneously streaming on Facebook and Twitch. And I yield.
I'll add them to the agenda. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. And we go with Doug. Doug on San Diego.
Hi there. So my when I first came in March, there was some technical things I was having and things that I can't remember exactly what it was, but it felt like things were falling through the cracks. And it's my impression that that's the kind of thing that the ombudsman takes care of. Is that right? Satya?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, if there were issues that seemed to be falling through the cracks, not addressed, creating sort of background noise in the assembly, yeah, for sure.
Right. So it's not just emotions and stuff like that. It's the mechanics of how we're doing things and everything that's in wheelhouse.
It could be. I mean, that's actually more for like an oversight committee, but since we don't have one, I think some of that is going to end up falling to us. I personally see an oversight committee as kind of like being the other, like, we're like one bird of two wings of the same bird.
Right.
We would work together, but since we're all alone right now, we're doing it all, or we could be. So if there were to be an oversight committee, that would be great. I yield.
I yield.
I yield.
Thank you, Doug. Satya, the other thing I was thinking is that, and maybe you could comment to this, I could see the Ombudsman Committee as being a wonderful training ground for new people coming on in to see how you handle difficult situations and how an assembly process is fundamentally different than most other processes that we'd be familiar with, and would be a wonderful place for beginning people just to get their feet wet.
Yeah, I love that suggestion, Ken. And and one of the things we're learning about is using having a process, an honorable process, and that there's actual steps to that process. So yeah, we love that.
And could you repeat when your meetings are again?
Thursday night at 7, and you're welcome to join us too if you'd like to.
Oh shucks, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I never can think of the right words.
Oh. Sorry. Okay.
I'm just too shy. Okay.
I have nothing more to say.
Yeah, I'll shut up too. Okay. Lala thank you, Satya. You're up, Lala.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment. I have noticed on different meetings that I've been in and on the Telegram channel, this whole kind of like a he said, she said, then turns into apologies, then turns into whatever. And we spend a lot of time on it. Not that we shouldn't spend a lot of time on it if we need to, but this is just my view, is that we are all adults, we're grown up, and if someone offends us or has a different viewpoint than us, then we should go, okay, I mean, I had somebody today sending emails around the city about me being a conspiracy theorist. And I emailed her back, thank you very much for your attention, because it didn't offend me. But it's that kind of like, don't be offended. Do use whatever committees we have. We only have a few people and we're trying to put a whole government together here. So whatever you can help with, whatever you can add to whichever committee you can be on, please do that. And don't throw your emotion. It's like, we shouldn't have like somebody having to do a big thing about their emotions. Like this, Chris was saying, he gets all this emotion at him. Well, let's just keep our tempers. This is what one would do in any, I hate to say government, but I have been in government situations. I have been in corporate situations. And it is professional to just understand what the other person is saying and acknowledge it, even if you disagree. That's all I have to say. We should just, not throw, like, have our Chief Justice and our Ombudsman, like, trying to handle our emotions. And we should all help them. Thank you. I yield.
Excellent. Any comments on that?
Yes, may I?
Please do. Satya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, and I think, one of the things we're doing is we're all learning how to communicate better. And I think ultimately we're all, no one really knows. A lot of us don't know how to communicate well, and we're all learning. So that's one of the things that I think we're going to help with. As we all learn, we'll model it for new people coming in, and then we won't have this kind of stuff going on. We'll all handle things better.
Wonderful. One thing I just want to add to that is that humanity is humanity is humanity, and we're all human, whether we like to admit it or not. And that the second thing is that in my previous incarnation of life, when I was doing a lot of business development and still kind of am, we realized very early on that those organizations that really brand themselves as being educationally focused, regardless of what their business is, if they're focused always on training the next level of people to come in and take them out of a job so that they can move up to the higher level, they succeeded across the board many times better than any other organization. And it's not just OJT in terms of here's the technical things that you're doing, but here's what it's like to work in a team. Here's what it's like to be able to have an organization. Here's what it's like to have goals and the mission statements and all these different things. Here's what it's like to be able to communicate in effective, in an effective manner that doesn't put other people down. And so the beauty is that we all have incredible benefits and sensitivities and awarenesses of different things. So I can say something and Satya will hear. So somebody could say something and I'll hear something. Satya will hear something different. Thomas will hear something different. James will hear something different. We'll all hear different things, but it's all valid. And so that's the thing that each one of us brings to the table. And I really I think that what we're doing here is so amazing, because it wasn't that long ago that we were struggling hard to get 50 people on a Wednesday call, and here we got 120. That's pretty awesome. So with that, Diva, you're up. Unmute. Diva, you there?
Oh, thanks, Ken. Oh, boy. You know how it is. You have a lot of screens open in IT.
All right, we'll give it to you once.
Yeah, I just want to say how much I appreciate everybody. And I really appreciate this topic because, over the last several decades, I've worked with a lot of startups and helping companies to grow, and nonprofits and grassroots organizations. And it's just, people go through growing pains, just on the topic of what Chris's letter, and they go through growing pains. And I'm just, I've just kind of learned that, you know, people get stressed sometimes and things get misdirected. And they're adapting to, you know, change and working with new people. And that can all be stressful. You know, we're all here volunteering our time. My goodness, when I think about the hours that you guys must have put in there, Ken, you know, before I came here, you know, with getting everybody all set up. I mean, it's just astounding. And it can put stress on people. And we do spend a lot of time together. And you know, and so it's great to hear people that are willing to clear the energies right away, that are willing to work through things, that are willing to reach out and you know, learn more and understand and have understanding. And I'm just really grateful for that, and want to say that I just really love and appreciate all you guys. And I think that we're all going to be okay. But thanks for listening. And with that, I'll pass.
You're one of them, David. You came on in and jumped right in. So, you know, you had your skills and you're willing to put them up. And that's what this thing's all about, you know. So I thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Absolutely. You yield, I assume?
Yes, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Brian, go for it.
Hey, one of the things that I'm learning here is that I'm learning to listen in the true sense that it goes to my heart. And from the heart comes love. If I don't listen, what can I learn? How can I help? Thank you.
Right on, Brian. And I loved what Chris said earlier, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth, and used in that order or used in that proportion. So it's a nice little moniker. So thank you, Brian. William. You're muted, William.
I was curious on how the mission statements are going on each of the 4 pillars. I kind of heard Nancy go over a little bit about how the General Assembly is, but like the General Assembly and the militia, how's it working on the mission statements and where could I find those?
Okay. I will see if we have Chris. Would you be willing to comment on that, or Matt, if you're here too?
I don't know of anything completed at this time.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, is there anything, is that on the to-do list, or are you kind of got other things going on right now?
Other things going on, yeah. It involves me getting together with Cindy and talking about that and seeing where we're headed.
Okay, perfect. Matt, are you on? I don't see Matt on. So William, I think we'll probably have to defer that. Maybe you could put a, if you're certainly curious, I would suggest us reach out to Matt Dakin. Obviously he's the head of the militia. Shoot him an email, and then maybe at the next meeting we could present some results on that. So that's the best I have. If anybody else have anything further to add to that? Okay.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, William. Thank you for an excellent suggestion. Christina, you're up.
Okay, all you passport experts, I have questions. It seems like I keep filling it out and then I find other questions. So I know that I'm to fill it out as never having one. I get that. And my question is I've heard a lot of alternative ways of people doing things lately, and I wanted to bring it out to the experts as far as do I go in person? Do I mail it in?
Unless
that's question one. And then the other one was, do I use my driver's license because I haven't gotten rid of it yet, or do I use my credential card?
I think in terms of the first question, in terms of in person versus mailing it in, I think you can do either. I think by going in person, you do get it a little bit faster. In terms of the DMV, since the credential cards are not really recognized anywhere, I would say that would probably be an opportunity for them to throw it out to.
Yeah, because it's interesting. Somebody said to me the other day that they're doing their credential card, they're attaching their 928 paperwork, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah, I would say that's a bit overkill.
Well, I'm just thinking they would, ex-nay it.
Yeah, they'd kick it out. They wouldn't dig it. So I would just kind of go straight down the line for what Copper Moonshine says. And the only, yeah, so that would basically, be your social, your DMV, no citizen. You don't even really need to put in your DMV if you don't want to. They'll probably, yeah, actually, it would probably make sense. Even if you wanted to opt on any side, I would say don't put it in, because in the strict sense of the word, since you are not the person on the DMV, you are not going to be if you reference that person, then
But
that
see,
would be,
they do ask for ID. And so you have to have some form of ID.
May
You have
I?
to have a birth certificate, and then you have to have, they say driver's license, whatever. So this is why I'm asking. I wanted to go through the first time.
yeah.
May I?
Doug?
Yeah, I was just looking at David Straight's #2 Utah video last night. And I believe it was at 1 minute and 20 seconds, 1 hour and 20 minutes rather, that he talks about this. And he first talks about publishing your declaration of status. And then he goes into the passport office and gives them a script about, I believe it's Title 8, 1101, A23 and 22, I believe it is. You notice the passport official of that, and that Title 8 is the US government's declaration of status. So that's right out of them. So and you don't have to say, you shouldn't say anything more than that declaration. And if they go get their supervisor, you tell the supervisor.
Very interesting.
So that, and with your 2 testimonies, the notarized affidavits of who you are with your picture on them, that identifies you.
So who here on the call has done that? Because for me personally, I kind of want to take the easy peasy road, the less the flying under the radar, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
That's what I would prefer to do.
Aria did hers. I can't remember exactly. She's on here. Aria, can you jump in and tell your story about what happened with you?
Yeah, I did mine
There you are.
just like the Copper Moonshine said, and I went to the post office, and they did try to argue with me a little bit about some of the things on my application. Not argue, but just questioning. And I had to insist that it would be fine. And I had reported my other passport lost, so they made me fill out the missing passport thing. And I did get it back quickly. It was only 4 weeks. But on page 27 of the booklet, it says in there, this is a replacement for a missing or lost passport, something like that. I don't have it in front of me. And so it does make me wonder if it's an official, if it's a national passport. I will say that it is, the new picture is on there, and it's 10 more years. And other than that, I don't know what to say about it. I'm considering going to the passport office and actually, taking it with me and asking them. I don't know. I don't know if that'll raise a red flag, but I don't know. Anyway, that was my experience with it. I don't know if that's helpful, but.
May I?
Okay.
Scott and Alameda?
Yeah. can you turn your volume down a little bit, Scott, or?
Oh, sure.
Further away from the mic, you're kind of blasting there. Does this relate?
Holy cow. Sorry about that.
Does this relate to on the passport topic?
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Okay.
If you're going to get a passport and you're just simply claiming a lost one, the data is not going to change. So the application will have little effect. I think James has talked about this on occasion, and that is you have to go in and say that you've never had a passport. And this is the first time you're filling out the application for the passport. So it really is your first time because you're coming in as a national and not as a US citizen. So you're not lying. I mean, it is the truth. So you can have them check on your passport, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as the one that you were attempting to replace. And with that, I yield.
And it's Aria again. I specifically remember James saying on one of the Wednesday calls that when he did his, that he lost his passport in a boating incident. So just saying. And with that, I'll yield.
The key though is that if you lose it, I think I didn't catch your first name, D. Scott, on Alameda, but they are just going to pull up the same information, and so you will be of the same status that you were before. Now, let's say that you fill out the application and you fill out a new passport application, and then they come in and they say, "Is this a replacement?" If you say it's a replacement, but yet you're handing in a new application that says I'm not a U.S. citizen, I have no clue how they're going to respond to that. And then at which point you would need to go to the passport office and see, who am I in your system? And of course, if you know somebody in law enforcement, you could also ask them to pull it up and says, do they see you as a national or as a creditor or do not detain or any of that? All I do know is that you not being a U.S. citizen and your parents not being a U.S. citizen is absolutely key, which means you have to break that continuity of chain from anything going on previous. And that's why I would be very suspect about putting in a driver's license.
But Ken, may I?
Yeah.
This is Christina, the original questionnaire. So on the I think it's 2021 application for the passport, there is nowhere for me to put on that I'm not a U.S. citizen. I looked everywhere. You can claim that your parents were, my ex-husband wasn't, but you can't. There's nowhere on there that allows me to claim that I'm not.
May I, Ken?
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah, that's the wrong form. They've got two forms at the post office that you picked up the wrong one.
No, I'm actually going online.
Okay, that's the wrong. It's the wrong one. There are two different forms. The one that you want is the one that says it has a check boxes there for U.S. citizen. So you got if you're looking at a form that doesn't have that check box, you're looking at the wrong one. And it's the form that you have is for if you've ever lost your passport.
That's what I'm looking for, is a brand new application that I've never had a passport before.
Okay.
That's the one I downloaded.
Okay, yeah, then that's not the right one. You want to get the one that says that has the checkbox there. Are you a U.S. citizen? So
Okay,
you just go by the post office. They got them both there.
Okay, I
May I
downloaded
add
it off the
something?
government website, so that's why this is why I'm questioning this.
Yeah, that's fine. It just I say that this way to solve that is just swing on by the post office.
Okay.
And I yield.
Just
May
to
I
add-
again?
Oh, 1 second. Just to
Real
add
quick.
one thing. Just to add one thing to that, Christina. I think that's why most people say always do the hard copy form as opposed to doing it online. So I think that just might be another good reason. Was that Doug? You had some comments, Doug?
Yeah, another thing you might do is take David Straight's spiel and put it in an affidavit and then mail it in. Then you've essentially done the same thing. They've been noticed as to who you are, and you have a right to determine who you are. That's not negotiable. I yield.
Thank you, Doug. The only thing the only thing I could conceive of is that if you're going to add additional attachments on there, that you do something to go into the post office and have them receive it for you, receive it and stamp it for you. And that would be my only caveat. So I would honestly, probably what I would do is I would walk into the post office like you're a greenhorn straight off the boat. You don't know anything, and just ask them about all this stuff and get their perspective. And if whoever's at the window doesn't really have the information, ask where the postmaster is. I know this is probably a little more work than what you were thinking, but the more people we can have that kind of have these different stories to it, I think it's the better. So does that help out, Christina?
It does, but I saw what Satya just wrote. I do think the form has changed. I do think that it does. The one I have is the DS11, which is the form that everybody, Copper Moon, everybody says you're supposed to have. So there's nowhere on there for me to mark that I'm not a citizen. So I'll go to the post office. Who knows? Maybe they have an old form.
May I, Christina?
Sure.
This is Stacy. I was in the post office yesterday and I did pick up the form because I wanted to try to get a copy or find out how to get a copy. And if anybody knows and wants to put in the chat, I would be tremendously appreciative to get the certified copy of our application, because I did put all the no U.S. citizen. I basically have the same situation as Aria. So the gentleman there, he said you can't get a certified copy. I'm like, okay. He's like, so he said, here, take this application. It's the DS11, and it doesn't say about us, the applicant, being yes or no on the U.S. citizen. What it does is it says name of applicant, and then it says parental information, and it is asking if your mother and father are U.S. citizens. It doesn't ask about us as the applicant if we are. Doesn't that go with what you've got on your form, Christina?
That's correct. That's what my form had also. But I had a form prior that I had to shred because I filled it out incorrectly, where I did mark that I wasn't a citizen.
Oh my gosh.
So that's why I question it. I'm like, oh crap, they changed the form.
Yeah.
Because I did have one where I put no under citizen for me personally. So
yeah,
anyways.
This form number, it says, the one from the post office that I picked up yesterday, it says DS11 06-216. So this looks to be the form that's been in effect since 2016.
Okay, well, I will heed all the advice, and everybody pray and cross their fingers for me.
Prayers.
Thank you, everybody. I yield.
What I would say, Christina, is that maybe somewhere or somebody, on this meeting, if you go in and you can pull up, somebody just posted DS11 in the chat. I'm not sure if that's the one we're looking for, but let's specifically find the PDF of a DS11 that asks that question. And so if we can do that, then we can basically put that in our file archive so that when people are curious about it, we can just give them, use this form, print it out, and go that way. So we don't have any area for confusion. And if we hand in a form that's a little bit old, that's all right. It was valid form then, it'll be valid now, and they can tell if it's not. So that's what I would say.
Ken, may I? Scott again from Alameda.
Yeah, Scott, go ahead.
So I was on the just on the passport website, and it is a DS11. It doesn't have a direct question if we're a U.S. citizen or not. It does for the parents and it does for the spouse. Copper Moonshine, I was looking at that one, and it's exactly the same way. So they're not differentiating the individual who's filling out the form. It seems like everybody around the individual who's filling out the form, they get the choice of whether or not they were a citizen. So the Copper Moonshine has the same form that I'm looking at on the travel website, .gov, whatever it is, travel.gov or whatever.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate all the input.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing it up, Christina, because this is an important stuff, and I think it's a topic that we probably somewhere in there, we probably want to polish it out so that we can go through the instructions and have the forms and all the various things in one spot, so that when people come in like yourself questioning it, we can have one document or one instruction manual that you say, go here and this covers it. Copper Moonshine is great, but I think that we can clean it up a little bit. So,
or just add a little extra confidence that it's okay that you don't fill that part out. You know, I want to fly under the radar is all. So
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you,
appreciate
Christina.
you all. Thank you. Take
And
care.
everybody who had some good comments on that, if you wouldn't mind just putting a summary of your comments in the chat so that we can make sure we don't lose it, that would be terrific. And with that, Dawn, thank you for waiting. You are up.
Sure, I wanted to add to the passport talk. So I'm one of those that already went to the passport office and took my application in, and I got tricked by the woman in the post office. And I'm pretty sure I do not have a successful American National passport, because it's printed on there that it's a replacement for a lost one. So I've been really paying attention. And about 3 or 4 weeks ago, very late at night on the town hall, there was a very in-depth discussion on passports. I put it in the chat. And basically, this person who was talking about it, I don't remember his name, said that he had done 3 or 4 different attempts at getting an American State National passport. None of them worked until he used something called the Kelby process. And I have the link for that online. And he also said that part of that is that you must go to the passport office yourself and then ask for at least 2 copies of your application that's certified, because that is prima facie proof that you have national status. And he also said that that particular process, you absolutely do attach your declaration status and other documents. He said it's about 1/2 inch thick when you're done. He said that in going back and forth to Mexico with all the various passports, doing this particular Kelby process was the only one that let him bypass all the lines. If you've ever been down to the border between the United States and Mexico, you'll understand the huge long lines where you wait hours in your car to go through. He bypassed all the lines and was waved through in a special lane. So that's the only passport that ever worked for him. Anyway, it's in the chat and I yield.
Thank you, Dawn. And that was Kelby, as in Kelby?
Yeah, Kelby. And the website they gave was hisadvocates.org, spelled hisadvocates.org.
Excellent. And that's you put that in the chat?
I put the whole thing in the chat, all my notes about it. Sorry, I don't remember who said what. I would have loved to give them credit. I just didn't take their names down. I'm sorry about that, whoever you are.
Not a problem, Dawn. Thank you so much. But I had forgotten about that discussion. I was on for part of that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, that was quite revealing. And it's like, oh my God, a 1/2 inch of paperwork to go do it. But there again, if this is if it takes a little bit more work to have it go through and be legitimate, because as we all know, when people do things, the processes change in response to that. So if this is what we need to go do to kind of revalidate it, okay, we'll get it established, and then we'll just kind of continue from there. So thank you very much. Bianca, you're up. Unmute.
There you go. Hello. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So on Monday, I do have an appointment at the passports. Well, actually, not the National Passports Office. It's at the Maricopa Superior Court here on Arizona. And yeah, so I have my birth certificate from my country where I was born. And I already have a US passport, but the old one. So I don't have the updated one. And that's why I'm going there for the state national passport. Now, I was told that not even present the credential card, because then they might reject the application. Is that true? I'm not really sure, but I just thought I'd ask.
I think that's correct. If you present a credential card, they will not recognize it. They will not see it as being valid. And so that would give them a ground for rejection. And so what you would do is you would take the 2 witness testimonies, birth certificate, and as I said, if you're going to be going in person, then your ability to establish a rapport with whoever you're talking with is really going to be key on that. And I look at it again, just you're going in and you're essentially saying you want them to help you with what you're doing. So it's not about, is this good, but it's what do I need to go do to be honorable in my understanding of this passport application. And I think that's the key. And so if you establish kind of a relationship with them, so to speak, then you may have to kind of go back and forth a little bit, but I think that effort would be well worth it, because then you've got an advocate.
Okay, that sounds good. And so with that, I would bring my birth certificate, the 2 witness testimonies, and then it said there on the application to bring in my old passport.
No.
So don't.
Nope, because you're
Don't
a
even
different
show
person. You're not applying as the same person.
Okay. Now, another form of ID. Would the 2 witness testimony serve as an identification?
Yeah, absolutely. They're notarized.
Okay. And so I would still put in my social security number, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now my friend, she wasn't born here. She's lived here for more than 13 years. She's already corrected her status here, never became a US citizen, and never had a green card. She only had a work permit. Okay. And she had corrected her status, and we have the same appointment on Monday. Now she has her birth certificate as well, so basically we're gonna be going in there like we're the same, like um with the same information, as far as like same requirements, as far as like birth certificate, the 2 witness testimony, and that's it. And as far as her social security, I was told that she shouldn't put her social security number, because then if she puts her social security number on there, then they will see that she's not like legally here in the US.
If she's at all concerned about that, I think she can put in zeros.
Okay.
For the social.
Do you know of anyone that had put zeros and never had an issue?
I personally do not. So again, I would, if you're going to be going in person, and she can just simply says, I don't have a social, but and see what they say, see what they do. If they, because they've always got to provide some other alternative or some other solution. And if you hit a roadblock, then bring it back here. But I would say zeros will work in the meantime.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. The reason why I was asking all these questions, I just wanted to be prepared, because I had scheduled that appointment like back in June for the August appointment. That's why I just wanted to make sure I have everything ready.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Ken, may I?
Sure.
Yeah, I've never had one. I've never had a social issued in my name.
Say that again. You've never had a social in your name?
Yeah, never had a social security number issued in my name. It's always in a transmitting utility.
Such as a trust?
Well, it's either all uppercase or it's with a middle initial. It's never your Christian given name and your family name. It's not upper and lower case. It's always something else.
Right.
So to say that you've never had one issued in your name is telling them the truth.
That makes total sense. Yeah.
That
Okay.
makes sense. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Sure thing.
the answers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and just confirm that on your own, on the card that they gave to you, and that you had to use your whole life. It won't be your real name. And I yield.
Right, yeah. And I will also bring in my of affidavit of status or witness testimony in a format of an affidavit. That's the one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I will make sure that, okay, so the appointment is on Monday, so I'll get on the call again on Wednesday and keep you guys updated.
Good stuff. Thank you, Bianca.
Thank
This
you.
is always good to hear people's stories, regardless in how they come out, because that's just, it allows us to see what's going on within that world. So I mean, not that we
Right.
don't already know, but yes.
Thank you, guys.
Right on. I believe we have, is it Nala up next? Nala, go ahead. And then Brian and then Doug. And then-
Okay. Hi, everybody. Question, please. Talking about the same issue of the passport, I issued my like as a citizen passport back in 2020 before anything happens in the world. So now, after being papered up, what do I need to do to get a regular corrected passport as a national?
Just go in as a brand new application. So what you're doing is you're filling out a new application because you're filling out for a different person who's basically not the US citizen. And so go through the process again.
Okay, so I go get an application from the post office and
Yep.
fill it in with upper and lower case, the name, correct?
Yep. Yep.
And then just pay, and then is there are they going to ask me about the previous one? Do I need to hand it over somewhere?
I think, you know, some people will come in and say you turn it on in, which point you're just getting a replacement one. But if the one that you're turning in is still valid, they're going to say that there's really no need. And that, of course, doesn't make sense because that was a different entity. That was a different person. You don't know that person. You know, you've been acting for that person, but it's not you. And so,
excuse me, I would like to say something if that's okay, because I just did this and I told them that I am correcting my status. I had to say it 3 times. I am correcting my status. I am correcting my status. And she said to me, well, you don't get a new passport. I said, I need a new one because I am correcting my status. And I got my passport and it is a new one. And so she corrected my status. I had to say it 3 times and that's all I said.
And how does your name show, upper and lower case?
No, when they sent me my passport, it's all uppercase. And I believe that's the same way with everybody's.
So what's the point? What's the difference?
it's when they run it. It's what it says behind the paper that you're holding.
Oh, and what type of documents did you take with you?
My birth certificate. I took my birth certificate and I had my driver's license. They kept my birth certificate. I still don't have that back, but supposedly it's coming in another envelope. That's what they wrote in my passport.
Yeah. They'll send it back different envelopes.
Yes. Okay.
So you gave me your driver's?
They gave my driver's license back to me. They just made a copy of that, but they did take my birth certificate and I don't have that back yet.
And your driving license is the one that is as a citizen or as a national?
But I told them that I'm correcting my status. So my parents I put both, they are not citizens. So it'll be correct because I followed the copper moonshine stills passport. So I know I did it correctly.
And your ID that you showed them is which ID? The ID as a national or ID as an American born here?
My driver's license. I do not have a national ID yet. In fact, that paperwork is going to be completed this week, Friday. My 928, it's going to be recorded, and my 1779 will be recorded. And then at that time, I will get my national ID.
So Patricia, when you were asking or telling them that you're correcting your status, is that all they needed to know? And
yes.
Mhm.
Did you get the sense that they fully understood what the difference between doing it as a US citizen versus doing it as an American non-citizen national?
Well, you don't need to tell them that. And I was told not to tell them that. Just tell them I'm correcting my status.
Okay.
That is all. And then if I put, that my parents are non-citizens, then it would be okay. So.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The only thing I would add to that for anybody that's unsure is that when you look up US code, they talk about different classes of shall we say citizenship or nationality. And I think this is under, it's either the passport code or it's under like the merchant marine code. And they talk about a class of American citizenship versus US citizenship. So the specific term is American non-citizen national. So that's a specific term in their code. And so you can always reference that. I don't have, there we go. Somebody put 8 USC 1101A21 state citizen. But I know that if you look at it, that the specific term is American non-citizen national. And, it probably would be, maybe I'll try to dig it up for next week, is to try to pull up that actual code section. And then you can go in and say, this is who I am and not this. So then you're citing their own reference. So thank you, Patricia. And is that it, Nala?
No, just one more question. Has anyone corrected his or her status still or doing or has his health insurance through Covered California as individual plan?
I don't think you can maintain it through Covered California because Covered California is kind of considered to be a benefit program.
Right.
And so
that's my question. I cannot enroll in it, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that would disqualify you.
Okay. What type of insurance am I supposed to have then?
Oh, that's a good one. You can certainly get private insurance. There's, that's kind of a different topic, and I'm not an expert on that one. What I can say is there are certainly kind of private sharing programs that you can go to that are not as complete as essentially kind of a Medicaid, Medi-Cal, Covered California kind of program. The only other thing that I could suggest is that in article, I think it's 607 that Anna put out, which is, the title of the article is something like Dear Lucreta or Dear Luisha or something like that. She's talking about a method of debt discharge, and insurance would absolutely be a debt that you could easily discharge through that process that she talks about. I have not done it because I'm on Medicare, but does anybody else have any comments or thoughts on that?
Yeah, may I? Oh, go ahead.
Who is that? Marcia?
Yes, please go, Marcia.
So I'm a nutritionist, and I absolutely could help her find the different plant-based drugs that would replace the synthetic garbage that the doctors are selling her for profit.
I'm just taking only two medications. One for the heartburn, which I don't have heartburn, by the way, but
Okay,
it's
that's an
something
easy one.
that they don't know how to diagnose it, so they just give me heartburn.
Okay, so
and
the
the blood pressure medication. That's it.
Okay, the answer to the first one for your heartburn is either slices of apple or baking soda mixed in water. The second one for your high cholesterol.
No, blood pressure.
Blood pressure. Okay, vitamin C.
So maybe you guys can connect through the chat.
Yeah, I was actually sending a chat to her right now.
Okay.
I'll put my email in there, Nala, and you can get a hold of me.
And
Or I'll
Marcia,
put my phone number in.
and Marcia, maybe you could just put your information for everyone to see. So if they have anybody has any further questions, they can contact you through there.
Sure.
And then I think from what I heard is Anala's question was 2 parts. And once we get done with this, I'll get to all the other hands here. And part of that was, dealing specifically with a health issue. And then also it is, if God forbid something catastrophic happened, what do I do?
Right.
And so certainly the current health issue, I think is there's lots of alternatives. In terms of the larger health insurance issue, I agree that topic there's been various people that have talked about it. James would certainly say get a private sharing program. There's a number of them out there. The only other thing that I can see is getting a private insurance and then doing a debt discharge on it. And that's another topic which needs to be explored. So if maybe you can kind of bear with us for a little period of time here, I think we'll get you an answer, but it may not necessarily be tonight.
I think I have an answer to that too.
Okay. Is it quick?
I had a mastectomy in 2001 because they couldn't read my mammograms, which I do not get anymore. And I got pre-approval from my insurance company, had the surgery. 4 days later, I got a letter from them saying they were rescinding my entire policy and leaving me stuck with the $80,000 bill because I was 5 days short of 5-year total disclosure of breast health. Completely insane. It had nothing to do with that. This had been an ongoing thing for years. They are crooks. Anna's right on that. They are total crooks. And you don't need them. The money that you save by not paying those premiums, not paying those deductibles, not paying all those things that are medical experiments in their eyes or medically not necessary or whatever the labeling is they put on it, you can pay for anything under the sun. I have not had health insurance for 15 years. I rescue abused dogs. They are usually pit bulls. I've had a couple of injuries from not listening clearly enough to these poor dogs, and they reacted. One time I had my face bit off. My lower lip was bitten off all the way down to my chin and had to be reattached. Another time I had a finger completely severed. Another time I got a very serious blood infection. 2 of those 3 times I needed to have surgery. I was able to easily pay for it out of pocket by just taking the money and using it and putting it into a savings account instead of paying these freaks. The other time I just did a little research and found all kinds of natural therapies that worked. Where, people were saying, go to the doctor, you're going to kill yourself. You got to get, that was the blood infection one. And the same thing happened with my son, Anton. He got MRSA when he was like 23 years old. He was in the hospital on IV antibiotics and they didn't think they were going to be able to save his life. I found Manuka honey with UMF, and when he got it back a month later, we fixed it literally overnight. Literally just 2 weeks ago, my brother was hospitalized with bilateral pneumonia. They didn't think he was going to live. He was on an oxyflow. He was on 4 different antibiotics. He was in critical shape. I know, I'm going on and on. This is just, we don't need health insurance. We need to start thinking about what the body needs to heal.
We definitely do need alternatives. We definitely do need more knowledge and healing, but I can assure you that sometimes catastrophic things do happen. I think what I really hear you saying is that when you go in and you tell the physicians I'm paying out of pocket, they basically realize they cannot pad the bill 15 to 20 times. And so you get a radically different billing statement, and they will probably give you other alternatives that are beyond the insurance. So I think you're bringing up a really good point. I would love to have 3 or 4 people that maybe could create a separate team and start looking into this stuff, because it's a wonderful, wonderful and very necessary topic.
It really is. Thank you. I yield.
Right on. And so if maybe a few of you people can, put some information in the chat. Maybe we can get kind of an ongoing discussion group with that, which would be terrific, absolutely ideal. We need private research teams of 3 and 4, maybe 5 people that are looking into this, and you can go off for a month, look up to it, come back with solutions. Not all of us have the ability to go do that. Thank you very much, both of you. With that, Nala, I assume is that it, Nala?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm still, looking into it, but it's a very
Okay.
good thing that you said that I cannot get the covered California thing being a national. So
Okay.
currently I'm with my employer's
Right, Nala?
medication.
I hear you.
Sorry, insurance.
I need to go to the other hands.
Oh, okay.
If there's further things you need, raise your hand again. We'll come back to you.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Brian? Sorry for the wait.
Regarding the passport, the Kelby system, or, if you want to do it, his name was Ed, I believe. I copied it down in the notes from last week. It's $500 to do it his way. And he says it guaranteed. That's the way I'm going to go when it comes time for me to get my passport. The other thing is the people going to get their passport. Dana said it last week, and I got it out of my notes here. Don't let them staple your birth certificate. Do anything to your birth certificate if it's the original. If it's embossed or anything, it is a bond. If they staple it, if they do anything to it, it is gone. It is lost. You've lost that bond. Do not let them staple it, tear the corner off, whatever they want to do it. What Dana suggests is say, take a big paper clip in and say, hey, can you do this instead of stapling or whatever? This has to do with your birth certificate. That's to protect you. I yield. Thank you.
Interesting. The other thing I would suggest is when you go into the post office, see if there's a way that you can put an insurance policy on that document and basically have them agree that that document will not be damaged while it's under their possession. That would be the only other thing I could suggest. So, right on. Anything else, Brian?
That's it. I got that from Dana from last week. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Excellent point. Doug from San Diego, you're up.
Yes, thank you. So I back again on the passports. I really think if you incorporate your witness testimonies with the affidavit of the spiel that David Straight has on there, and get the name of the person that you're dealing with when you go into the office, then if they don't perform according to the notarized affidavit that you gave them, then they become liable. So get the name of the person that you're dealing with. And then you've got a paper trail that you can go back, and we can start going after these people for breach of fiduciary duty. Their deprivation of rights under color of law and all that's. But if you don't have a paper trail, then there's not much you can do. But the more I think about it, the more the David Straight thing is back in the chat at 7:36, I believe it is. I yield.
Excellent. Good points. I really like the idea of the paper trail. And as we've heard, the term, what is it? Continuity of evidence, continuity of, or chain of custody and all that kind of stuff. I can't think of the exact word, but you get the idea. Basically making sure that you're talking to the real person and doing it in honor, doing it in cooperation. And I think that always makes a big difference. So, and for those of you, I didn't realize is that there was basically a June to August wait time, which seems to be a little bit excessive, but if that's what's going on, then we've got to make sure that we make the absolute best of each one of those meetings and appointments. So I think that's excellent. Thank you. Next up, Tremaine Lee. Thank you for waiting.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, looks like you've come in on the phone and also through the computer. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm employed through Safeway, and I turned in like the W-4V,
Uh-huh.
and they said that I had to do the regular W-4 and put do not take federal funds.
So just filling out a regular form, but basically saying exempt.
Yeah, because I was looking on Anna website. It said turn in a W-4V, but Safeway said I had to do they say I had to do the regular W-4 form.
What exactly is the difference between the V and the regular one?
I'm not sure. The W-4V is what I've seen on Anna website.
No, but what's is there a difference within the name of the document? Is like a W-4V for non-citizen, for non-resident aliens?
Yeah, the W-4V on Anna website was supposed to be for nationals, but nationals.
Then I mean, do you understand the reason why you would fill out a W-4V versus normal W-4?
Yes, because you removed yourself from being a citizen, right?
Yeah. And so even though Safeway clearly does not understand the difference between a W-4V and a W-4. And so would you be able to go back to Safeway and said, you know, this really is the correct form for me because I'm not a US citizen. And I do not feel comfortable filling out a form obligating me into US citizenship when it's just flat out not true. Can you give me a specific reason outside of you not being familiar with it on why I should fill out a W-4 versus a W-4V?
Okay, I'll do that.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you're not arguing with them. You're just trying to say I'm not that person that you're asking me to be. Now, if they kind of force you into it, you know, there's other ways that you can circumvent that situation. We can deal with it later on. But what I would simply say is that, you know, you're trying to inform them that there's an alternative to what they're telling people to do that they're just not familiar with.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure that in HR they have rule books and code books and all that various things. And so you might want to ask them and said, I would really like to know exactly where it says that I can't fill out this form for this particular process. And then all of a sudden you guys kind of have a dialogue, what's going on, as opposed to an argument. And that's exactly where you want to be. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to reemphasize the point you made there. I think it's important if the difference between the two is that he needs to be real clear that he's not a US citizen and just show them, here, this one is for US citizens and this one is for non-US citizens.
Yeah.
And this is the one I need to fill out. And you need, before you have everybody, you assume everybody's supposed to fill this one out, assuming they're US citizens. Then, you know, once they're a national, then they need to lay the right paperwork down on them. So I think you hit the nail on the head, Ken. I just wanted to reemphasize that for the American nationals. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, David. If somebody wouldn't mind, if one of you folks can go into the US code and find that section where they talk about, I'm pretty sure it's in the passport code, whatever it is, where they talk about different levels of I'm not even going to call it citizenship, but different classifications of nationality. I think that's what they use. And they go through, there's at least 5 or 6 different classifications. And that would be, if somebody could find that, that would be great, because if you can find it, I'm going to reference it into my what my assembly resources document, which I posted earlier in the chat, which I'm trying to kind of have be the library for everything assembly resources focused, and that would be awesome.
And are you referencing United States Code Title 11?
Is that
United States
passport?
Code 8, Title 8, Section 1101, A21? Is that the one you're talking about, where you go down and select that you are a state national?
I believe that is the one.
Okay, so if that's what it is, I'll go ahead and put that in the chat, and then everybody will know. It's already in the chat from earlier, but I'll go ahead and put it in again, and you can write it down or whatever. Okay, all right, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, David.
Yeah, okay,
May I?
yeah, I'm looking at the email they sent me, so obviously they don't know. They said this form is for unemployment. To claim as exempt, you need to fill out a regular W-4 form.
And this is what are you reading from, Tremaine?
This is what like the HR place sent me through Safeway.
Okay.
They said this form is for unemployment. To claim as exempt, you need to fill out a regular W-4 form.
Well, as I say, that's.
May I, Ken?
Who's this?
Heineman, Scott on Alameda.
Oh, good. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so at the top of the form, it says the W-4V voluntary withholding request for unemployment compensation and certain federal government and other payments. So if you scroll on down to the very last paragraph before it gets to the form, it says, how do I stop withholding? You just simply fill out the first 4 lines and then you check the box, don't withhold. There's no mystery about it. This is a replacement for the W-4 BEN or is it W-8 or W-4? Maybe it was W-8 BEN or something.
Yeah.
But this is a simplified version of that.
Yeah, that is the W-8 BEN is what Anna had on her website for years, and then it was switched over to the W-4V.
Right. So this is the proper one, and there's a box on there that just says, I don't want it. I want you to stop withholding federal income from my payments. So it's a bit of trickery, but this is the proper form, and the HR department's not going to tell you the truth. And they can't stop you from filling this out. And then you need to ask them what law they're relying on to keep you from filling out this form and submitting it. Put it back on them.
Yeah.
You don't have to prove anything. They have to prove it.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure. Go ahead, John.
I yield.
And then got to go up to Monica.
Yeah, I would just ask them, are you giving me lawful counsel, and are you qualified to do so?
Okay.
I yield.
And Ken, may I add something too, please?
Sure, Diva.
Yeah, folks, I've been in my lifetime, I've had a corporate jobs here and there, and I just want to say I've always been, I find with HR departments, you really do have to educate them. They do not know what our rights are as American nationals. And you don't have to tell them, about anything about you, but I just want to say, even with vaccination declination forms, I worked for recently and for one of the largest health districts. And I had the HR people, none of the supervisors, nobody knew about the vaccine declination form. I had to actually go onto the intranet, which is where they had all their forms, and I had to find it myself. It was a simple 1-page form, sign the vaccine declination form, declining vaccines. And that's the sort of thing. But so I really encourage you, and I hope you really push back with these folks, educate them, and know your rights. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you, everyone. If there's any further questions on that, put your hand up again. I just want to make sure we get to the folks that have already stuck here in the queue. Monica, thank you for waiting, and I'm going to bring you up right now. Unmute and go for it.
Got it. So I've been out of town most of the last month with a lot of family things that were really weird, but I got a really interesting text that I just thought, I wonder if other people are getting it. It sounds like a way to bait me into becoming a non-traveler, a licensed driver. It says, hello, will you allow Fitbit to put a 15-inch sticker on both sides of your vehicle and get $700 weekly? And if you want to be a part of it, go to this website. And it just struck me really fast that that might be a way to draw people out who have made it clear that they're interested in becoming a national. Because does that make sense to you? Is it possible that that's something we should all be watching out for? Or am I just making it up?
I don't think Fitbit would have any authority over that in terms of drawing.
May
I? Sure, go ahead, Doug. Have you experienced that
Yeah,
directly?
so then you're engaging in commerce because you're advertising on the highways.
Yeah, that's what I figured. And why would they suddenly send this to me? You know, I just thought that was interesting. I mean, I'm a health coach, but I'm a real health coach. I would never use a Fitbit. So I don't know. Just thought I'd bring it up because it seemed like something to warn people about.
Interesting. Well, if we don't see it with Fitbit, I'm sure there's going to be lots of other organizations trying to get people sucked into doing exactly the same thing.
It's amazing. $700 a week. That's pretty big carrot.
Yeah.
Well, Fitbit's owned by Google.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, just wanted to bring that up. I yield.
Well, that would be interesting. Maybe that's enough to be able to put down payments for another car. So you have your commerce car and then you have your non-commerce vehicle.
Oh, do you think that would be all right?
Totally. It's on the vehicle. It's not on you. And basically what you can do is that, you can have your commercial side of yourself when you're doing commerce in that vehicle. And then when you're not, you're just a regular American national.
Wow.
So you can step in and step out once you clearly know where the domains are of stepping in and stepping out.
Yeah. And I don't want to support Google. I just saw somebody put and whatever else, but I just thought I really appreciate the info.
But look at it this way. If you take the $700 and they're going to give you $700 and you donate half of that to the assembly, guess what? Google's supporting us.
I'll put the website in the chat so anybody who wants to can do that.
I like it.
I guess I don't know who they sent it to. So yeah.
Honestly, Monica, what I would do is I would go ahead and look in terms of exactly what are the terms of the agreement that they're going to put up. And heck, if it could work, that it could be another income stream for all of us to drive around. I think that'd be a riot. So you have the Fitbit stickers and then behind the American Assembly stickers.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat because I don't know that I'll have time to do that before somebody else.
Right on. Thank you. Dave, you're up. Dave Salamzi of Placer County. Go for it.
Salamasi, thanks. Hey, Ken, thanks for your attendance tonight. Really appreciate that. I'm looking to get a good source of information about land patents, how best to apply them, the benefits that you get from those. What would you recommend for me?
I am not a land patent expert, so I can't really give you direct personalized experience. I know that Matt Dakin is, I know that James is, and I know that every time that people come on up and they say, where do I go and what do I do? They all go down to Austin Meeting Group and they look at the seminars by Ron Gibson. And Ron Gibson has, I believe, a book. He's got a course. He goes through the whole thing. There we are, American Austin Meeting Group, not American Meeting Group. And so the big thing that takes place, oh, the name changed. All right, my correction. So now it's American Meeting Group. And so the big thing is doing the research on that land patent, which is basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to establish the chain of title. And that you can go do that yourself. Basically, it's looking at the title ownership back to the original land patent and then getting the definition of that property in terms of meets and bounds, which is the original way that land and property was surveyed at that time. And then you submit that in, I believe, into the BLM. The BLM does a lookup on the land patent, and then some magic happens and you get something. That's kind of the way my brain kind of understands it. But if you do not want to go do that research for the chain and custody of title yourself, I believe that Ron and some of the folks in there will do it for you. And certainly if it, I don't think it was, I think it was on either last week or the week before on one of Anna's calls that she was talking about getting a team of people within the assemblies to do that type of land patent research. That is not established yet, but if you have any interest with it whatsoever, I think that there would be a wonderful opportunity for those folks that want to dig into that kind of stuff to go do so. So that is the extent of my knowledge. Anybody else that has things to add?
May I, Ken?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Coming up, if this gentleman wants to do, wants to learn about land patents, the American group is holding a 7-day symposium in Maui, and Ron Gibson is one of the speakers. You can go on to the American Meeting Group website and you can register for that talk that it's all day, 8 hours. And you learn really, this man, there's only 3 in the United States, in our America, that know about land patents as much as he does. So when you go there, you will learn 100% how and what a land patent is. I yield. Thank you.
Wow. And Brian, this sounds like what the American Meeting Group is doing is they're kind of having a big kickoff for all of their resources.
David Strait is going to be there. I don't know, 4 or 5 other people that are Americans who are, they know who they are. They may not be papered up, but they know who they are, and they've been through the they know they're at war, and they've been in the war for their number of years. There's all kinds of information there, and it's not a donation anymore. You use the word gift. So for each speaker, there is a gift that you pay in order to take the class.
And when is this coming up?
It's coming up this what is it, September, or it could be coming up near the end of August. I don't know. I forget. I have it on my other on my Proton mail.
Okay.
I'll go in and
it looks like it's coming up August 28th through September 12th.
Yeah, that's the one.
So that's
and
basically
we're gonna have
next
all
week.
those speakers there. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Thank you, Brian. Wasn't even aware of that one. That's awesome. Anything else on that, Dave?
No, thank you for your time and your support. I appreciate it.
Yep. Go dig into that stuff and let us know what you find out. Always loving
Sure
to hear
will.
good stories. Thank you. Crystal, you're up. Unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. It was being tricky for me to unmute myself. Kept hiding from me. So I'm brand new. I jumped on here so I could just learn whatever I can start learning. Should have my paperwork finalized tomorrow, if all goes well. And the reason why I came on was I was hoping to get some advice about utility bills, about paying utility bills.
Mm-hmm. So specifically, I would kind of refer you back to that Article 607 that I mentioned on Anna's website, which talks about basically debt discharge. And
okay.
I would kind of recommend that you do this once you get papered up, even though I don't think there's any real difference between being papered and non-papered in terms of what she's talking about there. the basic way that the system works is that whenever you get a bill, in many regards, that bill has already been paid. Okay. So what they're basically asking for is they're asking for permission to monetize your signature to go take money and draw it out of your account. And so when you get a bill from a corporate entity such as PG&E, Water Department, any of those kind of public entities, the right way to do it is you basically take a red pen and you say approved, and then you sign it. Okay. And there's a few other things that Anna talks. There's a few other things that Anna talks about in that article, where I think you put in your debt discharge number, which is basically your social security number with no dashes, and you're authorizing them to take the money that they need out of your treasury account. Okay.
Mhm.
And so, but when we don't do that and we just sign it and we send them a check, now they get paid twice.
Mhm.
Okay. And so what we want to do is we want to basically say, we want to make sure you get your money paid, but you're not going to take it out of my labor. My labor and the account that was originally set up at my birth to go do this job for that purpose. Okay. It was designed to pay public debts, taxes, water bills, housing deposits, buying cars, all these different things. That's what it's designed to do. And over the years, over the last 20 or 30 years, there's been lots of people that have experimented with this. And you'll hear it by people talking about A for V or accepted for value. You'll hear them talking about Treasury direct accounts. You'll hear about talking about debt discharge. And it's all basically doing the same thing. But what happens is that every 3 or 4 years, they change the way that you can get into that system. They kind of change the doorway. So you got to sign things a little bit different. You got to put in a different number. You have to have different wording and terminology, all this kind of stuff. They kind of like just juggling the balls. They're making it kind of a mix and match game. But the process is still the same. The process is still legit. So what I would do is go take a look at that article. And then I would just try it. And you will never get a positive response that says you succeeded. They will never write you back and say, thank you for your payment, doing the debt discharge thing off of your credit account. But what you will see is that you will, like, for instance, if let's say you did it today and then you called up 2 weeks later, then miraculously your debt will be gone. It just won't show up as a debt. And if let's say that you put something on, so let's say that you fill out that notice and you sign it, you say accepted, and please, you have my permission to remit and access my account for the necessary funds on a monthly basis for the remainder of 2021. So you're basically telling them, take as much money as you want for this year. My guess is you won't get another bill for the remainder of the year. Now, then you'd probably have to do it for 2022. But I've heard all sorts of really interesting stories about how this happens. And at one point, there was a woman that basically taught herself this whole debt discharge process. And she did something like that for the water department. And after a month, the water department came in and took the meter off of her house, and they just put in a straight pipe so she could use as much water as she wanted because the bill was basically paid out to perpetuity. So, I don't know if she did a few other different things on top of that, but this stuff works. It really does work.
That's amazing. And somehow I'm not privy to the chat, so I don't have that. Was it a website you go to for?
Go on to Anna's website, annavonreitz.com.
Anna?
annavonreitz.com.
Can you spell her last name, please?
REITZ.
.com. Okay.
And then she's got, if you've never been in that on that website, you're going to get blown away because
Okay.
she's got like 3,000 different articles, all numbered from 1 to whatever the current article number is, 3,200, 3,300, whatever it is. And the article I think you're looking for that I reference is number 607, 607.
607. Okay, thank you so much. And just real quick, when you put that insurance/health committee together, I might be able to add a little bit of helpful information on that.
Okay.
I used to sell health insurance, and I'm a healer, and I had everything wrong with me, and I've healed and been helping other people heal chronic diseases for a long time. So I could maybe at least give, from my experience, some input on both sides of that.
Sure. I would say it sounds like that at least Marcia, wherever Marcia is, that she might be someone you might want to connect with. And Crystal, what county are you in?
Shasta.
Shasta. Okay, perfect. I'd say, and so have you connected up with some of the other county coordinators and Brian and Julian and some of the other people up in your area?
I haven't yet, no. I've only been talking to Carmen down in Southern Cal because I don't think we have a recorder here yet.
Okay. I would say Brian Dozy, he's up in Yuba. Julian Rivera, he's in Humboldt. And we've got a few other people up in that area. So if you can't, so you don't have any access to chat?
I probably do. I'm on my phone and it's probably under this where it says more. It's not up where I can see it at the moment, and I didn't want to mess with it too much and lose you. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Point of information. This is Dawn. Hi. You know, the California Assembly has this wonderful new way of staying in touch with everybody called Zendesk. And if you get onto the californiaassembly.com and either ask to connect to her or offer what you can do, your information will be passed far and wide through many people in the assembly. It's a wonderful channel, and you know, it wasn't even open until just the last several weeks. So please go ahead and try that, and I yield.
Thank you, Dawn.
Okay, and I found the chat. Thank you.
So
May I, Ken?
Yeah, go ahead, Satya.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Crystal, my friend Tammy Donnelly just moved up to Shasta, and she's newly a national, and she's also a healer, and I would love to connect you with her if you don't mind putting your info in the chat. Yeah, that'd be
That
great.
would be great. Thank you
Cool.
so much. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
put my phone number here.
Yeah, or your email would be good, both if you want, and I'll
Okay.
connect you both up. Thanks, and I'm glad you found
Thank
the
you
chat
so much.
just in time.
And you were just talking to Satya down in Santa Cruz. And Satya is a great person to connect up with and have a good resource.
May I, James, Brian on Yuba?
Yep. Go ahead, Brian.
Sister, I'll put my email in the chat, and you can contact me anytime. I don't put my phone number there. I will give it to you when we converse. Thank you.
What I would also say, Crystal, is that somewhere in that more thing on your chat screen, you're gonna see 3 little dots on this. I see it down in the area where I type a message. There's 3 little dots, and those, if you click on those 3 little dots, that'll come up with something to save the chat. So what you want to go do is you want to save the chat. So all of the article references, all of the people's information will be in there. So that if Brian puts his information, Satya puts, well, they're of course going to grab the information that you just put in yourself, but go ahead and save it. So then you can take a look at it later.
Oh, okay.
Does that help?
So far, I just see the smiley guys.
It should be off. I see it just to the right of the little emoji icon, but I'm looking out on the laptop.
I'm running out of juice too, but okay, let's see.
Maybe if nothing else, maybe Satya or Brian, since you got her email, you can save the chat and send it to her.
Okay, very good.
That'd be great.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you, Crystal. And we'll go to Barbara.
Hi, thank you. I'm brand new to this. Haven't started any paperwork yet. I've just like printed it out, some of the blanks. But I mentioned that I'm thinking of doing this to my sister, and she got really like worried about it and asked me what would happen, because I am like originally from Minnesota, and I have land that's hers and mine together. And I'm also like, my mom has a living trust, I think it's called, that I'm, and so she thinks my question is, where can I find information about what would happen to me, all this, if I change my status, so that I can like educate her and myself? Does that make sense, my question?
Sure.
Okay, tell
I mean,
me.
the basic answer is that, Anna has got numerous webinar calls and interviews and various things. One of the things that I would do is I would take a look, if you're on a computer, scroll back in the chat, take a look at that assembly resources document that I posted. I'll post it again. And that does have a few, I don't have all the interviews that Anna has done, because she's done a gazillion of them, and I haven't done a big search on all the stuff that she's done recently. But there's a couple of really good interviews where, she's basically talking to new people like yourself of what is the advantage of getting papered up? How does it affect you, and all these different things? The first thing that you're going to find is that obviously people like your sister are going to be very curious and very suspicious. Are you going to become a terrorist? Are we going to have the FBI knocking on the door, and we're going to get somebody going to seize the house, all this kind of stuff? The reality is that when you're not papered up, all of those things about FBI knocking on your door and seizing your house is a lot more likely than if you are papered up. But what it does require is that, because what you're doing is something different, you really have to know what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how and why the rules that basically would apply to everybody else in the country do not apply to you. So it's partly knowing the facts, but it's also then just kind of knowing how to present yourself. And so the quick answer is, there really isn't a quick answer, because what you're really asking is, how do I describe the value and the mechanics of changing my status to something different than everybody else in the world? And the question that they're really asking is, how come I'm now learning that there's two different statuses that people can hold, when I always thought there was just one? So, and what's the right way to be? And if there is a right way to be, how come I'm not it? That's really what it comes down to. And all of that stuff is, I would say, go listen to the interviews. I'll try to, the interviews that I've seen, she's done a couple of interviews with Robert David Steele. She's done a couple of interviews with Sasha Stone. She's done a couple of interviews that the ones that I like the best are with this guy, Rice Crypto, that I think I referenced in that document. If you really want to get the full-blown 8-hour lesson, I would say go and pull up some of the videos of David Straight, which you've heard people talk about here. And then even though he doesn't necessarily talk specifically about getting papered up in the way that we do it here, he has certainly worked very cooperatively with Anna. So they've done seminars together, they've done lectures together, and they both reference each other relatively frequently. So I would say that's kind of the best place to get the learning. And, if you're brand new here, I would say that, don't expect to learn this stuff overnight, because it takes, even a brand new person like yourself, it's going to take you at least 2 to 3 months of significant study to be able to wrap your brain around it, just intellectually. Then it could take another 2 to 3 months to actually start seeing when you walk into the store or when you present your driver's license to a police officer, what are you really doing? What's actually taking place here? And then probably another month or two to kind of get it absorbed into your blood and your bone. So when you're trying to learn this stuff, just take it a little chunk at a time. Don't take the whole thing, because you're just gonna get a headache. But if you take a little bit at a time, you listen to what we're saying, you listen to the way that we phrase things. I'm very specific in the words that I use. Everybody hears exactly the same way, and you'll pick it up. And I know that's exactly what you're asking for, so you will get it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you for showing up and being here and asking the question. Because I guarantee out of the 119 people we have here right now, we probably got another 20 or 30 that are thinking that exact same thing. So right on for you, Barbara. Good stuff. All right. Silvana.
Hey guys, I'm Alex. I've been here before, and my wife Silvana. I'm gonna have her put my email into the chat here. Barbara, I was just like you. Just a little side note. My wife is a very didactic learner. She
Autodidactic.
Immerses herself in this stuff, and she's very quick with learning. She gave me a list of videos like 1 through 10. Step 1 through 10 that I can email anyone. I did it for my San Diego assembly, and that really helped me out. I had these same questions like, who am I and what am I? And I don't want to get arrested, and I don't want to lose my house that I have as a rental property, and I don't want to do this with my family. And I was so worried about all these things, but Ken is very, very correct. Once you learn who you are, you start to see the false, I don't know, shadow over everything, and it just dissolves, and you're like, wow, I cannot believe that I was in this state of not knowing. But it does take a long time. I work a 10-hour-a-day job. I don't have time, as my wife does, to really disseminate this information, but she put these little video set together for me, and I married up very well. So she's smarter than I am. So if you, my email is in there. If any new people, for all you 119, anyone has a question, just email me and I will send you the whole set of videos that she made me watch, which gave me a very calming sense of who I am. And as soon as I watched them, I was with her wholeheartedly. I got papered up immediately, and we're doing our passport thing Thursday, and we're really moving forward with this, or tomorrow. So if you have any questions, please send me an email and I will forward you all the videos to anyone who's on here. But I have a question now for Ken. I have finally gotten my company to stop taking California state income tax and federal income tax. But I had a question about the California disability that they're taking out of my paycheck. And I do know that I pay into Social Security, and I understand that once you pay into something like this, you always will receive it, whether you become a national or not. But I don't understand this California disability. What is that? Is there a way for me to stop that, or is that just like my Social Security? I'm just going to pay into it, and if I stay in California and some happen to be disabled in the future or retired, that I will be able to grab from that? Or is that something like the income tax that I can stop? And I yield.
Alex, I don't know the specific answer to that one. I know that most of what do they call it? SSI versus SSDI is federal, SSI I think is state, and within SSI, I've always seen all of that stuff to be a benefit program. So it's basically like a welfare, it's like a gift. And so it's not a contract program as the same way that Medicare and what's the other one? Well, Social Security and Medicare. So Social Security and Medicare are contract programs with the Fed. And so therefore you don't lose it when you get papered up. In terms of the state, I don't think the state operates in that manner. I've always done everything I possibly can to avoid anything within Medi-Cal, Medicaid, SSI, all of that stuff. So in terms of stopping it, it would basically be the same way that you kind of revoke yourself out of the IRS, and you just say you're going to refuse to pay. Or what you can do, if they insist, that you basically do the same thing I was talking about with Article 607. If they really want their pint of blood, go give it to them, but it's not coming out of your pocket. So
Yeah,
I would.
That was my kicker. Like, obviously, there's the W-4 that I filled out and the California Franchise Board that I realized that I didn't really fill out when I started my job, but apparently I did. So I was able to get rid of those. But I don't even know that there is a form to stop that disability thing. And I would have to do some research. And I was just at, well, Social Security is something that we're paying into though, so we get back. So I guess hopefully, hopefully we get it back. But I guess that was my question. I don't even know how, if anyone knew or has done it in the past. I know Ron, who's normally on these calls, has a lot of years with the taxes, but I was just curious about that part. But if no one has any answers, I'll do a little research and hopefully I can help. I can come back with some answers next Wednesday. So I appreciate that. But yes, guys, if you have an email, please email me and I'll respond back. Just don't put your email in the chat. It's easier if you just email me what my wife put there and I can send you those videos. But thank you, Ken, for that info. I appreciate what you had, but I'll do a little research to see if that's something that's even possible to stop, or it's just one of those things. So thank you.
Well, the thing that they're assuming is they're assuming that you're a U.S. citizen, right?
Exactly. But that's another thing that I just can't. I don't even know a form that I signed when I started my W-2 job that would have given me the ability to pay for that, or is that just something as a Californian that I'm paying regardless because I live in the state?
Point of clarity.
Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah. I just wanted to give clarity on you never refuse to pay taxes. IRS has a category in their manual for lawful non-taxpayers. We're not tax protesters. We're not refusing anything like that. It's very important that you keep your speech correct, that you are in what they have defined as a lawful non-taxpayer. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
No, I apologize. My vocabulary probably wasn't where it should be. As I said, my wife is the brain behind the matter. But no, I have stopped paying the taxes I was not supposed to pay in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, when we speak with our language, and that's one way to trigger, a lot of stuff coming down on you. So it's for everyone to hear.
So just to reiterate, lawful non-taxpayer.
Right.
Lawful non-taxpayer, correct.
Okay, so everyone write that down. Lawful non-taxpayer. That's what you are. I have a quick question. On the call yesterday, the San Diego Assembly, we went over passports again into depth, and we learned a lot more stuff. And we were going over, he said to go to the passport office, as David Strait did, and he said to bring in your affidavit of status with your documents, like with your ID and everything. Now, is that affidavit of status, is that the one that we use that has been recorded with the county recorder that corrected your status?
Part of the 928s, yeah.
Part of the 928. So we could just use that one, because when he was talking about it, he was speaking in terms of all the documents that we've sent to like the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, Attorney General, and get registered mailed receipt, return receipt required. After 1 to 2 weeks, attach the affidavit, super glue the green card that you get back, certified judgment of unrefuted affidavit on top of the proof of service, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, ooh, do we have to do all that? Or can I just use my affidavit of status that our county recorder used for the passport?
I haven't heard of anybody having any problems with using the standard one that you get out of the 928s. What I would say is that, you know, for those people that are kind of interested in really understanding what you're sending in, get a copy of that document and get used to editing it up. And so look at either adding phrasing or taking away phrasing that can specifically define what you're trying to state for that audience. The audience that you're looking for is the State Department and what would be relevant for them. And so that way it's going to help you as you're editing and reading that letter, you know, 5, 10, 15 times. It's going to help you really understand what you're trying to say. Now, it's not necessarily saying that you then have to send in your edited version, but
Right.
look at it as though you're crafting your own. And within that process, I think, you know, I've heard all sorts of stories going from the very simple, which would be the copper moonshine still process, all the way up to this Kelby process, and a lot of different variations in the middle. The one thing that I see is key is that you don't self-contradict yourself within anything that you're sending. So you don't say one thing and then send in something else that justifies a different thing.
For example.
Well, I would be suspicious about sending in your drivers, even though I know Patricia said she did it and it had no problem. I would be very suspicious about doing that because that's a U.S. citizen document, and unless you have something that says I am sending you this driver's license to represent another entity that is my debtor side or my state citizen side, state of California side, but I am a different entity than that. I am an American non-citizen national.
Sure.
And so you're clearly declaring who you are and you're clearly declaring who you're not.
So the affidavit of status would work in that circumstance.
Right.
Yes, in that
but
case, it would.
The question that I have is, what ID are you using then?
Well, the birth
You're not
certificate,
using your birth certificate,
your witness testimonies.
your witness testimonies,
So I would take
and
in my
that's
old
it.
passport.
So no driver's license.
Well,
If you had one, if you still have one. So
I
you
would start with those two. And then if they come in and say, do you have a driver's license? You can say, yes, I have a driver's license, but that's not me. That's not who I'm applying for. I'm not applying for that person.
Ken, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, Silvana, the testimony of 2 witnesses is true. Okay, so you can take that in there. You can also take in your family Bible and, take that in there and show them, it'll have your baptismal date or whatever, the date you were married and, who you are. It'll have all that in there with your birth date.
To the passport office?
Yeah, it's a recognized document. The family Bible is a recognized document in court. So you got your 2 witness statements, okay, and the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses is true. And so you've got your 2 witnesses and your witness testimony. Bring in your family Bible. You got your birth certificate. You got 4 witnesses. Okay, so you're over and above their requirement. You don't need to take in your driver's license. That's superfluous. You've already got enough.
yeah, I would agree with you that in that situation. But for instance, wouldn't for me who already has a U.S. citizen passport, I could use that as my form of ID when I walk in to update my status on the form, whereas my wife here would take her
I have my naturalization
form from Canada as her or to the US as her form of ID. But you're saying to bring these other documents just in case these first 2 are not recognized or they are not willing to take them?
I mean, I was baptized in Florida, if that makes a difference. I have the paper.
I mean,
yeah, I would tend to use those other I would tend to use the Bible primarily as a primary document and the 2 witness statements as a primary document rather than the de facto stuff, because now you're switched over. You're going from de
Right.
facto into de jure.
Right.
So use the de jure documents, use your Bible, finish filling it out.
Credentials, like we
Yeah,
have our card, like our physical state national card. We have that. Like,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying there, but I think the only, and obviously we will take all the ammunition we have, but the only thing that I would think is we're technically asking the de facto for a de facto documentation that shows we are de jure. You understand what I mean? Like we're taking our piece of information to show them. And again, I'm only thinking of the people that are in the system that are doing these jobs might have, and hopefully they have, but they might have not seen the de jure or understand what we are doing with these documentation, to where they might have to go get a manager, and the manager might not know, as we've said before, the police officers, some of them are 4-year-olds with weapons who have never really understand the law, but they're just understood what they're taught. So
yeah, okay, I get where you're going with that, Alex. But you can walk into your post office, your nearest post office, and they'll tell you, the clerk behind the desk will tell you that if you bring in 2 people that will swear out an affidavit that they know who you are, then that's who you are.
Oh, that's awesome. I did not know that.
Okay, so yeah, you can go into you take your 2 witness statements into the U.S. Passport office, and they know exactly what that is. You take your Bible in there, they know exactly what that is. That's so awesome. Don't underestimate what they're allowed to use for documentation. And again, I would encourage you to use your de jure documents, because you'll be getting that passport as a state national.
Correct.
And recognize that the Secretary of State and courts, okay, the people that are educated behind the desk, they understand what de jure and de facto is. It's their job to. They have to. All right. Cops on the street, they don't need to, because that's not their job. Their job is just to be able to do what they're doing on the street, and then shove it upstairs to anything that they have questions with. So the fact that, as you were saying, that we're bringing in de facto stuff to a de facto organization, to get a de jure ID, is somewhat correct and somewhat incorrect. The State Department and the Postal Service are 2 agencies that bridge the de jure and de facto jurisdictions.
They have to understand both. I see.
They have to understand both. And if the person that you're talking to does not understand both, then you ask for somebody that does. And if there's still a question, and I recommend everybody to go do this. Go to the US Code, print out all of the definitions of different classifications of citizenship and nationality. And so you have it in front of them. You said, I'm not trying to jerk you around. It says so right here. I'm just asking are you personally able to comply and understand with this? And if not, who is? So does that help out?
It does. Thank you. And I apologize, guys. I just put the last email in there of the proper one, but thank you. Yeah, we yield. Did you have one more question, love?
okay, so we don't have a family Bible. So.
Your 2 witness testimony should do it. Your birth certificate and 2 witness testimony should do it. And I just want to ask also, do you remember what were the videos, roughly the 10 videos? I mean, who were they with? Were they with Anna? Were they with David Straight? Were they with other people that just, you kind of pulled together this good list of it?
Well, I have like 30 videos, and they're to be honest.
No, just the 10 that you were talking about.
It's some of the things that you mentioned earlier. It's interviews with Anna. It's things that people shared during the past couple months. There's some David Straight videos. There is Michael Dubarnik. There's videos from the state assemblies. There is the Meet Your Straw Man video, the the cartoon one, the good cartoon one.
What I would suggest.
There's a video
Okay.
with a guy
Okay.
named David Quaid.
Right. So Silvana,
what
what I would suggest is that you put all of those videos into a Word or just a text document, and then share that document in the chat.
Oh, we can do that right now.
Perfect. Put that in. That will answer 1,000 questions, and it'll probably prevent you from getting 1,000 emails.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Thank you. No, I sent out 19 emails yesterday. I was happy to do it, but there's a lot of copy and pasting. But that's actually a smarter way to do it. Thank you, Ken.
Put it in the document and just share it here. That'll you'll get a lot of happy people, and then I can take some of those good ones and then put it in my document because I'm always looking for better stuff to add. So I thank you for your work.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. We yield. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Thank you, guys. All right, Paula, you are up. Thank you so much for waiting. You are here, and the floor is yours.
All right. Hi. I am really close to being papered up. I've got almost everything ready to be sent off. Anyways, I'm just having to share that. Mike, I have two questions. I'm only going to stick with one for the moment. And so what happens if you move within your county to a different residence and all those paperwork have a different address? Do you have to redo all that paperwork?
No, I think that, what you can do is if you just keep kind of like a page or a document that shows the various places that you've lived over time, you can use that. And certainly so long as you have, your postal thing written as care of and care of and care of. So you're care of your current address, you're care of all your past addresses, all that. And you set up your forwarding in that manner, you're not going to run into any problem. So the only thing that any question would come up is that at the time of your filing, did you live here or did you live wherever you live? Of course, the answer is yes, right? And do you have any evidence of that? And so if you keep all of those postal forwarding documents, which I keep because I've kind of in the same situation, I've had 10 addresses in 10 years, and you kind of get sick of moving it around, but I just shove them all in a file and, I've got evidence. So I've got a paper trail going back 10 years. And so, but you'll be fine.
So then what if you move to a different county in the state?
Same thing.
You wouldn't have to switch over everything?
No, I mean, you can certainly record. So within, wherever you recorded, LRS or LRO, you can record a document showing that you had a change of address, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea. But that, I think that's, you certainly don't have to do it because you're still within the state of California. Now, if let's say you move to some other state, then what you would do is you would just take all of your California documents and record that with them over there. And so in the
course, don't have to change the wording or the counties and states, or
well, you would basically just put in a document saying that everything that I submitted, for California will now apply to my new state. And so within the state, the state assembly is not going to be that big of a stickler in terms of what's your address at this particular minute. And so keeping it kind of unified on a state by state basis is really all that's needed. And so the only major change would be as you move out of state. But if you really want to be specific on it, just put in a document of your list of addresses, sign it. If you really want to get specific, get a witness or two on it, and just have that recorded. So it's documented. But let's face it, I'm sure lots of people have moved and they haven't recorded, they haven't done anything. And, as I said, the assembly is a little bit more flexible than a lot of the de facto agencies, but the Postal Service covers it mostly.
Great. And I'll come on later for my other question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Paula. And who do we have here? Who is next? We have Marushka. Did I say that right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I see two Marushkas, as a matter of fact. One is muted and one is talking.
Yeah, the other, I had to switch to my iPad because the other one feeds back. So I was
okay.
running between the two. I'm glad you were talking about the debt discharge in the Article 607. I've been studying this for like 3 or 4 months, but seriously in the past month, and I have my daughter living with me with a newborn baby and a 4-year-old, and we're on subsidized housing, and you can't paper up with that, so it's driving me crazy. But what can we like pay rent for a few months ourselves, get off the Section 8 and paper up in that interim, and does the debt discharge go toward rent?
Yeah, that's a dicey one. I know that there's a lot of ways that people can talk about applying it.
And I would pay to a landlord, I don't pay through the government. I pay directly to a landlord. It's just subsidized.
Right. The problem with trying to deal with basically a private to private payment is that there's no public entity that kind of easily knows how to handle a discharge notice. Most corporations with CFOs and comptrollers, they do know how to deal with that kind of financial instrument because it's a bond and they know how to basically discharge and monetize bonds and all that kind of stuff. Your landlord's going to get this thing and say, what the heck do I do with it? I have no clue. Here's your $25 late fee. So the easiest way that I would do that is start doing a couple of simple examples of that discharge with, let's say, a credit card payment. So let's say you owe, $1,000 in your credit card this month. Discharge, say, $800 of it. So you leave a small balance on your account so they don't close the account. You do that for a month or two, and so you get that it works. Then basically what I would do is I would do a cash advance, pay your landlord, and then discharge again the credit card bill. So you're doing it through one entity as opposed to trying to
pay your rent and tell the credit card company you ain't paying them.
No, that they can.
Well, no, I know.
I got to mute her. Thank you. So that would be the safest way that I could see doing it. Get the process figured out, and then use the credit card company as your basically your transfer agent.
Oh, wow. Okay. But I need to paper up before I can even give the credit card the letter or bond, or I don't know what.
That's the safest way to do it. Okay. There's lots of people out there that will do this process without being papered up. But the problem with that is that if you do it as a U.S. citizen, then the U.S. citizen is intrinsically the debtor side of that financial transaction. So the U.S. citizen doesn't really have direct access to their creditor account because being a U.S. citizen, they're in a debtor standing. So when you become an American national, now you're of the creditor standing. And so that when you use that social security number, normally as we see it, it's 3 digits, 2 digits, 4 digits with dashes in the middle. When you take those dashes out, that becomes your creditor account number. And so from a lawful standpoint, that creditor account number is only valid from you as an American national on the land and soil. It's sometimes you can use it as a US citizen, but it's kind of, I'm always amazed that it actually works. Let's put it that way. When people find that it works, I'm like, really? But I'm not going to argue with their success, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I want to follow in that particular footstep. So I would say, go do the papering, go take a look at that article, go do some digging into Anna's website, into other articles that she's written the same topic. Go understand what she's doing with the letters of revocation for the IRS and your state tax boards, because all of this stuff is linked into the same kind of system. And if you really want to go get your brain going as well, go do the Sign in America training. I think it's $25, but it's basically a very good introduction to how this whole debtor creditor system works. And
wait, may I, Ken?
Yeah.
So temporarily, the Sign in America course is not online until further notice. They're moving, they're migrating into a different platform.
Okay.
But it will be available presumably in the next couple of weeks. I yield. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for that. I wasn't aware of that, but thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Mariska, does that help?
So you were breaking down the timeline. You want me to study, you're saying, but is it that at some point I absolutely can't paper up unless I'm out of this subsidized system?
Could you repeat the question? You broke up a little bit there in the middle where you're saying something.
Okay, I'm definitely going to study all the things you said to, and put my shoulder to the wheel there. But are you saying that I absolutely cannot paper up though until I get out of that subsidized housing system? So there's a catch-22, or are you saying to paper up anyway, even though I'm on it, but just move forward and get right out of it once I know?
I would get papered up ASAP. In regards to dealing with how to deal with the subsidized housing, that's not one of my areas of particular expertise, but that would be considered to be a gift, okay? Or it would be considered to be a benefit, basically state subsidized housing. So
where do you want to sit?
I think it's part of the welfare.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of a social program, which is basically a benefit. Does anybody else have any? Well, let me go defer this. I don't want to say anything that's incorrect. Does anybody else have any decent information on this for subsidized housing and welfare? And what would be a good alternative way to navigate both sides of it?
May I? This is Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn.
So Marisha's actually come to me and we've talked about this. And, my best understanding is recorders aren't allowed to record her. But I see Michelle is on, and Michelle, if you really are actually here, could you unmute and chime in on this, please? Because she's not the only person I've met in this situation. Thank you, Michelle.
Absolutely, you're welcome. So here's the thing, because we don't want anyone to fall into the possibility of harm. Typically, we advise people that if they're presently receiving subsidized housing, food stamps, welfare, Medi-Cal, due to being low income or perhaps having special needs, we're advising them that they shouldn't rush into correcting their status, because we don't have a way to offer them public assistance, or we don't yet have the infrastructure to guide them and teach them quickly about how to use the credit side of their account efficiently and quickly. Again, we're in the middle of an infrastructure problem. And so for those people, I typically tell them, wait, as we're assembling, maybe these little issues will work themselves out, but I certainly wouldn't want someone to accidentally get kicked out of their housing while they're waiting for us to finish assembling and get our infrastructure completed. We need, the educational modules up. I know Christina's working hard on that and a few others. And so that's typically what I tell people that rely on public assistance to get by month to month.
Michelle, one thing that keeps popping into my head though is that I know there are, and I'm not recommending this for anybody, but I'm just trying to think out loud, is that we certainly know of lots of situations where people will step in and step out of jurisdictions according to what they want to do at any particular point in time. And so, you always hear the story, well, I work for the post office or I work for, some federal agency during the day, but then when I come home, I'm still an American national and all that. And say, fine, okay, that's kind of you're in kind of a voluntary role. It's a little bit different, obviously, when you're getting some level of public assistance. You can't necessarily say, I'm going to take it today, I'm not going to take it tomorrow. You're kind of in it. But at the same time, the whole idea that you, the living person, are the beneficiary of the trust, and that, well, actually, you're the executor. I guess you're the executor of the trust, and you're trying to force the state to be the trustee, and then have your straw man, so to speak, being the beneficiary, but then you're the heir to the straw man. So it just kind of created kind of a complicated map. But I agree that I don't have enough information to intelligently say what the answer is, but I know there's an answer in there.
Agreed. Yeah. And at the end of the day, one of the things that James on Sonoma says is, I'm going to paraphrase, but he says it so brilliantly when he talks about, you got to know who you are, when you are, and where you are. And so for people who are new, who don't yet have a full grasp of the terminology, this shouldn't be something that you rush into until you know how to defend your position, know how to maintain your rights, because your terminology at the end of the day is what's going to protect you from de facto problems, and also going to give you the greatest benefit or the greatest access to the trust account. So really, it's a conversation, at least for me. I don't feel comfortable advising people on what to do in those situations when I know that they're 3 weeks away from, not having any more money in their pocket, right? Until they get their next check or their next meal, their food stamps. It's really concerning when they're that close to homelessness.
Yeah.
And so I say, get yourself educated, get yourself really, really educated, and take this opportunity to be on the calls, read honest articles, and immerse yourself in the information, because it doesn't have to take months or years to get caught up and to know who you are and how to take care of yourself through your words,
The stumbling block that I see that continually comes up is that when it comes down to these commercial contracts, and how do you handle, so when people are just talking about land and they go into a court, or they're talking with a traffic stop, I'd say most of that stuff's relatively easy, because there's not really any generally major harm that can come out of it other than paying a traffic fine or whatever happens to be. The thing that gets dicey, obviously, as we're saying, is that when we're talking about real money coming out of real people's pockets, and how do you handle that? And this is obviously a larger conversation. And when people like you and me and others can put in the time to say, what are the details of these commercial agreements, and how does this whole debt offset thing work? Outside of Anna's talk about these vendor cards, which of course we all want, but we also need to understand how they work if let's say the vendor cards never took place. We still need to have the knowledge of how to do it on our own. That's a larger conversation. We're not going to solve that tonight, but we can put that in our to-do list. So with that, I will finish up that topic.
Thank you, Ken. And thank you, Don.
Very much so. Anything else on that one? Marushka, Don?
Ken, may
Neil?
I? This is Bianca.
Yeah, quick one. I want to go ahead.
Oh, this is in regards to the benefits or the food stamps and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I put in a.
Be quiet. I was just thinking about.
Oops.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so Anna has an article. I couldn't find the article number, but if you guys would just go into the annavonreitz.com and type in gift, not benefit. She wrote an article regarding that, to accept all gifts and waive all benefits. So meaning it's okay to have the SNAP benefits and any help from the government or from the state. But basically she's saying there that to claim it as if it was given to you as a gift and you accept it as a gift. So you basically you let them know that it is a gift and you waive all benefits. That's all.
Perfect.
You let who know that it's a gift?
Like if you were to renew or apply for
The sender of the gift.
Yeah, you basically hold on one second. Yeah. So you basically, if ever you were gonna renew your food stamps or whatever it is, maybe, or your access or Medicaid, you would just send them a letter, with your renewal. You'd send them a letter and then you would just basically just type up a statement saying that, thank you, I accept all gifts and waive all benefits.
If someone could maybe be able to find that the link to that article, that would be great. I put the gift not benefit in the chat. If someone would be so kind to try to dig that up, that would be terrific.
Thank you so much.
And may I?
Wow.
One more comment, and then we got to go on to the rest of the people.
This is actually Princess. And I might have it wrong, but I thought that referred to stimulus payments and things of that nature.
It refers to all of it.
So because I keep hearing that, if like Michelle was just reiterating, that if you're on some type of subsidized program, that you need to be out of that. So are we saying that you can send a letter for those types of things as well?
The bottom line is we can send letters for all sorts of things. It doesn't mean they're going to listen to it, but it means we're trying to cover our butt. And so from the standpoint of, for a stimulus check, they gave you the money. So what are they going to do? Ask for it back? You're just simply saying thank you. For a subsidized program, which you want to continue for the future, you do not want it to be rescinded. You can certainly send them the letter.
I guess what I was trying to get at was that with the stimulus payments and things of that nature, even I think IRS, what is it? You get the refunds and things of that nature. It was my understanding that somehow, for us as nationals, it did something with our future benefits that are worth a lot more than that puny check that they're sending us.
Princess, I'd like to answer that, but we have a few other people ahead of you. So if maybe you can hold off on that, and then let me get Marcia, Clara, Quan, and then we can address that particular topic. All right, Marcia, you've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, no rant this time. I just want to know, is there some sort of a contact list for assembly contacts out of country?
Out of country?
Out of country, yeah, for Mexico, Canada, Europe.
Oh boy, I don't know. I have no idea. The only place I could suggest to go is go to the Anna's TASA website and then contact the coordinator for those various countries and to see what people they have to say. Not what people have to say.
There are coordinators on Anna's site for other countries?
I believe so.
Oh, I guess I've never noticed that. Okay.
I know that she has normal, there's other country coordinators.
Yeah, because I've been given a couple, like for Italy, I was given one, but I need them for Canada and Mexico too.
Yeah, Ken, may I? Yeah, she can find that on TASA, on the TASA site. There's a page that says contact your coordinator, and it has a list by state, but if you scroll down to the bottom, you will see all the other countries, and they are down there at the bottom, and I yield.
Great, thank you so much. I
Perfect. Dominic, you were the guy I was hoping you might pipe up, so thank you.
I'm still here, listening.
Guys. Thank you.
Listening and doing hopefully a dozen other things, so this is not
right.
So, right on. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And Clara, San Diego, go for it. Clara, you there? You're muted. Clara might have stepped away. Well, I'll leave her hand up, and if she comes on back, we will give her the floor. But Quan, you're up. Yeah, go ahead, unmute. There you go.
Okay. Hi, I've been paper up since June, and I've been hearing older member talk about sending the paperwork to the de facto, like the local law enforcement, the state attorney general, and U.S. Secretary of State. What documents should I send to them? The whole 928 documents?
I think that would be, let's see, it would be the declaration of status, what's the deed of reconveyance, and somebody help me out. Isn't there a third?
This is Dawn. May I?
Yeah.
Okay, only because I'm a recorder, I know this, and I've been researching it for myself because I'm also fairly new, not even 3 whole months on the assembly, but putting in about 80 hours a week working on it. Anyway, if you go to the LRS system and you log yourself in and you go to create documents, at the very bottom of the create documents section is the Attorney General letter and 2 attachments that go with it. Now, I wasn't sure that letter was fancy enough, and I was planning on resending, but I received a letter from the Attorney General that acknowledges me as a private person. That means it worked. So what you do is you print out all 3 of those. It's great if you can, you definitely want to send it registered mail, absolutely registered mail, return receipt requested. And it's very interesting because people at the post office almost never get requests for registered mail. And every one of my San Luis Obispo County people has had the post office try to talk them into certified mail instead. So just for everyone to know, certified mail is mail between corporations and businesses and dead things. Mail between living beings is done through registered mail. So you want to send it registered mail, return receipt requested. And then in that very same section on the LRS under create your documents, where they have, additional documents, I think that's what it's called. Just above the Attorney General letter, you will see 2 letters, one to the IRS and one to the Internal Revenue Service. They're actually separate corporations, and they are for revoking your taxes. So those are already there for you. You just have to print them out. The IRS and Internal Revenue Service letters look better if you get them notarized. So when I sent mine out, I paid a notary to notarize my signature because a notary is considered a clerk of the court or a court officer, and it gives more weight to your document. So you also send those 2 letters, which are to the same man, but different addresses. A man named, I think it's Rob Bonta. Anyway, you send, they're already pre-addressed. You'll have to make out the envelope, but you send them both registered mail, return receipt requested. So that's already handled for you by the LRS, provided that you print those two types of documents out. One to revoke your taxes, which is 2 letters, and the other is the Attorney General letter with its 2 attachments. And I hope that helps, and I yield.
Right on.
Wait,
I think that's your answer, Kwong.
wait, I have another question. So I sent the IRS the 2 letter at the beginning. So do I just need to send the Attorney General the letter?
Yes. Yeah. If you already sent the IRS their letters, and you just need to fill out the rest of them.
But last time I sent the letter for 5 years for the IRS. Can I redo the letter and send it for 10 years of back statement?
What exactly letter are you looking for?
The IRS letter.
Right.
I
But I mean,
backdated for 5 years instead of 10 years.
I think typically 10. I think 10 years is a limit. So yeah, I would send it to them again for 10 years. I mean, honestly, I don't think they're not gonna like write it down and say this one was for 5 years, for 10 years, or say you're pulling yourself out of the tax rolls. And the only reason that the only thing that they're going to go make note of is that if there are any past debts, that they're going to try to get you to settle the account quickly as possible. Okay. But whether you say 5 years, 10 years, or 50 years, they're going to probably just go out to whatever limit they have. You follow me?
Yes. So it doesn't hurt to send IRS the 2 letters again.
Yeah, send it to them again. Can't hurt.
Okay, I hear.
Tell them 100 years. See what they do. All right. Thank you. Clara, are you there? Clara from San Diego, are you there?
I am. Thank you. I'm so sorry. My dad called. I had to talk to him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just have a question for a friend who is from Canada, and she is very interested in all this and wanting to know the possibilities for her. And I just said, well, I don't know. And you know, this is all American national stuff, but I said I would ask for her. So is there any place to point her for helping her?
Go to the TASA website, and there should be a Canadian coordinator. And just
Oh, no way. Okay.
point her up in that direction.
Okay, that was my question. Oh, you know, I do have another one very quickly. It was about, I'd asked this at the San Diego meeting, and I had read Anna's article on how to correct your political status and why. And in there, she talked about getting your birth certificate authenticated.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm hearing now that is not necessary anymore. So first question I was asked, has anybody done that? And also, would it still be a good idea to do it, or just forget about it?
I personally think it's a very good idea. And what I've heard is you can both get it authenticated from your birth state, and then also with the federal Secretary of State. I don't think there's any harm with it whatsoever. I think from what I understand with the authentication process, it basically is taking a public document and putting it into the private, which is effectively taking that the root thing that created your trust account, and you're pulling it into the private domain under your authority. So it's yet but another tool to basically claim direct access to that trust account of your funding. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary, because, you know, from everything that Anna's doing, you're correcting the status and doing all the paperwork that way. But it's just an added level of insurance. I would say it's an optional tool that I think would be very very beneficial.
Now, is there a certain way to fill out the application? Because when I was going through that, I noticed that you have to put a certain foreign country now that isn't part of the Hague Convention, I guess. I think a lady last night had said she had tried it and it didn't work. She had got one that was an apostille, not an authentication.
Right.
So is there one country that's better than the other to choose from, or does, is there any way to like streamline the process to make sure it gets done properly?
The only suggestion, the only advice I have that is I've heard a lot I have not done it myself yet. It's kind of on my little list of things to do. But I've heard people have had a lot of luck using Taiwan.
Okay. Okay, awesome. And okay, I guess that's it. I think there's nothing about it, the process being slowed down or anything. I guess I'll just have to go through it and see what happens. Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Clara. Princess, you're back up. Thank you so much for waiting.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure we got to some of the other people
No,
who've been waiting
totally
here for a little
understandable.
bit. So
Yeah,
all right.
no problem at all. No problem at all. The first question I was wondering about, you guys were talking about it was mentioned earlier, and I just got my first check that does not have California withholding taken out. And I filled out a California certificate of withholding. And I was just wondering, because I think there may have been a different form others are using for that.
So this was to eliminate the withholding.
Yes, it's showing up as 0. So apparently they did process it. It's showing up as 0. They didn't take anything out for the California. And that was, is that the form that, because that's one that I was kind of instructed to use for California, for the California or state withholding is what it says on the actual.
Well, I think this is what Silvana and Alex were asking about. So this might be kind of answering their question. And where,
I thought they were asking about Social Security
no, I think they were asking about California withholding. Silvana's nodding her head. So
okay, so it was a California withholding, a certificate of California withholding or California certificate of withholding that I filled out about a month ago, and I just got my first one today. I also had it sent as a not, I stopped direct deposit so that I could open up a new account with Lawful Money. And so I am noticing that they didn't take anything out. But I was just wondering, I guess that's the correct form. It did work, but I was wondering if anybody else, was there any other type of form that anyone else was using with regard to that? Or is that it? Is that the form that
I think you're the trailblazer. So we're going to call you the authority from now on.
I don't know about that, but anyway. So that was the other thing. But with regard to the W-4V, you were talking about someone who was I guess an employee at Safeway earlier.
Yes.
And my specific question is whether or not, can any American state national submit that W-4 form? Or is there some criteria you need to be extracted from federal employment? Because that's what I was understanding it to be.
No, because the difference between W-4 and W-4V, it's all basically based upon whether you're a U.S. citizen or not. And so a W-4 is for a U.S. citizen to voluntarily not have money withheld. And the W-4V is for an American national, basically saying, I'm not a taxpayer, or I never was, I'm not even applicable in that system. And so the two are basically defining kind of like the different levels of citizenship in there.
Right. I get that, but I was wondering, sorry, Ken, I understand the difference between the two, but I'm wondering as far as when you're able to use it. I was told federal, if you're associated with a federal or the District of Columbia in any way, that you're not able to do that because you're still considered, associated with the de facto or, so that's what I'm trying to clarify. I do kind of understand the difference between the W-4 and the W-4V, but my question is with regard to, is there a time frame that you have? Can you do that at any time you are an American state national, or do you need to be not affiliated with any type of federal employment?
Well, certainly I don't think you can be working for the federal government in any way, because if you are working for the federal government, then you're a taxpayer. And so I don't, it's not my understanding. So here's how I would see it. When you're working for the Fed, you are a federal employee during that time that you're at work. So when you get off work, you then come home, you're still an American national. So the money that you received from your employment is taxable. So you got to pay taxes. Now, even though it's taxable, you can still use that discharge process to discharge that debt. Does not mean you have to pay it out of pocket. And so that's where this kind of third little remedy comes in, which was, accepting it, doing your discharge account number and all that kind of stuff. And for that to work correctly, then you still have to be that American national status to say that basically you're telling the Fed, when I'm on work, I'm agreeing to be a debtor to the things that I owe you. But when I'm off work, I'm going to be a creditor in the rest of my life. And if you want money out of me, I'm not going to go pay it out of pocket. I'm going to pay it out of my creditor status. So that's how I see those two things working. And I don't see that it would be any different on the state level, because effectively the state is a franchise to the Fed. That's why we're called the Franchise Tax Board. And state of California is a franchise of the United States. So we're talking basically about the same entity and the same commercial process. Does that help answer it? I hope I got your question right. Does that kind of help fill it in?
I think so, but I guess I keep hearing some differences with regard, because I'll tell you what, I'm a teacher and my credential comes from the state of California. And I just never considered that to be a federal employment. And I've been told that it is. And so I just want some clarification once and for all, if anyone knows whether or not that's considered, I've heard so many different variations on that, but I'm trying to be still and know that, anyway, trying to make sure that, I don't want to, do anything incorrectly or like that. If I need to wait until I'm no longer working, if I'm considered a federal employee, that's a big blow to me. But, some of this is new for me. So I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think it's, and so when you're talking about waiting, are you talking about waiting in terms of getting papered up, or talking about waiting in terms of withdrawing out of the tax system?
I was talking about just clarity. No, I'm already papered up.
Okay.
What I'm asking is, first of all, and first and foremost, does anyone here know equivocally if a teacher is considered a federal employee? I just never thought that in a million years. But again, like I said, it's a new journey. So you live and you learn. But does anyone are you aware of that, Ken? Are teachers considered federal employees?
May I, Ken?
Please.
If you're working in a school district, the district stands for District of Columbia, and that should give you a clue. And I yield.
Okay, so there we go.
There you go.
Someone else said it was because we got our credentials from the state that it was, which is still the same, I guess, when you think about it, state of state. So, so the follow-up question was, because of that, you're saying I can still submit the W-4? That was my original question. If I'm considered federal, do I need to submit? Do I need to wait until I'm removed from that system to submit that then? Because you're saying that you owe taxes on federal monies, which will be next week, but
it would be my understanding that as a federal or state employee, that the W-4 is correct for you.
That's what I thought. But,
but the caveat comes on in that, obviously that only applies when you're at work. So when you get off work, you're now an American national.
Right.
And as we understand those vendor cards and the acceptance commercial process and using your credit side of your account, when those taxes come in, you can basically just discharge them. So again, it still doesn't mean that money has to come out of pocket.
Okay, well, thank you. And then just another question I had with regard, I think Don helped to kind of answer this, I hope, but I didn't have, my documents weren't done on the LRS, and she was mentioning a couple of letters that are supporting documents to be sent to the Attorney General. And my question was, are those, if you did not have your paperwork's created through the LRS, I think those are created through the LRS. Are they available outside of the LRS, or is that just an LRS function or something that they offer?
Where did actually do you get your documents recorded then?
They were recorded on the LRS. They were not created on the LRS.
Well, you should be able to go into the LRS and pull up. So even though they're recorded, you paid the fees, you still should be able to go on in and get them. If not, let's see, is Dominic here?
Point of information, yes, if she's recorded on the LRS, she has an account that she can open and print further documents. And yes, I'd love to hear from Dominic. I'll bet there's something wonderful on the LRO.
Yeah, I know that they just put a whole series of documents, all the standard ones on the LRO. There he is.
No, unfortunately, the LRO doesn't create documents at this time yet. It's coming soon. But if you go again to the TASA website, which is the statesassembly.net, there's right now a brand new page with a whole bunch of documents of different versions for people born here, people naturalized, people emigrated, people illegal, whatever, non-documented. So there's a whole bunch of new documents there. So please go to that page that I think it says change your status, and all the documents are there. You'll find a template. Those templates are very standard.
For the letters though, Dominic, is that for the letters to the Attorney General that you submit?
Yeah, all the templates are there. I mean, there's nothing that we are doing in California that's different, except in California, we reformat them to put a seal on the top to have enough room for our logo and our seal on the top, but that's all. But the document is the same. You should be able to find all those templates there.
Okay, awesome.
Change your status on the American, the American States Assembly.net. Yeah, TASA, it's TASA.American State National.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, TASA.
And last question was just with regard to the passport. We were mentioning that earlier. And I thought the general consensus was that even if you filled out the copper moonshine correctly, submitted it, answering no to U.S. citizen, filled out a brand new DS-11, but you use your driver's license and they took your old card, that it's not going to reflect your current status as an American national. Is that what I'm hearing, or is that what I heard earlier?
Let's see. I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. I blanked out for a second.
Okay, I'm just wondering. I thought earlier we were discussing the passport, and there was some conversation about people who submitted the copper moonshine method for the national passport.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard some people saying that they filled it out correctly with no U.S. citizen, but some people used a driver's license and filled out the DS-11 for a new one. But if they took your old passport, that it would not, you don't believe that it would show the new status. Is that what I was understanding earlier?
If you bring in your old passport, or this is in any way associated with being a replacement for an old one or one that was lost or any previous one that you might have had, it will not reflect you as a different person. So it would be the same thing if you got a sister and you're applying for a passport, your sister's got a passport, but you want a passport. So you can't use your sister's. So you need to get a different one. And so it's just your twin sister. You guys happen to be born at the same time, but she's no longer here and you're here. And so you're different people. So
that's a good analogy. I guess the and this is the last thing I was going to ask with regard to that. That's a really good analogy, and I do understand that. But I guess what I'm saying, when I first went in there, I didn't have to fill out a lost passport or anything like that, because initially I went in and I didn't realize I was needing to submit the old one. So I just told them I didn't have it.
Yeah, that was correct.
And but she went ahead and processed the paperwork, and I don't have anything on page 27 that says it's a replacement for a loss or anything like that. But I didn't fill out anything for it being lost because it was at the last minute that she just kept insisting that I give up the old passport in order to move forward. So I did. So I didn't realize that at this point. So I think that's what you're saying, because I submitted that passport, even though I didn't fill out it was lost or replacement, and I filled out a DS-11 for a new passport. It's still not going to reflect the correct status. I think that's what I'm understanding.
It sounds like you did it correctly because you filled it out as a new passport and you did not reference anything previous. And then so long as you did not check anything about being a US citizen, it sounds like you did it correctly.
Yeah. And the other thing is I got the card as well. And I don't know, there's quite a few asterisks on it. I don't know. I'd heard something about that. I don't know if it's relevant.
No, I don't think you can tell the only way you can tell the difference is by having someone actually run it.
Okay. Are there places where you can have it run? Did you have to go to the directly to the passport place and have it run, or
either that or a cop? A cop should be able to. I mean, I would take it into the police station and say, look, I really need to know what comes up, what you see on your screen when I use my passport as an ID. Tell them you're doing a school project or something.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Who is next? Brian from Sonoma.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Doesn't sound like this.
This is Allison, his wife.
Oh, okay. Hi, Allison.
Hi. We have tried to get a hold of a recorder here in, well, not here in Sonoma County, but we went to the website and we sent a couple of emails, but we haven't heard back from anyone. And it's been like, I don't know, 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks.
I would send them more emails. I know the closest recorder I'm in Sonoma County as well. The closest recorder we have is David Hara down in Santa Cruz. Outside of that, I would basically send out an email, get a mass email to, let's say, 6 reporters and see who responds. There may be a shorter waiting list. I just heard that there was 300 people queued up in the LRS. Wow. Whether or not those people are actually actively looking for together, maybe some of those people are kind of in stasis, but I would say that if you're actively looking, then just send out an email to 6 reporters, and the ones in Fresno, Santa Cruz, any other ones around, and see who pops up. I think we also got another one in Marin.
Yeah, we were willing to even drive over to Marin. We sent an email out, I think earlier in the week, and we still haven't heard back. And so we were just...
Point of information. So most recorders are happy to witness you autographing your documents on a Zoom call, so you don't have to drive. And I'm absolutely willing to do that at any time. I just put my email in the chat. But you can also go to the californiaassembly.com website and fill out a request for contact. And that contact form asking for a recorder will go to every single recorder in California Assembly. And those that have time will contact you back and offer to meet with you. And again, since a lot of us do this on Zoom, since California right now is very sparse really in how many recorders there are considering the size of our huge state. So Zoom works really well, and that way you don't have to travel, but you do need to mail the documents when you're all done. And I yield.
Right on.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. I yield.
Right on. Thank you, Allison. Just a quick note, Thomas Messina, are you there? Thomas Messina, you are there. Unmute, Thomas.
Ken, are you checking out on us?
I need to get food, buddy.
I hear you.
My brain is fading.
All right. Well, you really gave it a good shot there. I mean, gosh, you answered the questions nonstop there. It was pretty neat. Not sure where James is tonight. Hopefully he'll be back next time. But yeah, I mean, I see Michelle's face, so I feel confident that we're gonna get through this. So I see a lot of hands up. Oh my gosh, are you checking out now?
Let me
take a few.
Let me take another couple here, but I gotta get some food, and I got a few other things before I call it a night here and get ready for tomorrow. So, but yeah. So
no, it worked out great. My wife just got home and I was able to spend like 15, 20 minutes with her. So she's done. The dogs aren't going to bark, that kind of thing. So I could settle in. Yeah. So, okay.
You're going to settle in for the next 8 hours. Okay. Lisa, you're up. Go for it. Lisa, you're muted. There you are.
Yes, I was unmuting. Hi. So I'm really new, and I've been listening in on different sessions and whatnot to learn and, to absorb information and to, understand the process. So what I'm thinking, and this is probably something that was covered a long time ago, but again, I'm new to all this. So when I'm papered up and and I correct my status to American non-citizen national. Are there? I'm hearing about a lot of the pros and the benefits, but are there any cons or like anything adverse that you would be opening yourself up to? Because I know the situation we're in is, not favorable to us, but as someone just learning about it, I want to know if, if there's a possibility of opening myself up to something even, worse.
You want to make sure you're safe.
Right.
Yeah. The only thing that can really get you in hot water is you not 100% knowing everything that you're doing and being able to stand on it. So in the situation that you're asking for, is somebody gonna be knocking on the door and all those other kind of stuff? I really kind of doubt it. But if you know who you are and you understand everything that you've done, all the paperwork you've signed, all the significance of what you've signed, of how to conduct yourself, you've gone through the mental rehearsals and maybe done some role playing with some people, about, what happens when, again, typical thing, traffic stop, doing a mask thing, all of the potential situations that are coming up. If you've done that mental rehearsal and you've got that confidence, you understand what to say and why you're saying it, and you've gone through it, that's your safety. Okay, that is your safety. There's nothing else more important than that for your safety. If you're uncomfortable with some of those things, you don't have to declare it. You don't have to say I'm an American national. You can be a U.S. citizen as long as you want. You can have your driver's license represent you for as long as you want. But what I would say is that if you do, let's say, the 1779 papering process, and you just simply said, okay, I just want to get this stuff recorded, but I'm not going to go send any letters out to the IRS or the Department of State or the sheriffs or, Attorney General or any of that. I'm not going to do that yet. No problem. You take your time with it. The point at which you feel comfortable is the point at which you start asserting yourself into the world as a de jure people. In between now and then, you don't have to obligate yourself in anything. And at which point you're safe.
Okay. So yeah, but I want to do the whole and complete process. I just want to understand if there's any other hurdles or issues.
The only
but
hurdles,
like you said, if you know what you're doing and why you're doing it and how to present yourself and you're educated about the process, then that's pretty much power to insert what your rights are.
This is the world of self-responsibility. And so you got to know what you're doing. And what county are you in, Lisa?
I'm sorry,
What county are you in?
San Diego.
Okay, perfect. So you got a huge network down there. You got great people down San Diego, Los Angeles, all the way down there. So what you're doing is, you know, we're not forcing you to do anything. Everything you're doing here is voluntary. And so the process itself is secondary to your knowledge and the confidence of what you're doing. Your knowledge and your confidence of what you're doing is primary. The paperwork, you don't need the paperwork to substantiate who you are if you know who you are. So the paperwork is secondary. So the primary thing comes into who am I? Why am I doing this? How did I get into this crazy situation? You know, how come I should have never gotten into this crazy situation? What's the situation I should be? How do I get out of the crazy one into where I should be? And how do I stay in the place where I should be when the rest of the world wants me to go back? So
May I, Ken?
Sure. Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, Lisa, one of the things, and as I told you earlier, that my wife taught me, I asked the same questions, you know, like, what about my business? You know, I run car sales dealerships, so I have to have a license and a driver's license and a business license to sell, even though I know that's de jure. But one thing that I realized, de facto, I'm sorry, one thing that I realized is the only con that I can find out of all this is for the first time in my 41-year-old life, I'm not a slave anymore. Like my eyes have been open to such things. And as Ken says, you don't have to do anything you don't want, but the idea that you already know a little bit more than the others walking around you, the 99% of the people that are walking around you every day, I've never felt such a freedom in knowing that I don't belong to anyone anymore. And I can imagine that's what my forefathers fought for, as far as Martin Luther King and civil rights and all this stuff, before we got duped again and all became slaves at one point or another. So Ken is absolutely right. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you can use what you want and don't use what you want. But the only con that I've found is none. The only thing that I found is I'm not a slave anymore. So I agree with Ken 100%. Use the best parts about it and learn to love it, and you will be so amazed by it. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And the last thing I would do is just say, go slow and be patient. Be patient with yourself, because every new piece of knowledge you learn, you're gonna understand a bunch of stuff tonight, and then tomorrow morning you're gonna wake up and you may say, oh, this makes a whole lot of sense, or you may say, holy shit, what am I doing? And so, every day is going to be kind of a new experience, but so long as you keep on projecting your mind forward, that no matter what happens, you're going to be safe and that this is going to work, and you're going to know exactly what to go do in the right minute, right moment. That's what this is all about. That's exactly what this is all about for me. That's why it's a lot.
Can I add something in?
1 second. That's why it's a lot more than a law course. This is a life course. And so life has a very big definition. And so with that, who was that I mentioned popped up?
Oh, it's Anton.
Oh, Anton, go for it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, you don't have to like get rid of your like driver's license and everything. You don't have to use your right to travel like right away. Like if you can slowly kind of ease into it as you feel comfortable with everything. So like if you get pulled over, you can, even if you've already papered up and everything, you can still hand the police officer your driver's license if you're not comfortable with actually knowing who you are and handing them your credential card and just knowing the whole spiel and stuff. And then once you get more comfortable, then, and you feel like you can do that and you know who you are, you can take the license plates off your car and do whatever you want at that point. But you can move into it slowly. I was just trying to add that in.
Okay. Thank you.
Well said, Anton.
I appreciate that.
You bet.
I've always known that there was something wrong with how things are. And, and a lot of what I'm hearing and learning is solidifying what I've been thinking all along. You know, things just are just never felt right to me. So this is you know, really I don't know, it's a revelation. It's just like, I couldn't get one person to understand, but now I got like, how many people now in this community for support. So I'm excited.
Just take it one piece at a time, Lisa. You're doing
Mhm.
great. You're here.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Dawn, you're up.
Oh, my computer cooperated that time. So, hey, Ken, I'm glad you didn't leave yet. And I've really enjoyed you being the MC tonight. You know, today I sent my birth certificate to the Secretary of State of California, asking them for a, God, what are the words? Not an apostille, but
That's authentication.
Authentication.
Yep.
And what happened is I got it all ready to go. And then I received a call back because I had asked for some help on it. And it took them so long to call back that I created the whole thing while I was waiting. So on the other end of the phone in this callback was a very kind of an angry, pissed off government employee, obviously hates her job and really resents that somebody's on the phone with her. But I was very kind. And anyway, what she said was, well, the only acknowledgement we have is an apostille. And I said, no, you offer both acknowledgements and apostilles. She said, well, no, they're the same thing. And I said, well, they're not, because I'm planning on doing business in Indonesia, and I have to have an acknowledgement, not an apostille. And
Authentication.
So she said, pardon?
Authentication.
Oh, authentication. I'm sorry. Right. Authentication. And she said, well, what makes you think that? How do you know? And all of a sudden I went to the end of my ability to explain to her the situation. I know one puts it in the private and the other puts it in the public, right?
Mm-hmm.
So an apostille puts it where it already is.
Basically, it's just a certification of what's already there.
So I don't want that, right?
No.
Okay. So I guess I'll be on the phone tomorrow trying to find a supervisor that can watch for my mail, because it's not inexpensive. You know, by the time that I did everything, it's the 2 birth certificates and everything else that happened. It ends up ending up costing me well over $100 to do this little move.
Experiment.
Experiment. Okay. Well, I wanted to see what you had to say about that. I thought you might have bright ideas on how to educate them.
No particular bright ideas. The only thing I would really look at is I might look through this is another little research project, but look through the California Code. Okay. And certainly whether it would be in the California Code or their rules of civil procedure, there's going to be something that defines an authentication. And I would suspect that it would be within their Bureau or Office of Vital Statistics or the Code of Records. And so I would just look up, do a search for authentication, do a search for apostille, and probably you get a better, probably authenticated is, there's a gazillion hits on authenticate, but there's probably very few hits on apostille. So I would start with apostille and then see if the 2 are related, find a particular code section where they're related. And then so when she comes back, then you could say, well, by the way, I just happened to be doing a little bit of research in your, civil procedures code because I was really bored today. And here's a section that you might want to read for yourself. Okay. And then at which point, ask for a supervisor and be cooperative and all that kind of stuff. So
of course, it's
exactly
not about a fight.
Yeah, right. No
she
way.
Might have been unhappy. I wasn't. I just ran to the end of my ability to explain things.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Right on.
Have a great evening, Ken.
Yeah, my belly is saying, feed me.
Oh, all right. I yield.
All right. Thomas, can you take it from here out?
Yes, I can. And thank you so much, Ken. I really enjoy seeing you back, and looks like you're just gaining more energy and momentum each week. So
yeah,
God bless you.
I'm good to go till 10 o'clock tonight. And so
That's a good run.
I'll bow out for a little bit. I'll pop on in. And so if there's any people that, need some more questions when I pop in for a little bit, we can nail them, and then I'll probably bow out for the night. So, but give me a
Sounds
little bit
good.
of break here. So
Enjoy your dinner.
thank you, everybody. It's been great. I apologize for that.
Okay, Ken just cut out there. I don't hear him, so I'm gonna go ahead and all right, Amir, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Thomas.
Hello.
I've been I've tried to be listening in tonight, but I'm on the move, so I've kind of been in and out of the conversation. So I just wanted to ask: has anyone covered Anna's recent Zoom meeting on Monday in tonight's discussion?
Yes, I have, and I did notice that the recording wasn't available as of like last time I checked, and I could understand that because it was really they were having a lot of computer glitches there. But what comes to your mind? What would you like to point out in it?
It's just that we discussed this on our Riverside County meeting last night. It's just a shout out on Anna's behalf, really. This Monday she was particularly riled up. Basically, as I'm sure you know, she's been fighting backwards and forwards with the Vatican to get access to the account codes for our bearer bonds. Mm-hmm. And in the end, she won, but they gave the codes to Washington, D.C., and she has concerns that they're now attempting to use that for the financial reset. Anyway, I just don't know how many people actually listen to that meeting or read her blog, but all I want to ask everyone is if they haven't heard the recording, and to save some time, if they go to her blog on the Anna Von Reitz website, there's 2 articles, 10 minutes of reading that will sum it up. She says the first title is the reason our bonds cannot fund the RV. And then her latest one, which is today, it says a bit of clarity that explains the situation. But in particular, she's actually asking the assembly members if on our own account, on our own effort, can we address the Joint Chiefs of Staff and basically voice our complaints. And she's left the address there. So I just wanted to voice that on her behalf, because as I said, I don't know if everyone reads her blog, but she's particularly upset about this situation, and she has basically called out for our help. So I wish I'd got that question in earlier, but I kept on cutting out reception, so my hand kept on going back to my raised hand kept on going to the back of the queue. That's it. With that, I yield.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, it was definitely a call to action from what I was seeing her. She was like at the end of her wits with with the deception and all the deceit. And one of the things that did give a lot of hope is she says she had this document that she was mailing out that night. And I'm sure you heard that. And it was basically to confirm her standing that this is lawfully her right,
Yeah.
and our right. So she seemed pretty optimistic about that. Yeah, the whole call kind of went like, oh, it was hard to hear the info. It was like, no, of course we all want to hear, hey, we're going to get the credits and everything's going to go. And, it's going to be just, we're going to get this ball rolling here. But it just didn't seem to go that way. She says she's still in it. And yes, she's making, she's just, it is a call to action. And for me today at my office, I had one of the agents, she had her mask on and she says, where's your mask? And I was like, I'm not doing this. So she went in the back door and I just packed up and went out the front door, and I was just shaking my head like, I just not doing this no more. So there's just all these different things. The beauty about this is the more that we learn our words and the more that we understand, the more we stick around and get our sea legs out from under us, and just the hope, the 2 coming up next. I mean, they're just like rock starring it right now with learning and helping and learning and helping. I mean, it seems like each week they come in and say, we learned this, but here it is, and it's like, and then, yeah, anyways, so I
thank heavens that she's the one steering this ship at the moment, because she hasn't. I mean, I'm reading her blog, and she's she's since that meeting, she's written to the Archbishop of Canterbury in the UK, and she's been in touch with I forget his name, some titled gentleman who's actually in place of the Queen of England, controls all the land, and she's on, you know, this she's upset, but she's the most resilient person I think I've ever known, other than, dare I say it, Mr. Trump, perhaps. You know, she's a go-getter. So I'm glad she's steering the ship. But it, as you said, it's a call to action. She has asked for our help, and I just thought, you know, for everything, if anyone has the wherewithal to write a letter, you know, even if it's a percentage of us, that's still a percentage more than nothing. So
yes, and I did hear her state that you know, the assemblies are helping out with funds, and you know, I mean, we just had a special call, you know, like how can we assist? So there's a lot of open line of communication, and it's a wonderful thing, and I think we're all going to really be pulling in the same direction, you know, as of, you know, all the things that are unfolding around us. I think we're all just going to group together, and we all have passion, and we're all, I mean, Alex right there, I mean, he said it earlier. I've been saying it. There is really no other place to be. I mean, this is where we're at. And yeah, I'll go all in with Anna at this point, to be honest with you. I mean,
I think the light at the good, you know, it's challenging times, but the light at the end of this tunnel is going to be unbearably bright. So
absolutely, we have so much to look forward to. Okay, Amir, with that, can we go with Alex?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Savannah. Okay, thank you. Hand down. Okay, let's do that. Please feel free to start chatting it up, guys.
All right, cool. Thank you. I had a question. I put a document in the chat here, and I just wanted to ask if anyone, I went to, obviously, I realize now that we belong to Navy Federal Credit Union. So I went to, I stopped all my direct deposits to get some checks so we could do the stamp on some of the checks so they're lawful money. And I want to share this document, and I asked them to update my signature card, because obviously when I opened the bank account, I didn't have a signature card. I just did everything online because my father was a veteran. So we heard Navy Feds had all the best rates and everything. So
For
I
mortgages,
put for
yeah.
mortgages and such. So I want to share this form with you guys real quick, just to.
And as you do that, I want to say we had a special request. I got a special email. First time I got an email from this person, and he's been on the land for some time here, and he loved how Savannah last week unpacked that writing you guys did, and how everybody interjected on that letter. And he asked if we could do that again. It was just like, if anyone ever has any ideas or what would be a good template, if we could actually build those together on the call. That was really exciting for a lot of people last week. So thank you for that.
I mean, I can barely take any credit for that, but Ken did actually, I'm pretty sure I emailed Ken the one that we worked on, and he basically buttoned it up and made it effectively perfect, if that's such a thing. And I have that template that I can share as well. So I can put that in the chat for everyone to snag for themselves.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, we got the forms through Maxie Taylor in Vegas, and that's the boilerplate forms. And we sort of did some extra finagling on the forms, and I'll put it in the chat, but Alex has something specific.
But yeah, we'll definitely, she'll definitely do that. She's the brains behind.
I love it. I love the two of you working together. It's a beautiful thing.
All right.
So I wanted to share this just so I could show you guys here, and I think I'm doing this properly.
Right. Yeah,
okay.
we did it. Remember when?
All right. Yeah.
did
Sorry
it
for
10
accidentally
minutes
sharing
ago?
my screen in the middle of someone else's conversation. So this form. This is very self-explanatory. First name, middle name, access, date of birth, social security number. I get social security number is de facto, but for the account. What I had a hard time with, and I was about to stamp this form and send it in, is this line right here. Tax certification. This certification does not apply if I have checked the box below my signature. Under penalty of perjury, I'd certify, one, that the social security number 10 provided is correct, obviously. 2, I am not subject to backup withholding. And 3, I'm a U.S. citizen or U.S. resident alien. So when I saw this form, I'm like, can I take this home? I want to show my wife before I fill it out and update my card, because then I see here where I would sign a date, and I was going to put the stamp here, lawful account, lawful money with the US. I don't know the code, so don't quote me.
Yeah.
But then when I saw this box, by checking this box, I certify that I'm a non-resident alien and have completed the form W-8 Ben. So when I was going to check this box, I haven't completed the W-8 Ben, but then when I look at the W-8 Ben, I don't know who to give it to. And when I said something about this to my HR, my payroll department, they're like, we don't even know what the heck that is. Why would you give it to us? It's not a W-2 or a W-4V or a California tax thing. And then, so I'm thinking here, this tax certification, does this mean that they can that no matter what I put on this form, if I check this box, obviously I didn't sign the W-8 Ben, but I don't know what backup withholding is. I don't know. And I'm obviously not a U.S. citizen anymore.
So does anyone
or a resident
know
alien. So
what to
does
do with
anyone
this?
know what to do with this form?
That's a great question. I imagine we have somebody. I see. Anybody want to volunteer first?
Anybody?
Or we're going to start picking people.
Sorry, I was tucking in my kiddos, so I missed the form. Which form is it?
I'll do it real quick. Yep, let me do it real quick. Oh, of course, Michelle. I don't even know why I didn't contact you. I'm sorry. That was stupid.
You're okay, Alex.
So this form here, so when I went to update my signature card at the bank, I stopped all my direct deposits. I wanted to update my form because I've actually never filled this out. It was just, I heard that you fill out the form so all your money is lawful. Even if I get direct deposit, it'll automatically go into my lawful account. But then when I got down to the bottom here, I saw this. By signing, I acknowledge that we have agreed to the information disclosure above, which is fine. But then the tax certification form, and 3, I am a U.S. citizen or resident alien. Well, I don't want, this is not, this is a lawful account. I don't want it to be
A legal account.
subject to backup withholding. So if it's not subject to backup withholding and I am a U.S. citizen, I have to check this box. But if I don't check the box and I just sign it, it's the same account that I had before.
Or you could just not sign it. And be
So I was curious has anyone seen this type? And obviously it's Navy Federal Credit Union. I get it. It's a federal credit union bank. But do you have any idea do I just check the box and be like, oh yeah, I did the W-8 Ben. But when I talk to my payroll department, they're like, I don't even know what it is. You don't have to give that to us. You're already not paying taxes. Like, what more do you want from us, Alex? Like you already gave us the form saying that you're exempt from federal tax and exempt from state tax. So I don't know what you want me to, I don't even know what the W-8 Ben is. And then I was thinking, do I give it to the bank? And the bank's like, why do we want it? So
well, they gave it to you.
No, they just gave me this form to update my card. So I was wondering, does anyone know how I should fill this out? Because I was going to put my signature in the stamp here and date it that says it's lawful money. But then I saw this part and the checking the box. Well, obviously, I'm not a non-resident alien. I haven't filled out the W-8 Ben. And yeah, obviously, I am not a U.S. citizen or a U.S. resident alien. So
may I?
Yeah, please.
Don't they consider us non-resident alien because we're not U.S. citizen?
Yes. Right.
And isn't it interesting that everything is in a box according to Robert's Rules of Regulation? That means we really can't see it, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, and we are non-resident, right? Because resident is a fiction, but at the very top of the form, it says member. So that puts you into a different classification already.
It's a credit union.
The legal system, right, has all of these lovely terms. So the terms and conditions of this credit union have to define what a member is specifically.
There you go.
So that's one thing. You're definitely a non-resident when you're a national because you're not a resident. And then, but how are they defining alien? Because there are several different definitions in the US code as it relates to alien. So I'm not sure which alien they're referring to on the form.
So that makes sense then, I guess, by checking this box, I certify I'm non-resident alien. But then if I have to fill out this W-8 Ben, who am I giving it to? The
Just
bank?
you can give it to them, I'm assuming.
Well, the W-8 Ben is for the IRS and the Internal Revenue Service.
Huh.
Also, I send that in with my letter of revoking to pay taxes?
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah.
You can see how I can see what a dilemma this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to share it with everyone, just to see, like,
It's in the chat. We put the full thing in the chat. You gotta scroll up. It says.
all right.
Well, and have you checked out the W-8 Ben?
Yes, we did
have.
look at the W-8 bed, and the obviously I don't have it with you here. I can't share it, and we'd have to look for
It's
it.
easy to find. You can just Google W8 Ben. It'll pop up. Yeah.
But the W-8 Ben is like, it just basically is the same thing, you know.
Don't fill this out if you're not.
Don't fill this out if you're
resident.
not receiving Social Security or, you know, government assistance or retired or military, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's convoluted on what I should do in that instance. Now, obviously, I could just check the box and be like, oh yeah, I filled out the W-8 Ben. This is lawful account. You know what I mean? So I was just curious if anyone.
All of these lovely things regarding perjury and blah, blah, blah. And the other thing is, and I acknowledge that T on Riverside County put in the chat the certificate of foreign status of beneficial owner for United States tax withholding and reporting, but it says individuals. Now, not to complicate matters, but when you go on to the congressional, the US code regarding the definition of individuals, it refers you back to persons. You go to persons and it says natural and artificial. And I mean, it goes on and on and on, and then it refers to individuals. And then it talks about aliens, and it's like the most ridiculous twine.
Circular argument. Yeah.
Yes. So I think before you send this in, you've got to be able to argue your position frontwards and backwards in case it ever comes up. But you're certainly a non-resident. We know this.
Yes.
The W-8 Ben, we just have to determine whether, because you're not an entity either. You're not an entity unless you're using your all caps, which perhaps that is what you want to do on this application, use an all caps entity, because this credit union is a corporation and can only contract with corporations.
But aren't all banks, I mean, credit unions or banks, they're all corporations.
They're
right?
all corporations, right? And if you look at, oh my gosh, what was that decision? It was Doan's Administrators. It's not Penn Weller, it's Penn, what the heck is it called? Penn.
It'll
Someone
come.
help me.
Pen something.
Penn. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm just going to Google it really quick.
Yeah.
It's going to bug me.
Bother you, yeah.
So I guess then,
Penn Hollow. Penn Hollow versus
Penn Hollow
Doan's
versus
Administrators.
Penn Hollow versus Doan.
Yep, that's the one. So Penn Hollow versus Doan's is 1795. That one determined that, corporations can only contract with corporations. Fictional entities can only contract with fictional entities. So if you want to relate to yourself as though you are this fictional entity completing this form, because technically and legally, that's what you are when you're engaging in a contract with a corporation, then you're filling it out as though you are in control of your straw man, right? Your all caps name.
So then,
So we would
so
fill it
what
out
you're
as-
saying is fill it out in all caps, and here all caps, but also put the stamp on it and check that box?
Yeah, how would you guys fill that out? That's the main question.
See, I guess that's my kicker. I want to make my money lawful money so it cannot be attacked, but I can't just, I mean, I guess I could just spend the rest of my life stamping every check, but then it doesn't matter if it's going into a bank account where I haven't updated my registration card to say I am a lawful, this is all lawful money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
almost
well,
make. Go ahead.
but all forms of money, unless you're depositing, gold and silver, all of them are, they're all
That's
Federal
not big
Reserve
anyway.
notes,
Yeah,
unless
that's a
you,
good point.
unless you claim otherwise, right? So you have to claim otherwise by stamping. If you engage in this contract as your straw man with your all caps name in black ink, then theoretically, you're the dead entity, and the dead entity can't have access to lawful money.
So, I'm more confused now, Michelle, than I was 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, so basically what you're saying is at this point, even if I update my card and I stamp all my checks, if I keep my money in the bank, it's still straw man money, right?
Yeah, but you still would want to stamp it or handwrite on there, in lawful money with the 411, blah, 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 right? So 12 USC 411.
Yeah. Okay,
because
so
you
what?
want to make the claim,
So basically, what you're
saying.
saying is, and I guess I guess what you're saying. You're saying just fill out the form at the top here, and then when I get to here, fill it, but still put my stamp saying this is all lawful money, the code, date it, and then just be like, this is what I've done, and then don't check the box.
We could just keep it blank. Like, remember when you filled out your W-4Vs?
Hold on. I didn't fill out this form when I opened the bank account. So technically speaking, I have this account that I just did online where I never actually signed an updated form. I just wanted to update the form, but I see what you're saying is stamp it anyway, just to show that there is a record there that somewhere in this credit union, they have this piece of paper with my signature and this stamp on it that says this is a lawful account. Whether it is really lawful or not, it's up to that point where if someone actually tries to take it in the future, at least I can revert back to it and be like, hey, I updated the card, kind of thing. Right?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
I got you. So, I mean, there's, out of the 100 and, so basically the 85 people that are still on the call, we all just have unlawful accounts right now, right? Because everyone here, I'm assuming, has some type of bank account. I hope, maybe, I don't know, but something where, so basically we're all of us have unlawful money, and there's pretty much no way to really have lawful money unless it's silver or gold. And even if we do this, technically in their eyes, they can still take it.
I guess we really have to get into silver and gold.
Well, I mean, I can't.
Yeah, technically they can. But the bottom line is that you're trying your best to get out of this system.
Got it.
But yet at the end of the day, even if you're making these claims that you're alive and well and that you're not an alien, which you're not, by the way, but even if you go through that whole song and dance, they can't contract with you when you're alive anyway.
I get what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying. Like,
so it's voidable.
No matter what, it's still a contract signed, but it's fake anyway, because it doesn't really matter anyway. So by me doing it, I'm just adding a little layer of security with that stamp. But at the end of the day, it's all null and void anyway, if it ever came down to it.
If it ever came down to it, yes. If you were standing before a judge saying, I'm alive and well, I'm not an alien, I'm not a person, individual, citizen, resident, member, fill in the blank, they would still argue that there's jurisdiction in the de facto because the contract is a corporate contract. So they could only ever contract with your fiction anyway. So the fact that they add the option for you to indicate that you're a non-resident alien only adds to the confusion, because it's not even possible. Well, it is possible for you to claim that you're a non-resident alien, but then you're claiming that you're an alien, which you're not.
Yeah,
So it's like
I think I start to see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It's like, it's just one of those things that is, I'm doing it for a little extra sense of security on my mind. But at the end of the day, unless I keep all my gold and silver in my bed and I use that to pay all my bills, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day anyway.
Yeah.
If it ever
Right.
came
It
down
really
to
depends. It really
Mad
just
Max era kind of thing, right?
depends on what your intent, what's your intent. At the end of the day, that's going to be your goal.
Oh
Knowing what your intent is. If your intent is converting your money to lawful money, I mean, you can claim it by putting the stamp on your checks or your deposits or whatever.
Yeah.
So you can still claim it. It's certainly not going to guarantee you anything. However, claiming is better than not claiming.
I got you. I got you. I understand. Maybe I'm worrying too deep about it. Just sign it, stamp it, and it's going to be what it's going to be.
So you're.
I jump in here real quick.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I think I just kind of caught the tail end of what you were saying for the last few minutes. I think there's a couple things that you kind of want to think about, and that I used the example before that when we're all born, we had a twin. Okay. But the twin, the first twin that was born, or the first twin that was created, was dead. So it was born dead. But since they, stillborn or whatever you call it. So, but because they were created first, there was a trust created for them that was monetized. And because we're the only living descendants or decedents or living heirs, we're the inheritors of that trust. But the trust was not written for us. Okay. It was written for our twin. And so when I think about it that way, when you open a bank account, you're acting as the agent, as the authorized representative for your twin. So that's where the buy and the copyright and the all rights reserved always comes on in. So that's the important part of your signature. I'm assuming that the stamp that you're talking about is something like, all funds deposit lawful money 12 USC 411. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. And so I think as Michelle was saying, that has to be there because you have to make that statement somewhere. My guess is that if we were to look at how the bank account is set up, they probably have two different numbers that represent the balance of your account. One is the amount of dollars that are in there. And then the other thing is how many of those dollars are lienable. Okay. So in other words, they can put a lien on those dollars. They're federal dollars. They're legal tender dollars as opposed to lawful dollars. But my guess is when you go into a bank, they don't really know the term lawful money, but they do probably understand liens. How much of the money in this account can be liened versus not liened? So my guess is that's how they see it. So by making a statement on every single check, or making a statement on your signature card, or by giving them a separate letter, saying that I have the authority to declare this money unlienable. Okay, like a U.S. citizen really wouldn't have that authority because they're already, they're not operating from anywhere outside of the system. They're in it, everything they say. So when a U.S. citizen comes in and says this is unlienable, it said bullshit. You got no standing. So
that's where I just read this now for the first time as you were speaking. I know I've read it a million times, but the Internal Revenue Service does not require your consent to any provision of this document other than the certifications required to avoid backup withholding. So pretty much you just said it. They can, according to that, doesn't matter what I put on there. They can do backup withholdings on my account anyway.
If you are acting as a U.S. citizen.
But by stamping it, I'm at least putting it out there that I am not
You have
acting.
some sort of
I have
right.
some sort of record that I signed the signature card with that stamp, and I'm signing most of my checks with that stamp. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Now,
extra layer of security.
It is an extra layer of security. So the question then comes in, and this is the sticky point. So let's say that you wanted to be 100% lawful. And so you come in with your declaration of status, you come in with all the things of your assumed name and all the other various documentation, the witness testimony, all that. And you say, I am no longer a US citizen. I'm an American non-citizen national. So the bank, if they were operating in 100% de jure capacity, they would say, right on. Let me go put down your account, put down your nationality as a non-US citizen, put down your account as an American, your citizenship as an American national or a Californian, and everything goes through. The problem is when it goes into legal, because you put something different on your application than was supposed to be put on your application, it goes up to legal department. The legal department says, do we want this person to have an account or not? Are they an asset to us or are they a liability to us? And so they have the ability to deny you. And so then they might call you up and they say, hey, Alex, we got a problem here. We cannot accept this form the way it's written. I don't know the answer to that one. Okay. Yep. I kind of get the sense is that credit unions, and charter credit unions and non-federal credit unions, if we can find them, are going to be a lot more amenable to that than than any kind of federal bank, let alone a commercial bank.
Yeah.
So that's the sticky point, because there's not enough of us to act in a capacity where we can force that institution to honor the authority that we have as the true creditors to everything that's underwritten as US dollars. They don't see that. Now, maybe we can do a little bit more research. Maybe there's some actual true patriot banks out there or patriot credit unions out there. My guess is there are.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to find them in your neighborhood. They're probably like, created out of Illinois somewhere or, Montana. Right.
Yeah.
But hey, if they take online banking, who cares where you live, right?
It's not a bad idea. I see what you're saying.
So research for next week.
Research for next week. We'll add that.
Everyone go
Thomas and Ken.
Get on the case. Yeah. Start looking into it.
All right. Well, thank you, Michelle and Ken and Tom. We appreciate it, and we yield. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
That's
This
wonderful.
was awesome.
Yeah, and thank you guys. It's a great topic, and just we are truly like pioneering this thing through here, and we will, achieve our goals if we just stick together and keep pushing forward. So we have Ellen here. Ellen, please. There you are.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. Good to see you.
Yeah, how you doing, Thomas?
I'm always just going for it.
Yeah, I know you are. You don't mess around. So I went to the passport office and submitted an application for a U.S. passport, and I attached a statement. I kept flip-flopping back and forth between Copper Moonshine Stills and Kelby and Roger Sales, but I already had a statement, an exploratory statement annexed to the passport application from Kelby. So I really didn't have any more time to mess around with it. So I just went with the one I had. And but Kelby has there's a elaborate, explanation of why you shouldn't submit why you shouldn't have to submit your social security number with the application. But I remember hearing that Copper Moonshine still says it's no big deal. Just go ahead and give it to him. Anyway, I I submitted the application with the attachment stating that I do not consider myself a 14th Amendment citizen, born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And that's part of it. It gets a little more detailed, but so anyway, they took, and in nowhere does it ask you to check that you're a U.S. citizen. I checked that my mother wasn't a U.S. citizen and my father was not a U.S. citizen. They didn't question that. And my wife, who I'm separated from, but I put her on there too, and I put her as not being a U.S. citizen. So they accepted the application. They were trying not to attach the guy was really, he kept checking with his supervisor and coming back, and then he was saying, "Well, we'll take your statement, but we're not gonna, we're just gonna give it back to you." And then finally, I got him to check that it was a attachment and that it would be part of the explanatory statement. So hopefully that, which it's the statement that kind of where you assert that you're born on California as an American national. So, but he said the passport's going to look exactly the same as the old one, right? So, anyway, I did go through that, and but yeah, it was hard to get him to take the explanatory statement, but he finally did it right at the end. He checked the box that there's an attachment, and then he said they will read. He was trying to tell me they won't put it as part of my permanent record, but he did check the box that it was an explanatory statement. Anyway, does anyone?
I'm kind of curious. I haven't heard the attachment on one of those come across. Has anybody dealt with that or can expound off of what Ellen is talking about?
I've heard that of people using it and people, where the heck did I see it? That's right. I was attending a Washington Assembly, one of Terry's Washington State Assembly calls, and there was a fellow there that had kind of gone through this whole process, and he basically was saying the same thing that I guess Alan is that to add in this explanatory statement. And when I presented that to, I think, into our assembly, then the following week, I had some people saying it was a great idea and other people saying that they're probably going to kick it out. But the fact that you were able to get the guy to acknowledge it, that it is an attachment, meaning, quote, read it, don't throw it away, don't discount this application,
right,
at face value, I think is the right way to do it. So again, I kind of look at it and I say, even though it's probably did you have to wait a long time for an appointment, or you just go into the post office and do it, or?
I went to the passport office in Westwood. They have and I told them, I had to show them a reservation for a hotel in Mexico that that it was very imminent that I needed it. So they gave me an appointment, and then I can actually go pick it up in 3 days. That's what they said.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably the safest way to go, because every time that you get an actual person that you're talking to, they're going to be able to do all the pre-validation of the stuff that we would like to be automatic when we send it in. But we all know that that's up to the agent who's looking at it. And it's just as easy to say disqualified as it is, I got to go read all this stuff. So from my understanding, using the explanatory statement is the clearest way for you to define who you are and to tell them exactly what you want them to do, so that there's no room for misunderstanding, which is the biggest thing that I see that gets people in trouble, is not clarifying the details, not verifying that they 100% understand who you are and what you're doing, and that you're not trying to pull a fast one. And so if we can't be there 100% watching them, process the application, the explanatory statement is the best way to go. So that's the best place where we can put down our words in our language for them, specifically for them. So
all right.
That's the way I would
just
see it.
back down and put my social security number on there, though. I hope that doesn't hurt me, but I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I mean, if anything else, what you could do is you could put some wording in there saying that I recognize is that the number identified, the social security number, does not 100% represent the living person who I am, but it represents a commercial. I'd be a little bit vague on saying trust account, so I would say it represents the commercial side of my living self, something like that. So you're not being real specific on the terms.
Yeah.
And I give you, I authorize you to use this number in whatever capacity is required to allow, to facilitate the document that I'm looking for here, something along those lines.
Well, I didn't do that, but anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it was in. I think actually the explanatory statement did talk about the social security number, but Kelby was really, he's got all this stuff, reading them the riot act about why they should accept it with it. But the guy was fighting me so much, and I just thought, okay, well, I'll just write it, and the rest, as long as I can get that statement attached, that was the main goal. So anyway, okay, well,
yeah, my sense is, when we're trying to run the race, you don't have to get every single hurdle over. All you want to do is just get to the finish line.
Right. Yeah. Got to score some points. Got to score more points than your opponent. That's what it is.
Exactly. So.
Okay. All right. I yield. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Really appreciate that. Stacy on Contra Costa. All right.
Hi. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so my question is going back to what we were talking about with the authentication of the birth certificates, and like Don was talking about the difference between the authentication and the apostille, and it looks like, sorry, of course right now. Anyway, oh my gosh.
They might, they could, oh, I'm sorry, is my mic on, you guys?
Yes, it is. I'll mute you. Right.
Okay, so if somebody had posted in the chat that California Secretary of State is no longer issuing authenticated birth certificates for American state nationals, and that the only thing that you could do would be the apostille. So that kind of presents a problem, because then that's not really serving our purposes in the way that we would like. So when I did my 928 paperwork, I had Max Taylor do it, and I didn't get the Attorney General letter, which when I went into the LRS to create documents, I filled out the information so I could see how it spit the stuff out. And I'm thinking, okay, so maybe I dodged a bullet because I didn't get that letter. I haven't submitted this at this point to the state of California and all the notables, let's say, to put them on notice that I've changed my status. So I'm thinking perhaps sending it in now before I send this notice off to them would be the right way to go, because technically they don't know I've changed my status. So I could get the authentication, or anybody who's listening to follow this timeline, get the authentication, then put the notice in, and then we can send it off to federal to get the authenticated federal birth certificate. Anybody want to weigh in on that theory?
I would love to hear somebody weigh in on that. Okay, how about maybe Michelle's not there? Anybody specialize in birth certificates? Is your specialty some past experience?
Ken's lighting up.
I see him.
You know, the only thing that I could suggest on this one, if they're going to play hardball in terms of what they do and what they don't do, go to the CFRs, go to their code, and look up apostille and look up authentication, and have them tell you why they're not going to be upholding the requirements of their own law. That's the only thing I mean, cutting to the chase and eliminating all the other nonsense, you know, oh, sign your letter this way, do this on your letter. They don't care. But if you hold them to the code and you say that you're basically criminally liable for not upholding your responsibility in law, that'd be the only thing I could see that would make sense.
Okay. All right. And then kind of tied to this question, and I saw Michelle's here too. Did we ever get an answer, like a for real answer on the declaration of political status with the embossed seal? And if we're supposed to hold off on sending that to Lincoln until we've gotten out of like DMV database and all that?
May I?
Please.
Okay, so it really, the declaration of political status does need an embosser. So if you've gotten one that's not embossed, you need to get it embossed by either Caesar, Nancy, or myself. Okay, so that handles the embossing. And then the other thing about getting out of the system, as it relates to voting, taxpayer status, and if you are on any, if you have any relationships, like employment relationships or contractual relationships with a government entity. So let's say you're, like a city commissioner, or you're a, whatever, you're a vendor, a part-timer for a local government contractor, you got to get out of that. Or what if you're you run a small S corp, or you have, an LLC, which is also a form of a corporation, right? You've got to get out of those positions in order for your declaration of political status to really stand and hold water. But in terms of something like a driver's license, that isn't by itself going to keep you stuck, because people do have situations where they drive, they might drive by day and then they're free people after hours. So the driver's license isn't going to be the thing that does it. It'll be corporate agreements, being on corporate boards, or having contracts with a government of some sort, whether it's municipal, federal, state, county. I hope that makes sense, Stacy.
Well, no, it does. And that my big bone of contention was on my notice from Max. He's like, you get out of the system, including your driver's license. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm holding on to this, and I got it embossed and notarized from you and recorded. So I just wanted to get confirmation on that piece of it. So it seems like I'm good to go to send that in registered mail now.
Yeah, if everything else, any other stuff is already done, the voters, the taxpayer status, et cetera, yeah, then you would be fine if you still had a driver's license. Because listen, even nationals are allowed to engage in commerce on the road.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I yield.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. So we have Monica McGuire on Santa Cruz. Please unmute.
Hi there.
Hello there.
I am, looks like I'm unmuted still. Okay.
You're good. Yes.
So right on the birth certificate, I've been looking at mine here and kind of surprised. I thought that it had a full middle name, and I've been putting in my LRS information, and this seems like it's embossed. It feels like it's got something on the front that's above it, but not on the back. And it doesn't have a middle name, just a middle initial. And I'm asked on the LRS to put in all names. So because I thought my middle name on my birth certificate was Jean until I just looked at it again. And I had added another middle name with my mother while I was in high school because that's what she really wanted. So I have a lot of documentation that has a full middle name of Jean, actual middle name of Tippin, and then sometimes just the initial J or JT. So do you have to put all that stuff in like I did when I got married, where you have to say I could be known as all these names? Do you know?
Still with us, Michelle?
Thank you.
Michelle, are you there?
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. So sorry about that.
Oh, but you heard.
Yeah. So it's so funny because this has come up a number of times. I think I'm going to have to create a Zendesk ticket about it. So when it comes to your birth certificate name, right? So if let's say you've got only a first name and a last name, but no middle or no initial in the middle, you'll still, believe it or not, you'll still do 3 acts of expatriation because it's just the way that it is, even if the name is the same on all 3. And if you're doing it on the LRS and you get to the middle name, if it doesn't let you continue, you just do the space bar in the middle name section so that it lets you continue while also being able to skip the middle name.
Okay. But my question was a little more because it looks on the LRS as though it's asking me for all possible middle names. And so do I only put the J because that's all that's on my birth certificate, or do I put the name Jean, which J is for, and the name Tippin, which we added later, and I have a whole lot of documents saying I'm Tippin as well?
Okay, so in your case, what you would do is you would do Jean, and it'll automatically create one of the versions with a middle initial.
Okay.
And then in terms of the other last name, you'll actually do an entirely separate set of the 3 acts of expatriation in that last name.
And it's odd because it is my grandmother's last name, but it's actually a middle name for me. I never changed my name when I got married. So I've never changed my name since I've been an adult, but I did at like 14 start putting the name Tippin in as a second middle name, and it stuck. It started showing up on all kinds of things, but I just simply started putting it in because I had it on my high school certificate. So does that make sense? That it's not last name.
But because there are 2 different ways, because there are 2 different names that show up for you, like it might be Monica Jean McGuire, but it also might be Monica Jean Tippin McGuire, right? And Jean and Tippin being the middle name, it sounds like. So yeah, what you would end up doing is having 2 different sets of the 3 acts of expatriation. So the first set would be based on Monica Jean McGuire.
Okay.
And it'll automatically change it to Monica Jean McGuire, Monica J. McGuire, and then Monica McGuire.
Okay.
And then you'll do a second set of 3 for Monica Jean Tippin McGuire. And then it'll automatically revert to Monica J. T. McGuire, and then Monica McGuire again.
And then a follow-up question, just because it is interesting on a whole lot of documents, like I was putting in to pay for it. McGuire is one of those weird names where it's not all caps. I've got a small c a lot of the time. That probably doesn't make enough difference, right?
That's so interesting. That is one that has never come up for me, but it's probably, if it's customary, that the C is usually small. I believe the form is still going to maximize that C. It's still going to uppercase it, but
This birth certificate did not do that. I just have it on, like most of my credit cards are a complete mix. Some say a small c, some say a capital C, some make it MC space Squire, some put it all together. Yeah.
Okay, that on your assumed name document, on that one, you got to include all those different versions with or without the space, with and without the lowercase c, lower and uppercase c.
Okay.
That one, I suspect you're going to have a lot of different versions of your name, because on that one, the assumed name document, I mean, you can add everything, including ways that people might know you on social media, including nicknames, including business names that you own, every possible way that your name, people might refer to you.
Even that's what you said, nicknames?
Yeah, even nicknames. So like your name is Monica. Let's say people call you Moni or Mon or I don't know.
Well, I've never used it on social media because I'm not much on social media, but Moni is what I was called when I was a kid. And really, there's a bunch of other people that are Monty McGuire.
Yeah, you might want to claim that on your assumed name document.
Okay.
It's like on that one, go crazy. Every possible version of your name. And again, social media handles, all the different ways with the lower and uppercase C for McGuire. If you've ever seen that someone haphazardly added a dash, like a hyphen, let's say some of your documents show up in the mail and it's Jean hyphen Tippin McGuire, you'll want to do that on your assumed name document too.
But not misspellings. People who've misspelled it with a Q or something, don't worry about that.
Well, actually, no, you should do that too. If those things have come to you, if they've associated your address with a misspelled version of your name, you need to claim that, because if you guys are familiar with the GMEI utility search, I'll have to look for it and put it in the chat. But if you type in your social security number on their site, you'll find the myriad ways that they're making money on you. I searched my own social security number and it had over 500,000 different claims on me.
Oh my God.
I know, which apparently is a lot, but apparently it has something to do with the fact that I've been married and divorced and had several name changes, So, yeah. So if you're on the call tonight and you're thinking about getting married and changing your name, or if you're getting divorced and you're thinking about changing your name, don't do it. Just what a nightmare. I'll see if I could find that link and put it in the chat so people could do their searches if they want.
Okay, here's the other one. I hope this is true. I don't have to pay $25 for every possible combination of my name, do I?
Oh, no, not at all. What you would do, when you do your 928 packet, it includes, a whole host of documents. And so for now, it's a $25 publishing fee, no matter, for the whole packet. Pretty soon, though, the fees are going to be changing to $3 per document, not per page, but per document type. So if your assumed name is 2 pages or 5 pages, it's still going to be $3. I mean, one price changes. But for now, it's still $25 publishing for the whole set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The 3 acts of expatriation, I guess I haven't seen that yet. I don't know exactly what that means. Is it going to, I'm going to see Satya tomorrow, though, because if she can explain it to me, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, in a nutshell, I mean, this is a great learning opportunity for everybody on the call. In a nutshell, when we're born, most people, not all, but most people have a first name, middle name, and last name. But regardless, even if you just had a first name and last name, it's the same concept. they create 3 versions of your name, one to satisfy the territorial, one to satisfy the federal, and one to satisfy the municipal. And so these are essentially 3 different constitutions that we're operating under. But the bottom line is there are 3 versions of every single child that is born. And so, which by the way, Michelle says, this is the source of our population problem for the people who say there's too many people on the planet. This is a Michelle says completely, you know, I don't have any empirical data to support my claim, but I really don't believe that there's 7 point whatever billion people on the planet. I think they just keep squeezing everybody into urban islands. They want to do all this upzoning to give you the illusion that there's too many people on the planet. And then they get to continue to use that as a justification to pass more bills for social services and all this other stuff, right? Which is a total fraud. Bills are literal. So is claiming your territorial, municipal, and federal self.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for all that.
You're welcome. And every legal version of your name that exists needs its own act of expatriation. And what I mean by that is, you know, you might get junk mail in a bazillion different iterations of your name, and that goes on the assumed name document, right? These companies assume that your name is fill in the blank. However, the act of expatriation is when you go through the process of changing your name, and or if there is a legal document like, you know, your high school diploma, let's say, if that one has Jean and Tippin on it in addition to McGuire, that's a legal document. It's not necessarily a contract, but it is a document. And so those legal documents they need to have their own act of expatriation.
And if you don't, then you're still both, and you shouldn't be both.
Yeah, you need to just be one. You just need to be one, which is you. But you might actually use your 2 middle names sometimes still, which is why you want to claim it now. You know, you want to claim that name as well as the name that was given to you when you were born.
Yeah, which if it's on my birth certificate as just Monica J. McGuire, is that officially what they said?
But if you know it's Jean, you should put Jean, because the middle initial is going to be taken care of by
okay, so
one of the automations. Yeah.
It is an interesting thing. And then also the whole thing about whether it's embossed. Embossed can be only that you feel it raised on the certificate, not that it has to be indented from the back as well, right?
Yeah, it could be just raised.
Yeah, it's definitely that original one. And it's one that I ordered myself back in 1995. I don't think my mom actually had one. I thought it was really interesting that there's already a red number on it, and that then it also has a registration number for state, starting with the year, and then a different number, and then this number that was also my receipt number, and then a local number. There's all these numbers, and then there's this VS-14-94. So, and you guys were also just talking about having some wording on yours, and mine just says this is a true abstract of the official record filed with the Office of Vital Records and Statistics. That's enough? It doesn't, you were using these other terms a few minutes ago before I got to ask my question. It's a word that was brand new to me and I didn't write it down yet.
You mean in terms of the name of the documents?
Yeah. I think it was the couple that was asking about it, and there were 2 words, and you had to have, they were talking about with the bank, that there was a word with an X in it and another term. It's too late. I'm not going to come up with it. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's late. All right. Well, I'll find it out with Satya tomorrow, I guess. I'm
Awesome.
excited.
Yeah. And of course, there's also the Common Law 101 class tomorrow. You can also hop onto that, and the Q&A usually starts around 10:15. The class goes from 9 until 10:15, and then the Q&A starts at 10:15.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that again. I have as much as I can. Thank you so much. I yield.
All right. You are welcome.
Thank you, Monica, Michelle. That's great. Paula did have her hand up, but I see it's down. So next up would be William. Paul? William Paul?
Yep. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Say, I have a friend up here in Crescent City whose son has gotten in some stuff with the judicial system up here. The police are trying to frame him for something, and we need to know what to do. He has nothing to do with the actual crime. There's some reason these police are trying to get some kind of a confession out of him, and but the kid has nothing to do with it. But for some reason, he's being targeted. He's married, has a couple kids. Where does someone, what does someone do in a situation like this? Who do we talk to?
What is he in the assembly? Has he papered up done as 1779?
No, he's not papered up. This is the first time they've been on here. They're just on here with me as guests. I've told them that the advantages of being papered up. I'm not even papered up yet, but so as an unpapered person, what do you do?
Yeah,
Well, may I?
Sure, please.
So I don't know why he wouldn't want to get papered up. In fact, it sounds like if he's being targeted, and there's no sign of it letting up anytime soon, he should get himself out of their jurisdiction altogether. There would be no reason to stay unless he's a glutton for punishment. But and I say that jokingly. I apologize. I don't mean to make light of the situation, but
sure.
What would be the motivation to stay in that system? I don't understand.
No, well, I'm sorry. Maybe I because there is a desire to paper up. Just doesn't know how to do it yet. I'm going to direct him in that, way. But and I don't know in what part of this, system he is right now, and what he, but yeah, he would definitely have desire to paper up. I don't know the timeline. I don't know what he's got coming up. I don't know when his court dates are, and if he has time to paper up before his next, actually he they're just I don't know if he's got a court date. I don't know much about it yet. Do you know if he has a court date? Or?
He might. There's a couple of things. And I'm glad that in the chat, Silvana added the jurisdictionary course. This is apparently very, very helpful for people who are in the middle of, dealing with an existing situation. And the website is howtowinincourt.com. Okay. I'll put that in the chat. Because the only problem that we tend to have is that for people that are in the middle of a legal battle, there's a lot of catching up to do, because you've got to get legally literate, so to speak. So that website will help with a quick education about how to deal with what's already happening right now. However, in order to claim soon so that you can avoid future problems, it should definitely be a priority soon to go ahead and get that paperwork done. Just like you mentioned, there's an interest in doing that. But those legal problems are not going to go away on their own. But you have to gain some legal literacy in order to navigate.
And what was the name of it again? The literature?
It's howtowinincourt.com.
Okay.
There's also Alphonse Fagiolo's site, which is iamhassentmetoyou.com.
Okay.
And I want to thank
you repeat that?
Anton for putting that in the chat.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but the How to Win in Court has a great class called the Jurisdictionary class.
Okay.
And, you know, for people who were not raised knowing all of these de facto strategies, that's a great, great opportunity.
Okay. Okay.
And apparently you can learn a lot in a pretty short period of time.
Okay. Is there anybody in particular that we could talk to periodically when you know something comes up? You know. Yeah, I can direct you to how to paper up, but who would be best to talk with? You know, when something pertinent comes up, if it should.
Honestly, these calls are really great for that. Get a little more details of how you coming into the understanding of your situation, then with that question or you know how to approach taking some action, then you could throw it back out to the group again, and perhaps we could assist with our opinions.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I know a couple things like they've you know they've had his truck it for impound for forever, and they're not letting them have it back. And they can do anything that they want to really with it, including you know putting DNA on it or whatever they want to do. And it's just and we're in a real small town up in the north, up in Del Norte, and it's a good old boy attitude, you know, scenario up here. He actually knows, I think. Well, I don't, you know, it's not for me to his dad knows more about it than I do. I could say something's not, you know, correct. So, but so I guess I don't have a specific question.
Okay, well, when you do, check back in with us next week. And the best thing to do is to really look into those links that they sent. Those are very resourceful. I even copied them myself. I need to learn this stuff. So, but we're all here, and there's a lot of knowledgeable people, and they are willing to share their opinions. And if it resonates with you right and sounds right, maybe, you know, that could be a direction you would consider.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Okay, thank you, William. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Peter Kelly on LA.
Well, I'm not.
Hey, hello.
Hello there.
Hey, my question was actually kind of what something Michelle was saying earlier about corporations and what have you, but I wanted to kind of follow up on with William there for a second. So I think you said that they're trying to get him to confess, or is that what they're saying?
I honestly, he didn't really get into too much of the details. I just asked him.
That's what I thought I heard him say. But if William, you're still on the call, just, you know, I'd suggest as you learn more about your status or your friend, whoever it is just keep your mouth shut, plead the fifth. Don't give them any more information than they already have.
Right. And how do we go about putting them on the defense, because they need to be, you know, they're saying stuff that didn't happen, you know, and they're railroading them.
That's what they do. So you're just going to have to get really a crash course and get educated really fast, really fast, which you can do. But in the time being, don't give them any more information. You know, don't try to explain your way into it or out of it, because that's the kind of stuff they'd like to do to trick you.
Right. Okay.
So whatever has been said, but from this point forward, if they try to come with new tactics, oh, well, what about this? Or what about that? Or what? Nope, I got nothing to say to you. You know?
How do we disprove allegations or evidence that they say they have, which is all just, you know, it's not.
It's SMU, right? The evidence that they have. Yeah.
What's SMU? I'm sorry.
SH blank T made up.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So it's just SMU. So they can say all that they want to say. And the fact of the matter is if at this point they're still coming at him, that means they don't have a case. They don't have enough to do what they really want to do. So stop talking and then go learn what you need to learn so that you can go on the offense.
And so how do we say, well, prove it or shut up because it's not true? I mean, how do we? Well, yeah, but we want them to. Yeah.
Well, ultimately what they want, if you don't mind
Sure.
my chiming in here, ultimately what they want is they want to intimidate enough that he's going to take a plea deal.
Exactly.
So that they can get a conviction, some kind of a, listen, courts, in case, I don't know if everybody knows this or not, but courts are, they're simply a gateway for a for-profit situation. And so when they can get any kind of a judgment going, or they can get a plea deal, those are all contracts that they can cash in. And so the judges in these courts get really, really, really handsomely financially rewarded for every case that they can, bring through their courtroom. So the fact of the matter is if your son, is innocent, and it sounds like he is, then he just simply he just can't back down and he cannot agree to any of these plea bargains. There's a guy, God bless his heart, Pete Santilli, who spent 619 days in jail because he refused to accept any of their ridiculous negotiations. And finally, when he got his court date, he became a free man with all charges dropped and everything turned out. The problem was he was in jail for 619 days.
Right. So hopefully you made them pay for that. I mean,
right. Well, I don't actually know what ended up happening after the fact, but he was one of these guys at the Bundy Ranch, trying to, he got accused of being an insurrectionist or whatever. But anyway, long story short,
his 16 and 19 days, could be a lot less than a 15-year deal that they might try to hit you with, or a 5-7-year deal. So just stand your ground and learn as much as you can. Go on those websites, learn as much as you can, and you'll start to see once you. I've been listening a little bit of David Straight, and what it comes down to is you got to know who you are, and then know who they are and how they operate.
I'm gonna have him listen to David Straight. I think I've got.
It took me 15 minutes to find out who actually caused the accident. It was a hit and run accident, and it took me maybe 15 minutes.
I'm hearing somebody back there.
Yeah, and they just don't care because I think the people have money or whatever, right? Or they're one of the good old boy families or something.
Well, if they're still trying to pin it on him, that means they don't have enough, and that they're trying to, they haven't railroaded him yet. They're trying to just put the pressure to get him to take a deal. So just learn as much as you can, stand put, and just take it one day at a time.
They arrested him last week. They kept him incarcerated for 5 days, and then they OR'd him.
Which
on a hit and run homicide, they called it.
Which goes to show that they don't, there's nothing. They don't. I mean, if they let him out on his OR, then they know that he didn't do it, but yet they don't take the charges away. And that's because, of course, it's a business and they want money, and they can keep the real person that did it out of it.
Yeah, and yeah. So just learn as much as you can. And just plead the fifth at this point. But just learn. You have a court date, and I'm sure 30, 60 days, something like that.
Yeah, he's got a court date next month.
Yeah, so just get your homework on. Learn as much as you can.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then
Oh,
My
real
question
quick,
to Michelle. Oh, sorry.
Peter, real quick. William, Anton put he's asking you to contact him in the chat there. He says, "Hey, William, if you guys want, contact me. I'm going through a similar situation."
Super.
So that sounds pretty like you
Nice.
could private message in the chat. So please, Peter.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
just-
Great. Thanks for that. Thanks.
Hey, Michelle, I think you were talking about the embossing on the I'm getting tired. What was the
Declaration of Political Status.
yes. Okay, and that just kind of that locks you in as an American state national, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but you're mentioning though, if you have corporations, which I do, I run, it's my business is incorporated. So is that what were you saying that it puts me in kind of no man's land a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. You and I have a similar situation going on because of our professional lives, right? So
Yeah.
we should talk offline because
Okay.
I've been consulting with a non-bar constitutional lawyer who's been giving me some really great advice, and now I gotta put a couple puzzle pieces together because he's very careful in his language about what he can and cannot say without
incurring
being
liability. Yeah.
Exactly. So pieces where I need to fill in the missing blank, and he's given me resources to research it.
So it sounds like
And
we
I
can
just
tag
haven't-
team this and see if we can come to a conclusion quicker.
Exactly. That would be so great. Yeah.
Okay.
So we
All
could
right, well,
talk
I'll
offline.
check with you. Yeah, I'll check with you tomorrow or Friday.
Okay. Yeah, Friday would be better. Okay.
Okay. All right, good. That's that. I yield.
Okay, thank you, Peter and Michelle again. That's just, it's amazing to see everybody come together and just kind of really connect. And these are really big questions. And as we work through it, once you guys get through it, then you can share it with us, and it'll be easier for a lot of us that are trying to navigate through this. But okay, so Peter's yielded, and now we have Lindsay. Please come forward.
Good evening.
Hello, Lindsay.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we're hearing you good.
Awesome. Great questions tonight. Really appreciate all of it. My question tonight is, I'm working on homeschooling and coming up with curriculum. And I was wondering because we get to choose what I want to introduce to my child as far as history goes. And I would love to introduce the Something's Wrong When, Anna's book. Is there any kind of copyright? Yeah. Is there, can I do that? It would be a pretty bold move because not many people would understand that, but I would like to kind of introduce that into the homeschooling group. Is there any kind of copyright on that, or am I allowed to do that?
I have a feeling Michelle's going to want to talk about it.
It says it directly in the book that you are allowed to use it for educational purposes, or you can reproduce it. You can just not to monetize it, but you're allowed to take anything out of it and use it for whatever you want. You can make videos with it, teach with it, make posters of it. But yeah, you just can't like resell the book or reword it in your own words. But it says it right in the book on, I think, one of the first pages or the last page.
Oh, I didn't see that. I dove straight into the book. Okay, awesome. Okay, and then my next question is, I've been listening in for a few months now, and I don't hear a lot about how we can help our children. You guys know this is my platform. I'm all about the kids, and I only have one. I'm all about how can we teach this generation, because they are our future. I would love to I would love to create a job within the assembly that is some type of home that revolves around homeschooling, like let me rephrase, nationals that come together and homeschool their kids together, where everybody's on the same page. And I've never heard that question asked, or I've never heard anybody talk about that. Is that something that is, maybe it's not on this call, but is that being discussed? How can we help our children
May I, Lindsay?
within the state assembly? I hope I asked my question correctly.
So I would love to talk about this. So right now, the assembly is focusing on the 4 pillars, which is building our general assembly with properly status corrected new Californians on the land, our jural assembly, which is focusing on our courts and, focusing on the law and lawsuits and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's the business assembly, which is involved with things like that. Because underneath the business of restoring a government, we have to think of things like education and monetary things and contracts and dealing with state to state negotiations and all sorts of things, right? And then there's also, of course, the militia peacekeeping task force and emergency preparedness, which is the 4th leg. So here's the thing. What you're talking about is such a huge need, and it's, although by itself it's not one of the pillars, so it's not a focus of the assembly. And I know from many, many conversations with people who are parents who are papering up, or they're either already finally landed or they're in the process. Some are still just considering it because they're scared. This is a huge need, and I see that this could be a very, very valuable tool. And as we're restoring a government, and our goal is to make sure that all of these different needs get met. And what we do is, because we're a government of we the people, we sort of fill in where we are called to fill in. And so your heart is called towards serving the children by restoring, education where there's integrity in the truth and based on nature's law, God's law, right? I think that this would be a perfect match for you to have a subcommittee within the business assembly. And we do have a team of people that's working on education, but the education is focused right now on providing education to the adults, because we need to get the adults on the land. And so that's just beginning. I think it's like they're like a week into it. I think they've only had 1 meeting so far. But with that being said, yes, yes, yes is what I say. We need you, and our kids need people like you. And the other thing is, in terms of homeschooling, this idea of private membership associations or private membership organizations that simply, instead of being called a private school, private school has a connotation, and it is subject to codes and statutes and members ordinances and all of the above, right? But private membership associations or private membership organizations could be schools that are private membership organizations and not private schools, right? Because of very minor change in words, it has a whole different lawful connotation to it, to be a private membership association. So the families of these private membership associations could pay a membership fee instead of a tuition, right? Because tuition is a legal term. but like a membership cost, and that could technically be a private school opportunity, but you just can't call it private school. You'd have to private membership association, and then you get to create the curriculum for families who are willing to pay that membership to have children educated in kind of environment that you're talking about. And I know that there's a huge need. In fact, you heard me a moment ago tell Peter that I was in conversation with a common law non-bar lawyer who he said that's what he's been so busy with parents further south on California who this is what they're doing to deal with all of these vaccine mandates and all of this other stuff. They're just pulling their kids out, and they're doing homeschooling, and they're operating under private membership agreements.
Yes, and that's absolutely what's happening right now. A lot of people, you're correct, they are pulling their kids out. They're operating under PMAs. I just want to, when these parents do pull their kids out, I would love to have a pamphlet or something to present to all these families that are leaving this dying system, that are interested in becoming part of the state assembly, becoming nationals, correcting their status, doing their baby deeds. How can I incorporate what we talk about every Wednesday, what Anna talks about every Wednesday? How can I introduce this to these families and teach our kids? Because it's the kids that are going to be the forerunners, and we've got to get our kids on board with your status. Do you know why your birth certificate is all in caps? I know I'm kind of going out there, but I just as I listen every day, every Wednesday, I just don't hear a lot about the kids, and I really want to see that.
May I?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
So I just posted a little bit earlier in the chat. A lady on locals.com, Deborah Philman, I posted a link. She's encouraging a lot of parents. She has Zoom meetings weekly. She's encouraging to pull parents out of the system, and she's active in several groups on locals that are ready to be matched with California Assembly. So I would try to look in that link. I think she charges like $3 or $5 a month, but it's worth it just for getting access to her homeschool resources lists and to see at her followers and her YouTube videos and etc. how they're going about this. This is kind of a more libertarian focused group on locals.com.
That's awesome.
May
Thank you
I?
for that.
May
Go
I?
ahead, Peter. Yep.
Hey, Lindsay. So I think I'm going to second what Michelle said, that, all of us are doing, Michelle's doing the recording. She's super busy. I've gotten involved with the militia, and, I'm realizing I've been in meetings for about a month now that, at the end of the day, this is self-governance, and it comes down to, I have to make plans, that I'm going to start. That's for my, as far as preparedness and safety, and that's kind of what we're talking about in militia and health, safety, preparedness. I've got to make plans for my family, and then my immediate friends and family, and kind of grow up from there. So, and then scale it up. So what you wanting to kind of create a curriculum or find people that have a curriculum or work together. If your intention is to homeschool your son, work on that curriculum in your small pod of what you're trying to do. And then as you get mastery of that, you can help scale it up, and maybe in 3 months, 6 months, whatever, it could be 3 weeks, you'll have something that you can take to the assembly and say, hey, I've got a working model. I got a working system. This is what I'm working in. You may take a look at what that other woman just was talking about, that's more on the libertarian side, hybrid, You could hybrid some of what the traditional homeschooling is, and but a lot of it comes down to where we're at today is we're so new, and this is the people that are kind of feel a calling. You kind of roll your sleeves up and get to work. So I think you've got a lot to offer. I yield.
I would second that. Lindsay's always coming on talking about the offspring and what we can do, and we're all at the building stages here. And I mean, Lindsay, if it's on your heart like that, I mean, there's got to be some others out there and that are going to come alongside of you. We've been talking about this for about a good month now. Have you made any connections with other interested parties that are willing to go along the same path as you?
I've made homeschool connections, but there's only one person in my county. I'm on Santa Cruz. Excuse me, I'm on Santa Cruz County. There's only one other parent that is correcting their status. So that doesn't give me a lot of options as far as other parents that are on the same page. Again, I
But one last thing. So, and this is one of the, we say sometimes in the meetings is that, when you go to say a patriot rally where people are protesting, we call those people low hanging fruit because they're already like so irritated with the system. They have no idea what it means to be a national. They just know something's wrong. Plant a couple seeds, you talk to them like, wait, what are you talking about? So you don't have many, at this point, there's just two of you. Well, that's two more than you had a year ago. So as you kind of keep talking and spreading the message and planting seeds, people's minds will start to open up and it will grow. But so, have some faith and just keep chipping away at it. It'll happen.
May I again, Nancy, like I am in groups with Dr. Carlin Borensenko, who's one of the greatest critical race theory fighters there with James Lindsay and Rufo. And they're getting that. They know that there's something extremely wrong. Deborah Philman, the lady I posted the link to, is very connected with them. And their followers, if you get to them, it will overflow into other locals.com communities, which is all ran by, Dave Rubin, who obviously walked away. So this will actually be very easy. The seed you want to plant there, they will grow very fast. I mean, I'm with you if you need to organize, but just please stay positive on this. This is going to be a very beautiful journey for you. That's not going to be hard. Low-hanging fruit is right there. Amen.
Okay, and in the chat there, Tion Riverside says, I'd help Lindsay brainstorm. I can't talk without a mic and not sure she is watching the chat. But Lindsay, if you could see the chat, perhaps you could make a, contact with Tion Riverside. And it sounds like Max on LA is willing to assist too. So then with the other contact you have, so I think we're up to 4 now. So that's pretty good. Look at you. You're just growing by leaps and bounds.
I'm on my phone and I struggled to look at the chat, but I will scroll through the chat. Okay, yeah. Guys, thanks. I just, I feel really passionate about teaching our youth about the state assembly and correcting their status. And I would love to hear more conversations that involves our children, because I think they're important. And I appreciate every one of you guys. And yeah.
Yes, please check the chat. There's a lot of responses there, or quite a few, regarding that. So thank you so much, Lindsay, and stick around. Max, I believe you had you're next. Max on LA.
All right. Yes. Hi. I have a question, a general question about the videos I'm trying to put together, and then also a personal situation. And then I have also a question about the connection with the sheriffs, constitutional sheriffs and the county sheriffs. Is there time for all three? Or do I have to choose?
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind, I believe there was an announcement today that all the recordings, or these recordings were going to be on the California website, as I understood But yes, please ask your questions.
Yes. So starting off with the videos I'm trying to make, kind of the PragerU style videos, if you understand what I mean with the animation style. And then I found Anna von Reitz, The History. Was it 12 minutes spoken words? Like, is there any link to the website where I can find that actual 12-minute description, the transcript, or do I have to run some software over it? Does anybody happen to know from which website that YouTube video on Anna von Reitz history from her site? It's a very good short explanation and what papered up means. Getting papered up, getting correcting status.
Okay, the first one regarding what you're trying to do and all that. I know there was I think it was Herman was offering to help do some editing, and I think he was like a computer guy. So let's just let that hang out there in the air and see if someone wants to answer that. We have a lot of techies here that could assist with stuff like that. Did anybody want to chime in on that regarding the technical aspect of the recordings and stuff?
No, I just need. I have that. Like I have that crew. I just need to know where I can get that 12-minute YouTube video. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's just the history from Anna von Reitz, and it kind of in 12 minutes, spoken words. Just it takes you through the fraudulent history and why and the who and the why. Not the video where you see the hand writing the letters. It is just a video with a blank screen which just says history from Anna von Reitz. You only hear the spoken words. Yes.
Yeah, why don't you try Robert Avatesian, who runs the Nationals United?
Yeah, that is his website.
Yeah, does he know? Have you asked him?
That is his. It looks like it was on his YouTube channel. I think that was the name on the.
Yeah, just contact him. That'd probably be the fastest way for you to find it.
Oh, okay. So he's one of you guys. Okay, good. So
oh yeah.
I'll know. Could you please put the name in the chat so I make a note of that, then I'll contact him. Then there was the personal question. That is when I became when I was nationalized in 2008, they offered me the one-time change of name to Americanize your name. So I took that hassle-free opportunity to do that. That document I finally found back, and I had a apostille, which was county recording. And if I get my national, if I correct my status, then that would be the new name I got in 2008. I would drop it and go back to my birth certificate, or does that overwrite my birth certificate name? I'm confused with that.
Dana, you want to go with that, or Michelle?
Yeah, if Dana doesn't want to take it, I can help.
You go first.
Okay, so when someone's naturalized, we use the naturalization certificate instead of a birth certificate. So whatever name appears on that naturalization certificate, that's your name.
Okay, that's clear. So because now I'm doing the paper up drive-through model agency in the Antelope Valley, I'm getting a lot of nationalized Hispanic farmers that often change their name. So we always will go by the naturalization, even though the translation in Spanish talks a lot about the God-given, name and etc. How now it's not God-given name. Now it is U.S. government given name. Yeah. Isn't it the fraudulent government that gave me the paperwork to do that name? I distance myself from them. Don't I distance myself from that new name change? Is that a different court? Yeah, that was court on. That's county court. County court.
If you're discussing a legal name is always like an all caps name, generally. Or somehow in a corporate jurisdiction when it's
Well, yeah,
was
yeah.
it
The
changed?
naturalization certificate has all caps. That's why I thought, okay, so back to the birth
Correct.
certificate. But if you use all caps naturalization certificate as overrides a birth certificate, then I am going by my all caps name. I just
Right.
changed
Well, as far
the
as the
letters.
yeah, as far as the ID you have now, which name are you going by? The naturalized or the birth certificate, or something else?
Both. Gave my children my birth certificate, my Dutch grandfather's name, and I myself.
As far as your government issued ID, which name are you going by? Naturalized or birth certificate?
American government issued. I'm dual citizen. American government issued. Yes, naturalized.
Like
correct.
driver's license.
Yeah, naturalized. Yeah. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, whatever name. Yeah, if it's your, you know.
Okay, so that's also how I will have to advise them. Okay, and then last but not least, I saw I'm looking into the constitutional sheriff course on the common law to promote that through the website that I'm trying to put together to help raise awareness about the California Assembly right now, or actually the entire the assemblies. And I like to make sure that I'm informing people right about your relationship to the county sheriff. I saw that there was a meeting that I missed in the end of July or the first week of August in the Temple Street. Is the relationship to the Villanueva, that was with Villanueva, right? On Temple Street? Like, how do I interpret the relationship between the constitutional sheriff and Villanueva right now in LA, for example?
So any de facto law enforcement officer at this time, he might be constitutionally minded. However, they are de facto officers because our territorial government, our federation is not, we're not assembled yet.
Yeah, so they always say, yeah, the sheriff responds directly to the people, is the only official chosen directly by the people, and therefore that would make sense. But how do I, first things first, was that with the sheriff of the county that you had the Temple Street presentation last month in LA? Does anybody know that? Or was that the introduction to the constitutional sheriff? I missed that.
You mean when we had that thing at downtown LA?
Yeah. What was that?
Okay, that was so Lenka Coloma, who's the Orange County Sheriff in our de jure government for the assembly.
So that had nothing to do with. So that had nothing to do with Villanueva.
Actually, well, it did because she wanted to educate him and deliver affidavits. There were a lot of citizens.
Okay.
There were a lot of citizens on the not on the
How
land.
did it go? How did it go? How did he respond? How is
Well,
he tolerating?
we never saw him. We never saw him. He didn't come out. But they did, and they banned us from going in the building because of COVID. They set up barricades around the building so that we couldn't participate close to the building. We were out on the sidewalk, except for a few that managed to be inside before they put the barricades up. But all the affidavits were delivered by two people. And so there were, two witnesses hand delivering a big stack. There was over 500. Wait, is that right? Don't quote the number. I might.
So
have that
the
number
point
wrong.
is really, he has not been educated yet. He doesn't understand how serious this is yet. Am I right? Or does he? And he feels threatened. What is going on? How do I interpret this? How do I pass this?
I think that he wants to do the right thing, but he's got a political problem with the county board of supervisors who hate him and want him out. So he's in his own little power struggle.
He is, because he is bashing Garcetti and all the councilmen on a bi-weekly, every couple times a week on his his messages out. He's really throwing himself in there. Okay, this makes much more sense now. You explain how that ended. So would you want to get back to him and have a meeting? I do have a connection there. Like I said, something you still want to pursue, even, or mission completed, affidavits delivered, move forward. Is that where you're at now?
Yeah, I have done nothing with that, with dealing with him whatsoever. I could follow up with Linka to see what happened with all those affidavits. The problem with affidavits, when citizens put forth an affidavit, and they don't follow through on it, then it's an idle threat, and these people don't end up, nothing ends up happening, and there's no accountability. But an
Yeah, and the
affidavit,
next time they take you less serious. Yeah.
right? An affidavit process, if it's done right and it's fulfilled to the end, could be a very powerful tool, even for lowercase c citizens, which is really who the affidavits are designed for. But yeah, it's the follow through.
Right.
People think all they have to do is submit a threat, and then suddenly these people are going to cower and go away. But it doesn't work that way.
No,
Yeah.
especially not in LA. So how many were delivered, and is there an do you need that organized? Is that a point for the business meeting to develop a committee of pursuing, avoiding that problem of unfinished business, of pending affidavits committee, something like that?
Yeah, we don't have that right now, but that might be something for the journal.
Okay.
It's just that we don't do. It's just that we don't do affidavits. It's more like interesting to keep our eye on what the de facto, lowercase c citizens are doing. That might end up benefiting free people, but it's not really our jurisdiction. So we're just keeping our eyes focused on moving this train forward, which is getting people on the land and building the assembly.
Yeah, this is a later on priority. Okay, understood. Thank you for your answers.
Yeah,
May
you're
I
welcome.
address that?
Okay.
What was that?
May I address that?
Yes, sure. Hi, Krishna. Go ahead.
This is Krishna on LA, and I know Linka pretty well, and we've been discussing the affidavit process that she's been using quite a bit for the last year or so in different patriot groups that I'm part of. And the sad truth is that they're not properly formulated. They don't accomplish the purpose that they purport to accomplish. And I don't wish to ascribe bad motives, but I just became aware that Linka was one of the graduates of the upcoming New Leaders program of Soros, just as Mark Zuckerberg was. And
Wow.
so I just have
Where did
questions.
you find out about that? What is your sources?
Someone told me, but I don't feel free to share their name.
Have you verified these sources as a as an ex-journalist, or I guess always a journalist, once a journalist, from the earlier generation journalist, now it's a curse word.
I don't have the
You have an option somewhere to anybody that's worth
I don't have the resources
verifying.
to do that, but
Mhm.
I trust the person who told me. Is all I can really say. So it's something that you might be able to verify since you have that background. Anyway, my point is,
Yeah, now you're, how do you say it in English? You're yucking my yum. You're bursting my bubble a little bit, but I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
what I'm saying is, we don't know for sure what is really happening. we only see the surface. And, you know, it's very disheartening when a very dear lady that I met said that she took a complaint about being discriminated on the basis of not wearing a face mask to the sheriff's office to file a criminal complaint. And, you know, her testimony was that Villanueva came out of an office at the back end of the space that she was observing, walked across it without a mask, went into his private office, came out wearing a mask, and proceeded to mock her about, you know, her complaint. So I don't know that I can trust Villanueva. I understand he's saying, you know, nice things, and it gives people some hope that, you know, the de facto sheriff might actually be on the people's side, but I don't know that it's well justified.
Yeah,
It's very helpful. It's very helpful. Thank you so much. And by the way, I yield.
Krishna, I really wish you didn't mention any names like you did, and I just that whole thing right there. So it's just that
I
doesn't.
wasn't the first one that mentioned those names.
Okay.
So I really have a problem with you calling me on that.
Well, I'm not calling you on it. I mean, there's ways of, you know, we're online and this is on YouTube. We're trying to, you know, bring people on and just try to keep it flowing here.
I think I need to leave. Thanks.
Oh, well, okay. Thank you for sharing, I think. Okay, so Max, were you all completed with that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any conflicts. I just trying to really do my best to catch up with you guys in a speed way because of my still the first time I was on about a month ago. Please repeat the name one more time of the gentleman that last week had problems with his internet or his email. And today I logged in real late. I was in other meetings. But what was his name again? He was very kind of took.
Was
James?
that Anton?
James.
Oh, James. James, yes, James.
What is James's last name?
I know
Or-
him
James
as
on
on
Sonoma.
Sonoma. Yeah.
Sorry, is there the website? Is there a link to his information? Because he was the first one who told me, snap out of it. Don't sue Garcetti. Just do what you needed to do and you were doing with the farm. And before they, you know, started sabotaging all my projects over the last decade, get out of those courts. So I kind of changed my course just in time before I start this YouTube channel on my website. So I'm grateful for that because now you guys, like, you know, obviously I already know what it was to lose friends and family because they you know, I walked away from the whole woke liberal democratic Dutch, you know, Hollywood nonsense. So then you lose a lot, and now the people who I'd left, you know, are even going thinner, my friends, my new friends, because some of them think I'm joining some kind of a cult. And I became pretty aware in only 3 or 4 meetings. That's why it's so, this is really intense, and this is good. Thomas keeps saying it. It's totally true. Like these meetings are very important that people at least stick with it 1, 2, you know, at least 2, 3 times to sit through it and understand how you guys are operating and doing this over obviously the last 5, 6 months. I admired incredibly the way you are organizing. You're being so smart and careful about it, and at the same time very anyway, I admire that. I don't want to go on too much about that, but I am realizing that it's causing people around me to get skeptic real fast. Some kind of cult. You just don't want to pay taxes. So I'm already kind of playing my own devil's advocate for once I really like joined you and I make more time for you. I'm trying to get ahead of all the negative stuff to see if I can troubleshoot that through my media distribution channel right now, and because I think that's important for you guys, that you have some guard dogs marking the parameters to try to stay away and keep the distractions away from you. That's what I understood from James. Like, don't let all these court situations and the whole de facto system squeeze you and drag you into the dependency on their system. And I'm showing this as like an ombudsman meets single mother on this YouTube channel in the coming months while I'm running for mayor on my de facto identity. And then while I'm doing that in the YouTube channel, the story and the script is that I discover you guys. So I'm also honestly you're going to use in my own experience and reconstruct that in kind of funny comedy videos with my kids, me explaining them what happened to mama and why we are going to the passport agency and get our Dutch passports first and then get our American passports and then get our national passports, and showing people how crazy stuff can get, and then keep bringing this short advertisement message: paper up, these are the steps, and repeat and repeat and repeat. And the incredible patience you guys must be having with people like me and the people who just think they understand everything in the first meeting, and then it turns out that it's going to take the rest of their life to really understand it. That realization is tough. You need to put your head around it and just bite the bullet. Like, okay, I'm surrounded now with the big people. I get to sit on the big table and witness all you brilliant minds get together, and I just trying to make sense out of it and put it in layman's language in short videos. And I hope you guys over the coming months sometimes are okay with me jumping in late at night when I'm done with the other meetings to try to pick your brain a little bit. Because the last week I was one of the last 5, and I heard the lady talk to you, Thomas. I can't stop thinking about her. The lady in the end,
I believe that was
until
Marcia.
3 a.m. what she went through and the torture. And yeah, I was so there with you. That was so heavy. But thank you for leading that deep into 4 a.m. I think I was still up with you guys.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yes. Yeah, we try to keep the calls going, because I know my perspective is, as long as I could keep the call going here, and I know they go late, it's just so people can interact with each other. Ideas do come up, and we're trying to build something here. We're trying to reconstruct the America, and there's a lot of moving parts to it, and we're working this thing out, and there's constant changes.
Yeah.
And
Well, the interesting thing is that we all got very used to the Zoom stuff, but it also ends very abrupt. It starts very abrupt and it ends very abrupt, and you're softening that out. Look, you're making it more real. Like, if we would meet, there's some people getting there early, they're chatting in the parking lot before you go into the meeting. Like, we are starting to lose that that foreplay, and that definitely after dwelling into what has been discussed tonight, and sometimes just dwell in it, like as if you go have a drink after the meeting together.
Doesn't it feel like you need a shower sometimes after listening to all the what de facto is doing? I mean, it's just like they make these documents harder. I'm hearing they're making all these documents that we're trying to do for patents and stuff. They're playing games in the background. It's like, if it wasn't work bad enough, they just keep coming. But it is what it is, and we will navigate through it. So.
Well, I love your positivity and I admire your energy. So I just took that extra time to kind of voice my appreciation for all of you. Thank you. I yield yet again.
What's your channel called?
Yes.
Make America Great Again.
The YouTube channel?
Oh, I will be embedding the YouTube channel that the GoDaddy SEO guy chooses because I get 8 million organic hits on the slogan, Make America Great Again. And I make it all about we the people make America great again by correcting your status, etc. now. So I'm launching that 6 months before the election, the SEO, the search engine optimization. in case somebody can follow these kind of tech things. So the YouTube channel is more like we're recording on 9 people's different channels, and we interact with each other like Instagram, but in a kind of a dial path of environmental, social, and economic groups, and then slowly show how the Constitution. It's an interesting model, but they're working on it, and they'll launch it 6 months before the election, which is when? I don't know.
It's updated.
December, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So you're going to keep us updated on it?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to
Okay,
be
good.
nagging all of you and sending you the links to share on all the whatever's left of social media. No, absolutely. What I'm doing and the way I'm trying to use my journey of finding you and where this is leading me to, I think that's huge because I have 2 beautiful, kids, 8 and a 9-year-olds, and this is all for the kids and their future. And I'm a farmer, and I was sued by Garcetti in criminal court for farming in the city, and I'm in the middle of the courts. They screwed me out of self-representing me by not letting me in the court, and having a public defender who I told the night before that I was going to take it to jury trial and prove my case by the law of the land. And they didn't even let me go in the courts, and they dropped all charges against me because they knew I was going to win and expose it and show the people that we have to go by common law. I just went with that because I discovered that myself before I even knew about you guys.
Well, I got to tell you, you won my heart. You just you moms out there that do so much more than just being a mom. You're out there building platforms and doing all these things, and just makes my head spin to see how busy.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, you can
all
Google
get.
my name, Rosa Max, ROSAMAX, and then put farmer, and you can read a hit piece from the LA Times about me. That when I told them to take the name Bernie Sanders out of the caption under the picture, because I never talked to them about political choice. I talked to them as a human being that wanted to grow food in the city and get homeless women and children in sheep wagons, out of Skid Row and these places. So I pitched that, and I realized, okay, this government here doesn't want cheap solutions. They don't want to go back to basics. They don't want to get back on the land and be smart about our health and our kids. They don't want it. There is a different agenda. And I found out mostly because of all the hate I got since I bought that website on eBay for $5,000 in 2016 before Trump got elected. And then they turned me into this local black sheep, like white trash, Trump supporting girl. And I got so much hate on me that I got canceled by everybody. And that's how I got obsessed with understanding more about why I'm here and what I'm here to do. So I think that's interesting, because then I had children when I was 40 years old, and now we own that website. And because he announced that we're getting so many patriots on searching in the Google Make America Great Again, because they want to know what's next. They're all lost. They know something is wrong. They know the system is not good. They don't really know where to turn. They think the only other option, with the rhinos in the Republican Party, then they know there's where do you go? They don't understand that there's more than just 2 parties here. There is this whole other dimension that you guys are in, and getting them to jump from one to the other side is already hard. Now you have to have them jump also in 3D, and that is going to require a lot of videos and dynamic images and shorts. But in order to make those right and give the right message with those kind of videos, you need to have people who pass the message, like you and Justin I talked to last week, and James. That's why I wanted to know if there was a link to his website. Sorry, that's where this rant started. I yield for the third and last time.
Yes, I'm hoping James will be on next week. I'm not sure. He was on last week for a little bit. I know he was having some computer problems, and I'm sure he's very busy as well. But we're trying to hold the fort up here, but hopefully he'll be back sometime really soon. So um, I I personally don't talk to James, so I don't, but his email is out there and all that. So just stay with us, and it's all going to come together. But I like your energy. You're really trying to push forward on this, and sounds like a pretty neat thing you're doing. So
Great. You mean his email is out there on one of the websites you have linked to, or right now in the chat?
it's not out there right now. It's on my. I've seen it come across my Proton mail once. He actually was.
Okay.
I don't know if he got that worked out. So he wanted to borrow 150, or he wanted $150 in gift cards or something. He got hacked. So that's the only reason why I got emailed by him. But
Okay, that's what happens. Okay,
yeah.
so with other words, I'll be patient. I'll be a patient.
May
I got it. Yeah.
May
Thank
I?
you.
Why don't you supply your email address and we can get it forwarded to him? That'd be the best way to handle that. And the video,
that would be beautiful, and it's very easy to remember. It's we the people at makeamericagreatagain.com.
okay. And then the video you were looking for, someone posted above in the chat for you.
Oh, awesome! Thank you.
Oh, that's great. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Good night, y'all.
Thank you so much, Dana. Thank you. Okay, Max, with that, we'll let you yield, and thank you so much. And please come back, as many times as you can. Okay, Amir, are you? Yes. Thank you,
Hi,
Amir.
this is Amir's wife, Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi. I had well, Amir and I are in the process of correcting our status in Riverside County. But my question tonight is about conservatorships. I am also in the process of becoming a conservator for two of my I have two disabled brothers who are adults, and I'm wondering if I were to correct my status, if I'm going to have problems with the state in terms of the conservatorship, and whether or not I should maybe try and get them onto the land as well. I'm not sure how that would work.
I'm not sure how that would work either. Is anybody out there that wants to is familiar with this realm and would like to speak on that? As the calls,
Yeah.
Okay, was that somebody?
Yeah, this is Michelle. So as a conservator, that is a corporate fictional term. I mean, you can still correct your status, and yourself as a conservator is an all caps situation.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on what your intent is. It's sort of like what we were talking about earlier with Silvana and Alex about the bank situation, right? So, unless you go into the court claiming to be an American national, you're not going to have any problems. But if you walk in there saying, I'm a free woman on the land, da 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 da, they're not going to recognize you. So
Right.
it just depends on what you intend to accomplish. Usually people do conservatorships because they need to then manage the affairs of the adult with special needs. And so they want to make sure that they still maintain access to social services and disability benefits and all that kind of stuff. So you could still do all of that, even if you're a national. You just would not then try to exercise, yourself as a free woman when you're acting the capacity of a conservator. Does that
So
make
I would
sense?
have to, I would probably not maybe do the notices to certain places to notify myself otherwise. I mean, I'm going to file the paperwork, and I hadn't planned to mention that I'm recording on the land because I kind of want to keep it under the radar. It's really to manage their medical care. And I don't want them to be wards of the state. I don't want them to have complete control. So I still want to make sure that, they're being cared for in the way that they should. So I just wanted to to see if I can still fly with under the radar with those kind of things, and then also be part of the land.
Yeah, it's like wearing two hats. It's sort of like the driver's license situation. So for the adults that you're going to be caring for, you may want to look at the IRS form 56 regarding being a fiduciary over another. Check that out. Read the back of the form 56.
Okay.
And then, but yeah, it shouldn't mess with you.
But if I notify the IRS that I am sort of pulling out of that, would that then flag if I were to send in that form afterwards, or would I need to do that first, or how would that work?
Yeah, I'm gonna I feel like my brain is a little tired right now, so I'm having a challenge trying to map it out. But are you in the middle of dealing with the courts right now over this?
I haven't submitted the paperwork for conservatorship. I'm taking it over from another family member who is elderly. She can no longer do it. So, it's something that I need to take on for both of them at the moment, but I haven't filed anything yet. And I haven't actually changed my status yet either. Haven't recorded yet.
Well, some of the things I'm not familiar with regarding conservatorship is whether or not one of the benefits or privileges is that you get to take certain tax deductions, right? Or, is that one of the things that happens, or is it really that you're just governing their affairs?
It's just governing their affairs. It's mostly, they don't have any assets or anything. It's mostly just their medical decisions. They're of sound mind. They're blind and wheelchair bound, so they can make some decisions, but obviously they're not able to see what they're signing, and they're not able to have full understanding of the medical side that they need and the decisions. I kind of help them with that. So I wouldn't be taking any tax deductible or any funds or anything like that. They're in care facilities. So it's just sort of an oversight thing. But I do have to petition. The courts, I can't actually just say I'm going to be conservator. It has to be approved. It has to, there's all these permissions that the courts make you jump through. So I didn't want to have any issue with that if they found out that I am recorded onto the land.
Well, you might, before you make a final decision on that, you might want to pursue the possibility of doing a trust where they are of the trust and you are the trustee. You would just need a trustor, and then you would, because as the trustee, it's your responsibility to make sure that you're acting in their best interest in their fiduciary capacity. And then also, if there's a healthcare directive, then there might not necessarily need to be a conservatorship situation, because then
would
you
it
don't have
then
to
just be like power of attorney? Well, the problem is they're already under conservatorship in the courts, and it's being transferred. So I think I would have to prove that they no longer need to be under conservatorship, that it can be under a trust. But yeah, something I can look into anyway to see.
Yeah, I just always try to keep people out of the courts as much as possible.
Yeah.
Although, some people in the common law love getting others into the courts because it's like an awesome thing that, when you know what you're doing, it's really, really, it could be very rewarding. But Yeah, you know what I would do? I would just check out the paperwork, because if the conservatorship has any contrarian language regarding, if you have to indicate that you're a citizen, or you have to indicate you're a person or an individual, you just have to. I've never seen one of those transfer forms, and so I don't know specifically what's on there. And of course, my little disclaimer is that we're in the common law, so we don't give legal advice. Um, and I just want to have that on the record here. I know we're being recorded and everything, but you should get a hold of that conservatorship transfer form, and then make sure that you understand the consequences of the languaging. Because one of the ways that we entrap ourselves unknowingly is by filling out documentation that makes presumptions and assumptions. There's like presumptions, assumptions, tacit agreements, and hearsay. So these are the 4 of the ways that we get ourselves stuck. And so let's say, for example, the application has let's say it has the word, person's name, right? Then if you fill it out, you're agreeing that you're a person. And person is a fictional term, a congressional term, which loops you into this de facto system. So anyway, I don't believe that we'll be able to resolve this issue tonight, but maybe if you have the transfer form, and we can go over it a little bit more in depth next week, and we can help to identify what about the form would be concerning or alarming, and that might help to direct your decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Carrie.
Okay, Amir, thank you so much with that. Michelle, you're a trooper. Look at you hanging in there. Okay, we only have 2 more hands, so we might get you to bed here sometime soon. So Bianca on AZ, can you come forward? Unmute, please. Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been on the call actually since maybe like 7 o'clock. So yeah. First, yeah, I just wanted to thank you all for the great information. I've learned a lot tonight, and the past couple of weeks I've joined. I actually love attending the California Assembly Zoom calls. It's just, yeah, you guys are just super encouraging, and I feel empowered. So yeah, that. And then second, I'm just trying to remember what I was gonna say earlier. I'm not sure if Lindsay is still on the call. Is she still on? But she was
I
talking
see
about
her,
the
yes.
homeschool curriculum. Yeah, so I'm a homeschool mom too. So at home we teach our daughter the American history on honest book. The something is wrong when. It's really great that we use that as part of just our homeschooling. And then as far as the other things, like just the regular math, reading and writing and all that stuff. And then as you know what do you call this, like teaching our sons and daughters how to grow their own food, the life skills. That's what we try to help them learn, real life skills that they could use out there, when they grow up. And then the best, most of the important things that we're teaching our daughter right now, she's actually 9, and this one that we've learned from the jurisdictionary course, which I had posted the link earlier on the chat. It's really awesome to, I think that's something that maybe Lindsay can add on to the curriculum that she's going to want to create on the California side. But yeah, it's a good thing for us to moms, or parents, to be teaching our offsprings about law, because I think they're the we're actually learning it right now, and how to, I guess, take down the de facto, but to really like basically just like stand up for our rights and just really fight for our rights, and file a claim against someone who's harmed us, wronged us, or um yeah, things like that. And then, so yeah, that jurisdiction course, I really strongly recommend everyone to learn that. Of course, right now we're learning that, and then we're teaching it to our daughter. And then eventually here on the Arizona Assembly, we're gonna, hopefully, when we're done with the course, because we're still on it, it's just been like maybe 20 days that we've been on it, me and my husband. And once we complete the course, and then we start filing claims and get some wins, then maybe we can really start helping other people. And then one day we wanted to have like a learning center where we can actually teach the kids on how to be to not a lawyer, but you know what I mean? Like,
Kinda.
yeah, I don't really want to say lawyer because, they're liars.
Well, those are attorneys. Attorneys are liars. Lawyers are law-abiding or teach law.
Okay, yeah, attorneys are okay then. Thank you for correcting me on that. But yeah, yeah, so basically that's what we wanted to do. That is something that I think it would really help the future generation, is to really learn how to fight for their rights, and file claims. And
Hey, Bianca, let me ask you real quick. You made a reference of taking them out, to take them out. I kind of think that the de facto is not going anywhere. They're going to kind of be in their realm, but de jure is coming along right side of it. And then hopefully by taking, I mean, if there's any taking out, they'll just want to leave, de facto and come over to de jure, just because it's a better way of doing things. So that's kind of hoping. So I just wanted to clarify that, because we're not. Yeah, I just didn't know what you meant by that. And I'm sure you didn't mean like take them out.
yeah, oh no, 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 not
Okay,
at
yeah.
all. Thank you
Okay,
so
good.
much for clarifying that. I meant
Okay.
to say like um well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do know what you mean. And I know Lindsay's right there. She has her mic off, and you guys are getting ready to talk some mom talk here. So please, Lindsay, jump in.
Yes, I'd like to jump in, but I don't want to get too deep into it. I think what Bianca is trying to say is, you mentioned lawyer teaching. Did I hear that correctly? You want to teach our kids to be lawyers. I think correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking what you were trying to get at was teaching our kids to understand their rights, who they are, that they are the living.
You cut out a little bit there. What I was referring to, I told my family I think I have to become a lawyer, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I feel like I'm going to law school here on every one of these webinars. So yes, we need to know our words. We need to know what those words mean. We need to know how to use those words. And it's a lot of it does have to do with the common law at this time. So it's to my understanding, our offspring learn very quickly. So if we get them to, understand like this etymology and how to use the words, I mean, that's where it's all at. I mean, it changes your whole thinking, changes your whole life. I mean, it's working miracles in my household, just learning the words. Yes.
Exactly what you just said, Thomas. That's what I meant. It's be great to, for our offsprings to learn who we are, what we are, and where we stand, and that fight for our rights. And
Michelle's making some funny noises there. Okay, it's all good.
yeah, and
Michelle's a trooper. She's
that was my tummy. Like
That was not your
Down over
stomach.
my
Was it really? Oh my gosh, that's funny.
yeah, that was my stomach. Oh my goodness gracious. I
Oh,
drank
you
a
know,
big glass of water before I got, before I came to lay down in bed.
my wife's stomach does that too. We'll be driving in the car and I'll just like look at her like, I just heard that over the radio and all the car traffic. I was like, her stomach growls too. So yeah, every now and again, not all the time.
So funny.
Yeah, we are funny. So okay, so how about let's Lindsay, did you get that connection back?
Yeah, I'm still on.
Okay, yeah, because you were fading out there and I was just trying to cover for you, but please go on. If you like.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I just was agreeing with Bianca here. And yes, our words are very important. Like James says on the calls, buy a thesaurus, know the thesaurus, if I'm saying that right. Black's Law Dictionary. That's a wonderful book to buy. It's like 500 pounds. It's a great book to have. I'm not
think,
sure. I
and
feel like we cut out, so I'm not sure where we left off.
oh, I was
a
just
little
saying
bit.
that I was telling my family. Oh, real quick, I think Anton put that in the link earlier, that Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah, I linked Black. I'm actually uploading it again right now.
Okay,
so
yeah,
it's
that'll be
further
it.
down in the chat. But
Perfect.
yeah, it's the whole 2,000 page. It's the one James always talks about, the
Yeah.
4th edition. It's so cool. You'll get lost in the book, like just going from word to word and word. It's crazy. But yeah, I just loaded
Amazing.
this
It's
now.
an amazing book.
Yeah, that's I wanted to, I have the PDF of the Black's Law Dictionary. I wanted to have the physical book. The one that I was referring to earlier is the jurisdictionary course. I can share the link again on that one. And
Okay.
then I also, one last question. Has anyone have any experience or any success results on the debt discharge?
I think there's mixed groups of people with that. The discharge, just exactly what are you talking about? Discharge.
Like, I mean, the sign in America, like, how like they were talking about earlier, the GMI utility,
Oh, okay. No, totally got you. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So they have the sign in America, and that's basically just setting the platform. I think there are very few, if anything, if they got any traction on that. I know they're moving things over and doing things different right now, so you couldn't even sign on this week. I think it's going to be up next week or maybe the following. But there's a lot of changes with that. But the whole the plan is there. We just need to get all the working pieces, and we're not having a whole lot of support from the persons that's supposed to turn that over to us. So Anna's still trying to prove herself out there with documents and putting all of her information in, and hopefully we'll have more information on that next week. It seems like we're like right there at the threshold, but it's like we just haven't crossed over the line here. But things are getting close. So if anyone else has to share anything about that or had any favor with that, the discharge, please, if you'd like to speak up, just share. It's like after 12 or getting close to 1 here, we're just kind of mellowing out a little bit and just talking like regular people. If someone has to share or wants to share, please.
Hey,
Okay.
Tom.
Mhm.
This one, I want to head off to bed soon too, because I got a lot of stuff on my plate tomorrow. I would like.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes Lindsay's just mic cuts out like that, so kind of hoping that she could finish. I don't think it's. Maybe she'll come back on. Anyways,
Okay.
it's
So you don't know of anyone who had any success yet as far as like getting their utilities paid and mortgages and all that?
Well, it's my understanding there's things you can do to back out of the system. And once you back yourself out that much, then you could start putting in your request basically to have, you know, those, you know, bills discharged. However, I personally haven't seen it. And I know the plan is when the credits come, then we would be able to just pay those with our credit. And maybe that is what the just discharge means.
So that's what the vendor card is for?
Yes. Yes. I have not seen a vendor card yet. I don't even know if I don't think we even have any yet. I think they're just working on getting the bonds and turned over so we could have access to our credits that I don't believe we've had in 160 years. So it's kind of a big deal. Typically big deals take time. I know Anna's working diligently on it. I know we're all being as supportive as possible and trying to get our heads around how all that's going to work. But we're pretty much, you know, life's a journey, and we're just kind of enjoying the journey right now as we go in this direction. You know, there's a lot of things to be worked out, and there's a lot of great people with a lot of value and sharp skills to offer here. And basically we're just trying to working out together and who's interested in what. And, you know, you and Lindsay are kind of on the same mind frame, you know, for our offspring to bring them up to where, you know, they could know this stuff. And I'm hoping by the time they start growing up, your offspring, I think you mentioned like 9-year-old or 8-year-old, I'm hoping that they will, by the time they hit that teenager area, I'm hoping that we're in a whole different world by then, and things have changed like completely. I mean, that's really my hope. So
that's the goal.
Yeah, we
All
shall
right.
see if that happens.
Thank you so much. I yield. Have a
Okay,
good night,
thank you.
y'all.
And I like your picture with the glasses. You look really cool like that.
Oh.
It's fun. You look like really fun. So it looks like you're out with a great day with the kids in a park or something, just enjoying the day. So
Thank you so much.
yeah, very
Thank you.
vibrant. Okay,
I'll
Lindsay,
see you
are
guys
you
again next week.
okay? Thank you so much. Sweet dreams. Okay, Lindsay, are you there still? You had your hand up. Yeah, Lindsay, we don't hear you, but keep your mic open. You never know, you might come back in. Anton, you have your hand up?
Oh, sorry. No, it was just up from earlier.
All right. Oh, cool. You know what? Your mom came on earlier, and she was really, really confident with her alternative medications, and it sounded so refreshing.
Yeah, she's super, super into it.
Yeah, it was just so refreshing to hear her just come on like that and just go for that complete alternative, you know.
It's really cool too, because my whole family, aside from like this whole assembly thing, like our family has on her half of the family, on my mom's half, she's comes from 9 siblings, and she grew up in Wisconsin, and all of our family, aside from one of her siblings, and like all of our family has cousins too, and so everyone thinks we're crazy because the assembly, but even before the assembly, because of nutrition, and because my mom's really like is outspoken on it. She's like always like, she'll talk your head off about anything she ever gets a chance to regarding nutrition. It's good, but the family has taken like a dislike to it. But her brother my uncle was in the hospital like with a really severe pneumonia. He was on all these oxygen machines, and they're about to put him on a ventilator. This was like less than a week ago, and like they like said his chance of like, they thought he was gonna die like for like a few days. They didn't think he was gonna make it. He was like completely like in the coma pretty much. And she like made some listamol vitamin C, which she can explain it whenever she comes back on or something. But she literally saved his life, and now like our whole family is like actually kind of listening to her about the nutrition stuff, because like that they were just keep putting him on all these different, like just trying meds after like all these different things, and just doing CAT scans and MRIs, and just couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. And she like told, and actually what's really messed up is that the hospital wouldn't even allow his wife to give him vitamin C while he was in the hospital. They don't allow it. Like they said that they could give him like it was like the amount that you would give like to like a small child or something for just like a regular vitamin, like a little like one a day or something. But he needed like a large like high dose vitamin C, and literally within like 6 hours of she was having to sneak it to him, like in a smoothie, and they're like all like stoked and actually listening, and some of them are even like listening about the assembly and stuff now too, because of
right on
through her nutrition stuff. So
okay, so Brian, oh, hang on a sec. I saw Brian's hand go down. Brian, did you want to say something? Brian Dozy? Yuba
Yeah, I was
County?
just mentioning, yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't get my the mic on.
Okay.
I put a book in the chat that I got that people can add to their reference for studying the law. I was in taking a law course with the American Meeting Group, and it's called Burton's Legal Thesaurus, 3rd edition. I put it in the chat.
We see it there. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Okay, I yield.
Yeah, okay. Anton, didn't mean to.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's 12:52
It says
a.m.
from Brian on Yuba County, because I have this me thing. I can't get rid of it. It says from me to everybody. I wanted to put my name there. I can't change it. So that's why.
I see. I thought it was a link to a book. I see it. It's just spelled out. I got it. Thank you.
They're very hard to get, and there's very expensive. This one cost me $300.
Oh wow. I don't know.
I
if you saw it.
think it's online somewhere, but
I'll try to find it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. I just posted the Black's Law Dictionary, which is like the used version is like $180 on Amazon.
Yep.
It's the one that James always talks about, and I just posted that in the chat, like the PDF of it, so you can just download it from just by clicking on it.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, I ordered that Black's Law 4th edition. I have a friend that's a paralegal, and he was all into like looking for books and stuff. So he ordered it, and it was like $40 or something. And midway, he got a like a posting on his phone stating that the product was damaged, and for us to choose another title. It's like what do they do? They are they intercepting the books? I mean, that was just weird, and
yeah.
And he said he was going to keep looking.
Give it to me at a discount.
Yeah, I was like, how do you damage a book? Yeah, I mean, unless it actually, truck fell in the lake or something, or I don't know. It just seemed pretty weird that happened, because everyone was talking about, you got to get these books before they all start just to disappear off the planet. And I thought, all right, well, I'll get a little library of these law books going. I got to learn this stuff anyway. And not that I, sit there and, night and day and read these things. I just don't take in the information like that well. But I just found it interesting that I gave it a valid shot and it didn't happen. It's like,
yeah.
Wow. Okay. I guess it's real. I mean,
I have the PDF of it.
Yes, I have the PDF of it too. And I did try to get that. I had to do something. I had to upgrade my Mac Pro here to get that PDF reader. And I'm still working on that. And I still got those books from last week that you gave me. What was that book that you shared? That was
the one I just uploaded. I just have it uploaded on Microsoft Word.
Yeah, but the relationship strategies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like the cover there. It looks pretty.
So I have trouble concentrating visually, and my eyes hurt, and I keep postponing getting new glasses and stuff. So I've been listening to audiobooks lately. Do you know of any good common law and law of the land,
Oh my
law of
gosh.
nature audiobooks that are out there that you can put
You
a
know,
link in the chat maybe?
Max,
have
I'm an
any?
Audible junkie, and I just never thought of getting like a good common law book on Audible. Huh.
Really?
Thank you for that. No, really.
So let me know if you find one and
I
let me know
will.
which app.
What I do if they don't have the book, like in audio form, is I have on my phone. It's a text to talk app, and it can just read any like PDF, or like you can download the PDF reader, and it
Oh,
will just read it.
seriously?
Read the PDF like the book,
Oh,
and
seriously? And is it not a very robotic voice? Is it actually a pleasant voice, or is it
well,
very
there's
robotic?
like 80 or 90 voices you can choose from, I think.
Is there any like very like deep voiced British accent male?
Yeah,
voice?
there's a bunch of British accent ones.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be so good for me to get to sleep. a British man reading me, the common law Bible. I would love that so much.
Max, in the chat there, Bianca put the precious truth. I kind of think she put that in right after you asked about a good law book. So maybe that's what she was referring to.
That's a
Yeah,
Telegram group.
there's that Telegram group, The Precious Truth. There's not many people on there, but there's some audiobooks on there and movies and videos that you could take a look at. Don't know if you have read or listened to the Creature from Jekyll Island. It's like
I have that book. Yes.
Oh my gosh. So it's a 24-hour book or audiobook.
Hmm?
Only on the 4th hour. I just started.
I think I'm only on the second, and I got it like 2 weeks ago. Something's not. Yeah, I just got to get more into it. So.
Yeah. So I'm glad that somebody uploaded like that audiobook. It's amazing. It's great to learn that. And then also The Art of War.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that one too. Yeah. So
That's a good
those
one.
audiobooks are on there. And then as far as the common law books, there are some from Mark Emery, David Robinson,
Okay,
and
so I just joined The Precious Truth. That's the
yeah,
one you mean? And then I just signed up for Telegram this morning, coincidentally, for the first time. So because of your link.
You know what, Max?
Now,
I just
Where
signed
do I
up too.
go?
So you just click on search on the top right. You'll see
It
the
says
three
pinned
dots.
message. Top right. I'm on an iPhone.
Okay, so once you're on the group on the Precious Truth, just click on the three dots on the top right or top left on your phone. I'm
back.
not sure.
Let me see. Back. Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Settings or contacts or chat.
no. So are you on the group already? On the
So I
Precious
go in
Truth?
the group, then I can go back, mute, pinned message, erase. Pinned message will be shown.
It should.
There is no.
Oh, okay. So if you're on the Precious Truth group, on the top right, you'll see the three dots, right? And then can you see search?
No, I don't. So maybe on an iPhone is different than on an Android or on a
Okay,
desktop.
yeah.
I don't know what. I'm on an iPhone.
Okay.
You?
If you can, I have Android. So if you can find a way, like once you're on that group, find a way to search.
Oh yes, I found it. I had to click on the name.
So
Yes.
then, yeah, just type in whatever you think you're looking for, and then it'll just
Search this chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So then one more time that audio. Then one more time the title, please.
Which one? There's many. So
The
there's
first one that you said was interested.
okay. The creature from Jekyll Island.
The creature. Okay, I understand now.
So there should be like 4 parts on there, and that's at 8 hour per video or per audio. 8/16/24. I think it is
I
12.
found it. I found
Okay, you
it.
found it. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And then once you're, are you also on the California or Assembly group or?
Yes, that's how I signed up this morning through that
Oh,
group.
okay. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. And then there's several other groups too, like the Law Society and Alphonse Fagiolo. I highly recommend.
Yeah, I've been for the last 3 meetings, I've been, you know, obsessed with clicking on every link in the chat and adding it to my home screen. So now, like 2 out of my 4 home screens
Yeah.
are completely your links, only your links.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yep. There you
thank you.
go. You're
And
welcome.
Bianca, thank you for posting the 14-part video of Anna's book. You know something
Oh,
wrong? Yeah.
yeah, you're welcome. I
So
love using that audio book because
isn't
that's
it
what
great?
yeah, it is great. I teach that to my
I
daughter.
posted it earlier when I came on, but I try to post it at least 2 or 3 times a day. And that's really what Anna says, is that we really need to know what we're doing, and you can learn a lot through that book. It's like the foundation, like it's like the 101 of, you know, the American States Assembly.
Yeah,
That
it's
book.
like History 101, American history.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and
Speaking of
I
which,
love the actual physical book because it is it has pictures.
yes.
So, you know, kids are, you know, easily amused when they see pictures, and I appreciate it.
I like pictures too. So I guess I'm still got a little bit of a kid in me.
Me too.
Yeah. So thank you again for that. And Max is sure a go-getter. Oh my gosh, Max on LA, she's just tearing through. I love it. Love your energy. So it's so great. And then there's Anton reading the Black Slob. You know, oh my gosh, that's pretty awesome too.
I had a near-death experience last week. I think that gave me a lot of new energy. I had to go through 3 blood transfusions. I misdiagnosed myself. I thought it was dehydrated. Turned out it was anemic. I had no idea I had the same symptoms. So I kind of felt like a fool when I got to the hospital. I was almost slipping into a coma with a hemoglobin of like 6. They had to put like 3 units of blood in me, and I felt like superwoman when I
Oh
got out of
wow.
the hospital. Couple like before the weekend when they discharged me, I felt like, wow, all this energy. I had no idea it was anemic. I thought I was just dehydrating and building these farms in the desert in the Antelope Valley because of the heat. I thought I was dehydrated. I had the same symptoms. I had no idea. So I almost died. And that kind of happened between meeting and meeting here. And I feel like even more energized by you guys' energy, you know, knowledge and empowered, like Bianca said, than before. But I think that that's what you're hearing from me right now. I'm just like, oh my God, I survived that. I have to like catch up, you know, with this new blood.
Well, hopefully that's the worst thing that happens to you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I just now I know what to look out for. So it definitely is put things in perspective, you know.
Well,
As
there's
a
Mike put in the chat like 3 links there too, and Mike McGee is pretty in the know when it comes to good resources. You know, he's been putting links in throughout the evening. It looks like, and I'm sure they're great resources, and you may want to try to get those.
yeah, I keep opening all the links and then I do add to home screen. I also need what's his name? Who just talked to you about his mom?
Anton.
Justin. Anton's mom for some nutrition advice, for sure.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned I was thinking about quitting smoking, or I was kind of waiting for a bet to manifest. If that happens, I have no choice. I have to do it. But
There's
Marcy,
hemp cigarettes that have no tobacco in them, and it's a good buffer transition.
oh really? Yeah.
Just like the cigarettes. They're a little bit expensive. They're still like $1 a piece, but you know, by now I think cigarettes are almost that
Oh
anyway.
my gosh, they're so expensive. But I wanted to say that Marcia put in a couple, like, I don't know what they are. They're like alternative resources. And one of the women on the land here was looking into it for me, and she checked it out, and it was like good information. And I might go in that direction just to make it easier for when I do have to quit. So
What was it
Yeah,
by any chance like CBD or Delta 8?
no. It was
Nothing like that. Was it a plant?
actually, well, I could tell you, if I pull it up here.
it's certain nutrients, vitamins and minerals and stuff that you're lacking while you crave the cigarettes. And you can, we have the book somewhere here. I'll try to
So
find it
it's
here in a
pure a
second.
combination of nutrients and minerals, natural nutrients and minerals.
Yeah.
Homeopathic.
Yeah.
So
This
it's a
book we have,
mixture of herbs.
yeah,
in
it's
it.
different things you just need to supplement in your diet. And the book's so cool. It helps with a lot of stuff, but it has for like addictions to anything, like overeating or like heroin or alcohol or Xanax or anything, prescription this or anorexia.
She
a bunch of stuff.
uses this book, or she wrote this book?
Well, no. It's a book that she bought a while ago. But it has like full on, like it breaks down each individual like addiction of all different kinds, and the reason nutritionally why each one of them like gives you certain cravings and why certain ones are like hard to kick and like
So
and what
interesting.
you can do to not have withdrawals.
And you remember the title of the book?
No, I have it here somewhere, or my mom has it here somewhere. It's out in the garage, but I'll go grab it in a minute.
Well, that's
it's called
nice.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh my god, I'll remember it in a second. I'll
Yeah,
post it,
no
or
worries.
I'll say it once I remember it. I just gotta think of it for a second.
Yeah, relax. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's let me see, niacin and lecithin, LECIT.
Lecithin and niacin.
Lecithin. Yes, those two.
Lecithin, vitamin C, or just
Yeah.
lecithin.
Right. Yes, that's what I was heard. It was just vitamin C.
Yeah,
Let me
lecithin,
see.
vitamin C.
Lecithin is a fat that is essential in the cells of the body. It can be found in many foods, including soybeans and egg yolks. Lecithin is taken as a medicine and is also used in the manufacturing of medicines. Lecithin is used for treating memory disorders such as dementia and Alzheimer's disease. It's best to get lecithin through food supplements are not monitored by the FDA for safety or purity. Foods with lecithin, red meat, seafood, eggs, cooked green vegetables such as Brussels sprouts and broccoli, soybeans, kidney beans, and black beans. Yeah, I just got a whole bunch of information on here regarding it. So I'm looking into it, and
Does it say lecithin, vitamin C, or is that what she wrote to you?
Well, I just had it up. I just put it away. Let me see. I could find that
Because
real quick.
you can make lecithin like anything. Like you can have lecithin vitamin A. Like she makes her own lecithin vitamin C, and what it does is it creates the lecithin. She has like the whole like science like lab kit like giant thing that she like makes like huge batches of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure she won't mind me reading it. Basically, it said.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, Thomas, the
I
way.
was just explaining how it kind of works. Because you can turn like any nutrient or supplement or anything into a lecithin, and your cells, like the second that you, like say you take lecithin vitamin C, the second that it goes like you swallow it, it's already breaking down before it even hits your stomach. Your cells absorb it, and it creates like a little envelope, and it like a little envelope that the cells just instantly like pick up. They're like, if you take lecithin by itself, it already it absorbs really well into your cells. It's like the same like substance or something, and it creates an envelope, so it puts the vitamin C like directly into your cells. And so like what I was saying, how what she did that like saved my uncle's life was she had my aunt get a bunch of lecithin vitamin C from this health food store over there, and then she also mailed her some, overnighted it. But he had pneumonia really badly, and his lungs were like filled up with fluid, and so he wasn't able to like swallow anything. Like he couldn't, like he was on a vent, like a or he could swallow just like liquids, but so she put it into a smoothie for him, but he was able just to drink it. And because it takes like I guess way more vitamin C if it's going into your stomach, and a lot of it gets wasted. But the lecithin vitamin C, because it absorbs before it hits your stomach. Now she can explain this shit way better than me, but it actually like saves all your organs and your ligaments from needing oxygen from your lungs, because your lungs aren't producing enough oxygen for your entire body. And so your body's like shutting down. And like his body like was literally dying, like his organs and stuff were failing. And because even though they had him on oxygen, his lungs weren't able to mix it in with his blood. And so when you take the lecithin vitamin C, it goes directly into it gets picked up by your blood, or like by your stomach or your whatever. Right when it goes into your throat, it starts getting absorbed into your blood instantly, and it travels throughout your entire body, and it oxygenates everything. So like vitamin C, it turns into oxygen once it's in your body, or like once it's in your bloodstream. Or I guess it's in your blood. I don't know if it's your bloodstream or just into your organs. I think it would have to go through your bloodstream. But it turns into oxygen, so your lungs literally don't have to produce nearly as much of the oxygen for them. I don't know. I'll remember to explain it to you next time.
Yeah, yeah. Your mom explained it pretty good. She says, Thomas, the way to quit smoking is to take niacin and lecithin a few times a day. It causes a chemical reaction that makes nicotine taste bad, so you won't want to smoke. So it sounds like she's a real chemist there. Yeah. So, but no, that's cool. I mean, I love all that herbal, natural kind of approach, even with the spiritual, the energy and that vibe, and to go with that approach. And there's a couple right here. Look, for proper breathing, you have to breathe by your abdomen, and then it says lick the ashtray. Yeah, that'll make you not want to smoke. Lick an ashtray. Yeah, and then there's another one about using I quit by doing a cleansing and using a liquid multivitamin, A to Z vitamins that can be found in Diamond Bar. Good luck, you can do it. So yeah, everyone's fading. Oh yeah, Michelle's fading. Michelle, I'm surprised you're still here. We're fading too. I think this is I don't think we're gonna keep this one going till 4. I mean, seems like it's just kind of not happening tonight. What do you think, Anton? You got it in you?
No, I'm gonna hit what time is it?
It's
I'll
just after
probably
1.
be out at like 2.
Yeah, I'm up and everything. I just I'm not going to sit here and talk to myself, but if people want to interact, I mean, really, it's free time. If you're new to the call, you're just up late, dropped in on us, feel free to just bring up any topic, really, as long as it's clean and we could work through it. If it could add value to somebody by hearing something maybe you're going through, or or what you've gone through and or what you're experiencing in this new way of thinking. It really is like living in two worlds, and you really got to figure out who you are and how to go about this.
I don't think that William guy ever took my number down.
Oh, he did?
I don't think so. As I posted it in there and I messaged it directly to him, and then I never got a response or anything. And somebody else started brought something up that they were trying to say to him, after everyone else was done speaking, or whoever was answering his question. And so I tried to message him again, and it said he left the little Zoom call. But I don't think he ever even took down the number.
Oh, well, I mean, at least he had the intention, and if he comes back next week, hopefully you'll be around and you guys could connect. So, but it is nice to see people connect on these calls, and I think that's the key. We all have so much to offer, and there's only so many positions to be in, and I think once everyone starts sharing the space and we figure out where we best serve and under what capacities and stuff. So it's just a matter of figuring things out. But I see Brian Dozy, he's awake. Come on, Brian, what's going on? Talk to us.
Yeah. Hey, I would just like to recommend two mentors that I've been with for not many years, I guess the last 8-9 years. Richard Allen Miller and Cliff High. They regularly do interviews, and these guys are gifts from the Creator. These guys, especially Cliff High, he developed an algorithm, and he's a computer genius. Algorithms that he used to go over all the words that come in over the internet, fed him into his algorithms, and came up with emotional points that he was able to predict things that will be happening in the future. Why? You know what Jung calls about the collective consciousness? He zeroed in on that, and he regularly runs this algorithms. And when he comes on in his interviews, he'll tell you about what was coming on, what is coming down the line, and pretty well, how can I explain it? He's also
how do you spell his name?
Cliff High. He's on BitChute. If you look on BitChute, he does his interviews, or he puts out regularly. Over this last month, he's usually doing maybe sometimes two a week. It depends on how busy he is, because he's got other things to do. He's one. And Richard Allen Miller, he's a polymath. He let's say this, the Navy SEALs, he was the originator of the original Navy SEALs. When they how they chose the guys, the first guys to do the Navy SEALs. The Army did this whole survey of people, recruits coming in, and he was working out of the University of Washington with all the guys, all the scientists that were involved in all NK Ultra, all that kind of stuff. Well, anyway, he was there, and he developed a protocol for the Navy SEALs, making use of their psychic power, so that when they had to make a decision, by the training that they got, their decision would be 99% correct. These guys, the Navy SEALs, they're involved in, these special operations that they do. Anyway, he, what do you call it? Cliff High, produced these guys, and he's just got a wealth of information. So if you ever, he's, when you talk to him, when you listen to him, it's just absolutely amazing. Absolute, the information that he has. So those are the two that I recommend. If you get off, what we're doing, and you go there, and they're talking about the same thing, but on a different frequency. That's the only way that I can explain it. It's on a
Is
different.
that Dr. Richard Allen Miller, Urban Survival Skills?
Yeah,
on
that's
YouTube?
the one. That's the one. And
Okay.
also, if you, you go to his own site, right? Yeah, he publishes many books. I have 2 or 3 or 4 of his books, and they're really, really, really interesting because of what they point out for us. And of course, Cliff High, he always publishes. If you go to his, when he's doing his interview, he has a whiteboard behind him, and up at the top, he tells you how much vitamin D you should have in your body and how much vitamin C you have to have in your body. What you were just talking about, Anton, how much you need in your body to protect yourself from all the stuff that's happening to us now. All this stuff about, the COVID stuff.
Yes.
You get your body up to that level, not sick anymore. It's impossible, he says, for you to get sick. Anyway, I just like to mention that. I get so much information from them.
What's neat is Max is working behind the scenes here in the chat. She already put that link you're talking about, and now I just copied it and pasted it, and I put in my notes. And first time I have 5 minutes, if I don't know what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on the link and watch it and get more knowledge. And you're talking about turning acorns into food, and Bianca's there. She left a little link there for her vertical grown garden. It's kind of cool stuff.
There's just here's a fact that maybe people don't understand. The Native American people here in California, did you know that they collected every year, and they did the studies, 60 million pounds a year of acorns that the native Californians collected every year for their food, and that's how they lived. Especially up here in my area, on my property here, I have a beautiful stand of black oaks, and they haven't been giving too much acorns because of the weather and stuff. But imagine 60 million pounds a year were collected, dried, ground, made into if you ever had, I still collect, where I go to different places and collect, and it's amazing how nutritious that acorns are. They have the equivalent of almost like eating a steak at some time. That's how much protein they have in them, and that's how they survive. Don't forget, they had to go over the winter all over California. And here's another fact that I got from my, because I've been in Native American, going to sweat lodges for the last 15 years. We were told by this is the Maidu people up here. I was told that at one time you could walk from where I'm up here in the foothills, north of Sacramento. You could walk from where I am here to the coast, and it was all oak trees. All oak trees, all away, all along that. And they were all cut for fire, for firewood, for everybody to do it. And now we only have these beautiful stands up here in different places. But, up here, we have beautiful oaks and stuff, valley oaks and, the black oaks that I have. I can't cut the trees on my property. It's against the law to cut those trees. I have one just fell down. The oldest one that I had, I counted it. It finally crashed, and I had to cut it all up. I figure it was I was counting the rings, and it was about 200 years old. I had a tree, an oak tree in my yard, 200 years old. That, it was huge. It was, I figure it was, but the diameter was probably 4 feet around.
Yes, I
Absolutely
could
amazing.
I could imagine what it looks like over there. I mean, it sounds like you have some acreage and you just could go outside. It's probably quiet.
5.3 acres, homestead, beautiful. I've got a bear that, my dogs regularly chase away, comes and steals my cat food, right?
Yes.
And I have a doe and her fawn that is regular. The dogs don't bother them so much. They just bark at night, but I have a fawn, they come around. I have, that's what I have up here.
That's
beautiful.
It sounds beautiful. Do you have a stream or any lakes nearby?
Oh yes, I'm just about a mile from Bullard's Bar, one of the big dams that we have up here.
Mm-hmm.
And we have real close to me, we have Collins Lake, and over here we have Lake Francis Lake. I'm just I can go swimming every day if I want.
Yeah, that sounds really neat. And do you actually garden and live off the land, or do you go
as much as I can? This year, because of the drought, I did a lot of fallow. I have my own greenhouse, which is a hoop house, and I have stuff growing in there this year. But outside, because of the lack of water, I have very little outside. But I guess if I really got down to it, I could live off the land. I really could. And I could support, I don't know, I could support 2 or 3 people, I guess.
All right, well, I'll keep it close. It's not that far of a drive. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and everybody, if you're ever driving up here, you can put your, give me a call or, send me an email. More than welcome, stop by. Yeah, I don't drink coffee, but I'll make sure you have coffee and whatever. You guys are welcome just to see what it's like.
Yeah, I heard you mention that, and when you said that, it sounded just as kind as it did right now when you offered it. It's just a very nice, it's amazing seeing you meet so many amazing people on this side, on the de jure side, and it's one of the best things. It's one of my best takeaways of this, outside knowing, like you have a actual choice for freedom, but meeting all the amazing people, it's fascinating to me.
I call my property the sanctuary. That's what I call it, and that's what I'm building. I'm building a sanctuary. That's what it is.
Yeah,
and,
my wife.
I don't. That's what I call it.
Yeah, my wife looks at our property as her sanctuary.
That's it.
And because I wanted to do events over here, we're on just under a half acre, and there's plenty of space for everybody. We've hosted huge parties here and stuff, but she just says she just doesn't want anything that she's unfamiliar with. This is her space, and she wants to, so I give her that. It's like, okay, happy wife, good life. Oh, I see Bianca's up. Okay, Bianca, I see your hand.
Oh yeah, it's me again. My husband is here, wanted to share something about Oregon. Have you guys heard about it?
I think Anton was talking about that not too long ago.
Greetings, everyone. This is
Hello
Juan.
there. Hi, Juan. Welcome.
So I found a video not too long ago, a few weeks ago, I would say, from a gentleman by the name of Mike Emery. And he put something on YouTube, but in essence, looks like he's been doing this for a while, looking into this. And he said basically that we can create these things called Oregon bubbles. And when we activate them, they basically have a range of 500 feet, like a 500-foot radius in every direction. And that in essence, that we are to put the feeling of euphoria into the device as we're creating it. That should be the intent. in essence, what'll happen is that will actually be what is activated and radiates from that, and it will in essence overcome the dark ones, because they themselves are also affected. They are affected by the euphoria, the feeling of euphoria. So he was saying that if we took the time to make a lot of these orgone bubbles, and he explains how to make it and everything. So he has the whole how to do it, that we can in effect change the entire frequency and vibration of everyone on the planet if we actually focused on it. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And so there's videos, I think there's on the Precious Truth Telegram thing. I think I might have put a video there. And then there's a gentleman by the name of Ken, who's here in around Prescott, Arizona. And he actually makes these orgone devices that you actually can like carry with you, kind of like little pendants that I found were pretty interesting. It kind of reminds me, if you guys have ever read the Old Testament in the Bible. I'm not religious, by the way, but I do like to go into spirituality. But in the Bible, it talks about back in the day, the priest used to have what's called a breastplate, and it had all these crystals or these stones in it. And that's what these orgone devices sound like to me.
Yeah, when I was on the Thrive On movement there for a while before I came on over here, there was somebody was on there doing that. It's something, and you just wear it on your neck, and it was like an energy kind of thing, and it just like it centers you with health and balance, and just I didn't buy one, and I wasn't really sure of it, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going out there, and what I'm hearing a lot about is about energy and how important it is, and to be on a higher vibration. I'm getting into music that has 852 hertz and the 528 hertz or 526 hertz, and it's really kind of a, gosh, that music is just something else. You could just put it on your headphones and you can still work and do whatever you need to do, and it just makes you function better. It's almost like I like to have that just going in the background all the time, that 852 hertz. That's just like a calming, and it allows you to think clearer, and it just all feels right. And as we go into this, as I understand it, it's like a higher energy, and if we all get on that energy, and we could probably create. I think Anna was saying something about, I don't know if it was voltage or wattage, or sounded like a lot though, like what the body creates in energy, and it just really it sounds fascinating, and I know it's going to take some type of something special for us to change, or roll the clock back to go back in time to about somewhere in between 1776 and 1860, and that sweet spot of those, I guess it's the 70 years or so of when things were right and better, and the way things were supposed to be, as we are in Americans, where we had freedom, and people were men of their words, and women were just it's all about the family and the offspring, and just everyone resonating and building. It's just amazing to me how much work there is to do, and how bad it got screwed up. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like a goofball land out there. I even had to I was getting some flack for not wearing a mask in my office, and I was like, come on, it's been over a year. This is kind of getting ridiculous now, really, and I mean, that's how I was talking to my broker. I mean, she's my boss. I mean, she could easily say, well, I guess it's the highway or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it's just, I told her it just goes against common sense. I just don't see it. I don't see how they're keeping this charade up. I don't see how people are believing it. It just fascinates me how, well, I mean, all the stories of the Bible with the sheep and all that stuff too, it's like, yeah, James said something one time. It's like the sheep worry their whole lives about like a wolf. You know, the sheep fear their whole life from the wolf, only to be eaten by the shepherd. You know, it's like full on deception. You know, it's like the whole thing is deceiving, and when you look around, it's like, oh my gosh, this is really a bad trend. It just really is. And people are, or persons and human beings are just going with the flow. So you and your wife are on this journey together. I mean, did you guys, who tripped over? I mean, how did you guys come to American States Assembly? Can you give us a little background? Not too personal, but just, I mean, I like to hear it. I
Yes.
mean, okay.
So basically, it began because we started learning about cash flow from Robert Kiyosaki and
Yeah, I read this book.
about real estate investing and stuff like that, right? And Think and Grow Rich and things like that. We learned from what is it? Outwitting the Devil.
Oh yeah,
From,
both of those are Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil and Think and Grow Rich. Yes.
yes, and then we went into like C.S. Lewis, the Screw Tape Letters.
Yeah.
We got into learning about. I learned a lot about insurance, like health insurance. No, sorry, not health insurance, life insurance. About how to create your own family bank with dividend paying whole life insurance. And so I was actually helping people do that for a little while. But the deeper I looked into finances and the stock markets and everything else that deals with the world of quote unquote money, the more I realized in the end, it's very fraudulent. And it just, I don't know, I kind of became repulsed by it.
Yes, I totally agree. I'm in the boat. I'm not in the boat, but I'm a real estate agent, and I think I'll do it only as long as I could stomach it, because you're just feeding the process, just kind of keeping people in that hypnotic rhythm, in that life loop of just, Napoleon Hill breaks that down pretty good in Outwitting the Devil, the hypnotic rhythm. And it's just like you get stuck in this habit, like this matrix, and all we do when we do these transactions, documents, basically, we just keep people in that realm, and it's, I don't know, it's kind of
correct.
Yeah.
And in that book, Outwitting the Devil, it talks about how the demons do want to keep people focused on finances, on economics, so that they will not focus on what really matters. So Outwitting the Devil talks about it, and the Screw Tape Letters talk about keeping people focused on economics so that they don't really focus on what truly matters. So after really learning more about how corrupt the entire thing is, I was like, I can't in good conscience do it. So I stopped, and then
we also learned from Tom Wheelwright the tax-free wealth.
Right.
What did he say on that first pages?
Yeah, so on Tom Wheelwright, who is the CPA for Robert Kiyosaki, he wrote a book called Tax-Free Wealth, and in the foreword of the book, it basically says that taxes are a way to control people's activities. So when you start to realize that that's really the whole goal, is to control people, it's not about the numbers on the screen. It's just how can people be manipulated and controlled? Well, you control their perception, in essence. And money is one of the most, or the illusion of money is one of the most powerful ways to hijack someone's perception of reality. And so I just saw that being really toxic, and started learning from Mark Passio and about natural law. He did a whole seminar, like almost 9-hour seminar about natural law. And then I learned about Jordan Maxwell, Michael Tillinger, Michael Tessarion. Who else?
Mark Emery.
Yeah, Mark Emery eventually led me.
Sounds like you've been down some rabbit holes. Join the group here.
Yeah, it's been a journey to get to where we are at the moment, because one thing kind of led me to the other, and eventually Mark Emery, I think, is what led me to Anna von Reitz, and then David Robinson's books, David E. Robinson, who's written many, many books. So we just kind of kept learning and trying to sort this whole mess out, because it does seem like it's a giant fraudulent game full of distractions and illusions and lies and manipulation. So it's like, where is the truth? And so as you keep digging into things, you realize that, first of all, again, I'm not religious, but the Bible, there's a lot of truth in that can be used. Actually, there's a lot of there's layers to the knowledge that is in there, and it will help you learn the truth about a lot of things.
Well, I want to hear your story, but maybe a little later, we could unpack religion and what religion does, and how we're able to work with that whole God situation and religion through the American States Assembly. It works out quite well, actually.
Yeah, I would agree. I think when we look at things from a spiritual aspect of connecting with our Creator and enhancing that relationship and that connection, things work a lot better than when we move away from it. I think the fact that we have moved away from it is why we have the situation that we have.
I agree. Yes, totally.
So yeah, and so let's see, who else did we learn from?
We're learning from Alphonse Fagiolo.
Oh yeah.
Randy Kilton.
Yes, Alphonse Fagiolo from IamHasSentMeToYou.com.
Oh yeah.
And Randy Kelton from ruleoflawradio.com. So we've been learning from them. And then I got into the jurisdictionary, which I'm still doing. I'm almost more than halfway through it at this point. And oddly enough, the man who wrote it used to be a lawyer for 35 years, but he definitely seems to be more of a, I would say, spiritual man. Towards the end of the course, he actually wrote down the trial of the Christ. And it's actually, it's about 30 minutes roughly of reading. And when you realize how they were so willing to pervert and twist and contort and take things out of context in order to condemn an innocent man. And it makes sense why they called them a den of vipers, and why they say that they're sending us amongst the wolves, because they were willing to do whatever it took, no matter how unlawful and how unjust and how dishonorable, just to punish an innocent man. And at the same time, they freed the guilty one, a known, notorious guilty man. They freed the guilty and punished the righteous. So if they're willing to do that to the most righteous among us, we need to be well equipped as far as knowledge goes, so that we know how to counteract their deceptions, because that's all they do. That's it. That's their whole world. Like that movie, The Devil's Advocate. If you watch that film, it actually is quite an accurate depiction of what they're really like.
You kind of changed voices there. Something. It sounds like you just went monologue, or like something changed. If you could do something different, that'd be great. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember reading that one.
Which one?
The one you just referred to.
The Devil's Advocate?
The Devil's Advocate. Yeah, is that
with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino? Al Pacino plays.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, that was deep. That was pretty. I remember that was like spiritual, like the women of the women that Keanu Reeves' wife didn't want to hang out with. Like they were like, yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, they would actually like shapeshift into demons. She could see it. She could see the demon inside of them.
Yes.
She could see through the illusion, and he couldn't at first. Eventually, he got to see the reality and the truth, but it took him a while. And it's actually a really fascinating film. I found it really more truthful than anything else. And then another movie that kind of clues you in on how things really are is Liar Liar by Jim Carrey.
Yes. I remember that Jim Carrey's been, even the one that he did when he was what was it? The Truman Show. Did you see that
Yes.
one? Wasn't
Yes.
that kind of interesting? Like, talk about being stuck in a matrix. I mean, gosh. I mean, that really kind of that's how I see Matrix. I don't understand the whole Matrix thing, to a certain, I mean, not like others do. I mean, I didn't spend that much time on it, but that Truman Show, that was like a eye opener. Like, wow, talk about, yeah. So, yeah,
Yeah.
and they
They're
do.
telling you the truth in those movies. They're telling you exactly what they're like. They're liars, and their whole world is about deception. There's another great film that well, yeah, They Live is another great one about how they hijack people's perceptions and realities. And oh, okay, cool. And but anyway, so we just kept studying and kept learning, and we eventually found kind of on Reitz through Mark Emery, because Mark Emery is one of the people that he has a channel. I think he still has a channel called Exit Babylon on YouTube, and he actually has collaborated and cooperated with Anna actually. So learned about him, and then we learned about David Straight. Then we learned about Robert Michael, Ethan Lucas. I'm trying to remember who else.
So did you paper up already, or are you just thinking about it, or are you even
Yeah, we
considering it, or going a different way, or what are you thinking?
So yes, we corrected our status in December of last year.
Oh, okay. Gosh, and you two probably must be pretty knowledgeable, if you have all that background with all those, because I haven't, only common law or natural law of anything I know was just sitting on these calls next to James for the last, I don't know, 3 months, or watching him and hearing him as long as I've been at this. I don't have any depth. I understand like the overview of it, but when it gets into the nuts and bolts of it, I'm not that guy, to answer those in-depth calls like that. But I understand the gist of it, to be on the land, and I wound up in a courtroom last week or the week before, and by the grace of God, I got out there. But anyways, yeah. So I know just enough to be dangerous, I think. So, yeah, really.
Well, if you take the jurisdictionary course, you'll actually be quite good. When you take the knowledge that the man offers there, and then you take what Alphonse offers, because Alphonse, so the jurisdictionary is the way the perspective of a lawyer, one who meant to do right, by the way, and did his best to help people. But then you take it to the next level with what Alphonse teaches, and Alphonse gives you the perspective of a man. So now you get the perspective of a lawyer and that of a man, and you know how the whole thing operates from A to Z. You know how the whole process of the entire thing works. So that is what makes you effective. And then when you learn from Randy Kelton as well, you add that into the mix, you start to become incredibly effective.
Yeah, no, it's yes, I believe it. I mean, just what I've learned already, it's changing my life over here. My wife's not on the land yet with me, but uh, I was asking her like if she wanted to come on the call. I'm just trying to. She's working her way to it, and it'll be a beautiful day when she is. I could just envision you and your wife there, wee hours in the morning, just basking in something that you're resonating with, and there's hope, and it's really really neat. So and I just envision my wife doing that one day with me. And she did tell me when she was at a yoga class, the instructor was telling her to find something that she could really put like positive energy towards, and this and that. And she said she thought of me, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's so wonderful. I mean, just it's so wonderful. I spent so much time studying and being on webinars and trying to follow all this stuff. And just for her to say that, like, it just really, it was pretty, I had a moment there,
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Hey, I just saw your face. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. So we're
Greetings.
making the full contact. Man, you guys are young. Oh my gosh, I love it. The youth. I mean, the hope is in the youth. And
I'm actually 39 years young, so I don't know.
I'm 52, you know, and so I just, you know, as soon as I hit 50, I was like, oh my gosh, that's 50. Oh my gosh. When I was 10 years old, that sounded so, you know, old. But no, 52. So I'm still a young man too. I mean, we have.
Yeah, you don't look it.
I don't look young. Well, thank you for that.
No, you don't
I'm
look
just
old.
kidding. I know. Well, actually, I've been married for this September 26th will be 29 years, and we've been together for like 32. And I have 2 adult daughters, and I have 3 grandkids. So
Oh, wow.
it's a good life. I got a good life. You know, I've just been a hard worker all my life and been you know, self-employed, carrying a contractor's license and real estate license. But it's been a battle. It's been a grind the whole time, and I just never really knew why. And oh my gosh, it's getting so much worse. You know, like gas is getting expensive. You know they're shutting down all the Pep Boys. You know, they all folded. They're all folding around here, and they're turning them into tire shops for a minute, and then they're going to be Advanced Auto or something. It's like I don't know if they went bankrupt or they just folded starting under other name or somebody just bought them out. But whenever you're dealing with the corporate stuff, you got to they're doing something. But I just thought that was very interesting because as long as I've been alive, I've heard of Pep Boys, you know. It's going to be
Yeah, I
kind of
remember.
weird that they're gone, you know. Like, yeah. So do you guys have any specialties? Do you see like where I mean, it sounds like you're into growing. Do you eat off the land, or are you how far into that, or doing the gardening? Are you?
Well, we actually do a vertical gardening,
Mhm.
so it's a little bit different. We don't have as much variety when you do vertical gardening as you do when you can. I don't know if you ever watched the really great documentary called Back to Eden Gardening.
No, I didn't. Back
So
to Eden Garden.
yeah, Back to Eden Gardening.
You guys
So there's
put
a
stuff
man.
in the chat or no? Or no? Can you like?
Here, I'll put it on there. Hold on, I'll type
Okay.
it in.
How
But it's
about
a
that?
great documentary.
How about that Justinian deception? You follow him much?
Yeah, Romney Stewart.
Yes. All right, gosh, you guys are on it. I love it. Yeah, I was I like his older code and the other one. There was another one I watched, but I know he has a whole library of them. There's just only so much time
True.
to do stuff. But
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, and that's the thing. As fascinating as it is to go into all these things, what I've realized is that we need to focus more on how to be effective and how to actually bring about the change we want to see. Otherwise, we end up just being distracted by a lot of other things that aren't really going to get us where we want to be. In other words, what I noticed about a lot of the people when I was learning these things is that they kept telling me what the problem was. But I'm like, okay, but where's the solution? So after a while, you kind of get tired of hearing about the problems.
yeah.
And it's like, let's focus on solutions. So for example, teaching people about foraging. That's one thing I've been learning about, because we are actually surrounded by food. We just don't know it because we've lost that knowledge that we can just go outside and eat. There's plants that are wild plants that just grow on their own. They don't need a whole lot of effort or time or anything. We could just eat from the plants outside if we were to have kept that knowledge going and given it to our sons and daughters, and keep handing that knowledge forward. So yeah, so our creator already provides nourishment for our bodies and everything else. The world of deception has made it seem as though there's a lack and that there's a scarcity, which again it's a false illusion that there's not a sufficient amount for everybody when there's more than an abundant amount. And that's the beautiful thing about when you get into gardening, you realize that there is an incredible abundance, and we just haven't taken the time to look at it and really perceive it for what it is. So an example would be if you ever cut into a melon, for example, like a
Yes.
cantaloupe, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen how many seeds are in there?
Quite a few. Yes.
Right? Well, each one of those seeds will produce an actual plant that will produce cantaloupes. And each one will again produce more seeds inside of each. So you literally have a perpetual abundance. And that's just the cantaloupe. You can do the same with cucumbers. Cucumbers have tons of seeds. Strawberries, tons of seeds. I mean, you name the plant. Most of the time they have tons of seeds. And it's just a false illusion that there is scarcity. There isn't. It's the abundance that we have around us is amazing. It's just a matter of having the eyes to see the abundance that's already around us and making the most of it. Like, for example, I learned about earthship homes, which are homes that you basically can grow food if you want to right in front of your front windows of the earthship home. And that started in New Mexico, and that's been years. It's been over like 10 years, I think, that they've been teaching people how to do this, and they have earthship homes all over the planet. So that's one option where your home is completely in harmony with nature. It catches the rainwater, and you get to use the water 3 or 4 times before you ever so you basically are not wasting water, and it's completely energy efficient. You can grow food there. I mean, it's completely in harmony with your surroundings, with nature and everything else. And so there are solutions, except that we don't really hear about them that much. They don't get the attention of the press in most cases. There's a machine called Source, oddly enough, and it's actually, I think, here in Phoenix, that it basically can capture water from the atmosphere, and it uses a solar panel. A portion of it is a solar panel, and it literally grabs water from the atmosphere and it distills the water for you, so you can use water all the time. And if you have 2 of those on the roof of your house, you have enough water for everyone in the house.
Wow.
And so there are so many solutions out there, but they don't get the amount of attention that they deserve, or people really sharing the fact that there are solutions. And I think that's the other issue. Like, for example, I've been learning about not just earthship homes, but there's now printers that can print homes. You can literally print a home.
Yeah, 3D printer.
And I'm like, so then why are people homeless? That makes no sense. So there's that solution. Now there's another solution where there's a company who's been doing something for at least 10 years. Again, they make homes out of foam, and they reinforce it with concrete. So that's another option. And they've been doing that for 10 years, and they're also based here in Phoenix somewhere. There's another solution for homes. It's called a dome home. So you do what's called aircrete. You basically make your own concrete mixture. You mix concrete with air bubbles, in essence, from soap. You mix soap and you make like an air bubble solution, and you mix it with concrete, and you make what's called aircrete. So it's just as strong as concrete, but with half the weight in most cases.
Yeah.
So that's another thing you can do. So the amount of solutions for homes are significant. So there's that. So I think it's time for us to focus on the solutions and to raise and the consciousness and awareness of everyone around us and evolve. It's time for us to evolve, because I think
Let me jump in there real quick. Regarding what they don't show us on the news, if it doesn't serve their agenda, they won't put it out to us, because if it served, if it served the people, that's not the business they're in. They're in the propaganda business. So they're not going to tell us this stuff, but enough of us are, common sense is just, I think, kicking in everywhere. Like, something's not right here, guys. Just like you said, with the whole seed thing, and if that paralleled with melons and all melons, I mean, gosh, my wife loves watermelon. If we could make a watermelon out in the garden, that'd be awesome. And just how you can see how it could be, but we're being suppressed at every, aspect of every angle in our life, and it's wrong, and we know it's wrong, and there's so many things wrong. It's gotten to the point where like, hey guys, this is just wrong. I don't care what you're saying. This is just wrong. So then you start looking into alternative thinking of, well, what would it be if it was like this? That could probably work. Like right now through the assembly, there's a lot of growing pains and we're just working through it, but there's so many good people. And once we get all dialed in and, and we start networking with each other, because that's the goal with this, is to network with each other, and to get into like small groups and like, put in claims towards, de facto when they rub us the wrong way, just to kind of push back and keep them at bay, and live our lives in freedom. And if this, if everything pans out the way it's supposed to pan out, it should be pretty awesome. I mean, we have so much to look forward to, in our offspring. Gosh, I mean, it'd be great.
Yes, and that's what we need to do. And this is where, in the book of Hosea, it talks about that my people perish due to a lack of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's been happening, is that we haven't been giving each other the knowledge that is useful knowledge. So we're drowning in a sea of information, but a lot of it is just noise.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not anything that's going to actually help you be effective or be productive or be positive. It's just nonsense.
We've been deliberately dumbed down through our, our schooling. One of the calls earlier, the teacher wanted to know if she was a federal worker. And I've heard it that, they are federal workers, but, and she wanted like some type of proof or something. And, they're government ran programs, the public schools. There is nothing public about them, and it's programming, and our offspring get programmed. Both of my daughters are, university. What the youngest one's going to USC right now. I think she started that, or it's about to start or something. But it's just that they program you so hard, and it goes against what we're doing here. It's a whole different thing. There's people, persons and people now, they've gone to higher education their whole life, and a lot of them are a little pissed off about it. Like, oh my gosh, like, I mean, I've heard them on the calls, and you can hear it in their like, they're actually pissed off. They spent all this money and all this time learning all this stuff, and they're just like, they believed in it, and they realized that, man, I got duped. I mean, of course, knowledge is gained throughout the thing, but they just take you off in this direction that serves them. It doesn't serve you. So yeah, no, this is great that we all get together like this, and you're able to come into this understanding and knowledge at such a young age. I mean, in your 30s, I mean, gosh, I mean, every decade you change your way of thinking as you get older. From my 20s to my 30s to my 40s, now in my 50s, you think different. And
yes.
Hopefully you get a little wiser, but man, you're coming in strong. I got to tell you, I love it. Yeah, especially with the two of you culminating energy like that. I mean, you've seen Savannah and Alex on the call. I mean, they've been just at it for a couple months now, and they're just like making all the calls. Like Max on here. I mean, that Max lady, I mean, she's going for it.
Excellent.
I mean, it's neat. I mean, there's a lot of energy over here, and I hope somehow we could get all the energy together and pull in the same direction. And I'm sure you're familiar with Anna von Reitz, right? With all the research, and I mean, the strong foundation she laid out for us. Oh my gosh. So yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. And the best thing is to, like you were stating, and we've said it here many times, it's like, let's not keep so much attention on what they're doing. Let's focus the intention of what we're going to do and what we're doing. We're learning this stuff. We're waking up. There's natural medicines and like actual health care, not sick care. These people over here, they want to, provide health. Over there, they want you to, just go get cared for because you're already sick. They don't put the focus on how to, like the preventive maintenance type of situation. They're more like, well, just get sick and come to us, and then they'll give you their big pharma stuff. Over here, I mean, you heard Marcia earlier, if you're on the call, she was like, complete alternative to secular pharmaceutical medicine. It's like, let's just do it this way. And it's like, it was so refreshing. And I bet a lot of people would like to come alongside of Marcia and learn some of that stuff, like, hey, if you put this and this together, boom, there's 5, that'll take care of 5 symptoms of whatever, and it's out there. I stopped brushing my teeth with fluoride, and I was told about these, I don't think I have one in my man. Oh yeah, I do. My satchel. I was told about these Jamaican chew sticks, and you just kind of rub them on your teeth, and they got like a mini taste. And my wife's actually seen because my teeth were starting to go dull because I was only brushing with sea salt. What's the other one? The oil. It's something oil. Coconut oil and baking soda. Right. Yeah. And then, but my teeth were getting dull. So I started, doing this thing. And just after a week, it was like, wow, it's actually natural. I mean, bought a bag of them. They'll last me probably all year. I was passing them out at the LA event. We're all out there, doing this. It was kind of funny. We look like a bunch of, I don't know what, but it was fun. It was actually fun, I was the guy that had the chew sticks, like handing them out, and we're just all out there, enjoying the time. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, Arizona is doing some pretty. Aren't they grouping together and doing some pretty big things, or no? Are you part of the assembly over there?
Yeah. But I'm more focused on learning about about law at this point, and how to flip the script on these thugs basically, and on these corrupt corporations and people who trespass on our rights. So my focus going forward is going to be to help people file lawsuits, because I think that's the only thing they really pay attention to. So that seems to be the one thing that really captures their attention, and they go, oh, now I'm paying for it. So it seems like that's the only thing that really, otherwise they don't care. They don't seem to care what you say or do, and how much they trespass on people, and the damage that they cause and the injuries. So I think once you make someone pay financially, all of a sudden you have their attention. So that's where I'm focusing right now to and even Anna talked about it recently about that we need to have like litigation teams.
So yeah, you're sharing.
James is typically on the call, and he's the big, I mean, if you've been on the calls, obviously he's the big lawyer guy that knows all this stuff, and I sure miss him. I hope he comes back soon, but he is
yeah, we actually met James on Sonoma on Sunday calls, on the common law conversation Sunday calls that last also from like 3 p.m. to like 3 a.m.
Oh, really? Do they go that long?
Yeah, sometimes. But lately he hasn't been on the calls because he's been busy. So
what calls are those? I don't understand. Which ones are those?
It's a common law conversation call that happens every Sunday, and it's from people from all over the world.
But mainly in Canada, in the land known as Canada.
Yeah,
that's kind of the group that started that, and Alphonse jumped in there a few times, and Paul Unslaved did too, and
David Michael.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that jumped in there.
Yeah, and then there's some people from the assembly.
They have is it what is that channel? Rumble? Is it Rumble?
Rumble.
Yeah, they have a whole thing on Rumble where you can actually watch the or listen to it. I think they have both.
I'll post the link on the
that'd be wonderful.
California page. Yeah, I'll post it on the California.
So you'll get like they talk about all sorts of great stuff. It's pretty wild. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's all about
kind of like this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really
post
awesome.
a link in the chat here. That'd be cool. Can you post a link in the chat that's on here?
Yeah, I'll post it on the VC. Hold on a second.
Thank you.
And then you're on the California Assembly chat, right? Or in the Telegram group?
I'm in the Zoom chat. Oh, I can
Oh,
go
okay.
into the Telegram.
Yeah, let me see. I'll post it there.
I just did a Telegram account today. I had to upload a video, and David was asking me, and he kind of walked me through it, and I got through it. Or actually, Mike McGee helped me with that. So, yeah. So all of a sudden I got a pop up, and I was like, oh no, here's another thing to spend some time on. It's like, oh, so yeah. I stopped using my Instagram accounts and my Facebook accounts back in, I think I know for sure back in February. That was my last post for Valentine's Day on Instagram. And I'm a realtor and I sell all these houses and do stuff. And I should be posting all this stuff to make me look like I'm great. I just can't do it. I just can't do it no more. So, yeah, it's really changed a lot of things. Did you guys come about this through the COVID, when COVID started, or were you on to this long before?
I would say we were on the journey for a while, because we were kind of, like I said, it started with Mark Passio mainly. That kind of, well, actually it started with the Bible. We read the Bible. And then from there, I kind of just kept looking for truth. And that led me to Mark Passio, and Mark Passio led me to all these other people. And then eventually Mark Emery led me to Anna von Reitz. That's how that happened. So yeah, so once we figured that there was a solution, we're like, all right, well, we need to implement that solution as soon as possible.
So do you really, it sounds like you've been through a lot of information, way more so than as far as the legal stuff, you're drawn towards the legal aspect. I was just drawn towards freedom, so, okay, I papered up, I did my 1779, and, I filled out all my 928s and everything, but I should do it, but it's just not on my, I'm not like vibing about it. I should do it, but maybe that's what I'll work on here soon. But out of everywhere you went, is this just one of the many platforms that you're considering, or do you think this is actually the one that you're gonna go all in on?
I think it has the potential to do great things. However, it requires people to learn how to be effective.
Yes.
So that's the one thing I think it's missing, is that people have not learned 100% how to be effective on it. And I would say probably because it is still a little new for a lot of people. So there's a lot of unprogramming that we have to do.
Yes.
So a lot of unlearning, because
absolutely,
once you come to the realization that about 90 to 95% of what we've been told was basically lies, as soon as you realize that, then you go, oh, okay. So it makes it a lot easier to then go, okay, that was all garbage. Okay, cool. Now I can focus on learning what will actually be beneficial. So that's the best way I can think about it. Oh, and that even reminds me. So there's a movie called The Wizard of Oz, where the Scarecrow, otherwise known as the Straw Man, is actually talked about in that movie. And so Dorothy meets the Straw Man first, and he doesn't have a brain because he has no knowledge, right? So he has no useful knowledge. And then she meets the Tin Man, which is tax identification number, and he has no heart because they're heartless. It's all business. It's not personal. It's just business. So, and then the Cowardly Lion, which means that we're supposed to have the courage to stand up and exercise our rights, but we don't know how because we don't. So it's like we are basically the whole of all of those characters put together, right? So she goes on this journey. They all go on this journey together, and little by little, they start to build that courage. They start to gain the knowledge, and they start to have the heart to really care for each other. So it's actually a really great movie. And then towards the end of the movie, one of the deceptions that I noticed was from the wizard is that he gives the Scarecrow a diploma. I don't know if or some sort of like certificate of, I think it was a diploma. He's like, oh, here's to prove that you have a brain now. And he's all happy.
Right.
But it's a deception. It's like, that's the ultimate deception, is that now that you have this piece of paper, it says that you know something, when in fact, he still really doesn't know enough. His journey has just begun, really, in essence. I thought that was pretty interesting in that movie.
Yeah, it sounds like he just got a glimpse of it, and there's just so much more. I think we're all there, to be honest with you. We're just getting like a glimpse of, oh my gosh, there's something different than everything we've ever known for all of our lives. There's something actually different. Then you start, you know, and once you've seen that, you can't unsee it. So you can't do that no more. So there has to be something different. Then we all start looking around, and then we come to, you know, these platforms and start talking to people that actually have common sense and aren't, you know, afraid to produce an original thought, you know. It's like kind of refreshing, you know, keeps you up late. You know, it really does, and there's really nowhere else to be. And I spend a lot of time doing this, and I know something in me knows that this is it, you know. And I shouldn't be naive like that. I should be looking around more and stuff. But I mean, I'm keeping my options open. But from what I can see now, I mean, this is where it's at. And there's just, well, how would you say, because the way I see it is, if we could all just focus on a little thing that we could offer as value to the assembly and to people, and just really just kind of do that, and not have to do everything else. Like, let me just do this little aspect of what I'm good at, and I enjoy doing it. But I don't need to be doing this, and this, and this. And what we need to do is get people around us that don't mind doing this, and this, and this. And then if we could get, like, you know, hitting on all cylinders, if we could get like a small group of 8 and they're all hitting on cylinder, you know, then we could, you know, then you get the resonating, and you get the forward motion and the energy, you know, in that one thing. And all of a sudden, that's the litigation group for that thing, you know, and it's like the go-to source. And here we have, you know, all these other areas of expertise. And if we get all, you know, it's just so many moving parts, and that's the beauty of it, because it really is God-centered. We try to keep religion out of it, because religion just causes division for the most part. And so in this one here, you know, we've explained it before, when you're on the land, you know, your people. And so there's, you know, our creator up here, and you got your people right next to him. And then you got your governments down there. Then you have your corporations, and your titles and municipals, and your persons, you know, your U.S. citizens way down here. That's where they have you. But once you get up close to God and hang out with them, you could just agree to disagree on all the religion stuff. And I always just say, you know, keep that for your backyard barbecues and your churches. You know, bring your faith over here, bring the people. We are the fellowship. We're going to move this thing forward. None of us really know how it's going to happen, but we are of faith. Maybe not of religion, but we're of faith, and we believe, you know, in a creator, and he has a better plan than what's being laid out before us for the last 160 years. You know, it's actually it's really, you got to question how we got this far down the road. You know, it's like, how do we get here? It's like, oh my gosh. I mean, I know I wasn't the brightest one. I was just happy with working and, you know, I mean, doing things, you know, buying things, and just, you know, I raised my daughters. We had a boat and Sea-Doos, and, you know, that whole, you know, Glamis thing and Pismo Beach thing with the quads and the ATCs. You know, I'm dating myself, ATCs back in the day. But you just get caught up in that hypnotic rhythm, and then all of a sudden you look around, and you're like, what is this? Why are they telling us we can't do this? And now we're covering up our face, and they're separating us. And there's this, now everyone has cooties, and No one wants to interact. It's like, man, they are putting a game on us here. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. It's just not.
Well, we need to remember that demons operate on deception. That's their whole game. They're not actually very creative because they're not connected to the creator. So you cannot be creative if you're not connected to the creator.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a look at history, the reason it keeps repeating itself is because, in all honesty, for the longest time, we were not able to learn as much as we've been able to learn now. If you look back in history, sometimes people didn't even know how to read. So from what I learned, it was even punishable if you taught someone how to read in some time in the past, not too long ago.
Crazy.
So if you think about it, there was a lack of actual useful knowledge to a certain extent being passed from one generation to the next. And the people who held the knowledge were always at the top, and they were hoarding the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So I think now more than ever, we have the opportunity to share useful knowledge. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit to sift through all the nonsense
Mm-hmm.
That's not useful. But once you've filtered that, you go, hey, look, this actually gets the result you're looking for, and you share that with people, and then they put it to the test, and they go, oh yeah, I got the result I was looking for.
Oh, you know what that reminds me of is I was like this. I'm still am like a huge Audible junkie, right? Like for the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, have my subscription, and a new book comes every month, and sometimes I buy in between when I don't have a credit. And so I got all these books, pretty much self-help, and anything and everything to better myself. But my wife was like on me for a while, like, man, all you do is listen to those books, and you don't do nothing though. It's like, well, I do my thing and we get by, whatever. But she says, you just, what are you going to do with that? All that knowledge you got and all that. And I didn't know what to do with it. What am I going to go do with it? Start telling people. People don't want to hear this stuff. But when you come across an assembly like this and you see the needs, and like, oh, really? I could sit in on that, or I could, and really, you need someone to, do the admit button, or just be there with a solid line. I think the only reason why I'm here is because I have a solid Ethernet connection to my computer. It's like I'm the guy that has a main line here. It's like the bar is low, and I see guys like you. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you would be a perfect host. You're smiling, you're right there, you got knowledge. I mean, you're uppity up. You got your wife right there. I mean, it's like, who wouldn't want to listen to you? I mean, if you
my family.
Yeah, I know it, right? Oh, you got them too. Yeah, we all do.
They think I'm insane, actually.
Isn't that interesting? Because I think you're one of the most common sense. You come across clear, and it's like you're, I don't know, you have like a humility to you, and you're just, hey guys, just gonna navigate through this thing. I got a family to look out after, and gonna try to do this the best I could do. You're being the change you want to see, is what you're doing.
That's the only thing we can do.
Yeah, it really is. I think Gandhi had something on that when he said that. I mean, really, he just
Christ said it too.
Did he?
He did.
Be the change you want to see.
He not only said it, he acted it. He walked the walk. He showed by example. I would even say Buddha did the same. I don't know if you've heard of Tao Te Ching.
I don't think I've even heard of him. What is that? Is that
Taoism?
Okay, Tao. Yes. Oh, actually, I read a couple books on those. Yes. Yeah, wow, that just hit me like a brick. All that information, isn't that weird? You ever do that? Like, I remember the Tao and stuff. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, they were all guides, brother. They're spiritual guides, is what they really are. And they were showing us what's called the way, the path, the truth and the light.
Mm-hmm.
This is why when you hear truth, you feel that resonate within you. It's a vibration. It's a frequency.
Mm-hmm.
And you're drawn to it. Those who again, this is all in the Bible, oddly enough. When you hear when you hear truth and it resonates within you, you're drawn to it, and you go, okay, I need to learn more. And I think that's what all of us who are coming together now, we are the people who are looking to help make the world heaven on earth. That's just my perspective. And I think we can all contribute in some way based on our gifts and talents that were given to us by our Creator. So everyone just does
Absolutely.
their part.
Whatever that gift is, right? Whatever that value that you have to offer, whatever it is, it might be, it's probably something that doesn't even sit right, or is kind of oddball sometimes, like I feel in here, because I don't know half this stuff, but I do know what I want. And if this is where freedom's at, and where I could stand and be a man, not feel like I'm being suppressed at every turn, yeah, it's kind of where I want to be. Yeah, and actually, I mean, we really have some. Every day I get blown away. Like, I didn't know you, right? And then all of a sudden you come on. I mean, we're just talking, and I look over, and you're there smiling. And I was like, yeah, I thought that was, your wife with the glasses on or something. And it was just refreshing, right? It's just refreshing. The smiles and the it's not like you're just some Yahoo off the the first bunny trail that you came down. It's like, I mean, you've been through the weeds here, right? Like a lot of us have been through the weeds, and we're just kind of like, okay, now we got this thing. And then we start looking at it like, logistically speaking, how's this whole assembly thing going to work? I mean, really, can we pull it together and stuff? And I think the people, once they sharpen up and hone in on their skills and just share the space, and it's like, don't do anything you're not good at. Why would you want to do that? Don't bring your half-hearted value here. Specialize in what you're good at, and delegate the other stuff when we get the people coming. I realize that there's a shortage of people, or was at one time. I mean, they've been building this thing, but I know I'm on San Bernardino County, and we have people inquiring every day and coming on just about. It seems, things are building. I've seen San Diego like manifest right in front of my eyes. I'm right next door to San Bernardino. LA is just growing, and Riverside. I remember Riverside. I assisted them as the coordinator for. I'm San Bernardino County coordinator at that time, but Riverside, I don't think they had I don't know what they didn't have, but I was helping people get papered up so they could go over there, like that kind of thing. It wasn't like you're not San Bernardino County, so I can't help you. It's like we're all just like trying to help each other. Yeah, I mean, say that again.
It's a rescue mission. We're here to help whoever wants to learn.
Pretty much. Yeah, I've said before, and it's like an original thought of mine. I wrote when I was coordinator, because I was first point of contact. Now Susan James is for San Bernardino, but I do assist her and talk to her regularly. She still has me doing the blast emails for Wednesday night. I'm gonna have to work on that, but yeah, she's getting it together real quick here. And I honestly, I talked to Susan James today, and she just lifted me up, to hear her energy, and just it's like, and then you run across that every day. I mean, Anton here, I mean, he just is growing, and he's adding value, and he's just really plugging in. And I mean, it's just really refreshing. It's really refreshing. Everybody you meet, I see the screen, I see Teresa in Los Angeles. I can picture her. I know what she looks like, and I know her stories a little bit, and she's probably just there, like, asleep, nodding out, listening to us, talk. And, I know Anton's going to be awake. He's probably just there hanging out, and then John, John right below you in LA. I mean, what a blessing that guy is. And who else? I mean, I don't see any of the real familiar. I see a lot of iPhones and stuff. But I'm sure once we get to know all each other, we'll all have our own story, and we'll all be able to resonate, like you said, because we've got this common goals in mind, and that does put off a vibe and an energy. And I hope we could get that use that, you know. Never thought of using energy to be the best that we could be. You know, I knew it took energy. I mean, you got to get out of bed and put a day's work in or whatever. You need energy, but I never saw it as using it as a force, you know, for like good, you know, like that's gonna be wild if we can pull that off.
Well, we are energy. If you think about it, our spirit, our soul is energy. We are infinite. So we're infinite consciousness having a temporary physical experience.
Yeah, the
We
way
always go back.
yeah, the way I figure it myself is let me tell you this story. You know, I come from a Christian background, right? So, and I do believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior because I'm looking forward to that cool teleporting body that he prototyped for us when he was on the earth, right? I mean, imagine to like, hey, let's go, you know, have lunch in Hawaii and boop, you're over there and back over here and hey, let's go to New York for dinner, you know, like, I mean, just screw around like that because he was able to walk through walls and do that. And basically he was, you know, as I understand it, you know, God that came down to earth in the form of man to show us how to live, you know, so it's kind of like be the change you want to see type of thing. And but when I was on the San Bernardino County and, you know, talking to people and interacting, I felt like I was pulling them over like a berm out of danger and onto the land. And I really felt like we were saving souls, you know, because, you know, they're in the sea, the water jurisdiction, and they're basically had their you know, birth certificate, or they had birth certificates put on them, and you know, with signatures. So now it's a chattel document, and it's for, you know, collecting your bond money or being traded against on their stock markets, and the deception there. But you're lost that soul, and when you lost that sea, and when you lost that sea, it's like save my soul, right? You have no soul, but when we bring them on the land, it's like now they're a living being again, a man on the land, a living soul. So it's like saving souls over here, and I think that's where we're kind of we're called to do, to like be disciples, you know, for good, and you know, and for the people. And so I look at it from that perspective, like I'm doing something righteous and good, you know, that would honor my creator. And then I look at the whole, I do believe we're in eternal beings. I believe we're in eternity. And when this body fails, and then I'll be just continuing with the new body, because Christianity, as far as I know, is the only faith that promises another body. And I look forward to that. You know, I don't want to go through eternity with no body. So it's kind of cool, you know, because you can eat and you can sense, and you can hug and smell and love and touch. And, you know, there's all these cool little amenities to a body, you know, like you could actually experience. And then you still got the whole spiritual thing too. But I don't know what's the best, but only I think I could figure is that would be pretty cool to teleport. I mean, granted, right? Just, I mean, that's, and that could be our reality. So I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, the whole religion thing, it just it divides people. You know, they get on their little high horse and, oh well, you're of that pre-trib, I'm post-trib, or you know, you're, you know, like that kosher eating, you know, all those rules, you know, what they eat. That'll drive someone nuts. But we could just get all that out of the way, and if we could really group together and really make it happen, and it's kind of getting easier the more de facto land just starts crumbling. And then all these other, like Australia is really coming up. Do you know like how big the movement is? Like, you know, these other countries are kind of like waking up too. I mean, it's pretty
Yes.
awesome.
This is a worldwide movement of people that are starting to realize the truth and the level of deception that we've been under for the longest time. So it's beautiful to see that people in Australia, Spain, Italy, France, Canada, the United Kingdom, you name it, man. There's people all over the planet starting to come to the realization of what's been happening for thousands of years. And it's a beautiful thing to witness the destruction of the matrix of control and the evolution of where people just want to treat each other with kindness and love and joy and happiness and generosity and kindness and just care. So it's not a bad thing. We were just under a deep illusion for too long, and we finally are starting to come. It's like a metamorphosis. It's like we're coming out of the cocoon, and it's a little scary because you've never been out of the cocoon.
Right. Oh,
But
yeah.
at the same time, we're about to fly. So, we got to spread our wings.
Yes, and we need to come alongside each other and put the wings under each other's sails and lift each other up and just and I think that it comes natural. I'm not a naturally cynical person, I really truly I don't need to compete with anybody. The whole ego. I mean, I understand ego, like ego, get out of here. You're not doing no good. And if we all get our heads around that and just really tap into our brilliance and just add that to, as value rather than to try to be all things to all people, that's never going to work. We need to share the space. We need to come in tight and work together. What it kind of reminds me of is back when I was, where I'm sitting, this is like a yoga room. My wife's a yoga instructor, and she's she's just coming into her own with that. She had beginning stages of it, but we've been at it for about, I don't know, the whole yoga thing, maybe about 5 years or something like that. And so this is used to be the garage here, and I've converted it, and I got nailed by code enforcement. So I built a garage in the back, and at that time I drew the plans up and submitted them myself to the city before they needed a certified, Ontario, architect to draw up plans. So I went in there humbly, and I got to know the clerk real well and talked to him and stuff. And, because I was there, and I'm just a homeowner doing this on my own, just trying to get out of trouble, and I was a contractor anyway, and I drew plans in the past. I was like, I could do that stuff. So I get talking to this clerk and stuff, and I was asking about the plans. He says, the way the plan checkers plan, they have 3 people on it looking at one set of plans. So all 3 people are like, okay, this, and this, and this, and this. And, they're probably talking about the project and what this project is, and if it fits their propaganda agenda or whatever, but they just kind of, will give these guys a hard time or not a hard time, or is it going to pass or not pass, or how serious is this? Does it have a pool? Make sure the fence is there, and no, they don't want nothing coming back on them, of course. But what got me is they have 3 eyes looking at it. I mean, 6 eyes looking at it. Three people with different perspectives. And I think if we were to get like a certain thing, like a little task, and you get 3 people that know their common law and know, they resonate with each other, like to hang out anyway, right? Have a good time and really look at that thing, they could really make some forward movement on that. Like put a template or something. Last week we had a document on here, and everyone was adding, like Dana and Ken and even Brian was adding things, and it was like fun, and it produced something. And I think Savannah says she's going to put it on the chat here, when she probably takes out some private information, just the template. And so we're making strides like that, each day, each week, if we're not making a big old mess of the thing, we're all coming together and bringing it back again, pulling again. It's like, these little things come up, and it's like, but all of a sudden we come back. And so I just hope to see it. I hope to see it happen here, and I really believe it is right before our faces. And I really believe there's no, right when I got paper back, I wondered, did I do the right thing? And I wondered that for about a whole 35-40 seconds. I mean, that's as long as it took. Then ever since then, I've been I'm doing this, there's enough, I mean, you just look around and there's really nothing else. It's like, I mean, I don't know all the different platforms you've been on and how much value they have and what they're all doing. But I know we're trying to reconstruct America. And I think I don't see anyone else doing that. We're playing the long game here to make change. We're not just trying to win some court case, and have bragging rights. We're trying to actually change America for the good. Like, I mean, this stuff is going down. I mean, people are going to start writing books about this stuff, as we get on here. I think my wife wants to write a book like about her husband that lives in two worlds. It's like, I'm serious. It's like, this is some pretty, yeah. And you got to check in with yourself. And it's fascinating to me that people could think you're crazy. And they, I've had I shared this one time. My stepsister called me up on her lunch break, right? I know she works for like a optometry place, right? She got an hour lunch. She calls me up. It was about 5 after 12. She must have just got her lunch. And we talked for about 45, 50 minutes. And at the end of the conversation, I said, how did that sound to you? Because she kind of got me going, I went on, we were dialoguing, then I went on my monologue, and now I'm all pumped up. And I kind of like, after the smoke clears, it's like, hey, how did that sound to you? What is that? And she says, Tommy, I've known you all your life, right? Since we were kids. And she says, you sound very intelligent, but I just don't understand you. Like I don't get you. So it sounds crazy. I said, what does crazy sound like? I mean, she's like, I just don't understand what you're saying. It's not connecting. And I was like, okay, well, I was getting you for a little bit. Then I went off and lost her. But that was my own fault, naive. But I'm working on that. But I told her, and it was like 5 to 1, right? She got like 5 minutes left on her break. And I said, well, if I sound crazy, I said, who's the crazy one? You spend your whole lunch break talking to me. You should be eating your lunch, why? And then she's inviting me to help her put out some chairs and stuff for her daughter's birthday party. I went to her daughter's birthday party and stuff. But, she likes me around and we really have a good time. We get along fine now. But it's it was just interesting how people don't get you. They just don't get it. And it's like, how can you not get it? Look around. They're coming at us with jabs. Oh my gosh, it's like, it's fight or flight mode, it really is. And, we're going to fight with, I'm going to fight with good thoughts. I want to see this thing go seamlessly somehow, miraculously. I'm looking for a miracle, and I know a lot of people are putting a lot of work in this. A lot of work in this, and just each day we're just taking a stand and pushing forward, whether it's just supporting somebody. And that whole Telegram thing, I did not see that coming. I had to do it to upload a file. Apparently you could put some, I was tripping out on, because I was watching this thing upload on Telegram. It's 1,000 MBs to 1 GB. I didn't know that. I was watching it load up. I was like, man, that's a lot of information, because that video that I was uploading was last week's, and I think we took it from where did it start at 5 o'clock or something, 5:15, the coordinators meeting, and it went all the way to I think we wrapped up at 4 last week. Me and Anton were on until 4, and and that's just a lot of video content and information, and just to kind of see what what are they, MBs and GBs or something, it's kind of
megabytes and gigabytes,
right? Yeah, it's just kind of interesting that, like, I just never paid attention to it really, because it was 1.8 gigabytes was that file. Yeah, and to watch it go up to 1,000, and then then all of a sudden, it was just it was fun for that part, and then all of a sudden I get these messages because they see my name there, and then I'm started talking, and then we're doing the voice, talking into, instead of like typing, you're just voicing, talking. And
Yeah.
I was talking to Nick, he's a truck driver, and he's telling me how Mississippi looks as he's driving, and we're talking about things, and I send him that link too, because I had it in a link form and I had the downloaded version, so I just sent him the link, and I said, well, here's 10 hours of something for you to do, while you're driving. So you just make those connections. And it's funny, he's like, well, I gotta get my passport photo. He's getting all like hyped up. I mean, this guy donates a printer to us and says, just use it, I mean, like brand new Canon, computer thing. It wound up with the Continental Marshals actually here in San Bernardino. But so he was telling me about this passport, and I was like, hey, you're a truck driver. Those big trucks have those white big trailers. Just kind of stand up in the back and just snapshot, just get the top of your head, a little bit of your shoulders with the white bag. I said, there's your photo. And he actually did it. And he was all excited today. He said he's going to redo it because he just got a haircut, and he's feeling pretty good. He's like, I'm going to redo that picture since I'm going to have this one for a while. So he was just getting excited. And
That's awesome.
yeah, it is. Stuff like that every day, Susan James talking to me today. I talked to there's a number of people I didn't even talk to that have been sharing emails and stuff. I mean, one of them, Anne from LA, I told her I wasn't going to be able to follow up with her as much as I like, because there's just so much content. It's like, and I want to read through it and give her like a legit like thank you. Thank you for the information. That was good. I like this point and that point. Just try to. But gosh, I mean, I think she sent me 4 emails today with content that I still have to sift through, and it's like, and I have all my notes filled with all these links. So I mean, there's never not a time. Actually, they're threatening me on my phone that I'm using too much. I don't know what it is, online usage. They said they're going to slow down my internet speed because I'm using too much. And I keep texting them back, telling them to send me the contract where it says that, because I got unlimited.
Right.
But they just keep kicking me to the curb and don't say anything. But they send that, and but I haven't seen it slow down or react yet. So, but I've seen some pretty interesting computer glitches since I've been, do on the assembly here. I've seen some interesting stuff. Some of us on here, like your voice went like it was underwater for quite some time as you were on this call. And I mean, I'm just so used to it now. It's like some of us when we're talking on the phone, with speakers and stuff, all of a sudden it sounds like alien noise or you're underwater. And then we'll just say like, oh, we'll call you back. It happened. We'll just call you back. And as soon as you call back, it clears the line again. You're good for another 15, 20 minutes. And then, it's just strange how you start getting used to things. I help Michelle out on the 101. I don't help her. I'm just there in case something happens. And Sandy likes me there, just to kind of work it just makes it easier when there's 3 people, doing it. And so Nancy drops or Michelle drops off the call, and she dropped off for like more than a half hour. And when she came back on, she's all, oh, well, I just finished my whole presentation. I didn't hear nobody. I was like, you've been gone for like a half hour. We've been doing small town hall and stuff and keeping this thing going. And it's like, oh my God, and at the time I was thinking it could have just been, somebody messing with her device, and she's just gone all of a sudden. You just drop off. It turned out to be quite funny. She was doing it remotely, and she was getting a Wi-Fi from like some campground, and bless her heart, she's doing a whole presentation off her phone, and she can't see no interaction or nothing. She's just going for it, right? And she gets to the end of this thing a half hour later, realize, and I asked her, I said, well, how did it go? Were you on today? She said, oh yeah, I was laughing. I envisioned everybody laughing with me. And And she picked up right where she left off without missing a beat. When she took us right to it, then right into the Q&A. It was actually a really fun call. And that was just 2 weeks ago on the 101, LA 101. I have the link there too. I could share it. But just such amazing little things that happen like that. And it's all just been out of trying to do the good thing. You know, you try to do a good thing, you know, something's better. And all of a sudden you fall in with all these folks that just, you know, you could actually resonate with and kind of understand and like, oh, wow, you know, like, oh yeah, I found Anna through this, you know, I just so happened to be on another platform too when I saw, you know, and a lot of us are doing that. We're all searching, right?
Yes.
You know, searching for something, and we're getting these little like tasty little treats along the way when we run across somebody, or we get that little nugget for the day. Oh, that's my nugget. Oh, that's what I needed. And then you're feeling good, and then once you learn your words, you're able to talk to your spouses better. There's a bigger picture. It's not just, you know, you're not bickering about, you know, the house ain't clean or something, or the bed's not made, or where's my lunch or dinner. It's more like wow, you know, that we have so much to be grateful for every day, you know, and it just makes it go so much better. And when you learn those words and learn how to talk to your spouse and communicate and listen, and then all of a sudden you see them implementing what you've learned in their life, and it's bringing better and good things to them, because they know it's like, it's almost like that seed, you know, where it takes one seed and then it produces this thing that has like 100 seeds in it, you know, and then it's like, I'm so used to being in de facto land and things are just a struggle. But when you come over here and you start seeing things come together and you're making these connections, and it's like, oh my gosh, if we get this right, we could really make a change, you know?
Absolutely.
And it really, it's exciting. And I think all the people out, because there's all freedom groups, freedom platforms popping up everywhere now, because people are just like waking up, like something's freaking wrong here, you know? And so once they understand that there's more to just life, you know, it's like the life of the ones that we don't even know yet that are to come. And if we put our foot down and say that we've put up with this long enough and we're not freaking doing this anymore, and we stand up, you know, we can make the place an awesome place. And then other states will follow us, and other countries, and you know, and we could learn from each other and turn this thing around already, drive these guys out of here, whoever's doing this stuff, you know. It's just it's evil, and it has no place with us. You know,
That's right.
It just doesn't. And for us, I mean, I see these, you see a lot of homeless people now, and they look like people that weren't there for a long time. You know what I mean? Like they're just like the newbies to that realm. And to think that these are living people that were born with value of their own weight in gold, you know? I mean, if you get your mind around that, how they've been just suppressed, caught up on, you know, the whole drug thing, or the whole, you know, just every bad thing that's out there, and the people that get caught up in it, you know, and it's just, it doesn't need to be that way. It doesn't need to be that way. I mean, I don't think, I mean, we've been programmed to think that people are selfish and want to hurt people. But I'll tell you what, if you're doing just fine, and I've said this before, like when we get to the top of this mountain and there's no more studying to have to do, because we're not dealing with all this paper, because we don't have to subpoena the corporations anymore, because we're just freaking above it all. When we get there, we're going to want to help people, right? Like, what else are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Go build bigger barns to put more of your stuff in? that you're not into anymore because you're outside of that material world now and you're not doing that. You're just kind of like, it's cool to have cool stuff, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that's going to be our focus. I think our focus, yeah, no, I mean, things are changing here. And I just, gosh, I get so excited. I mean, Anna talks about that old machine. I even wrote like a note down here. Have you heard her talk about the old machine that she's starting to, they have to figure out what it does and, does it even turn over and, but now, yeah, I wrote that the old machine that was hidden is now with the people. It has been cared for, and now in return, it has started. Now we need to fine tune our vibrations to be able to receive what the beautiful machine can and will produce. That's what it does in the right hands. What I write here, Federation, if you can. Yeah, someone said, I think it was one of the presidents, I heard on the common law class, one of the presidents was being asked, like, what kind of political system did you give us? And the president says, a federation, if you could keep it, and obviously that didn't work out real well, right? So when this machine's in the right hands and we crank this puppy up again, everybody gets working together and we get this thing functioning, we could change it around. And one of the interesting things that James mentioned a while back on a call, he says, and when I wrote right hands, when I was writing this note, because I get these thoughts that come to me, I just write stuff down. And so I wrote it WRITE, right hands. And I said, oh, that's not how it's spelled. It's not right, like, the written word, right? It should be like right, like RIGHT. But then I kept it that way because right hands. And then I remember James said, isn't it interesting? Anna has a few names, if you don't know that, Ray, but I'm sure you do. But it's like Anna von Reitz, right? Anna von Reitz, it's in the right hands, Anna von Reitz, and she writes all these articles. And she writes so many articles. And just for her name to say Anna von Reitz, of course it's not spelled that way, but this is a fun little thing, because it is really about back to the words. Everything is about the words, knowing the words, being able to use the words, and helping those words allow you to think. And then if, when you learn how to do all that, then knowledge comes, and knowledge is power. And if enough of us gain enough knowledge and power, I guess we'll be able to immerse that energy out of us, so, but yeah, I feel like I'm babbling. It's been a good night. I mean, I didn't think we'd go till 3:00 on this one. That's kind of funny, I did not see that coming. Wasn't it just like 10:30 a minute ago? I mean, really,
what happens when you're having fun?
Yeah, it just really is. And Anton's quiet. Are you asleep, Anton? Are you there? Come on. He said he was going to be good till about 1, so he probably knocked out. And I've done it too. I'm guilty. I've knocked out on these and like woke up and like the signal's not on the laptop no more. I guess I fell asleep. So, but I don't know. It was always a good way to go to sleep. But yeah. So, do you actually work tomorrow, or what are you doing?
No, I don't technically have I haven't had a conventional job for at least 5 years. Maybe.
Oh, how's that working out for you?
So far so good.
Okay. All right.
We used to have a physical business. It was called Bump and Roll. We used to have this giant room that was padded with padded walls and padded flooring, and basically we had these giant hamster balls that people would run inside of, and it'd be like bumper cars with these giant hamster balls, and it was really fun.
So you like leased out a commercial building and you just padded it all up and got a little vibe going, and people would come over and
it was at the mall.
Okay.
And yeah, it was fun, man. It was a really fun thing. It was a very family friendly environment. It was it was to encourage family and friends to bond together, and while they're actually exercising, but they didn't really know they were exercising in a way, because it was a fun thing to do. So they were actually exercising without realizing it. And
without hurting.
Yeah, and you got to hit people as hard as you can, and nobody gets hurt. So it was great.
And your wife was a part of that with you as well, on that little endeavor?
Yes. So we came up with it together, and our little ones used to be there all the time, and it was really fun.
Oh, right on. No, I love that. And I take it you guys don't watch too much TV.
No, we haven't. I think it's been over 10 years for me.
Wow, man, you got in your 20s, you were already figuring this thing out. My
Yeah.
goodness, that's amazing. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
was 51 when I started thinking, well, no, I take that back. The whole Ebola scare back in the day was about 7 or 8 years ago. That's when I cut TV out. So I've been off the TV thing for probably about the same time. Yeah, that's I wish you guys well. I truly do. I mean, I don't know how this is going to end up for any of us, but I got to tell you, when I see a young family like that, man, I would, I mean, if Arizona blows up, come on over here, we'll make space, I guess. Like, you never know what's going to happen, but it just, I'm digging it. I'm digging you guys' vibe. I love you. I mean, you're both awake. It's 3 o'clock in the morning and you're both like resonating and just vibing and just like, it's beautiful, man.
We have little ones that usually are up around this time anyway. So
okay, so there you go. Well, young family, yeah. I have my son-in-law. My daughter's 31, my oldest daughter, and my son-in-law, he's like 32. He's probably 33 or so. But they have three offspring, and and he does quite well. He's doing really well. And I mean, from de facto perspective, right?
Yes.
And it's kind of like, man, I wish him the best. I wish them the best, and they're doing so great from the worldly perspective, like that. The house, the cars, the shop, the big industrial buildings, all this stuff, the business. I mean, the businesses. It's like, man, why didn't I do it as good like that? But this guy's just killing it. And my daughter's a stay-at-home mom. I mean, she's got she has a BSN, bachelor's in science and nursing. So she's a registered nurse, but she's through this whole COVID and everything, she's just like, just gonna stay home. And I mean, the kids are with her most of the time anyway, because of schooling and this and that. But he does really, they do so well. And it's kind of like, you can't be happy for them. You can't not be truly happy for them, knowing that they're so wrapped up in that matrix, and it just, I wish I could just like open the top of their head and just kind of pour in like, hey guys, this is really what's happening. And they see enough of what's going on out there, and they just, I guess they're not ready to take action at this time, but oh well, it's their life, right? I mean, all I could do is lead by example.
If only it would be easy to just download, all of everyone's knowledge into someone.
Yeah, I think in that de facto and us agree on the same thing. I think they say the same thing. If only we could just let's get some nanotechnology in them and just let's just rule their minds. That's I think one of their games. That the whole sterilization thing, and even the straight up, let's see what they could take. Like how resilient are they? It's like, gosh.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you ever heard of the fifth gospel.
I think I've heard of it, but I'm not. It doesn't ring a bell right now.
It's by Rudolf Steiner.
Okay, what's his point?
It's quite fascinating. So he kind of talks about the deeper meanings of spirituality, basically talking about how the Christ actually could do that. He had the gift of telepathy. He could actually go into someone's consciousness and raise their awareness and consciousness just based on because his was so operating at such a frequency, kind of like what Tesla would talk about. I don't know if you ever heard of Nikola Tesla.
Oh yeah.
he
Oh yeah. No, I know his backstory, and I know he was just a really great. Yeah, he got burned by a bunch of people, and he was one of our greatest inventors. And he was tapped into that when they took him out. Actually, the whole free energy and everything like that. It's my understanding that Chase, the guy from JP Morgan, he was into all the power lines and all the electricity, and Tesla had this, free energy kind of thing. He was like, whoa, can't have that, buddy. Got too much invested in this, structure. And now look at it. You drive around and you look at this dilapidated power line structure. It's like, we're better than that, I mean, they're changing poles all the time around here, and they're leaning, and they're so, like cities like in LA, like San Marino, they put them all underground and you don't see none of that stuff. But where I live in Ontario, oh my gosh, there's power lines everywhere around here. So.
Yeah, I think you dig the fifth gospel. It's a very, very awesome exploration.
All right, I'm gonna try it out. I'm open for it. Fifth gospel. I got a couple credits on my Audible, so I'll try to pop it in there. I'm still trying to get through the oh gosh, what's that other one that they just mentioned today? Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island.
The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Yeah,
by
the Creature from
Edward Griffin.
Yeah. Oh, I think Bianca was talking about that earlier. Is she the one that got that book?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No. We'll see
Well,
who
we don't have
finishes
the
first.
physical book. It's the audio.
Yes, me too. Yeah, on Audible. Yeah.
Yeah, there's you ever heard of an app called Library, LBRY, or Odyssey?
Neither. No.
Okay.
So everything that I mentioned earlier, I put it on the Precious Truth Telegram app.
Yeah, so there's this app that's a decentralized app, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So when people upload stuff to that, it will never be taken down. It just can't. So there's a great channel there called Audio Boy, which is basically a bunch of audiobooks that they uploaded on there.
Okay.
And they're free to share, by the way. That's the whole Audio Boy project. It's actually what it's called.
So yeah, most of the audios that I posted on the Precious Truth came from that app, the library app. So that book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, is on there, and then the Fifth Gospel.
Yeah, that one's good. And then there's also Goodbye Germ Theory. I don't know if you ever heard of that one.
No, Goodbye Germ Theory.
Yeah.
At the end, the last chapter in Goodbye Germ Theory, it talks about the straw man.
Right.
It's
Isn't
quite
it
fascinating.
interesting how that straw man keeps coming up?
Yes.
I mean, throughout everything. I mean, even the Wizard of Oz, and now this, and then, I mean, just the straw man. That's how they, that's what they take to use our credits. The straw man, isn't it? Or do they leave us as the straw man? I always hear that analogy, the straw man. What is that about?
So the straw man is basically, it's kind of like the fall guy, kind of like a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime, if you look up the definition of a straw man, anytime someone wanted to commit a crime, they would use a straw man to kind of like take the fall.
Oh, like the scapegoat.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So the idea of getting people to believe in the straw man, when they get you to believe that you are the straw man.
Oh, I think I'm.
Did I lose you?
No, you came in right there, but you were gone for a second.
Okay. Yeah. It usually when you start talking about things.
Okay, the straw man. What happened?
So yeah. So when you see the whole thing is to make you believe that you are the straw man,
mm-hmm.
and that you take its place, mm-hmm. instead of realizing that that's not you. Just like your name is not really you either, right? Mm-hmm. Your name is just, it's a tool. Like once we realize that a lot of the things are tools, like our ego, for example, our ego is a tool. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of learning how to use that tool for the benefit of everyone around us, not just our selfish gain. And oddly enough, again, that's what Christ said. He would say that we are to love our Creator with all our mind, heart, soul, and everything in our being, and that we should also love our neighbor as ourself. And when he says love our neighbor as ourself, he's talking about agape, which is Greek, which basically translates to like altruistic love, which means unselfish. And you always are looking for mutually beneficial situations where everyone benefits. And it is possible to do that. It's a win-win. So recently people called it a win-win situation. So it is possible to do that. And when that's your focus, when you're always looking for situations where you mutually benefit each other, and that's the way you just operate all the time, then you will always look to benefit the other. And as you do that, then everybody will be lifted up instead of being pulled down.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier too, or in some of the past calls. Like, if we could create this energy level, and it's positive, all the baloney that these people want to bring into, it's like it's like they're gonna hit the glass ceiling or something, you know. They're not gonna be able to penetrate because we're here and they're on a different frequency, and it's just not gonna happen. You guys just, you know, I guess they'll be the slaves, you know, or whatever, because there's always been slaves. It's not like a bad thing, you know. Some people give up their rights just because they trust their master or whatever. I mean, there'll always be like little worker bees, but and I've heard it explained, and those are typically the ones that, oh, woe is me and this and that. And it's kind of like, look, you're on the land, you're doing your thing, whatever, but you're just not going to be having dinner with me. I'm sorry. We don't vibe that way, you know? And so that's kind of I think there's going to be different people always with different ideas. I want strawberry cake. I just made vanilla. Eat that. No, I want strawberry. I'll go take strawberry to your own county, you know, leave us alone. We do vanilla over here because it's neutral. And, you know, it's like, there's always going to be like, but I think we could rise above it. And the more positive energy, more we all start working together closely, and, you know, start plan checking, you know, in threes, you know, and start putting these claims out and pushing back. And I think we're going to be able to, you know, make a change. And then who's to say? I mean, what do you know about any of this Trump stuff or the alliance stuff? I think Anna said something about the 20th of something. I don't know if it's this month or next month. The bankruptcy is going to be officially over, and that's when it's really gonna. If he's going to make a move, he's going to make it then. Is that tomorrow, or is that like next month or next year, or when is that?
Well, I hear a lot of things, but then again, I'm more of a, I want to see evidence.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. Yeah.
So it's like, unless you have something to back it up evidence wise, I'm kind of just gonna disregard it for the time being until it's more like, show me. You know, talk is cheap. Like, show me what you're gonna do and actually show the world. Because if you're truly doing something positive and productive and effective for everyone, there's no reason to hide it.
Correct. Full transparency.
So, again, Christ said it. You don't hide a lamp underneath like a bowl. You put it on a light stand, you know, and you let it shine bright so that everybody can see it and go, oh, fantastic. Now we can see the light from the darkness and be able to discern between each. So because we are not doing anything shady, we're not doing anything wrong. I have nothing to be ashamed of. You can go ahead, shine the light on me. What? I got nothing to be ashamed of. Go ahead. I'm not doing anything that's going to cause harm, injury, or loss, or I'm not causing damage to other people's property. So I'm following, you know, I'm doing my best to follow what my creator said, to love my neighbor as myself and love him first and foremost. So, you know, I have no reason to do deceptions of any kind, and none of that. I don't need to manipulate and do any of that nonsense.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a glass house myself. I mean, if someone were to ask me a question, I don't think I would not answer it. You know, I mean, I got to use wisdom and judgment, you know, on personal issues. But I'm pretty much an open book for the most part. And putting myself up front here, you know, a lot of people think this is just freaking crazy. You know, like, oh my gosh, how you know, like, dude, I mean, they take people out. It's like, you know, what do you go back to? You know, I'm truly believe what I believe. I mean, I don't want to suffer. I mean, no one wants to suffer, but I mean, gosh, haven't we been suffering all of our life, you know,
Yes.
already? And so,
We've been
yeah,
slaves.
that's, what was that, Bianca?
Oh, I said we've been slaves all of our lives, but now we're seeing the truth.
Yeah, they made slaves of us, and we're not meant to be slaves. That's why it rubs us wrong. We're like, wait a minute, where did I sign up for this? You know, it's like, well, you're born and boom, you pay taxes. Like, well, is that a coincidence, or did that just happen? You know, like, it's kind of like, oh well, you know, then they bring up the Bible and this and that. Like, you know, I got a saying that. Let me ask you a question here. It's Juan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Juan. Okay, in the beginning, I mean, I know you don't follow religion, but it sounds like you do know the stories. And in the Bible, there was a story. It was called Adam and Eve, and they were in the garden, and they were told not to eat of the tree of what?
Knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah. Okay, so there was four people there, or one in spirit, and so you got Adam, Eve, and you got the serpent, and you have you know, God in spirit, right? Or so if you can follow that. And the question is, how long did it take for the serpent to deceive the first human beings, basically, or the first man and woman, first people? How long did it take them? Did it take generations, or it was like the same day, or sound like it was like the same day that he deceived them rather easily, right? To take that.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone a little bit further beyond the Bible. I've like looked into the book of Enoch. I looked into the book of Adam, the first book of Adam and Eve, and the second book of Adam and Eve, which actually goes into further detail about those things. So it, based on what I've learned so far, Adam and Eve actually existed for a while, and they were pure consciousness. It's what they were. And it was they actually didn't have a true physical form until they went ahead and listened to the demonic corrupt consciousness that basically started to pervert their mind. So if you go into the first book of Adam and Eve, you start to realize that they didn't even have organs for digesting like food and what have you. So it's an interesting book. So I don't think it happened that quickly. I think it took a little bit of time, and that corruption, because a lot of people think that like demons are physical, and it's not. It's a consciousness. It's a way of thinking. So it starts with the thoughts, and the thoughts then affect the emotions, and then the thoughts and the emotions then produce an action. So it's a consciousness. Literally, it's a mind, a way of thinking, and a way of feeling, and a way of acting. That's what true evil is. And it's subtle at first. It's a very subtle thing, and eventually it just kind of keeps, the more you give into it,
feed it.
It's like a poison. It just kind of keeps like a cancer. It just keeps growing, right? So I would say Adam and Eve, I don't know, I think they were around for a while, but at the same time, perhaps they weren't given everything that they needed to know, so as to know how to rebut and say, no, we're not interested. Perhaps they weren't given everything that they needed to know in order to be able to rebut properly and say, yeah, no, dude, we're good.
Well, they were in consciousness, so they were able to, like, no, that don't sit right with me. I don't want to know about that. No, you know, they had choice, right? That's part of having free choice.
They did. They did.
Okay, well, let me take you back. So you have the serpent, God, Adam and Eve. So the serpent inevitably duped Adam and Eve, right? He got over on them. They partake of the tree of knowledge, and now they saw that they needed some clothing. They probably went into that physical realm and needed to cover up. They had sin in their life. But anyway, so the serpent, he got over on them, right? I mean, you
Yes.
could admit that, right? So if he got over on them like that, and they're like one of the first, of that kind, and then they started populating, who's to say that the serpent didn't just go ahead and dupe all the other ones that came in too? He duped the first ones. Why couldn't he, just play his game and dupe it? Besides, he has a third of the angels down here helping him out to do stuff. So he could probably. So my point is, if the serpent was that foremost in the front, duping them right from the beginning, or as when they did before the world was populated, couldn't you say that? And what you're saying is that these spirits, they manipulate man's way of thinking through, okay, so if they were manipulated from the beginning, and any inscription of anything that's ever been carved in the side of a cave or chiseled into a tablet or written in a book, isn't it fair to say that there's a possibility that the serpent ideals could have been influenced in the people as they were writing some of this stuff? Not all the time, but I mean, it's good chance that.
Yes,
So
exactly.
so who's to say anything that's ever been written and everything that's ever been basically spoken could not possibly be riddled with lies? Maybe some half truths in there and stuff like that, but I mean, the deception has been going from the beginning of time, the way I see it.
Correct.
And, I'm not sure what it's going to look like by the time we get done making our little cake here with the assembly, and getting the structure and the walls up and the plumbing in, electrical, and drywall it and paint it and throw some carpet down. And I'm not sure how that's going to look, but we do have a plan. And but I really believe that we have to be very, very careful, because there's deception in every aspect of everything that we do throughout life. It's just there, and
Yes.
and it takes God to give us some type of direction, and we need to get back in that consciousness, like that's wrong, that's right. If something don't feel right, and something's just that, it's like, dude, I'm all in on this and something's not right here, I guess I just got to speak up. You got to do something, right? I mean, you can't just sit back and, I mean, at least be sure, at least look into it a little bit, right? Like do your like you said, like do your due diligence. If this doesn't make sense and something's not right here, I want to know, because I need to make a change, right? I mean, I need to do something different here. It's like repent. Like I need to repent from this de facto life and get over here. And I come over here, it's not perfect, and I'm like, but there's some things worth fighting for, And I believe in the people. I mean, there's so many. Like I said, even like you, I really feel like like last week or the week before was Mike McGee. We're on here late, and like Anton, we've had some good ones with Anton, and it's just really, really refreshing when you could talk to somebody and like, I kind of could get where this guy's going. I kind of like that, and then you start looking around, like there's more good than there is bad,
Yes.
If we could dial in the good, because there's always going to be bad, but let's just dial in the good. Let's not throw any babies out with any bathwater. Let's just work with what we have. It's not like we could afford to start like, no, you can't do that, or no, you can't do, it's like, let's just get past it all. Let's just focus on the vision that we all have. And I think we all have I don't know what your vision looks like, but my vision looks like, because I really truly believe your thoughts become things. So I spend a lot of time thinking of how I want my life to be. And it's going to be a life of no need, and a life of sharing and love and giving and just being proud to, like, in a good way, a good proud, you know, just to kind of like you know, just feel right, you know, like when your wife looks at you like, that's my man, you know, that's my man there, you know, like that kind of, you know. I'm sure
Yeah.
you read the book, The 5 Love Languages by was it Gary Chapman?
That's correct.
Yeah. So what would yours be? I know mine's words of affirmation and touch is my secondary. My wife's
Mine-
is acts of service and quality time.
Gifts.
There you go. Yeah, mine's quality time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay. So
I
you like?
appreciate spending quality time with people.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I think, I mean, your wife is like right by your side right now, right?
Yeah, we are very similar in our languages.
Oh, okay. So, oh my God. So if you both are longing for quality time, you're probably hanging out with each other all the time. How funny is that?
Yeah, pretty much. We
that's-
we hang out a lot, and acts of service is another one. So we usually,
Mhm.
you know, do help each other in whatever way we can. And so yeah, I think when you have someone who has similar, doesn't have to be exact, but when it's similar, it's a lot easier to kind of speak each other's language.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
you're not that completely different. Like, for example, gifts is my last one.
Mhm.
Not that I don't appreciate a gift,
Mhm.
but you really don't have to. Like, I don't care about things. I care about people.
Yeah, it's funny. I never got that with my my mom and my dad. He's my stepdad since I was 7. But they always were big on gifts. Like if you didn't get them a gift for their birthday, I mean, they got weird about it, right? and it had to be a nice gift too. And of course, there was 3. You know, it was like it's a weird thing. I never got it until I read that book. I said, "Oh my gosh!" I think they both had acts of gifts or gifts as their language. You know,
Right.
and they just like to receive gifts. And my mom likes to give gifts too, even to this day with the 3 offspring she has, and probably, gosh, there has to be 20 grandkids. I mean, she gives them something each time for a birthday, you know. Imagine what that is. I mean, 3 grandkids, like 20 or it's probably 3 times a month at least, you know, like
Wow.
to have to give $50 for, you know, like yeah. So anyways, I don't know why it went there, but yeah, I just didn't understand the whole gift thing, you know. It's like it's way on the bottom of my totem pole, you know. My wife, I think my wife likes gifts too, but she don't say it. She gets her little gifts, but hers is acts of service. So she'd rather me put gas in the car and keep the car clean, you know, make sure it's washed, and she's happy, you know. Yeah, she's really happy. I'm good for a little attaboy every now and again. And yeah, and with learning our words, she's starting to come around. I mean, we're having some really good conversations lately, and I'm seeing it actually change the world as she sees it. And she's doing so much better too. Like just like I could feel her vibe when she walks into the room, you know. You could sense it. And when it's up, I just vibe off of it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to hang out with you. But when she's like kind of naggy and down, it's like, go away. You know, I just can't. You know, and it's interesting how well she does, because she does wake up in the morning and turns on the news. And yeah, she watches that stuff. And half the time I look at it and like, wasn't I just telling you about that 2 months ago, you know? And look at it, now it's mainstream, you know? Or it's just like it's like there's so much poison in the world, and for some of us to actually have a good day under those circumstances, I guess that makes us pretty resilient, you know? Like to
Yes.
not let it get to us, because all that stuff is just made to do is drive you into depression, you know?
Yes.
I mean, it just absolutely is poison.
It is.
And they keep spewing it out, and people just keep seeing that as the truth. Oh, did you see that $500 trillion lawsuit thing? Did I asked you about that already? I don't think I did.
I think Anna talked about that. She
Yeah, she
says,
did.
unfortunately, it's probably not going to work out.
Yeah, no, but the point is, if you watch that video, try to grab that on YouTube, or I have it, but you can see how they expose what's going on. Like they start calling people out, and it was like, I don't know if they're biting off more than they could chew. Obviously, they're putting in complaints and not claims, so that they're just coming at it from a citizen perspective, which is just not going to work. But they do bring a lot of information out up front.
Yeah, it does.
And I was grateful for that. I was glad those guys did that, because there is it's like they paint the picture, and it was nice not to hear it from us. It's like, oh, you guys know about that too. It's like, hey, maybe you should come over here, or we should go over there, or something. Let's get this thing together. But since Anna's been at it for so long and she's so solid, it's kind of like, then she has that whole great grandma thing working for her. Totally blindsided them, right? Like, who's the old lady, like, doing this, and I love that about her. When you see her on those interviews with Ron and David, and she's sitting there and she's like this little miss, and then those guys are big and burly, and she's just little, like, gotta love her, man. She's just got that stick-ability to her that she just keeps going. I mean,
yeah, she's pretty cool. I like her.
Yeah, I can't wait.
She's actually very wise.
It's amazing,
very
actually. Yeah, it's amazing. She is very yeah, she just never seen anybody like her, to be honest with you. I imagine there's some pretty amazing people out there, but Anna is pretty freaking amazing. I mean, just really, like, I mean, she makes sense, but she's so, I mean, you can tell she's really governing down, right, to talk, because, and then just the whole time factor of how many hours are in the day and all the work that she does. It's like, does she not sleep? Or it's kind of weird too, because the more people I ran across a few, they asked me, like, don't you ever sleep? You always, and it's like, yeah, I sleep when it's necessary. It's like putting gas, I'll get it in when it needs to get in. I'm not gonna, like, the other day I was driving, yesterday, I had to get a battery for my wife's car, right? And I figured, well, I didn't buy it too long ago, and those have 3-year warranties. And I said, well, I'll just go down to Pep Boys, walk in there with my battery in my hand. It's a tire shop. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's no retail stuff in there. And they changed the whole thing there in Chino. And they said, well, you got to go over to the one in Ontario. I was like, all right, I'll go over there. And they're like 40% liquidated. And so I have the battery, and the charger's still there. They haven't liquidated that yet. So they put it on the charger and it tests bad. And then they say, oh, well, Rancho Cucamonga has it, and they have only one. And so they saved in. I went over there to get that. And it was this big old thing about shot most of my day, just half or 2 hours. And it was just a bunch of senseless running around. It was amazing how much I didn't get done. But I mean, my wife happy that her car's working, but I forgot where I was going with that. I was going somewhere.
That's the world for you.
Yeah.
Busy doing a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, and it's getting busier too as the dollar devalues. I noticed that. I made that point in my mind today when I was driving to work, or traveling to work. So yeah, they're crashing the economy, and it's taking me more time to get my battery, or even, I mean, going into a Home Depot, sometimes you don't always find what you need. It's kind of like, hey, where's the 3M spray glue? I mean, it was always here. Now there's no spray glue. There's a shortage on spray glue, and then the materials are going skyrocketing so high. Oh yeah, you have to spend more time to make more money. So when you go to buy something, you're paying twice as much for it. So you're spending more time making more money because the money doesn't go as far anymore. You know, it's like the whole thing is just kind of
Exactly.
right to the very end. You know, they just thumb you right to the very end. And I think some of us are like squeezing out from under the thumb and like, I'm not doing that no more. Running around like, yeah, I'm out of here. See you guys. I'm papered up. Go away. You know, don't want to do it no more.
Well,
So,
as soon as we stop consenting and complying, it ends. See, it requires our participation, and unfortunately, a lot of us are unaware that we're still participating.
I know it. You walk around, in the downtown village of Claremont. I mean, they got a lot of mandates and suggestions and all that stuff to put on the persons. And you see them with their faces, masks on, and they're just, it's like full submission, just they're submitting to it. And just like you said, yeah, that's all it would take is for everyone like, no, we're not doing this no more. And then, and what do they got to work with,
That's it. It's all it takes. It's I don't know if you ever like learned what happened in India during the time of Gandhi.
School me on it.
But the British, per usual, they're
trying it again. Yeah.
they're trying to get them to submit, right? And they were really just making life completely miserable to the point that the Indian people were like, I mean, our life is we just exist. Like, we're not living, we're just surviving, we're existing. This isn't life, this isn't living. So Mahatma Gandhi was able to like help people realize that if they were to do massive non-compliance, the whole thing would stop. And it did. So what they did is all the Indian people just went to the streets and they just sat down on the floor and they didn't move. So all the commerce stopped because nobody could do anything. Well, as soon as that happened, the British Empire is like, what do we do? They're like, well, I don't know. And they tried violence and whatever. And the people just kept sitting down. They still wouldn't move. They wouldn't eat. They wouldn't move. They wouldn't do a thing. I think it didn't last that long. It lasted a few days, maybe a week tops. And the British Empire is like, fine, we're done. We're done. You have your freedom. That's it. All they did was nothing, which kind of reminds me of the saying, I think it's a proverb, or is it a psalm, where it says, be still and know that I am God. So sometimes all we have to do is just be still. That's it. Do nothing else.
Yeah, that does make the full loop, doesn't it? Full circle on that one. Be still, just sit down and just don't comply,
Just stop basically funding your own enslavement and your own oppression.
And it'd probably be best to do it now rather than to be sitting in some concentration camp, locked up with absolutely no rights. I mean, you'll still have your freedom in your mind, but why do that when we could just stop it now?
Yeah, that's what needs to happen. Unfortunately, it takes, the thing that gets in the way of a lot of people is not using the ego for the tool that it is. And I think this is why I think you might enjoy the fifth gospel, because it talks about how Lucifer uses temptation. And there's another demon called Ahriman, which uses pride, anger, hate, and what else? Is there another one? Anyway, they work in tandem. So Lucifer tries to tempt you by setting the scene, setting the stage for you to see if you'll take the bait. And then the other demon, which by the way there are others, but the other demon uses your pride and your anger and your hate, and he tries to go, okay, well, how can I add on top of this to try to make you basically corrupt you completely from the inside out. And that's what I think people don't realize. It's a consciousness, and there's more than one demon. There's various, and they come at you from different angles to see how can they, kind of put the weakest link in the chain. They're kind of like probing to see how they can get to you. And so that's why it requires becoming aware of who you are and connecting with your creator, because your creator will give you that strength and that discernment to kind of see through the illusion, and it strengthens you, because on our own it's difficult. So yeah, I think you'll enjoy the fifth gospel. It's quite a fascinating.
I do like the my wife and I got into a good conversation yesterday, and I was sharing with her, like, gosh, if you were to come along my side and really believe in what I'm doing, and it would just really amplify, my actions, and I would just feel so good, like, oh, my wife's on the land with me, and she says, oh yeah, it's kind of like we're two or more are gathered, there I am amongst you, like
correct.
And so it's like an amplified energy. I mean, you went from one, now you went from one to two, now you got three, and the third one's God. I mean, and then, so that's one way of looking. And then when you become a people and you understand where you stand, or understand where you stand, where you have standing, and it just so happens to be, if you're standing on the land, you're standing as a people, and you're standing right next to God. And if you're with God so close, I mean, it's some things should start coming kind of easier, right? Naturally, and flow, and you're able to, be in His will.
Yes.
And we have the breath and the ability to dream, unlike the corporate functions. Yeah. And so we could actually will this into existence if we all get resonating in the right frequency and harmonic balance, like that, just that forward movement. And yeah, you can't do it with a bunch of egos and a bunch of and a lot of people think that they actually know that how this is supposed to look. Like, this is how you do it. Like, dude, it hasn't been seen in 160 years. How can you be so sure, And we need to just kind of, have the foundation and count on each other to fill in all the little spots and like build this thing. And I see the numbers on these YouTube calls, like they average, we didn't hit like 150. I think the highest we've hit is 150. And I think, man, why isn't it like 1,250 or 10,050? Like we're the, but they say if you stay with something long enough, you could be an overnight success. So I like the odds of that, because Anna's been at this for 40 years with thousands of people, and she's been interacting with de facto for over 20 years, and getting the claims in and everything, and getting established. And I always say that they know of us, but they know of us just enough to want to ignore us. But Anna's she's pretty diligent doing her things, and we have a lot of, once the people start like knowing how to, like, ever since I've been here, like, there's this thing about the credits. Well, how is the credits going to come about, and this and that? And I pictured it like when you go to camp as a little kid and your parents prepay your snack bar ticket, for like $10 credit, you got credits for the whole thing, you're like, Snickers bar, whoa, cool, like, you got credits. So, and then it went from that to like, okay, well, how's this logistically gonna work? Like the vendor card. I was like, vendor card, okay, I guess that's the word now, vendor card. And then now we have the other word I heard today was it's almost like dismissal, or like it discharging
debt.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so now we're getting all these little pop phrases, like that stuff wasn't even talked about like 2 months ago, in my opinion, from what I've seen. And then now we're getting into like the nuts and bolts of reconstructing the government, and like, how's that going to look, or who's, and it's kind of like all these pieces that are coming together. There's forward movement over here, but I don't know. I just I guess it's all going to work out the way it's supposed to work out. And I take actually more comfort that knowing that you're on over here as well, like mean, you might just be poking the, probing, and is this real? What is this about? What's this guy about? Or who's this assembler? What is this? Let's check it, and I've done the same thing. And yeah, to the point where I just hung around close, you know what I mean? Like
Yes.
close, like, what are these guys talking about? I just sit there for, I could be here, I was here, for hours and hours and hours and hours at a time, just, just, I'm not just like trying to be a cheerleader here for everybody, which I kind of am, but I'm also using discernment, and like, my fillers are out, believe me, I'm feeling like the questions and stuff. And was it this call? I think we had somebody jump on to try to, what was that? Did you make that out? The guy jumping on, he was hacking it, or was he just an interrupter? What is that in techno world? Somebody that comes on, and did you see him screaming or doing whatever he did?
I
Earlier?
wasn't around then.
When
It
was
was-
that?
Oh yeah, we had a guy come on. It was already on the call. I think it was right about 7 o'clock, 7:15 or so. Yeah, he came on twice, and then Ken was able to boot him out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was like a distraction, and that was the first. I haven't seen that before. And then there was another comment made by somebody I really admire, and saying that, I don't understand that, that shouldn't have been done. So you make like these 3-step forwards, and you got to take a step back to clear up something. It's like, can we just keep going forward here? Can we just go forward? Can we all get it together here and get this done already? I heard, like, if we all get together, there's all this energy we could create, and just,
Well, if you wanna, there is a great book called Ubuntu. It's from Michael Tillinger.
Okay, Michael
Tillinger. He's from South Africa, and he says that a long time ago in Africa there was a system called, what he calls it, contributionism, is what he calls it.
Okay, and the title of the book is
Ubuntu. Here, I'll type it in. Give me a second.
UBUNTU.
UBUNT. Man, how can you have gone through all this information? You guys are so young. That's amazing. I mean, you've been studying for what, 10 years on this stuff?
No.
No, actually, this all started like
For about 2 years.
Yeah,
I would
2
say.
years. Well,
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
When I dig into something, I dig.
Yeah, there's people like that around here.
And then because too, last year we lost our business, and so it was kind of
Yeah, I
like
had a lot of free time.
yeah, it was a blessing in disguise that
lot of reflection.
Yeah, because
Yes.
we were able to be focused and not be distracted.
I got to tell you, sometimes I think this whole COVID thing is a blessing in disguise. The way that they're doing all this stuff out in the open like they're doing. I mean, how long could this possibly last? These guys are blatantly doing this wide out in the open and expecting people to, I mean, I'm surprised there's any credibility at all left in anything to do with any mainstream media. It blows me away.
It's hypnosis.
Oh, it is. Totally. You nailed it right there. The people are hypnotized. Totally agree with you right there. They do it through the programming. And one of the things I want to do is, like right now we're on a mild, like a quest to back people out of the mindset, and they already know something's not right, but they're caught, and to get them out and onto the land, just so they can at least breathe for a moment, and then they can start figuring out everything that needs to go on. Some people want to get it all done right when they get on the land. Like, actually, it's a bit annoying, to be honest with you. No, really, I'm just being straight with you. People, they come on, and they want to know everything. And I get it, you know, you don't want to jump into something you don't know about, but I mean, at least, I mean, do the 1779 and just kind of then learn, you know, like know who you are, and then go with it. But I do understand, but it's a lot. It's hard to explain something to somebody in so much depth that they just don't know what they're asking. You know, it's like, how do you explain to somebody that never seen it before, and we try to baby step people into it, you know, but some people just want to go all in, and I've seen them do it. I assisted people paper up one time, and he got everything done in like one day, done it well, 928 and everything. It's like, oh my gosh. I mean, like one day of recording, you know, I mean, he was doing all this due diligence ahead for years, but when he pulled the trigger, man, that guy went all in and got it done. And so everyone's on their own pace, you know. I guess I'm on a slow pace. I don't know what I'm on. I can't say I'm having fun though.
We all take it one day at a time, brother.
Yeah, no, really, I do. I take it. I truly, I haven't been at peace as long as I can remember, you know. And you know, it's not a perfect world over here. It's interesting too, is I've lost interest in so many things that I used to be very interested in, like things I used to really care about. And I drove my 63 Ford Falcon Ranchero to work today. And I used to enjoy, I use that for marketing. It's a cool little car. I mean, I got it on my business cards and everything. Let me see if you can see that. See the little Ranchero there?
Right on.
Yeah. So it was overcast today over here in California. First time in like, seemed like 2 months. And it was actually really, we had a marine layer over all day. And, you know, that car don't have AC. So I was rolling it, you know, and I drove it to work today, and it was kind of nice. First time it's been out in like 3 months. But I used to really be into vehicles, and I've sold 2 recently just because I didn't want to waste my time on them, and there were liabilities, you know. And it was just like, I don't need to be spending my time with these vehicles, you know, going to car shows and all that. It was just a whole complete absolute waste of, I don't know, I would call it a waste of time. I had some good times with it.
Yeah, you're evolving, bro. That's what happens.
Yeah. Did Bianca just say like I flipped the chapter or something, or chapter change? I thought I heard something.
I said it's a distraction.
It was a distraction, and you're finally seeing it for what it was.
Yeah, it totally was a distraction. And they isn't that like America for you? I mean, there's this distraction at every time, everywhere we look, there's a distraction, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the world. The world is.
Are you drinking out of a sippy cup?
Kind of.
It looked like, oh, okay. Oh, it's like my wife's things. They got the built-in straw in them. Okay. Yeah. Those are kind of hard to figure out, you know, like when you first do it, you drink out of it like a straw, right? I mean, yeah.
Kind of an odd little setup, but
yeah, no, but you actually have to, it's not like you have to lift it to get some, you just like a straw. So
yeah, it's like being a little one again.
Yeah. Wow. Let me see, what's your take on this whole I mean, I don't want to talk about what they're doing. So what okay, so you're looking at the big picture now. You're kind of getting comfortable with the American States Assembly, and you've done your research and stuff. What do you think it's going to take to actually make this happen? You know, I mean, I never asked that of anybody, but obviously the people have to culminate and get together and stuff like that. But I mean, is it going to be a true like act of God, you know, for this to actually, I mean, I have a son-in-laws who are saying, man, that will never work. You guys will never be able to pull it together. And I look at them like, dude, you know, how's that helping?
I think what it will take is for people to see that we are actually effective, and that we can show them evidence of obtaining actual results.
Yes.
Once you start showing people actual results that they can then multiply, that they can replicate, that is when a lot of people go, oh, you got something. That's what it will take, is what I see. We have to become effective and give people results that they can replicate.
Yes. Yeah, because I was thinking you'd be like a perfect moderator for one of these shows. I mean, really, you know.
Thank you.
No, I would have no doubt. Actually, I have no doubt that you're going to succeed at anything you do, to be honest with you. I don't know why the whole thing, I mean, it was probably a blessing in disguise, but I really, gosh, for you and your wife to hang out this long, for you to be resonating on such a thing that is such a controversial situation here, and then you have knowledge on your side. I mean, dude, that's a win-win. I mean, that's a freaking win-win.
Thank you.
No, you should be smiling, because I'm telling you, I've been around a little bit, and you got, guys, you know, the love languages. I mean, so much.
I want to share something with you.
All right.
You might appreciate it. So I have a theory that we have 5 bodies, all wrapped in one.
All right.
So we have an ethereal body. We have a spiritual body. We have an emotional body. And then we have a physical body and a mental body. And they're all wrapped in one.
Okay.
And it's a matter of learning how to take care of all 5. Thankfully, they all overlap on each other. So that's something that, it was like an epiphany that came to me once.
You know, it's funny you use a hand gesture. I got one of those in my room, and I use that. And it's about thinking and thought process and how they I got it out of a book. Who was it? You're a Badass at Making Money, I think it was. What's her name? Jensen Snarrow. Yeah. There's 2 books. You're a Badass, and the other one's You're a Badass at Making Money. That was really inspiring books that lady put out. I mean,
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, she did this or no, she didn't. She wrote these things down. I should go I'll pull it out on the next one. It's in my my room in my office there. But if I remembered it right, yeah, it's how you, your thoughts and emotions and actions and spontaneousness, and then how they work against each other, you know, is kind of a trip. With what you just described, do they all harmonize together when everything is right, or do they all like maliciously work against each other?
No, it's about harmony. So the goal is to harmonize all 5. And when you harmonize, when you're in sync and harmony in all 5, you're really at the highest frequency that you can operate at. And usually that's when you're really connecting with your creator. And we are co-creators. That's what we do. We co-create. This is why when we have little ones, it's called procreation. So learning how to harmonize, I think, is the goal. And once we learn how to do that, we can then show others how to do that as well.
I actually, it's my first time hearing that, and I actually like it.
Yeah, it was an epiphany, brother. It came to me one day. It hit me like, I was like, whoa. So yeah, you have the ethereal body, spiritual body, mental, emotional, and physical. And they're all wrapped in you right now.
All right, let me just make a note of it. So I remember. Okay, first is physical. Okay.
Ethereal.
Immaterial or in? Oh, you froze. Oh, well, we hit 4 o'clock, so that's not too bad. Is anybody else? Well, if you could hear me Bianca and Juan, you're froze on the screen. You could probably see that. Yep, now you dropped. I'll give it a minute. Let me see if you come back on. Anybody else out there awake at 4 o'clock in the morning? We're down to 12 participants. And I was just about to get a nugget of wisdom and it went away. Let me see the hand thing with Juan. Make a note of that. Okay, he may have been waving goodnight. So and it's 4 a.m. and I didn't think I was gonna go this late, but I don't see anyone else. So I think I'm gonna wish everybody a good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, there's one. Okay. And
Good morning. Good morning. I know I've just been sleeping and waking up and sleeping and waking up.
okay.
But,
Well, me and Juan were having fun there, and he just froze and fell off the planet. So, but,
yeah, I was just wondering, are you all aware of the fires and things that are going on with all the smoke and stuff? I'm not going to stay on long, but it's just like the skies. We wake up in the morning and the skies are gray looking, brown looking, and it doesn't look normal anymore. It's just,
yes.
and the fires are coming from somewhere. We're like, where, what's going on here? Every day it's going to be like this.
Yeah, I heard something a while back that they were actually, I mean, they do these chemtrail things with like lithium or something, but it was the way I heard it explained. It's like they're almost like putting gunpowder over our forestries or something. And these things are like when they light up, they just like explode and just like the heat.
Man-made.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. So yeah, and then that brings you down too, all that haziness and
yeah,
smoke.
we're trying to decide if we want to give my granddaughter her birthday in 2 weeks, and she says, we're doing all this planning and buying everything, and things are coming through, Amazon, but the problem is if it continues, she says, and if it's like that, then we can't even predict the weather regardless, then we're going to have to cancel the whole event.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets too smoky, I mean, it's unhealthy at some point. I mean, more so than ever. And
yeah. So
yeah, trying to plan anything in this last year and a half or 2 years has just been.
Don't know anymore.
Right. So what's your story? Are you papered up? Or are you thinking about coming? Or you've been with us for a while?
Well, yeah, I'm working with Dawn. She's been really great. I'm just putting my paperwork together. She was on the call today.
Okay. Yes. I remember Dawn.
Yeah. So she's doing, I had someone to originally start the paperwork. Her name was Grace, out of New Mexico Assembly. And so she just basically, I just said whoever was available at the time. I hadn't met Dawn at the time, but I had met Grace before. And so she followed through. She put everything together for me. I paid a little fee, and then paperwork came and, I received. So I put all the stuff together. But then she says, you need to reach out to a local, recorder. And so I started looking, and I think I heard the conversations earlier today that people were trying to, they said that, they were hard to find, some wouldn't get back, but Dawn got on and she spoke. I didn't even know she was on the call. So she says, this is, suggested, and she's pretty much, you can do it by Zoom. You don't have to drive and things like that, so she and I did it over Zoom, and I am going to forward her the documents. So, because it has to be someone physically, to record it. So I will be sending my documents to her once I'm done with them. I got the witnesses, that I needed. So now I'm going to go ahead and forward it. I'm going to follow through because I got everything ready to go. Pretty much just a couple of other things I have to touch up on, and I will, be sending it to her, and then she'll send it back to me. So the process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad, and I hope it all works out for all of us. To be honest with you, it's like we're taking action. You know.
Yeah, because my mortgage, I think I mentioned this on the calls before. I was on your call. I'm in Sassoon City, and I'm still in the moratorium, and I thought it was over ending in September. No, they asked me a question online. Would you like to continue? Do you still need, continue your moratorium? And I said yes. So it goes through now October 1st. So that gave me a little bit more time to buy, just to kind of get ahead on, get all the paperwork done. But I definitely want to try to get through with this mortgage stuff. This is the main reason why. One of the reasons why, not just that, of course, I have a couple other people that I know that have already did their paperwork, which is a good thing. One had a hard time getting her job. I'm already working now from home. So I've already shown my old credentials, but my citizen US, but my international, I'm not there yet. But once I get that, I don't have to show any company right now because I've already done that, right?
Yes.
So that I'm already, because it's been 2 months since I started back at my other job, and I'm working from home every day. Yay. So it's pretty cool, that part. But other than that, I do want to get my citizen. I want to get my, I'm still learning. I got the information that you can go to a lot of videos. I got that earlier today from the call, which is great.
Yeah, I love it when they all share all those videos, and we welcome it just as long as it's keeping on like what's going to help us and not so much like what they're doing, like what is it that we can do, and where's the value in us moving forward, not just more of what they're doing. So, and a lot of this call today, I even mentioned it earlier. It's like I almost felt like I needed a shower, just everyone, like, I mean, we call them the de facto, like the current administration as we know it, how they just constantly suppress us.
Yeah.
Every step of the way. And it's just kind of
every step of the way. It's like, but see, the more they fight, they're going to fight. The more they're fighting, that's how the more we're winning. And I know we are, because I'm seeing more and more people as they wake up. I feel that this is when we know they're losing, because more people waking up. We may not see it on front of the scene, but behind the scene, there's so much going on. And we're not being informed, of course. Those who are just depending on social media, they're not going to be informed.
No.
And, so I believe that the time is wrapping up, and just like, well, we keep hearing this, we keep hearing that. Well, now what about the revalue? I mean, aren't they the currencies? I mean, as far as that, I keep hearing that is where we're going to shut down. Things are going to be shut down. As far as the quantum system, all that, the dollars running down, they're not, the values going away. So I feel like this is part of what the changes are going to start really popping. People are going to finally realize more now than what they've never seen or heard before. But it just has to surface. Basically, it's already.
That's kind of, I think. I mean, how do you answer a question like that? What's going to happen? Like with all the economies of the world, what's going to happen? Like, thanks a lot, Anitra. Put a lot on the guy. No, I'm just kidding. But no, really. Like, who knows?
No.
I kind of hope
don't have to put too much on you now, because you got tomorrow. We still got tomorrow.
I know, I got that. Yeah. But what I was thinking is, I'm gonna envision it just like, okay, all of a sudden we get access to our credits, and that'll give us like all right, this is actually gonna happen, and then all of a sudden it's like we just start paying off little, like your mortgage thing. You just start putting the credit towards that, and it's like whatever, I could pay you off or whatever, just kind of. So we don't unstable everything too much, just start paying off debts with our credits. And, so money's like a non-issue now, right?
No.
And that's going to free us up to do like some good things, I would hope. I mean, do you think like you're gonna like if things start getting easier are you gonna go out and buy like another house or a new car or like like a vacation plan? I mean, maybe you might do a few of those things, but I think when the smoke clears, you're probably gonna want to just sit back and or not
Well,
or be on your
here's
feet
what
and
I've
help
been doing.
people. Yeah.
Okay, I started back in when this thing, fake pandemic, whatever, when it first hit. I have actually happened to lose a sister. She was in her 30s, and
oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, she was in her 40s. I have so many different family members, but she was in her 40s, and she actually had cancer. She fought for a long, 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 long time. Well, I had to take over a lot of things for her. We had same fathers, different mothers. So her mother was very ill. She was trying to take care of her mom while she was at home with dealing with cancer. And they removed her eye, one thing. It was just so hard to see everything that she had to go through. So I had to leave my company from PG&E. I don't care. I'll say it on the phone. For after 5 years, I worked there. So I said, I'm going to retire in 5 years, and then that's it. So I finally had to take care of her. Then my grandma was 100 years old. My mom, I had to help her and my grandma. So after all that, during that whole time, I said, well, after she passed, I inherited a couple of things. Okay. Dad's, the property, I had to pay off that, but I got a little bit of funds from there. My brother who and I split that. He lived over in Kuwait. So other than that, I was able to take care of, build up my house. I mean, not build it up, but, really fix it up. But when this thing hit, I said, you know what, I'm going to get everything I can while we're coming back. We're slowly coming back. I'm going to buy everything I need for this household. I put a big gardening together. I'm going to grow as many things in my backyard because I have a feeling I'm not going to get caught up no more, where you can't go shopping. You can't. No, I got everything. I've already did I purchased as much as I could with all the items I need now. My backyard is hooked up. If we get locked down or shut down any other time now, I'm ready.
Oh,
And
good
so
for
you all
you.
mentioned,
Good for you. That
Yeah,
sounds wonderful.
I'm ready. And you all mentioned earlier about this, things are, when you go somewhere to buy something, you can't see it you don't see it any
Yeah,
longer.
we're seeing the signs. Yeah.
Prices. Okay. So see, and I felt that my gut said it. So a whole year I've been shopping like crazy. People can't understand. She's got every day some Amazon's coming in, something from Amazon, something from Amazon. Yeah. But so I did it because of my gut, my spirit, my soul, everything just said, do it now, don't wait. And now they see it's starting to happen. And so I'm glad I'm ahead of the game here. Now you asked me a question about paperwork. So being that I'm also looking forward to try to get the debt forgiveness is called. And I believe that's what's going to take place. Yes, we're going to eventually we're going to get money. We're going to get stuff that's coming in. So we're not to even think about money. It's not even a fax no more. Money is like almost like forget about it.
That's going to be a great day.
Forget about it. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of things are going to be forgiven, debt forgiveness. And because I don't, it's like, it's hard to believe I haven't paid my mortgage all this time. So something has to be connected, something has to, where it's behind the scene where we're not being notified or informed, but little by little by little, we know that they're doing illegal. There's so much illegal things. A lot of the governments are already shut down, including IRS, to the point you don't see things coming through anymore, right? Where people are being threatened by IRS. We don't see that anymore because they don't have offices any longer. It's like they, the way they used to. You have your when you go do H&R blocks, you have those. But I'm talking about the actual IRS. A lot of the governments have been shut down. So, I believe something's going to pop soon.
Yeah, Anna was just talking about that the other day. She was thinking about buying that building when she gets her credits. Yeah, it was an IRS building. It was this big old building that she would drive by every day. And they literally emptied it out, and I think they got the thing up for sale. It's like
See, that's it. That is the key right there. You go. There you go. So I know that we're gonna there's more behind the scene. That's all I gotta say. But I know you want to get some rest. You know, you've got to be. How do you stay up? How do you do it?
You know, it's just I guess I just collect the energy from you
Spiritual.
guys.
The spirit
Yeah.
is up. Your
Yeah,
spirit is
so
not.
I have a friend, one of the guys on the land, he was explaining it to me about,
Yep.
yeah, and there's like, yeah,
Mhm.
I do get tired, and I do like I'll go sleep for a couple hours, and I'll be up at about 6:30, get my wife
Yeah.
up and out, and
Yep.
then I'll be
Mhm.
on the 9 a.m. call just as like backup, and that usually goes till noon. I honestly don't plan anything on Thursdays. I take
Okay.
Thursdays off. Yeah, I'm self-employed, so I could kind of do what I want for the most part, and I do got a couple deals going through some escrows right now. I'm in like 3 escrows, so it's
Oh.
well, double ending one deal, and then I have a closing next week on another one. But so
Mhm.
I do that. So life is good, and I'm enjoying it.
Good.
And I
Very good.
really
Well, you look like it.
yeah. You know what's fun is I don't know nothing about common law for the most part, and I could come on these calls and just kind of like moderate and just kind of like,
Yeah.
and I enjoy it, and I
These are
learned so
beautiful
much.
calls. These are wonderful. I don't even get on it every Wednesday because sometimes I get so obligated, but when I do, it's so fulfilling. It's just like now I don't, I have, you know, I have information that I needed to know, and it's so much information, and to not have to shut it down, it's on, and I can go to sleep and wake up, and I'm still going to be able to ask
I
questions.
know there'll be a day, there'll be a time when we used to make a joke about it, James and I, because the latest we've had a call go was like 5:45 in the morning, and
Ooh.
and he says, yeah, it's gonna be neat because Michelle's gonna want to get on her Common Law 101 class at 9, and it's like, hey guys, get out of the classroom already. This is my turn, like still be on the call when it's like they'll lap over or something. Yeah, so
Well,
we haven't
you
seen
said
that
you
yet.
mentioned about a 9 a.m. call. Am I missing something here? I only see only ones that I'm aware of that I know I'm interested in knowing information is this call, which is from
Oh my
7
gosh.
7 p.m. till whatever time now.
Do you
But
have access to the chat room? Can you
yeah, I have
copy
access.
paste? Okay, let me send you the California States Assembly website,
Okay.
and that one has like
I'm in the chat
everything
room
there.
now. I'm here.
Let me see. Of course, I say it like it's so easy, but I am so not a techie guy, but I do have it right here. Oh, of course, I opened it up. Don't do that.
So Telegram, I'm seeing someone says Alvin I'm not looking at you're not I haven't seen yours yet, but I'm looking something else. It's on in the chat room. It says feel free to contact on Telegram app at a living.
Yeah, that's Juan. I was just talking to him, and I believe we just put that in there. I
Okay.
just took a picture of it so I could
I took a picture too.
see what he's up to on
Mhm.
Telegram.
Okay.
But no, he seems like he fell off, but he came back on, and I don't know. It's
Oh,
weird.
he says 5 bodies are
Oh
5
no!
bodies.
Well, he was explaining that when
He's got it in chat room too. He's got
yeah,
it in.
I took a picture of that too. I wanted to get the spellings, so I just
Great,
put the California Assembly there. And when you click on that, if you click on the 101 class,
Okay.
that's where Michelle is. Michelle was answering a lot of calls this evening. The platform keeps changing because James is typically on and answering all the questions, and he's really good at the law. But then Ken was gone for a couple weeks, and now he's back, and so it's like this revolving door
They're
of
going to keep coming. Yeah, they're already. It's like it's like we're all in one. It's a team like effort here. If one person's not here, we got somebody else back up. It's always going to be someone 24/7.
I would hope so, yes. And I was just like, I know, once I was just thinking, gosh, this guy's young and vibrant, and he'd be great on these calls, just so he could take over Arizona call or even.
Yeah, you need those. Yeah, exactly. That's who they are.
Yes.
That's why they're definitely needed. Let's see, the Zoom call you don't want to miss. Now there's one in here. I almost got time. Oh my God. It's so many. Now I want to make sure I don't lose this, this recording. I mean, is it going to be available or?
Well, the link I just sent you, https californiaassembly.com, that one, they were telling me that the recordings are going to be on a link in the California Assembly. I have not seen it yet, but they've just changed they're doing it. You know, we're going through growing pains, so we're like figuring out what doesn't work and self-correcting and going for what does work. It's like the tracks and foundation have been laid for us, but somehow us as people, we just keep like veering off the tracks, and it's like, okay, bring it back on the tracks. Come on, let's keep it this way, this
Well, we
way.
want to get to, yeah, because there's so much information, you know, but I got this, you know, okay, this is good. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so just go to that California Assembly. That you will find
okay, perfect.
The 101 class and all the other links. The Monday night class. There's I mean, there's probably something every day of the week if you're really
good. That's good to know.
Oh, and then Anna's website. I mean, all of her information is there, and yeah, I just got enough books and notes to last me another couple weeks. You know, it's just amazing how much information I go through.
Oh,
But,
yes.
yeah, let me
perfect.
Yeah, no, this was great. I'm so happy you're awake. Oh my gosh. That's awesome.
I've been up. I've been
Yeah,
up.
well, you got your little nugget because you got that in the chat. Now you have a lot of
Yeah.
resources. That's your one and all right there. Yeah, the California Assembly is the one that's they're putting a lot of energy towards and building it. I've seen that come a long ways just in the last 3 weeks or so.
Okay.
I mean, all the links and everything. So it's really good.
So helpful. So helpful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here for, to lift each other up, and you know, because this is a real.
I just got to make sure that I get my letters ready to go because I'm going to be needing. I know they said there's a letter, and Dawn is working with me. She's sending information over, so I'll know how to deal with those malinders. They don't even talk. I don't talk to a person. It's always it's always a
or something. Yeah.
It's an email that comes in and says log into your account. Let us know if you still need more time. And I'm always going to say yes. You know, no way. I'm going to say yes because I'm stretching it out. I said I'm going to keep stretching it. I'm going to stretch it as far as I can go until I can get this, you know, my citizen back.
Well, I truly hope it all works out for you. And
thank you.
I have every intention of being around, and I really believe we're all on the right, you know, track here. We're all in it for different reasons. Probably some that are pretty similar, but you know, we're all different and we all have different thoughts. So there's no way we could all be in this for the same reason. And we're just gonna try to navigate through this amazing time, you know, and I feel grateful that Anna has been at this. I mean, gosh, she started this back when there was no real clues of, you know, criminal activity. I mean, because they had it so well disguised, but now they're doing it out in the open and it's blatant and anybody could see it. And some of us are just like saying, no, you know, no.
She was having something going on. I think she was always talking okay, you know who Kim Possible is? Kimberly Logan or Kimberly?
I honestly, I don't.
Okay, that's okay.
It is okay because there's so many people out there.
Yeah, this is the one who's Kimberly, she's the one who actually supposedly is in charge of all the funds and everything, you know, kind of thing. Makes all kinds. But if you haven't heard of her name, then it would be another whole subject. So.
So that would be like one of people that are working with Anna to get the credits?
Anna's against her.
Totally. Oh, really? I didn't know she was against.
And there's a lot of people that are against it, but this person is a lot of information on this person, and Dawn knows all about it too. We would have to bring it up maybe in another conference about it, but yeah, it's pretty deep. And I'm not, you know, like I said, I'm just kind of I'm not being a messenger either.
Right. No, that's fine.
I'm just listening to every direction, you know, going on, and I'm, you know, we've got an opinion about Kim. but I just don't, like I said, it's just a lot of information. I hate to get caught up unless I have some help with it, because it's pretty deep. Yeah. Yeah. But maybe, it's Life Force is the actual place where she's located. It's called Life Force Network.
Oh, I think I've heard that name come up.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I did. I could be wrong, but Juan just put something in the chat there, and I don't know what that means, but
Okay, see there, somebody already knows. Let me
yeah,
see.
the Rice crypto.
Let me go here. Where are you at? Where are you? Okay. If you want to learn about, look up what? Rice crypto.
Oh, you know what? Why don't you unmute, Juan?
All right. So basically, Rice Crypto is a YouTube channel, and he also has a channel on Library or Odyssey. And he interviewed Kim Gogan, so I know who you're talking about, Life Force and whatnot. Anyway,
There we go. Okay.
He basically came to the conclusion that there's not a whole lot there. So if you want to watch how he came to that conclusion, you can see his interviews. They're actually quite good, and he is he's a man who's doing his best to, through discernment, find out what does work in this whole, what he calls stranger than fiction. and he calls it the the legal fiction. So he's basically trying to discern what's really happening. So he's been looking into, and he's had conversations with a series of people. He had an interview with Alphonse. So he's actually really good at interviewing people, and so he's gone down those roads already. If you guys want to check out, I highly recommend his channel. It's actually quite good.
What does he say? What does he say about the American States Assembly?
Well, he has a friend of his that is part of the Florida State Assembly. So his friend Stan, he actually became a recorder. So.
Oh, right on.
So yeah, and they've actually interviewed Anna. Anna's been on Rice Crypto, or Rice TVX, I think is what the channel's called.
All right.
So they interviewed her at least twice.
Okay, well that probably helps. Was it? It wasn't Anita. Oh, did she go away? Oh no,
I'm here.
Anitra. There
This
she
is
is.
Anitra. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It seems like Juan has a lot of. He knows a little bit about a lot of stuff. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, cool. I know.
Or knows
really
a lot
do.
about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I look at him. He looks like my, could be my son. But I guess I got to get used to it. Some of us are just like, okay, just young generations. They get it.
Sure do.
I'm up for
Ooh, don't
adoption.
they?
I know, right?
Oh, look at you.
Up for
You
adoption.
want to take care. You want to be taken care of, huh? No.
Oh, is that what happened?
Wonderful.
Yeah, Bianca's phone got disconnected or something. They ran out of battery power. But
Okay.
well, I'm glad you guys came back on. Yeah, we're just winding it down. Juan, did you want to finish up with anything, or did you want to share with Anitra anything? I mean, it sounds like you guys know of that platform, and it sounds like something that I shouldn't be fast to jump on. Sounds like I'm in the right spot.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting subject. And like I said, it would take probably another call to get this thing popping, because it's like there's going to be probably more input. Because let me tell you, there's a lot of people that know what we just talked about. A lot of folks. So.
Okay, and if I go to that site that one just I could learn a little bit. Just I should know a little bit about everything. I don't like to get I'm just here to moderate, basically.
Don't overwhelm. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, well, I'm just here to put the calls to the person that can answer it. Kind of almost like I used to be a DJ, so I used to so yeah. So that's what I see this as, and if I could answer something, I can, and I get happy about it. But I don't want to be sitting here not knowing anything either. So that's why I do put the time in to kind of at least know what you guys are talking about. But
yeah, there's definitely opinion. Anna, she's got a huge opinion on Kim, and so that's pretty much where I was just when I was talking. If you had heard of anything on her, but a lot of people have opinions on that. If I can get her name, spelling, and all that, but I don't have it in front of me. But like you said, if she was interviewed.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I've talked to a few people that what was it, the quantum something? Somebody was doing
Finance.
something with the. Say that again.
Finance system.
Yeah.
She's in charge of the. It's it's all somewhat people's opinions about it, but she's supposedly the one who's has the DNA per se, the DNA over all of Rothschild's everything. I mean, she's the one above and beyond. That's what So the interviews will be there. You'll see, and she, again, there's a lot of opinions on that. I don't want to be direct right now because I don't want to be the only one. Kind of on.
No, I don't blame you. Yeah, one of those went out earlier, like too much information, name dropping and stuff. I mean, we're not here to compete,
Yeah, no, we're good.
or anything like that. I think
I just don't want to
information.
screw up and say the wrong thing. And no, meaning I want to make sure the information is correct.
Yes,
because
good for
there
you.
there is definitely actual, footage of information. So it doesn't have to, for me, just kind of throwing it out there, but that would be excellent to do a little research and find out, about this person. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of freedom groups popping up all over the place, and people are wanting change. So they could get pulled into all different directions, but inevitably somebody's going to be last man standing. And I'm kind of hoping it's the American States Assembly. I talked to we have a lot of like old timers that are just have been like off the grid for some time, and to see them come out of their little areas just long enough to get papered up and they go right back in, and it's kind of like, and we try to get them to share the wisdom with us, and they do, a lot of them do. But a lot of them are like introverted, and they're just they know what they don't want, and okay, I got to do this to get what I want, and then they go back to their spot. But when you see that, because those guys have been watching this for a long time.
Yeah.
And when they come over like that, you're like, something's up. Like something's up. And I talked to a bunch of very people that just have been around, and they've seen things, and they've even been a part of other groups and stuff, and they know enough to know, like, yeah, that ain't no, and it's not on the up and up, So I kind of I'm hoping everything over here is on the up and up, and I do know if I don't see things going in the direction that's on the up and up, I'm just gonna have to speak out about it, or do some research to at least try to like understand it, like what's going on here. There's a lot at stake. Basically, our souls are in the balance here.
Yes, it is. Oh, I think my mom is noticing the difference. She says, you're appearing to be very, because my mom was into the news and CNN and all that, right? I'm the one who kept most of my family from taking that shot, stuff. But because I showed him, I did everything I can. I mean, through thick and thin, just don't take the shots. Don't do it. So, but so far it worked. But those that I mentioned, friends and beyond that, they did it anyway. A lot of, folks did. And I can't, even some of my family members have, those that I didn't believe me, But in the meantime, I feel that she says, you're really changed, it seemed to be more, hard. And I said, Mom, we're up against a spiritual warfare right now. We're really fighting. I think my spirit now has just really awakened. And I think I'm just becoming to be that warrior and chosen. And I have to fulfill, and I'm sorry, Mom. I said, because people right now have taken the avenues that they want to take. That's their limitations. I'm not going to be, I said, I'm here for a reason, and I'm going to, what God gave me, I'm going to use every tool I have in my blood, in my vein. And I'm going to keep fighting and fighting as much as I have to. So yes, that's why I'm like I am now. It's serious. This is no joke. Things are really serious right now. We can be 6 feet under if we allow it right now. I said, but we got to fight every day of our lives. We have to. So
Yeah, I hear you there, and I do tell myself, I don't have much to offer, but what I do have to offer is my voice and the ear to hear. So as long as you guys want to, stay on and talk on these calls each week, I mean, I'm that's where I'm at. That's my heart. I mean, I'll just listen. I'll put insights when I can. But the main thing is to support you guys. You guys, some of us just, you need to speak and share.
they have
And
to.
yeah, we need is fellowship and just kind of coming together. And it's exactly opposite of what is out there. They got us, social distancing and wearing masks where we can't even recognize each other, walking down the sidewalk. When you walk past somebody else, I know him, especially when you're in a small town. I know him. And then you don't say nothing, and there's opportunity missed
They
for.
don't talk anymore. People stop talking and literally, they're like, what did you say? Oh my gosh, come on, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of elementary school. There was always the gal that was the cootie gal, or and it's like now we all got cooties, It's like it comes around, goes around, full circle here. I'm telling you, if you ever been mean to anybody, here it comes, full circle. So,
Oh man.
yeah. So we'll just take it one day at a time, right? And do what we can and get plugged in. And I've always said that some of these meets could be like a Bible study or, it'll pick me up to get me till Sunday at least, on a Wednesday night, or even it could be like a Sunday morning sermon. You get on the call when things are really up and happening. And now that we're preaching, the gospel and all this and that, or, we've already established religions kind of separate things, and we just kind of, it's God-centered, and everything's based over here is based off the 10 Commandments. And 10 Commandments, as I understand it, they're everywhere in every world and every religion anyway. So, we can have a foundation to build from. Don't hurt your neighbor, and
And then we
don't.
talk about our galactics too. We talk about our universe and there's a whole bunch of things that we can talk about. So
Oh yeah, there's so many things. Oh, then we got these higher energy gals in here, the yogis and the spiritual ones. They put on these little special things sometimes, the Wednesdays as well. And then you get the little comments in there, oh, this ain't biblical, or what is this, And it's like, hey, everyone got their own thing, and we're keeping an open mind, because when you think in the box, that's right where they want you. You got to think outside of the box in some cases. You got to use reason, and and that's what I like about you guys. You're all discerning and doing your homework, and checking in on things. And yeah, I mean, it almost gets to a point where your body just screams, like I cannot do this no more, and not say nothing.
It does. Right.
Yeah, it just so goes against our spirit and our soul. It's like we're not meant to be slaves. I'm sorry, we're not meant to be led like this. No, we're free. We long for freedom, and some of us are willing to,
It works
actually.
the same. It works the same like when you're in your mom's womb. I'm just saying that's real. That's just real. Your seed was the strongest seed to survive. Oh yeah, because there's so many, and that's how it is on Earth. That's how it is here. We still are in the womb of the universe. We're here, and we have to fight. We got to keep going just like we were. And if you really look at I didn't. No one told me that, but somehow that it's instilled in me, and I'm thinking, well, that's almost the same concept. Just about.
I never heard the parallel like that, but it's kind of like because when you're infant or you're a baby in the womb, you really you have no control of nothing. And if we're all honest with us, we probably have no control of anything but our thoughts and our will to want better, so it's like we're stuck in that space, but you know, that little baby's kicking and doing its thing. And
Everybody, just like I was saying, you know, like the millions of I don't know how many they say, how many are, they say that sperm count, that is. Your seed has one of the strongest ones to actually survive.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's like a miracle you were even born anyway.
You would have to be, you would have to be the fighter. But what happens is when that seed, I'm not even reading a book. It just comes naturally what I'm thinking of, you know, right? But I just believe that fight, if you've seen the videos on how that seed fought to get to where it was, to that spot in that center, I call it like the universe of the mother's womb, it had to get there. And so when it got there, it was like, okay, now I'm going to survive this. Now I'm going to have to make it through. I'm going to have to, now I'm here. Now I got to, what the next step is, now you got to survive the growing, developments, all of that. And then when you're, and then I think within the outside, which is your mom's brain and all the things that she's got to do as well, connection, you know, somehow so that baby has to get assistance through how is that baby surviving through that mother, as well as the God, you know, spirit, whatever. But then when that baby's born, there it is. Boom. I had an experience when I had my baby. When I had an experience when I said push, okay. When I did that, which we all had to go through that, you know, the mothers, it's like my ears went silent on me, like, and then when the baby came out, honest to God, something was the weirdest thing in my ears, like I heard like a silence, things just silent. It was like, it was heavy, but then all of a sudden I heard like a whoosh and like a sound, and then silent, and then it was like a calmness. It was the weirdest moment. No one probably paid attention, but it did. That happened to me. And I saying, what was that? You know, but maybe someone else had experienced that once in life. I don't know what your births were like, but there you go. So when the baby's here now, we are the ones who are now developing again. We're growing, we're developing again. We're out now, we're out. Our spirit is connected. Now we go from there, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like hopefully it gets better, you know, because that whole diaper phase, I don't want to go through that again. No, I'm just kidding. No, but we just got to push forward, right? Just keep moving forward. You don't want to sit back and do nothing. You just want to keep pushing forward. That's all we could do. And like-minded people together, we could learn a lot. We're not only discerning for ourselves, but we're discerning for others. Because if someone puts something in the chat and you know it's not good, you know, that also will come around on you. You know, so it's like let's just be the best that we can be the change we want to see, and one foot in front of the other, and hope for the best. You know, just really hope for the best and lift each other up as we go through this. You know, we all have our individual journeys, but we group, you know, culminate together. I always said marriage is like two selfish individuals sharing one life, you know, and you just got to give, you know. So if we get in, pull in tight together, share the space, really focus on the element that we could offer to bring forward that is good, and not feel that we have to do everything and be all things to all people, and let delegate stuff out and just like, you know, be attractive and just go for that, you know, reconstruction of the America. I mean, and get these corporations just at bay, you know, and just like, no, we're not doing this no more. Sorry, guys. And that's just it. It's as easy as that. Sorry, you know. And yeah, and hopefully we'll come out the other end of this thing like smiling like a rose, you know. Could be good. So that's what I'm hoping for. You mentioned you have you know, you gave birth, so you have children, maybe one, okay, one offspring. Yeah, then we gotta learn all the verbiage too. Can't call them children, can't call them kids, can't call them Another, gosh,
I'm
it's
like, okay, well, you know what? Who made those up in the first place? Where did that come from?
right, yeah.
Who made the name man and woman? Who did? Where did the? I'm not saying I don't believe or whatever, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So what's up with the name? And now we're changing the names. What's going on here? I know we can talk about this another time. I know you're going to get some. I'm going to get off.
It's more proper, I guess. It's
Yeah.
just more proper. And the de facto does use words to deceive us. One thing, if anything, the whole etymology thing, I read an email, had a very controversial email. And these are some of the, and it was like, did I really say that in that sentence? And as you read it, it's like, oh my gosh, he wasn't saying that. I could see where it could be understood like that, but he didn't say that. It doesn't say that. And just to understand the words and to be able to like pull the meanings out, and it's just amazing how it's really important. The words are very important. That's all I could say. And yeah, things get changed along the way, and they, there's who knows, and who's to say that that's right or that's wrong and all that stuff. But the de facto land does use deception in just about everything, and they definitely use it in the words and the language. And it's and they're doing it out in the open now. So I don't think that could last long.
No.
And they're it's like wide out in the open, and they're coming at us with these jabs, and for no reason. No one knows what's in them, and everything's secret, and you can't question anything on their side. And it's like, you know what, this is just unacceptable. It's just not. We're not doing that. So then what are we going to do? Then we got to pull it together and group together and try to figure this thing out. But we're on a really good start here. Anna's really built us a strong foundation, and I'm hoping that could pull together in energy and really make a difference.
Absolutely.
But with that, I'll probably unless Juan wants to go on, it sounds like
okay.
we're kind of winding down a little
It's
bit
time
here.
to go to bed. Yeah. I got to be up in about a couple hours. So
Oh, you do? Yeah, me too.
I work from home, but I work from home. I work from home, so I'm lucky.
Well, yeah, I just got to be on a call at 9 or just be awake for it. But
okay.
It's crazy. It feels like the worst hangover ever. It lasts about 15 minutes when you get just like a 2-hour sleep. I mean, it's worth it though. It's worth it. Yeah, it's only once a week.
Okay.
I mean, but thank you so much for picking up. I mean, that
Thank
was
you,
great.
Thomas.
It was my
Hey,
pleasure. Yeah.
anytime. I'm gonna catch you again. Another when I'm, I'll start back on Wednesdays, and I will be on the call regardless. I'll be on Wednesdays.
Yeah, and check out that California Assembly website. And that's all the information there. And I know you're going through some stuff, and there's a lot of uncertainty in your life with the mortgage and just stuff. But good on you that you're able to foresee that you needed to prepare for yourself.
Yeah.
And you're going to be fine. You really are, and you're going to be able to help others too. So
I'm doing. That's exactly what my goal is. Mission.
Yeah. And to be that woman on the land, the queen, like everyone coming to you, like, oh my gosh, you were right. I can't believe.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's good. All right, we'll talk to you later. And then Juan, are you still there? You want to say goodbye? If you don't hear me, thank you for putting those links. Well, if you don't hear me, then I guess it doesn't make sense.
I hear you.
Okay, yeah. So thank you for putting those links in. I did copy and paste them and took pictures and stuff. So I got a whole bunch of homework to do tomorrow, and I'm excited to do it. And I really look forward to seeing you guys next week. And I got to tell you, Juan, you and everybody. I mean, we all have our own unique values, but it was my pleasure to hang out with you this evening.
Likewise.
It really was. Okay. And,
Thank you, Thomas.
yeah, and I'm gonna look up those things that you're talking about. You got me interested in that, so that was kind of cool. So
Right on, brother.
all right, we'll see you again. See you soon.